Headache. Dizziness. Lin Yong opened his eyes amidst the throbbing pain and vertigo. A strange, unfamiliar fragrance. This was not his 10 square meter single room in the urban village with a monthly rent of 800. This was a very refined scent, a blend of woody notes and floral fruits. This smell was similar to that of the company's high-ranking executive director Su Man, who always wore a stern expression on her beautiful face. He opened his eyes. Before him was a cool, smooth silk pillow. White. Pure white. He lifted his gaze. The ceiling was very high, lined with a ring of warm yellow light strips, and in the center hung a crystal chandelier. He couldn't name the brand, but one look at its shape told him it was exorbitantly expensive. Oh my God! Lin Yang's body froze. He felt the hair on his skin stand up from the air conditioning. He was not wearing any clothes. Completely naked. The blanket was velvet, covering him lightly with a silky touch. No. Wrong. Beside him, there was a warm source. That wasn't the blanket. That was a person. Lin Yang's neck made a creaking sound as he stiffly turned to the right. A stunningly beautiful profile appeared before him. Jet black hair lay scattered across the snow-white pillow, a few strands clinging to her smooth forehead. Her eyelashes were long, casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids. Her nose was straight, her lips full, slightly parted, breathing steadily and deeply. Asleep. She was sleeping soundly. Lin Yang's mind went blank. It was actually Su Man, the beautiful director of their company, that woman who always wore 10-centimeter heels and high-end custom professional suits with a powerful aura. The queen who could scold a 40-year-old department manager mercilessly during meetings, fully unleashing her aura. The woman who was his boss, a new employee of only 3 days, too afraid to even glance at her directly. Why is she here? How did we end up in the same bed? Questions swirled chaotically in his mind. Damn. Lin Yong nearly bounced off the bed, but survival instinct held him down. Don't move. Don't wake her up. He held his breath, even trying to suppress his heartbeat. What happened last night? Memory. Fragments flashed in his mind. Department dinner. Yes, a dinner. The sales department celebrated a big project and invited the elusive director Su Man, who surprisingly agreed to attend. At the dinner table, toasts and drinks flowed. He, a new employee, was seated at the most remote table. Around him, only unfamiliar newcomers from other departments. He remembered being plied with alcohol. The old fox who was mentoring him clapped him on the shoulder and told him to go toast the leaders at each table to make himself known. He went. The leaders would take a polite sip, but he had to down every glass. Strong liquor burning his throat and stomach. Then he seemed to see Su Man. Unlike other leaders who mingled, she sat alone at the corner of the head table, holding a glass of red wine, gazing at the night view outside the window. She looked so different from her usual decisive and forceful self. She seemed lonely. The thought flashed and was quickly swept away by alcohol. What then? He seemed to have blacked out. No, there was a faint memory. He remembered vomiting profusely. Then a voice. Director Su Lin Yong is drunk and the sales department isn't taking care of him. It was Su Man's assistant Xiaoya. Then Su Man's impatient voice got to call a designated driver and send him home. After that, total darkness. Wait, send him home. To his urban village on the edge of the city where even delivery drivers had to search. But here, Lin Yong rolled his eyes, surveying the room. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the most dazzling night view of Huahai City. No, the sky was already turning pale with a hint of fishbelly white in the east. Below was the bustling CBD. This had to be a presidential suite. The paintings on the wall. He didn't understand art, but intuition told him they were worth more than his entire life. A single night here would cost a whole year's rent. So the logic chain was broken. From the driver took me home to him naked in Su Man's bed. What happened in between? Could it be? A ridiculous thought emerged, making him want to laugh. Could Su Man have taken an interest in me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yong instantly dismissed it. Who was he? A penniless bum, a new employee whose salary hadn't even been paid. 185 centimeters tall, decent looking. In Huahai City, handsome men were a dime a dozen. His looks didn't stand out. Who was Su Man? A company executive, a golden single lady driving a Porsche, living in a riverside luxury area. Men pursuing her could line up from the company gate to the Huangpu River. What could she possibly want from him? His youth, his poverty, his unpaid credit card debt. Stop joking. Even a third-rate web novel wouldn't dare write this plot. Memory returned to 2 days ago. Lin Yong, what's wrong with this report? Wrong decimal points. Are you a pig? Can't you do even this small thing right? Spittle from the department manager sprayed all over his face. He could only lower his head and keep apologizing. Sorry, Manager Wang, you'll fix it immediately. The humiliation and helplessness of that moment were still vivid in his memory. His life was an endless dead-end loop. But now he was lying on a bed worth tens of thousands beside one of the most powerful women in the company. The contrast was too surreal. Fear. Overwhelming fear drowned out the shock and fantasy. It was over. Completely over. No matter what happened last night, he was dead. A new employee sleeping with the boss. If this got out, he'd be fired immediately, and he probably wouldn't even be able to stay in Huahai City. Who was Su Man? With a single word, she could have him kicked out of Huahai. Could he even be sued? Cold sweat poured down Lin Yang's back. He had to leave. Right now? Immediately. Disappear before she woke up. Treat last night as a dream. First, he needed to pull his arm out from under Su Man's neck. Her head rested on his arm, sleeping soundly. Warm breaths one after another softly brushed against his skin, sending shivers of ticklish sensation. He could smell the shampoo fragrance in her hair. Too close. Close enough to see the fine down on her face. Her skin was so good. Damn. Lin Yang, what were you thinking? This wasn't the time to admire. Survival first. He pulled his arm out millimeter by millimeter. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, afraid the sound would wake Su Man. 1 second. 2 seconds. Finally, his arm was free. Lin Yang breathed a long sigh of relief, but dared not make a sound. Second step, lift the blanket. He pinched the corner of the blanket and slowly raised it. The blanket left his body, and the morning coolness touched his skin. He supported himself on the edge of the bed, searching the room for his clothes. Nothing. On the sofa lay a woman's black coat and a professional suit haphazardly draped. Su Man's. Where were his clothes? Had a dog eaten them? Just then, the woman beside him made a soft nasal sound, as if about to wake up. Lin Yang's scalp tingled. Forgetting to look for his clothes, he scrambled off the bed naked and dashed toward the bathroom. Bang! He slammed the bathroom door shut, leaning against the cool surface, panting heavily. He could hear his own heartbeat. Thump, 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 pounding against his eardrums. What now? Hiding in the bathroom wasn't a solution. He looked at himself in the mirror. Face pale, eyes frantic, lips trembling slightly. But something was off. The body in the mirror. His skin was firmer, the slack muscles from all-nighters were now clearly defined. The outline of 8-pack abs was clear on his abdomen. He had been in the fitness club in college, good physique, but after months of job hunting and neglect, he hadn't been in such shape. What was happening? Was it an illusion? Just as he was staring at himself in a daze, a line of pale blue virtual text appeared directly on his retina. Detected that the host has completed the first life harmony. The Eat Soft Rice with Pride system is binding. Binding progress 1. 10. 50. 100 ding. System binding successful. Welcome temporary host Lin Yang. System binding successful. Welcome temporary host Lin Yang. What was that? Lin Yang's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer. An illusion. A hallucination brought on by a hangover and extreme shock. He blinked hard, but the blue text before his eyes seemed to be imprinted on his retina, motionless. The font was a kind of boldface he had never seen, full of a technological feel with a faint glow at the edges. It just floated there no matter where he looked. It firmly occupied the center of his vision. Welcome temporary host Lin Yang. Temporary. Lin Yang's heart clenched. He suddenly turned on the faucet, cupped his hands under the icy cold water, and splashed it harshly onto his face. The icy shock made him shiver. He looked up at the mirror. Water droplets slid down his cheeks and nose. His reflection in the mirror was disheveled. But that line of blue characters still hung clearly on his retina. It wasn't an illusion. This was real. Lin Yang's breathing became rapid. The muscles in his back instantly tensed. His worldview had been shattered twice in just a few minutes, reassembled and shattered again. The female director of the company lying in the same bed with him was already outrageous enough. Now there was also a mysterious system in his head. Eat Soft Rice with Pride. The name sounded utterly frivolous. System function panel loading. Female information panel. Activated soft rice points mechanism. Activated mission issuing and rewards. Activated punishment mechanism. Activated. A string of blue text scrolled before his eyes like flowing water, eventually coalescing into a simple, translucent interface. Lin Yang felt his temples throbbing. He had read online novels before. He was familiar with this kind of plot. But when such an absurd thing actually happened to him, it brought not ecstasy, but fear. An unknown force forcibly implanted into your body and will, and you didn't even know its purpose. You didn't even have the right to refuse. The bathroom door felt immensely heavy at this moment. Outside the door was the female director, who could wake up at any moment. Inside the door was his bizarre life being transformed. Lin Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Fear couldn't solve anything. He had to figure out what was going on. He pulled the bathroom door open a crack barely perceptible and pressed his eye to the gap. Through the gap was the luxurious sight of the suite. The light of dawn seeped through the curtain gaps, gilding everything in the room with a golden edge. Su Man was still asleep, her posture unchanged, but her breathing seemed slightly shallower than before. Her jet black hair spread across most of the pillow, her snow-white skin glowed with a milky luster in the morning light. The moment Lin Yang's gaze focused on her, the scene on his retina abruptly changed. Lines of new blue data appeared out of thin air above Su Man's head, forming a translucent information panel. Name Su Man wealth rating platinum tier, overall score 9. 0 looks 9. 1 a figure 9. 3 temperament 8. 6 tags business power woman cold and charming divorced emotionally empty Lin Yang's pupils constricted. Platinum tier, playing honor of kings in real life. He pulled back and checked the system's wealth rating details. Bronze 10,000, silver 100,000, gold 1 million, platinum 10 million. 10 million. The number hit his heart like a heavy hammer. His monthly salary 3,000. He would need 300 years of not eating or drinking to save up even a fraction of her wealth. And that was just her asset rating. Those tags made his heart race even more. Business power woman cold and charming. That was her public image known to everyone in the company. But the last two. Divorced. Emotionally empty. Lin Yang's brain felt like it had crashed. This high-ranking company executive, forever aloof and powerful to the point of being inhuman, was actually divorced. This made Lin Yang feel a strange dryness in his mouth. This layer of information was like peeling open a hard walnut shell, letting him glimpse the fragile kernel inside. So she wasn't a goddess, she had mundane troubles too. Just as he was digesting this shocking information, a new prompt sounded in his mind, cold and mechanical. Ding. Primary target automatically marked, beginner mission automatically issued. Mission name, the first gift target, Su Man. Mission content within 24 hours. Obtain a substantial gift from Su Man. Forms of gift include, but are not limited to, money, items, opportunities, etc. Mission success 1. Open beginner gift pack 2. Fully unlock the soft rice collection. Mission failure, execute punishment. Host appearance permanently reduced by 5 points. Lin Yang's body stiffened. Failure punishment. Permanently reduce appearance by 5 points. He subconsciously looked at the mirror again. The young man in the mirror had delicate features, clean eyebrows and eyes. With his height and physique, he could be considered handsome overall. He wasn't entirely satisfied with his face, but he didn't dislike it either. But if the system score was out of 10, how many points would his appearance get? 7, 5, 8. Permanently reduced by 5 points. That would plummet from acceptable to ugly. Could he still be looked at? Lin Yang touched his cheek. This face was given by his parents. But his proud muscles and physique were earned through countless sweat and persistence in the gym during his 4 years of college. Back then he was as thin as a pole, never gaining weight no matter how much he ate. Fitness gave him confidence and a good frame. He always believed that a man didn't have to be handsome, but he must be in shape. His physique was his greatest asset. But the system was going to take away another important asset. In this appearance-obsessed era, losing 2 points of appearance would be disastrous. And now he was bound to a damned eat soft rice with pride system. How could an ugly man eat soft rice? Eat shit. This punishment was more terrifying than a beating or even a 5 centimeters shorter penis. And appearance was permanent. This almost cut off his future. A chill ran from his soles to the top of his head. This system wasn't a blessing at all, it was a devil's contract. It lured you in with huge temptation, then threatened you with what you feared most, forcing you to follow its rules. Advance or retreat. And retreat meant destructive regression. What to do? Run. Then watch his face start to deteriorate in 24 hours. Lin Yang didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to bet that this mysterious system was joking. The air in the bathroom seemed to freeze. He could hear his own violent heartbeat and feel his blood racing faster through his veins. All escape routes were blocked. Wasn't this just having a rock in a hard place? Lin Yang's gaze once again passed through the crack in the door and landed on the woman on the bed. Su Man, a platinum-level wealthy woman. His only mission target. Ask her for a substantial gift. Are you kidding? What identity? As a new employee, she probably didn't even know who he was. How could he have the face to ask? If she didn't call the police or have him erased from the city out of mercy, that would be her benevolence. But Lin Yang's expression shifted bit by bit. Panic and fear receded like an ebbing tide, replaced by a madness born from being pushed to the edge. Surviving in this society was already hard enough. He had barely found a job. If he didn't do well, he'd be scolded. His savings were 3 digits and next month's rent was still unsettled. Could it get worse? Yes. Losing 5 points of appearance would truly mean no chance of recovery. Since there was no way back, he could only move forward. Lin Yang's jawline tightened. Fortune favors the bold. Wasn't eating soft rice, just that. Today I will eat it with pride and show you. He turned off the faucet, wiped his face haphazardly with a towel. Then he turned around, his hand gripping the cold door handle, slowly pulling the bathroom door open. Rather than sit and wait for death, it was better to take the initiative. He pushed open the bathroom door. The hinges let out a faint creak, amplified into a deafening sound in the quiet suite. On the bed, the perfect body stirred. Lin Yang froze, his blood seemingly solidifying in an instant. Su Man's eyelashes fluttered, and then slowly she opened her eyes. Her gaze regained its clarity and sharpness in a flash. It was the look of one accustomed to controlling everything, carrying scrutiny and authority, piercing through the air and pinning Lin Yang in place. Lin Yang stood there completely naked, like a thief caught red-handed with nowhere to hide. Embarrassment and a hint of shame at being seen through. Time in that moment slowed to an agonizing crawl. Su Man's gaze slowly traveled from Lin Yang's face down past his sharply defined chest and abdominal muscles, finally settling on him. There was not a trace of warmth in her eyes, let alone any lingering desire. That look was as if she were appraising an object she had accidentally used last night and now needed to decide how to dispose of. She didn't speak. She simply looked at him, making Lin Yang wish he could find a crack in the earth to crawl into. Finally, she averted her gaze, lifted a corner of the duvet, and sat up gracefully. The velvet duvet slid down her smooth shoulders, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones. She made no attempt to cover herself, as if in her eyes Lin Yang was not even worthy of making her feel shy. She turned sideways and took something from the exquisite LV handbag on the nightstand. A stack of crisp cash bound with a bank slip. With a slap, she casually tossed the stack of money onto the rumpled sheets. Let's pretend last night never happened. Her voice was icy, devoid of any inflection, like a command issued by a machine. This 10,000 yuan is your compensation. She paused, then added, what you deserve. Having said that, she wrapped herself in the sheet, stepped onto her long fair legs, and walked straight into the bathroom, without so much as a glance back at Lin Yang. All that was left for him was a proud, aloof silhouette. Compensation. Deserved. Lin Yang stood there at a loss. These two words were like two resounding slaps, striking him hard across the face. A scorching sting. He felt as if he were being treated like a gigolo, complete with a payment. He stared at the stack of money on the bed. The red bills were glaringly conspicuous. This was payment for services and hush money. It was the result of putting a price tag on his actions from last night and on him as a person. Would he accept it? If he took the money, he would act as if nothing had happened, never speak of it, and the system task would be completed. Refuse. And then what? Refuse with righteous indignation, cling to his pathetic self-respect, then slink away in disgrace, waiting for the system's punishment to descend after 24 hours. Lin Yang stopped overthinking. He walked to the bedside. He bent down, reached out. The moment his fingertips touched the crisp new bills, a cool sensation transmitted through them. He still picked up the stack of money. It wasn't heavy, but it made him uneasy. Just as his fingers tightened around the cash, blue text flared up on his retina. Ding. Gift detected, 10,000 yuan in cash. Task first gift completed. Initiating point conversion. Conversion rate 10.01. Obtain soft rice points 100. Soft rice illustration feature unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have received a newcomer's gift pack. Open it now. Lin Yang ignored the system prompts. His gaze was fixed on the bathroom door, which wasn't fully shut. He had taken the money. He had completed the task. But the restless fire in his heart only burned brighter. He focused his sight on the crack in the bathroom door, and the system's information panel automatically appeared. Su Man was standing with her back to the door in front of the huge vanity mirror. Wrapped in the sheet, the curves of her body were fully outlined, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She wasn't washing up. She was just staring at her reflection in the mirror, completely motionless. And in Lin Yang's view, the tag bar in the information box above her head was flickering slightly. Besides tags like business powerhouse, cold, and alluring, divorced, emotionally empty, two dynamic tags were emerging one after another. Regret. Confusion. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. So she wasn't really that cold, that indifferent after all. Her so-called control over everything, her posture of drawing a line with money, it was all a facade. She was also feeling regret and confusion. This discovery was like a lightning bolt cleaving through the chaos in Lin Yang's mind. A crazy, uncontrollable thought surged up within him. Last night he had blacked out from drinking and felt nothing. That was his first time. A man's first time, lost in a daze, and then waking up to be dismissed like a gigolo. Why should this be? Since you've already paid, then in the service you bought. Now the service time isn't over yet. Is it too much to ask for another round? Not at all. The look in Lin Yang's eyes changed. All hesitation, struggle, and humiliation were at that moment completely replaced by a primal urge. He was throwing caution to the wind. There was no turning back anyway. He had already been treated as a commodity. So he might as well be the most value-for money commodity there was. He strode towards the bathroom. Bang! He pushed the door open forcefully. The loud noise startled Su Man, who turned her head. Both her reflection in the mirror and her real face were etched with shock. What do you think you're doing? She snapped, but a barely perceptible tremor hid in her voice. Lin Yang didn't answer. He stepped forward, and before Su Man could react, scooped her up in his arms. Aunt! Su Man let out a short cry, her body suddenly lifted off the ground. The cool air touched her warm skin, making her instinctively wrap her arms around Lin Yang's neck. Let me go. You're insane. She struggled violently, pounding her fists against Lin Yang's broad back. But her strength against Lin Yang's, honed by 4 years of intense gym workouts in college, was nothing more than a tickle. His arms like iron clamps held her firmly against him, giving her no chance to break free. He carried her, then turned and pressed her down onto the cold, smooth marble countertop. Half an hour later, the bathroom was thick with steam, a heavy layer of mist coating the mirror. Lin Yang leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his chest heaving. Sweat dripped down the taut lines of his muscles, his entire being radiating a powerful aura of pheromones. He felt as if he were ascending to heaven from sheer pleasure. So this was the allure of a mature woman. This ultimate experience was something he had never imagined in his 22 years of life. Youth knows not the grace of an elder sister, mistaking maidens for treasures. The ancients were not wrong. Across from him, Su Man lay limp on the countertop, her long black hair disheveled, her stunning face flushed with an intoxicating rosy hue. Her eyes were dazed, her breathing rapid, her chest rising and falling in a breathtaking arc. For the first time since her divorce, no, in 30 years, she felt this way. Completely conquered by an irresistible, young, and domineering force. That intense shock had blanked her mind, made her forget her status, her reason, leaving only the most primal desire and surrender of the body. So this was what it felt like to be truly comfortable. Yet a trace of reproach lingered within her. What if she became pregnant? The passion in the bathroom subsided, leaving only lingering mist and a pounding heart. Lin Yang leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath, sweat trickling down the taut lines of his abs, though he yearned for another taste. But as the surge of impulse faded, reason reclaimed its throne in his mind. He turned to look at Su Man, who lay limp on the marble counter. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze dazed, fixed on the ceiling. Her once immaculate long black hair clung wetly to her face, and snow-white neck tracing breathtaking contours. It was over. What had he just done? After countless efforts, submitting hundreds of resumes, enduring multiple rounds of interviews, the job he had fought so hard for was utterly gone. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke hoarsely, "President Su. I'm sorry." His voice was raspy, trembling in a way he himself hadn't noticed. Su Man didn't respond, didn't even look at him. Her body gave a slight shudder as if she intended to step down from the sink, but her legs gave way, and she nearly stumbled. Lin Yang reacted swiftly, instinctively stepping forward and wrapping an arm around her waist to steady her. What he felt was startling warmth and softness. Su Man's body instantly stiffened, and she instinctively struggled. "Let go." Her voice was weak and powerless, devoid of any threat. Lin Yang didn't release her. Instead, he tightened his arm, slid the other under her knees, and lifted her entirely into his arms. "Aunt." Su Man let out a short gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin Yang's neck for balance. "He'll carry you to bed to rest." Lin Yang's low voice murmured near her ear, steady and devoid of emotion. He carried her out of the bathroom and back to the rumpled large bed. The sheets still held the mingled scents of their bodies. He carefully set her down, pulled the covers over her, leaving only her flushed, exquisite face exposed. The room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yang stood by the bed at a loss, like a criminal awaiting judgment. Finally, Su Man spoke, her gaze unfocused, fixed on the ceiling. "You don't need to come to the company anymore." Those words light as air struck Lin Yang's chest like a heavy hammer. It was over. What was bound to come had arrived. A chill of despair rose from the soles of his feet, engulfing his entire being. He felt his blood freeze. "President Su." He panicked, his voice rising sharply. I was wrong. I just acted on impulse. I'm not human. Please give me another chance. I really can't afford to lose this job." He begged incoherently, laying bare the pathetic humility of a low-level office worker. "After graduation, I sent out hundreds of resumes, interviewed for months, just to get this offer. I still have student loans to repay, and next month's rent is due. Please, President Su, be magnanimous and let me off the hook." His voice grew choked with tears. It wasn't an act, it was his rawest emotion. Being fired meant all his efforts in this metropolis would turn to dust. Finally, Su Man on the bed stirred. She slowly turned her head, her once cold and sharp eyes now tinged with hesitation. She looked at Lin Yang, this young man, nearly a decade her junior. His face still bore a faint flush, but his eyes were filled with terror and pleading, like a big dog that had done wrong awaiting abandonment by its owner. Recalling his irresistible dominance, the overwhelming impact that had blanked her mind and made her utterly surrender. In 30 years, she had never experienced anything like it. A trace of softness, unnoticed, even by herself, quietly brushed through her heart. "Forget it." She averted her gaze, her voice regaining a hint of coolness, but no longer the icy distance that kept others at bay. "Bring me my clothes." Lin Yang froze for a moment, then scrambled to pick up her Victoria's Secret lingerie, an expensive business suit, from the floor, handing them over respectfully. Su Man took the clothes. "Turn around." Then she dressed herself under the covers with a rustling sound. Lin Yang also turned to find his own boxers and t-shirt to put on. Minutes later, the cold and aloof female CO had returned. Yet her slightly disheveled hair and the lingering fatigue between her brows betrayed that she was not truly unscathed. She walked to the door without looking back. Not a word about last night or this morning. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. I swear. Lin Yong immediately raised 3 fingers, vowing decisively, everything that happened today, he'll take it to the grave. Rest assured, President Su. Su Man said nothing more. She pulled open the guest room door, and the sound of her high heels thudding dully on the hallway carpet soon faded into the distance. Bang! The moment the door clicked shut, all the strength seemed to drain from Lin Yang's body, and he collapsed onto the soft carpet. He had survived. The relief of a narrow escape made him gasp for air. The air still held the unique scent of Su Man's high-end perfume mingled with her feminine fragrance. He raised his hand, staring at his fingertips, which seemed to retain the silky sensation of her skin. In his mind, the system's cold blue text reappeared. Mission first gift completed. Newbie gift pack has been delivered to system space. Open now. Lin Yang's heart began to race again. This time not from fear, but from an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Open, he silently commanded. Ding. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Massage Mastery. As the words faded, a vast warm stream of information surged from the depths of his mind, coursing through his entire body. Every muscle, every acupoint, every meridian of the human body. Countless pieces of knowledge about massage, physiotherapy, and relaxation were etched into his memory as if innate. His hands even felt a peculiar tingling numbness, as if they were born to soothe need and relieve all the fatigue and aches of the world. Lin Yong instinctively raised a hand and pinched his own shoulder. The force, angle, and depth of pressure from his fingertips were perfectly calibrated. With just a few presses, he himself felt that the soreness from long hours of desk work and mental tension had indeed eased considerably. His mind involuntarily recalled the sensation of holding Su Man earlier. He clearly remembered how stiff the muscles in her seemingly perfect body were, especially around her shoulders and neck. That was the body of someone under long-term high-pressure, a shell wrapped in fatigue and anxiety. This skill. Lin Yang's eyes gradually lit up. This was no mere life skill. It was another key to conquering the ice fortress of Su Man's heart. Just then the system prompt flashed again. Congratulations, host, on completing your first conquest. You have earned a skill random 3-choice opportunity. Select now? Yes. Lin Yong didn't hesitate. On his retina, 3 cards glowing with blue light materialized slowly like a virtual screen suspended in the air. Option 1, beginner cooking. Option 2, physical enhancement. Option 3, unbeatable luck card, limited to 1 day. Lin Yang's breath caught slightly. Beginner cooking. The age-old truth of winning a woman's heart through her stomach. Physical enhancement. After this morning's frenzy, he knew all too well the importance of stamina. Greater stamina meant greater power of conquest. And the one-time luck card was full of unknowns. It could bring incredible fortune or just trivial fleeting happiness. What to choose? Lin Yang's gaze flickered back and forth among the 3 cards. After a moment, he made his decision. Not for now. The situation was still unclear. Though Su Man had let him off, their relationship remained as fragile as a spider's silk. These 3 options might be crucial cards for his future. They had to be saved for the most critical moment. He then logged into the system's new feature, Soft Rice Encyclopedia. No. 1 Su Man compliance 62. Damn, what's up with this encyclopedia? Haven't I already completed the mission? Why is there still a compliance rating? System explain. A string of small text appeared on his retina. Compliance refers to the degree to which the target obeys the host's requests. If compliance is below 50, any request from the host will be rejected. At 100 compliance, the target will agree to any request. If such a thing were possible, if Su Man's compliance reached 100, she would become a powerful ally for him at the company. Lin Yong let out a long breath, rose from the floor, and surveyed the opulent suite of the 5-star hotel. The disheveled bed, the scattered clothes, the lingering scent of intimacy in the air. Everything felt like an unreal dream. Wait. Lin Yang's brow furrowed suddenly. He began to recall the details of the previous night. A company team-building event. He was just a new recruit in the sales department while Su Man was the lofty director of the business division. There was an insurmountable gap between them. How had he ended up drinking with her? His memories were hazy. He only remembered being dragged by his department head to toast one table of VIPs after another. Then someone handed him a cocktail with a beautiful color. And then, there was the scene this morning. Was all of this truly just a coincidence? An obscure new employee, by some twist of fate, had an encounter with a divorced female director. Was such a coincidence even possible in this world? Lin Yang's gaze gradually sharpened. This whole affair reeked of abnormality from start to finish. What happened last night might not be simple at all. Someone had orchestrated all of this behind the scenes. Who? And for what purpose? Dressed neatly, Lin Yang stood at the entrance of the luxurious suite. Looking back at this meticulously laid trap, he realized someone wanted to use him to get to Su Man. Lin Yang, a fresh-faced rookie just out of school, had become the most insignificant yet most lethal pawn in this game. Lin Yang's hand tightened on the door handle. The cool metallic touch helped him calm down slightly. He had to go to the company. After all, Su Man was the #1 target on his list. He needed to figure things out no matter what. He also wanted to see with his own eyes who was pulling the strings behind this. Anyone who's been through the grind knows. Just get it done. Waiting idly was never his style. At 10 in the morning in the sales office of the personal care division at Enway Group, the air was thick with the burnt aroma of instant coffee and the clatter of keyboards. The moment Lin Yang stepped into the office, all sounds paused for half a second. Xiaolin, you're finally here. Blacked out last night, huh? Old Lou from the next cubicle teased his face, showing signs of hangover fatigue. Exactly, Lin Yang was the MVP last night. He drank all those channel distributors under the table. In our sales department, showing up before 11 on the day after a team-building event isn't even considered late, another colleague from the back added. Xiaolin, you're new and don't know the ropes yet. A little drinking is good for young people. The colleague's chatter was a mix of casual remarks, no one thinking his lateness was a problem. Lin Yang pulled the corner of his mouth into a stiff smile as a response. He returned to his seat, not even settled in, and his mind was already scheming. Su Man hadn't said she would fire him before she left, so he was still an employee, right? Should he draft a pity post on his social feed in advance, see if any classmates could refer him to a job? Just as his thoughts were wandering, the crisp sound of high heels approached, stopping at the entrance of the sales department. The office fell silent instantly. Everyone looked up to see who was coming. It was Su Man's chief secretary, He Xiaoya, dressed in a perfectly tailored black skirt suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her makeup was exquisite, her expression meticulous, exuding the sharp efficiency of an elite professional. Her gaze swept across the office before landing precisely on Lin Yang. Lin Yang. Her voice was soft, yet clearly reached everyone's ears. Lin Yang's heart sank heavily. Here it comes. He stood up, ready to face his punishment. The colleagues around him cast sympathetic glances. When the director's secretary personally comes for a new employee, what good news could it be besides telling him to pack up and leave? He Xiaoya walked over to him, on her high heels, her face expressionless. Director Su's notification. She paused, her red lips parting to utter words that froze the entire office. Starting today, you are transferred to the director's office as assistant to Director Su. Pack your things now and follow me. What? He thought he had misheard. Assistant. Su Man's assistant. How is that possible? Didn't she tell him not to come to the company? The entire sales department was dead silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Yang, as if watching a spectacle, their expressions shifting from curiosity to shock, then to disbelief. After a brief moment of stillness, whispers spread like a plague. Did I hear that right? Lin Yang, as the director's assistant. Isn't he a newbie? Why could he be some hidden royalty? Last night at the team building, I think I saw him toasting Director Su. Could it be that this young guy caught her eye? Envious, suspicious, and doubtful gazes like countless fine needles pricked at Lin Yang's back. He could feel that the colleagues who used to treat him like a little brother had completely changed the way they looked at him now. Lin Yang's Adam's apple bobbed. He looked at the impassive He Xiaoya, then thought of Su Man. He understood instantly. Surveillance. This wasn't a promotion, it was putting him right under her nose, under the closest watch. This woman didn't trust him to keep his mouth shut. She was afraid he would leak what happened last night and this morning. Instead of worrying and guarding against him, it was easier to make him one of her own under absolute control. A brilliant open scheme. Lin Yang's heart instead grew calm. Since you won't let me leave, I'll stay. Let's see what game you're really playing. Without another word, he silently bent down and packed his meager belongings on the desk. A mug with the Genshin Impact logo, a few company-issued pens, and a notebook, into a cardboard box he'd just found from the storage room. Under the complex gazes of all his colleagues, Lin Yang, holding the cardboard box, followed He Xiaoya out of the sales department. From the noisy, cramped cubicles of the sales department to the quiet, luxurious area of the director's office felt like crossing a social class. The carpet underfoot was so soft it barely made a sound, and the air carried a faint, elegant botanical fragrance, a stark contrast to the earthy human bustle of the sales floor. The outer office of the director's office was a separate workspace, not large, but spacious and bright. 4 independent desks, 2 of which were currently empty. He Xiaoya pointed to an empty spot by the window. This will be your spot from now on. She then turned to a young girl who had already stood up. Li Tong, this is the new assistant Lin Yang. Show him the ropes. Li Tong looked to be around 25 or 26 with a ponytail and a slightly chubby face, wearing a cream-colored casual blazer that made her seem a bit naive. She looked at Lin Yang with curiosity and shyness in her eyes, extending her hand proactively. Hello, I'm Li Tong. We'll be colleagues from now on. Lin Yong activated the system, his gaze sweeping over the two women. Name Li Tong, wealth rating silver tier, overall score 7. 8 appearance 8. 0, figure 7. 5, temperament 7. 9 his heart remained undisturbed. The score was too low and the wealth level didn't meet the system's requirements. His gaze shifted to He Xiaoya. Name He Xiaoya, wealth rating silver tier, overall score 8. 1 appearance 8. 2 figure 8. 3, temperament 7. 9 still not enough. Lin Yang's heart was utterly calm. He politely shook Li Tong's hand as a greeting. He Xiaoya instructed, Director Su has an important video conference this morning, so don't disturb her for now. There's another colleague here, Lu Wenwen, also a secretary, but she's on maternity leave and won't be back for a few months. If there's anything you don't understand, ask Li Tong first. With that, she returned to her seat, turned on her computer, and focused intently, as if the announcement that had shaken the entire sales department was just a trivial matter Shed casually mentioned. Li Tong enthusiastically helped Lin Yong get acquainted with the office facilities. Where the printer was the filing cabinet, rules how to use the coffee machine in the break room. Lin Yong listened while taking his things out of the box. He looked up. Directly facing his desk was a heavy double-leaf oak door. No nameplate hung on the door, but everyone knew that behind it was Su Man's office. The woman who held his fate in her hands, and with whom he had shared the most intimate bond. A single door separated two worlds. He sat down, feeling the soft, comfortable executive chair beneath him. The surrounding silence was broken only by the soft clatter of keyboards and the hum of the air conditioner. Li Tong and He Xiaoya had both immersed themselves in work, their expressions focused, paying him no further attention. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Yong crossed his hands behind his head, his gaze fixed heavily on the closed door. He had become Su Man's assistant. From a low-level sales rookie on the verge of being cut, he had leaped to become a close aide to a top executive. How absurd, and yet how real. Su Man, what exactly are you planning? How absurd, and yet how real. Su Man, what exactly are you planning? How absurd, and yet how real. Su Man, what exactly are you planning? How absurd, and yet how real. Su Man, what exactly are you planning? How absurd, and yet how real. Su Man, what exactly are you planning? Lin Yong leaned back in the high-end office chair, his hands clasped behind his head, his gaze never leaving the tightly shut oak door. He waited, anticipating the summons from within. A sudden ringing shattered the office's tranquility, sharp and urgent. It was the internal line. He Xiaoya picked up the receiver almost instantly, her slender fingers pressing the answer button with graceful poise. President Su. Her voice was low, tinged with professional deference. The office fell silent save for the faint hum of electric current from the other end of the line. After a few seconds, He Xiaoya responded, Yes, President Su. She hung up, rose, and her high heels made no sound on the carpet. She approached Lin Yang's desk, looking down at him with an expression as placid as still water. President Su wants you to go in. Lin Yang's heart gave a sudden lurch. He nodded, stood up, and straightened the slightly cheap t-shirt he was wearing. He Xiaoya watched his movements, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. She turned aside and whispered a reminder for his ears only. Once inside, if President Su doesn't ask you to sit, you stand. Don't look around. Keep your eyes on the floor 5 meters in front of you. Answer concisely with no unnecessary words. She paused, then added, President Su dislikes glib talkers. Lin Yong listened impassively. Glib talker. A cold sneer echoed within him. They had seen each other naked, and now she worried about such formalities. He said nothing, merely nodded and strode toward the oak door. He knocked, then stood at the door waiting. The woman inside knew he was there. Within 3 seconds, a cool, slightly weary voice came from within. Come in. Lin Yong pushed the door open and entered. A wave of scent, high-end aromatherapy mixed with a hint of coffee, washed over him. The office's luxury far exceeded his imagination. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the most prosperous CBD of Huahai City, with towering skyscrapers and streams of traffic. Su Man sat behind a wide ebony executive desk. She had changed into a crisp white suit and skirt, her hair meticulously pinned up, revealing a smooth, full forehead and an elegant swan-like neck. Her face bore delicate makeup, masking the fatigue and flush from the morning. The aloof, proud female CEO had returned. She didn't look at Lin Yong, merely flipping through a document. Close the door. Her voice betrayed no emotion. Lin Yong complied, shutting out all outside noise, sealing the office in silence. Following He Xiaoya's instructions, he stood 3 steps from the desk, head bowed, his gaze fixed on the back of the monitor on the desk. Su Man remained silent, the only sound the rustle of paper. Time ticked by. It was a silent pressure. Had he been standing here yesterday, he would have been drenched in cold sweat, his legs weak. But now an unusual calm filled his heart. He even had the leisure to calculate how to maximize the benefits of the 100 kept man points in his account, plus the Yatengchosen skill. After an indeterminate time, Su Man finally spoke. Lin Yong. Yes, he replied, meeting her gaze directly. Their eyes locked. Su Man's gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if dissecting him inside out. Lin Yang's eyes were calm and composed. He saw the hidden bloodshot threads in the depths of her eyes and the weariness that makeup couldn't fully conceal. After a few seconds of confrontation, Su Man looked away first. "Where do you live?" she asked. "South of the city Sherpai village," Lin Yang answered truthfully. It was a typical urban village, a gathering place for countless fresh graduates and low-level workers like him. Su Man's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "Can you drive?" "Yes. My family paid for my driver's license after high school." Lin Yang paused, then added, "But I haven't driven much, I lack practical experience." He wasn't lying. His father cherished their beat-up Volkswagen too much to let him touch it. Su Man seemed non-committal, tapping her fingers lightly on the desk. "What are your salary expectations?" Lin Yang's heartbeat finally quickened. His base pay in sales was 3,000 with commission only after probation, and that depended on personal skill and relationships. It was a sum that could starve any graduate in Huahai City. He was desperately short of money, nearly unable to survive. But he couldn't show it. Lin Yang took a deep breath, steadying his voice as much as possible. "He'll follow the company's arrangements, whatever the standard for a director's assistant is." Su Man stared at him for a few seconds, as if judging the truth in his words. After a moment, she spoke coolly. "Director's assistant probationary salary, 22,000. After 3 months upon confirmation, 25,000 plus performance bonuses and social insurance." 22,000. 25,000. The number detonated like a bomb in Lin Yang's mind. His heart clenched violently, blood rushing to his head, causing a momentary dizziness. His monthly living expenses were only 1,000. He had searched for months for a job with a base pay of just 3,000. Now this woman casually told him he could earn 25,000 a month. A wave of ecstasy nearly overwhelmed his reason, but he forced it down. He noticed the faint, almost imperceptible curve of Su Man's lips. It wasn't approval, but a knowing amusement. She was still testing him. She measured his worth with money and used it to observe his reaction. If he showed any elation, it would confirm he was a man easily bought by money without backbone. A thought flashed wildly through his mind. He had to prove he had value beyond his young, strong body. Lin Yang's gaze fell on Su Man's slightly stiff shoulders and weary brow. He grew bold. "President Su." He spoke, his voice carrying a calmness he hadn't known he possessed. "The salary is up to you. It's just, you seem very tired." Su Man's eyes turned icy. "Know your place. I mean, no offense." Lin Yang met her gaze without flinching. "My mother works at the neighborhood office. She spent time at a health clinic when she was young, and I learned some massage techniques from her. If you don't mind, I could help ease your shoulders and neck." The office air froze instantly. Su Man's eyes brimmed with suspicion. A young man who had been intimate with her just this morning dared to offer a massage in her office. What was he thinking? Was this a blatant hint? Her instinct was to refuse to tell him to get out. But just then the familiar steel-like stiffness in the back of her neck struck again, making her frown involuntarily. Years of high-intensity work had left her with severe shoulder and neck issues. She had visited top-tier therapy centers, but the results were mediocre. A flicker of curiosity stirred deep within her. Su Man was determined to see what this young man was really up to. "Fine." She squeezed the word out between her teeth, yet her body subtly straightened, widening the distance from the grand desk, maintaining an absolutely safe posture. Lin Yang said nothing more. He walked around the spacious desk and stood behind Su Man. The crisp, cold scent of high-end perfume mingled with her unique body fragrance, wafting into his nostrils. His hand gently rested on her shoulder, draped in a white blazer. The instant his fingertips touched the fabric, Su Man's body stiffened visibly like a startled cat. Lin Yang didn't rush. In his mind, the vast knowledge of the massage mastery skill flowed through in an instant. The next second he moved. His thumb precisely found the Gaohuang acupoint on the inner side of her shoulder blade, pressing down slowly with increasing force. Su Man's body shuddered violently, a stifled grunt escaping her nose. A sensation of soreness, numbness, and swelling spread instantly from that point, like an electric current shooting straight to the crown of her head. This was it. This was the very spot that had caused her endless tossing and turning and relentless pain. None of the therapy rooms she had visited had ever pinpointed this location so accurately. A storm raged within Su Man. The wariness and suspicion in her eyes were rapidly dissolving. This was no ordinary massage. Lin Yang's hands didn't stop. His fingers seemed to have eyes tracing along her stiff trapezius muscle from the base of her neck to her shoulders, pressing, kneading, and plucking. His technique was steady and powerful with a clear rhythm. At times it was like spring rain, nourishing things, soothing and relaxing, at others like a heavy hammer striking a drum, reaching the root of the ailment. Su Man's tense body involuntarily began to relax. Her once ramrod straight spine slowly eased back into the chair. Her tightly clenched jaw also gradually loosened. In the office, only her increasingly rapid breathing remained. Lin Yang's fingers moved to the back of her neck, pressing precisely on each acupoint along the Fengqi and Fengfu meridians. When his fingertip pressed on a critical node and applied a spiral force, Su Man could no longer control herself, a short, high-pitched moan escaping her lips. It was an instinctive cry of the body after extreme bliss. An indescribable pleasure shot from her tailbone straight to her mind, sending goosebumps all over her skin. Deep within her body, something seemed to have been completely unlocked. The fatigue and soreness that had accumulated for years finally found an outlet, gushing forth. She went completely limp, collapsing into the chair, breathing heavily with two intoxicating blushes spreading across her snow-white cheeks. You're incredible. Her voice was broken, trembling, carrying a breathless disbelief. I can't take it anymore. She turned her head, her usually icy sharp eyes now shimmering with moisture, as she gazed dazedly at Lin Yang behind her. The suspicion and wariness in that look had greatly diminished. A complex emotion she herself hadn't noticed had been added. Lin Yang's fingers stopped. The office fell into a terrifying silence, broken only by Su Man's rapid, disordered gasps, each one pounding against the still air. Lin Yang could feel the skin beneath his palm was scorching hot. If he wanted to, he could now take advantage of the situation, turning this massage into another form of conquest. But he didn't. Just then a line of cold blue text clearly appeared on his retina. Congratulations, host spouse support guide no. 1 Su Man obedience increased to 73. Lin Yang's heart was struck hard by these numbers. He knew that now was absolutely not the time to press his advantage. That uncontrollable moan just now was the complete surrender of her body, yet it also sounded the alarm for her rationality. This lofty female director was now like a cat that had been thoroughly petted, showing its belly, but still keeping its claws sharp. If he pushed further, her taut nerves would snap completely, leading either to total submission or frenzied backlash. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Hard eating requires knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Lin Yang slowly lifted his hand from her warm, smooth neck. The lingering sensation on his fingertips was so delicate, it made his heart tremble. As he withdrew, Su Man's body trembled almost imperceptibly. The moisture in her eyes quickly faded, and rationality and coolness reclaimed their dominance. But the intoxicating flush lingering on her cheeks was impossible to hide. Lin Yang walked back to the massive ebony desk, stood still, and resumed his subordinate posture. He lowered his head as if he were not the one who had caused her to lose composure. Director Su, your shoulder and neck issues are due to chronic strain. A single massage can only provide temporary relief. To cure it completely, long-term treatment is needed. His voice was steady, betraying no extra emotion. Su Man didn't speak. She propped her forehead with her hand, while the other unconsciously kneaded the back of her neck he had just worked on. There a warm current was still slowly spreading, and an unprecedented sense of ease left her somewhat dazed. Lin Yang looked at her weary profile and continued. Besides massage, I can also cook some nourishing dishes. He paused, raised his head, and met her gaze with a frank look. If you don't mind, Director Su, I could make some for you to try next time. Those words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Su Man's eyes flickered. Massage culinary skills. This fresh graduate was gradually showing her his other values beyond his young, strong body. Could he have learned so much in 4 years of university? A few seconds later, Su Man waved her hand, her voice returning to its usual coolness, though no longer so biting. Get out. Okay. Lin Yang said nothing more. He turned, pulled open the heavy oak door, and walked out. The moment the door was gently closed, the office fell back into absolute silence. Su Man slowly leaned back in her chair. Every bone in her body felt as if it had been disassembled and reassembled, limp and weak. She closed her eyes, but her mind uncontrollably replayed the scene from just moments ago. The warmth of those hands, the precise pressure, the extreme relief that had blanked her mind. And his final words. Cook for her. How long had it been since she had heard such words? When her ex-husband was around, there were only cold nannies and chefs at home. After the divorce, there was nothing but endless work and social engagements. An indescribable emptiness rose from the depths of her heart. Su Man snapped her eyes open. The dazedness and tenderness in her gaze vanished, instantly replaced by the sharpness and calm unique to a businesswoman. She couldn't dwell on it any longer. This whole situation was too abnormal. She reached out, opened the laptop in front of her, and her fingers flew across the keyboard. Soon an employee file from the HR department was retrieved. On the screen was Lin Yang's somewhat youthful ID photo. Name Lin Yang, age 22, education, Huahai University of Finance and Economics, e-commerce major, fresh graduate, family background, Linhai County. Father, office director of a cardboard box factory. Mother, director of a subdistrict office. Hobbies, fitness, playing basketball. A young man from an ordinary small-town family, plain as could be. How did such a simple resume get through several rounds of interviews at the group company? Su Man's fingertip gently slid across the touchpad, her eyes fixed intently on the information on the screen. Yet this was a man with a background as clean as a blank sheet of paper who had been precisely delivered to her bed last night. She recalled the moment she woke up in the hotel this morning. The luxurious hotel room, scattered clothes, and the soreness in her body. And the young man's unyielding dominance and the intense impact that had made her completely lose herself. In her 30 years, she had never experienced anything like it. Nor had she ever been so out of control. She realized immediately that she had been set up. Su-man thought to herself that she rarely attended department dinners, yet of all people, why did it have to be him? That waiter who handed her the cocktail. Now that she thought about it, his face was so unfamiliar. This was a meticulously laid trap. And Lin Yang was the most crucial and most lethal piece in that trap. Who was it? Who had the audacity to use such despicable tactics against her within the Inway group? In Su-man's mind, a strikingly seductive face suddenly surfaced. The director of the cosmetics division, Guakaiki. That woman had always regarded her as a rival. A structural reorganization was imminent within the group, with several core divisions possibly merging or restructuring. Would Guakaiki make a move against her at such a critical juncture? At this pivotal moment, if a scandal involving Su-man and a male subordinate were to break out, the consequences would be catastrophic. Setting up this honey trap with a young, handsome new employee was indeed her style. Su-man's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Her fingers on the desktop whitened slightly from the force of her grip. She had held her position as director for so long that many had forgotten that her rise from a small sales manager to where she was today relied on far more than just ability. It also relied on cunning. She stared at Lin Yang's profile on the screen, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Guakaiki believed that this young man named Lin Yang was a blade aimed at her heart. But perhaps she never considered that a pawn could sometimes turn against its player. A man who had made her completely lose control, even during a massage. A man who, faced with a high salary, remained calm and instead proposed to relieve her fatigue. A man who was audacious, yet knew when to stop. Was he truly just a pawn to be manipulated? A cold, subtle curve slowly formed at the corner of Su-man's mouth. She saved Lin Yang's file separately into a newly created encrypted folder. Perhaps she could use this fresh graduate in a different way. She picked up the internal phone and dialed the number of her chief secretary, He Xiaoya. Xiaoya, buy me a men's suit and bring it to my office. The size. He Xiaoya on the other end sounded somewhat surprised. Su-man's gaze fell once more on Lin Yang's full-body photo on the screen, and her mind automatically recalled the sensation of holding him that morning. Height 185, weight around 75 kilograms, broad shoulders, and a thick back of very slender waist-long legs. She listed these details in a calm tone, as if describing a product, saying things that would make anyone's heart race and cheeks flush. Understood, President Su. Hanging up the phone, Su-man leaned back in her chair and rubbed her temples. She too wanted to find out who exactly had sent this kid. Many people had their eyes on her director position. In the days that followed, a subtle equilibrium pervaded the office air. Lin Yang became the most unique presence in the director's office. Li Tong remained enthusiastic, printing out a standard operating procedure for assistant work and explaining each task's process and details to Lin Yang thoroughly. From how to compile meeting minutes to how to book hotels and flights that met President Su's standards to the complex internal OA approval system of the group. Her curiosity about Lin Yang was almost undisguised, yet she maintained the decorum of a professional woman. Lin Yang, this document needs 3 copies sent to the legal department, finance department, and for archiving. The background information for this project is here. President Su needs to review it before this afternoon's meeting. Familiarize yourself with it first. Lin Yang nodded, took the documents, and executed each instruction silently and efficiently. His learning ability was remarkable. He could accurately replicate a process after Li Tong had explained it only once. Chief Secretary He Xiaoya, however, was an invisible barrier. She remained the epitome of meticulous professionalism, maintaining a perfect distance in her words and actions. She would assign work to Lin Yang, but never utter an unnecessary word. Her gaze towards him was always veiled with a cold, businesslike detachment. Lin Yang was well aware that his place here was not due to his abilities. He was a piece forcibly inserted into the chessboard. Li Tong's curiosity, He Xiaoya's scrutiny, and the jealous, contemptuous glances from other colleagues in the entire personal care division were all gazes from outside the board. The true player was only the one behind that door. In these past few days, Su-man had not asked for another massage, nor had she summoned him alone to her office. She seemed to have completely forgotten the loss of control that night and the surrender she experienced under his hands that morning. She was merely the aloof director, and he was just the new assistant. A thick oak door separated them. That afternoon, near the end of the workday, the only sound in the office was the clatter of keyboards. Lin Yang was organizing some distributor information when the door to Su-man's office suddenly opened. The sound of high heels on the carpet was nearly inaudible, yet the 2 other women in the office almost instantly stopped their work and looked up towards the door. Su Man wore a sharply tailored smoke gray suit, her expression carrying a hint of fatigue from running around. Her gaze bypassed He Xiaoya and Li Tong, landing directly on Lin Yang. "Shaolin, come with me." Her voice was low but carried an unyielding command. Lin Yang stood up and followed her out of the office, leaving He Xiaoya and Li Tong exchanging a complex look. Walking one after another into the company building's underground parking garage, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, the air thick with the smell of floor paint and gasoline. Su Man stopped in front of a black Volvo S90. This massive machine, exuding a cold metallic sheen, sat quietly in its parking spot, its paint reflecting deep light under the illumination, silently proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Su Man took a car key from her handbag and tossed it directly to Lin Yang. He caught it instinctively. The key was heavy in his hand, the circular Volvo logo in the center pressing into his palm with a cool metallic feel. "Starting today, you're responsible for driving me to and from work." Su Man's tone was flat, as if assigning a trivial task. "Take the car back. Be at my apartment complex to pick me up tomorrow at 8 in the morning." Lin Yang's heart slammed hard against his ribs. Drive this car back to that chaotic urban village where there wasn't even a decent road. His mind instantly conjured up the narrow, cramped alleys, the perpetually wet, dirty water on the ground, and the stares from all sorts of people around. If this luxury car worth several $100,000 appeared there, it would be scratched beyond recognition within a single night. This wasn't a reward, it was still a test. A young man intoxicated by money and vanity would eagerly drive a luxury car back to his world to show off. But he couldn't. The essence of living off a woman with dignity was to stay clear-headed. Clutching the cool car key, Lin Yang looked up and met Su Man's scrutinizing gaze. "President Su." He spoke, his voice steady. "It's not safe to park the car where I live." He offered no further explanation, merely stating the simplest of facts. Su Man had anticipated Lin Yang's possible reactions, perhaps ecstasy, excitement, or feigned composure, but she never expected such a direct refusal. This answer caught her off guard, yet it made perfect sense. "What do you propose then?" Her tone softened unconsciously. "Tomorrow morning, I'll take the subway to your place, then drive you to the office." Lin Yang outlined his plan. "After work, I'll drive you home and take the subway back." Su Man fell silent. She studied the young man before her. He wore the most ordinary white shirt, its cuffs slightly yellowed but neatly pressed. Yet his gaze was calm, devoid of greed or pretense. "Fine. I'll send you the address." Without another word, she turned and strode toward the elevator lobby. Lin Yang watched her retreating figure, slowly releasing his grip on the car keys. A thin sheen of sweat had formed on his palm. His phone vibrated, displaying a new message, an address, and a residential complex location. Tianheng Garden. The name was not unfamiliar to Lin Yang. It was one of Huahai City's most luxurious developments, perched in the coveted Riverside district. Rumor had it that even the cheapest unit there started at an 8-figure price. The next morning before dawn broke, Lin Yang squeezed onto the first subway train heading to the city center. The carriage was filled with the mingling scents of steamed buns and soy milk. The surging crowd enveloped him, every face etched with the fatigue of sleep deprivation and the numbness of another workday. An hour later, he emerged from the subway station. Unlike the clamor of the urban village and the crush of the train, everything here was quiet and aloof. Broad streets pristine and spotless. Tall, stately plane trees lined the road, their leaves cutting the morning light into dappled fragments. The main gate of Tianheng Garden resembled less a residential entrance and more the gateway to a small fortress. Guards in crisp uniforms cast sharp glances at every approaching stranger. Lin Yang stated Su Man's apartment number and his own name. After verifying the visitor information, the guard pressed the release button. The moment he stepped inside the complex, he truly understood what social class meant. There were no towering, densely packed buildings here. Instead, rows of well-spaced slab-style apartments stood at luxurious intervals. Expansive lawns and meticulously trimmed gardens made the place feel more like a private park. The air carried the fresh scent of grass and earth. Following the address, he found Su Man's building, Building 11. He swiped the access card Su Man had given him in advance and entered the lobby where 2 elevators awaited. The elevators required a card to reach specific floors. As the elevator rose smoothly, a soft ding announced its arrival at the 12th floor. When the doors opened, Lin Yang's breath caught for a moment. Beyond the elevator was not a corridor, but a private foyer. Directly before him stood the dark brown entrance door. He stepped inside and, following Su Man's instructions, took a pair of new slippers from the shoe cabinet. Then he saw the scene before him. Vastness. Floor-to-ceiling windows unabashedly embraced the entire river view of Huahai City. Morning light poured in, gilding everything inside with a golden edge. The living room was larger than his entire college dormitory. Simple yet expensive furnishings were scattered throughout the space, each piece resembling a work of art. He stood awkwardly in the foyer, unsure where to place his feet. He needed to use the restroom. Following the hallway, he pushed open the nearest door by instinct. Then he froze completely. The space before him was larger than the single room he currently rented. A wet-dry separation design, a massive circular bathtub, a double vanity sink. The walls and floor were paved with marble bearing natural veining. This was merely a bathroom. Lin Yang looked down at the mirror-like floor beneath his feet, and unbidden the image of his own cramped, dim, damp rental, less than 10 square meters with peeling paint, flashed through his mind. Lin Yang forced himself to look away from the gleaming marble floor. The constant warm air in the bathroom made him feel dizzy. He turned on the faucet. Warm water streamed over his palms, and the elegant woody scent of the premium hand soap filled his nostrils. That fragrance was very similar to Su Man's. The mirror reflected a face that seemed out of place, handsome but with an unmistakable trace of nervousness and fatigue. The vast chasm between social classes pressed down on him from all sides like an invisible force, making it hard to breathe. He turned off the faucet, and the sound of water ceased abruptly. The entire space fell into an eerie silence. He had to stay calm. The system had brought him into this arena not to lament the gap between rich and poor. Lin Yang straightened his slightly yellowed white shirt, stepped out of the bathroom, and returned to the empty private foyer. He kept his head down, staring at the brand new guest slippers on his feet, struggling to avoid looking like a beggar who had wandered into a palace. Click. A soft sound. The master bedroom door opened. Lin Yang's body tensed instantly. Su Man emerged from within. She wore a silky cream-white blouse, paired with sharply tailored black, high-waisted trousers. The buttons of her blouse were fastened meticulously to the topmost one, accentuating her long neck and delicate collarbone with exquisite precision. Without glancing at Lin Yang, she walked straight to the wall of shoe cabinets in the foyer. It was a wall composed of countless transparent acrylic compartments. In each compartment lay a pair of high heels that would make any woman gasp, dense and orderly like an arsenal. Su Man casually pulled open a compartment and took out a pair of black stilettos. She bent down to change her shoes. This simple movement caused the black trousers to stretch taut, outlining a breathtaking curve of her hips, exuding the ultimate allure of a mature woman. Lin Yang's Adam's apple bobbed, and he quickly averted his gaze. "Let's go." Su Man straightened up, her height instantly increasing, and she uttered 2 words. The two walked one after the other into the elevator. In the confined space, her fragrance mingled with the earlier woody scent, grew more intense, constantly invading Lin Yang's senses. The elevator descended smoothly to the underground garage. Ding. The doors opened. The black Volvo S90 sat quietly in its designated parking spot. Su Man settled into the back seat and closed the door, separating herself from him. Lin Yang slid into the driver's seat and shut the door. His hands gripped the steering wheel, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he started the car. Lin Yang drove slowly and steadily, because he was truly a novice. The car glided smoothly out of the garage and merged into the morning traffic. The cabin was so quiet that only the faint hum of tires on the road could be heard. "Have you had breakfast?" Su Man's voice suddenly came from the back seat, breaking the silence. The question was abrupt, casual, as if asked on a whim. "I had soy milk and steamed buns on the way," Lin Yang replied truthfully. The back seat fell silent for a moment. Lin Yang could imagine Su Man's slightly furrowed brow upon hearing that answer. "From now on, eat at my place." Her voice sounded again flat, but brooking no argument. "The housekeeper prepares breakfast," she added as if in explanation. "Okay," Lin Yang answered succinctly. He offered no thanks nor showed any sign of flattery. The car arrived at the underground garage of Enway Group's building, and the two entered the company one after the other. The day's bustle commenced. Lin Yang resumed his duties as an assistant. Li Tong as always assigned him trivial, yet significant tasks with just the right measure of enthusiasm. He Xiaoya maintained her professional facade, though the disdain in her eyes never waned. The entire office simmered with undercurrents beneath an eerie calm. As afternoon waned toward the end of the workday, Lin Yang drove the Volvo S90, carrying Su Man homeward. The evening of Huahai City was ablaze with lights, a river of radiance. Soothing classical music played in the car. Su Man leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed, seemingly exhausted. The vehicle was about to enter the Tianheng Garden residential complex. "Didn't you mention you'd cook some nourishing dishes, hey?" Su Man's voice drifted softly. Lin Yang's knuckles tightened abruptly on the steering wheel. "Our housekeeper is off today." Her voice betrayed no trace of emotion. The excuse was flimsy yet impossible to refuse. The air inside the car grew thick in an instant. His instinct screamed refusal. This was too fast. From assistant to driver, then to chef, all in less than a month. This woman was methodically tightening her grip, aiming to transform him into a mere tool. The essence of eating the soft rice with dignity was never about taking, but proving one's worth. To make her invest willingly, to make her feel it was worthwhile, even beyond value. He paused for a few seconds. Through the rearview mirror, he met Su Man's eyes, which had opened at some point. "Would you like to give it a try?" she asked. Lin Yong gently pressed the brake, bringing the car to a smooth halt at the gate. He turned, meeting her gaze, a calm curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "Sure." Su Man said nothing. She simply gazed at the reflection of the young man in the mirror. His profile, illuminated by the dazzling lights outside, appeared exceptionally distinct. His eyes serene, the smile at the corner of his lips perfectly balanced, neither fawning nor aloof. The automatic sensor gate recognized the license plate and slowly lifted. Lin Yong restarted the car, and the Volvo S90 glided smoothly into the Tianheng Garden underground garage, parking in its designated spot. The two entered the elevator one after the other. "What are you planning to cook?" Su Man's voice suddenly broke the silence inside the lift. Her gaze rested on the changing floor numbers, a casual inquiry. Lin Yang's eyes met Su Man's blurry reflection in the elevator wall. "I don't know." His voice was steady, devoid of any ripple. "It depends on what's in your fridge." With those words, he deftly tossed the ball back into her court. This showed both adaptability and hinted that he hadn't planned this meticulously. The moment he spoke, Lin Yang's consciousness plunged into the depths of his mind. System. On his retina, the familiar blue interface instantly ignited. After completing the novice mission, the three pending cards reappeared before him. They floated silently in Lin Yang's field of vision, emitting a faint blue glow. Random selection of 3 skills, select now. The system's cold prompt tone sounded like heavenly music at that moment. "Yes." Lin Yong roared decisively in his mind. His gaze swept rapidly across the 3 cards. Option 1, Beginner Culinary Arts. Option 2, Physical Enhancement. Option 3, Lucky Charm, limited to 1 day. His eyes fixed on the first card. Beginner Culinary Arts. To capture a woman's heart, first capture her stomach. This old adage never fades with time. The essence of eating the soft rice with dignity lies not in relentless hardness, but in the perfect measure of softness. It's about making her unknowingly dependent while she indulges. "I choose Beginner Culinary Arts." Lin Yong made his decision. The moment he chose, the blue card inscribed with Beginner Culinary Arts transformed into a dazzling stream of light, plunging violently into his mind without warning. Boom. An indescribable torrent of immense information exploded deep within his consciousness. The 8 major cuisines of China, the exquisite complexity of French gastronomy, the zen simplicity of Japanese cuisine. From the fundamentals of knife skills and heat control to the heights of molecular gastronomy and sous vide cooking. The principles of ingredient pairing, the art of balancing spices, the science of nutritional equilibrium. Countless pieces of knowledge, techniques, and experiences like a compressed database, decompressed in an instant, forcibly connected and fused with his neural pathways. A sharp pain shot through his brain, followed by an unprecedented clarity. Ding. The elevator doors slid open silently on the 12th floor, interrupting Lin Yang's immersion. The private foyer was as spacious and luxurious as ever. Su Man walked straight in without looking back, her high heels clicking crisply on the polished marble floor. She led Lin Yong through the vast living room, past a set of minimalist Italian leather sofas, and stopped before an open kitchen island. "This is the kitchen. Use whatever you need." With that, she turned and left without further explanation or a moment's pause. She headed toward the master bedroom, leaving the entire space and the invisible pressure to Lin Yong. He stood at the kitchen entrance, utterly stunned. The sight before him nearly shattered the confidence he had built in his mind just moments ago. This kitchen was even more extravagant than he had imagined. An island counter, a Western cooking area, and a Chinese cooking zone, all fully equipped. The built-in ovens, steamers, and microwaves on the walls were all German Gaggenau, exuding a cold industrial aesthetic. The massive double-door refrigerator was at least a domestic brand hire, decent enough to afford. Lin Yong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The vast torrent of knowledge that had just flooded his mind now began to take real effect. He stepped into the kitchen, his slippers making no sound on the cool floor. His fingers unconsciously brushed against the cold, smooth stone surface of the island counter. A strange sense of familiarity welled up. It felt as though he had practiced here thousands of times, yet simultaneously he was a novice. His mind knew, but his hands did not. His gaze swept over the full set of German zwilling knives hanging on the wall, and his mind automatically conjured the optimal use for each blade. Chef's knife, Santoka boning knife, paring knife. Lin Yong walked to the massive refrigerator, reached out, and pulled open the heavy door. Whoosh! A cold white light instantly illuminated, and a gentle chill rushed out. The refrigerator was devoid of any odor. All ingredients were categorized, neatly stacked on shelves in transparent containers or vacuum-sealed bags. This was a miniature boutique grocery store. On the left in the refrigeration section were neatly arranged organic vegetables. Baby bok choy still bearing dewdrops, brightly colored bell peppers, white asparagus with soil clinging to their roots, and a small box of fresh black truffles carefully wrapped in wood shavings. On the right shelf sat French équerre butter, various imported cheeses, and several bottles with foreign labels, stocks for sauces. In the drawers below were top-tier meats from around the world. Japanese A5 Wagyu, its marbling resembling marble. Spanish Iberico black pork with a delicate pink hue. And a cleaned wild sea base, its scales shimmering silver under the light. These ingredients Lin Yang had only ever seen in food bloggers' videos. Half an hour ago, faced with this bounty, he would have been helpless, unsure even how to begin. But now his mind could instantly retrieve data on countless recipes. Su Man, female director of Enway Group, under long-term, high-pressure mental strain, irregular diet, likely suffering from gastrointestinal issues, and mild neurasthenia. Oily, spicy, and heavy flavors were out of the question. The dishes needed to be refined, but not overly complicated. More importantly, they had to nourish and restore, offering her a tangible sense of relief after tasting. This meal was more than just about filling her stomach. Lin Yang's gaze ultimately settled on a few specific ingredients. A light and appetizing matsutake chicken broth to warm her stomach and soothe her weary nerves. A sea base with white asparagus, tender and nutritious, would showcase his mastery of modern culinary techniques. For the main course, he would use that A5 Wagyu to prepare Japanese thin-sliced Wagyu rolls, rich in marbling and melting in the mouth, offering an instant sense of immense satisfaction. Finally, he would pair it with a warm salad made from various organic vegetables, drizzled with a special vinaigrette he had found in his mind. 4 dishes, 1 soup, 1 main course, and 2 side dishes. Nutritionally balanced, with flavors progressing from light to rich layer by layer. It would not only display his extraordinary culinary skill, but also considerately cater to her physical needs. This was the art of eating the soft rice with style. Over an hour later, the clatter from the kitchen finally ceased. Instead of using the massive rosewood round table that could seat 10 for a formal dinner, Lin Yang steadily placed the last dish on the counter of the open kitchen. This was a subtle intention of his. That round table was too distant, the gap too deep, or it would make him seem like a chef waiting for his master's reward. But the counter was just right. The distance of sitting side by side was enough to blur that barrier called status, allowing a hint of ambiguity to linger in the air. The savory aroma of the matsutake chicken broth, the rich scent of the Japanese thin-sliced Wagyu rolls, and the sweet fragrance of the sea base intertwined into an invisible net enveloping the space. Click. The master bedroom door swung open. Lin Yang's gaze instinctively shifted. Su Man stepped out. She had changed out of her restrictive business attire and was now wearing a loose silk robe. The smooth fabric clung to her bodice curves, outlining an alluring silhouette with each step she took. Her long hair hung damply over her shoulders, the tips still dripping water. The lingering mist softened her usual sharpness, imbuing her with a languid and tender aura. When her gaze fell upon the 4 exquisitely crafted dishes on the counter, as delicate as works of art, she paused in her steps. For the first time, a clear flicker of surprise appeared in her usually impassive eyes. It wasn't feigned, it was genuine astonishment. She didn't immediately head for the counter. Instead, barefoot, she walked across the cool marble floor straight towards the wine cabinet in the corner of the living room. Her slender, fair fingers brushed over rows of expensive wines before finally selecting a bottle of elegant French vintage. Her movements were practiced and graceful. The corkscrew was like an intricate toy in her hands. With a soft pop, the rich aroma of wine instantly diffused. She took 2 crystal-clear goblets, their surfaces refracting the light. Then she slowly walked to the counter, pulled out a bar stool, and sat down. The hem of her robe slipped aside with her movement, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, delicate calf. Under the warm light, it glowed with a milky, gentle sheen. Try it. Lin Yang pushed a bowl of crystal-clear matsutake chicken soup towards her. Su Man said nothing, picked up the spoon, and took a sip. The scalding broth slid down her esophagus into her stomach, and a warm current instantly spread through her limbs and bones. The unique aroma of matsutake mushrooms and the rich essence of the old hen were perfectly fused. It was delicious, yet not greasy, as if it could soothe every exhausted nerve ending. Her body visibly relaxed. Her usually tense shoulders unconsciously slumped. She looked up at Lin Yang. Her gaze held disbelief. She put down the spoon, picked up her chopsticks, and took a piece of the Wagyu roll, thin as a cicada's wing. The A5 Wagyu was grilled to perfection. The outer layer was lightly charred and fragrant, while the inside remained a tempting pink, the rich marbling glistening under the light. As it entered her mouth, that piece of meat seemed to come alive, instantly melting on her tongue. An explosion of the ultimate fatty aroma burst forth, instantly claiming her entire mouth. Su Man's eyes flew wide open. It was a pure instinctive reaction to being struck by exquisite flavor. Her chewing paused for a moment, and then a captivating blush crept onto her face. It wasn't shyness. It was her boldest, most honest surrender to the pinnacle of culinary delight. For the rest of the time, only the soft clink of utensils against plates was heard by the counter. Su Man didn't eat quickly, but she barely paused. She forgot her table manners, forgot her so-called queenly aura, forgot every rule she had set for herself. At that moment, she was merely a woman completely conquered by the food. A piece of sea bass, a serving of warm salad, a bowl of soup, an entire plate of wagyu rolls. Every dish was cleaned up completely. Finally, she leaned back against the bar stool and let out a long, satisfied sigh. That perpetually frozen, beautiful face finally bore the mark of worldly warmth. She picked up her wine glass, gently swirling the deep red liquid inside, looking at Lin Yang with a dreamy gaze. Just how many things are there about you that I don't know? Her voice carried a hint of post-drink languor, soft, yet subtly alluring. Lin Yang poured himself a glass as well and gently clinked it with hers from across the counter. If you want to know President Su, he'll tell you slowly. He didn't evade or boast, just stated it calmly. The 2 bottles of wine were soon finished. Alcohol was the best catalyst. Su Man's cheeks were flushed with an alluring redness, her eyes shimmering and no longer so cold. She just rested her chin on her hand, quietly watching Lin Yang, watching this young man who had barged into her life. She looked at his delicate brows, his straight nose, his bobbing Adam's apple as he spoke. The atmosphere in the space grew thick and ambiguous. Just as Lin Yang thought something would naturally happen tonight, Su Man suddenly put down her glass. The bass hit the marble counter with a crisp sound, shattering the romantic mood. The haziness in her eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a seriousness and clarity that made one's heart tighten. That night, she began, her voice not loud, but like a stone thrown into a calm lake. What exactly happened? The knuckles on Lin Yang's hand holding the glass tightened sharply. Here it comes. What was bound to come had finally arrived. A perfectly timed look of embarrassment and unease flickered across his face, and his gaze instinctively avoided her direct stare. I am not too sure either. His voice was a bit hoarse. I was too drunk that day, I blacked out. I only vaguely remember Xiaoya saying Shed called a designated driver to take me home. He was telling a partial truth, which made his expression and tone seem incredibly sincere. He looked up, meeting Su Man's probing eyes that seemed to see through his soul, his own gaze full of innocence. I swear to the heavens. As for what happened after that, truly, I don't remember a thing. The probing light in Su Man's eyes didn't fade with Lin Yang's oath. She just looked at him quietly, like an experienced hunter examining prey that had fallen into a trap, judging whether its struggling posture was instinct or premeditated. After a long while, she suddenly smiled. It was a faint smile tinged with a hint of self-mockery and weariness. About that night we both drank too much. It's normal not to remember clearly. She picked up her glass and drained the last drop of deep red liquid, her throat moving gracefully. But she set the goblet down heavily on the marble counter with a sharp clang, making Lin Yang's heart clench. The next morning in the bathroom, her gaze turned sharp again. What you did to me then was going too far. You were sober then. Lin Yang's breath caught for a moment. So it wasn't the hazy beginning she was upset about, but his forcefulness while he was conscious. He didn't argue further. A look of post-impulse regret appeared on his face. He lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, his voice turning dry. I'm sorry, President Su. I was too impulsive. This apology was spoken with utter sincerity. Because at that moment Lin Yang was indeed driven by primal impulse. It was his true first time. Su Man remained silent, merely gazing at his lowered head and the tense line of his jaw. The air grew viscous with this confession. The lingering charm of dinner and the slight intoxication of alcohol seemed to dissipate in the face of this sudden confrontation. Lin Yang felt a sense of oppression. He noticed Su Man unconsciously massaging her temples, her brow etched with an unshakable weariness. A thought flashed through his mind. President Su, he spoke, breaking the silence. You look exhausted. He rose and walked behind her, his gaze falling upon her delicate shoulders stiff from fatigue. How about I give you a massage? Su Man's body instantly tensed. She instinctively wanted to refuse. She wore a silk robe, and beneath its smooth fabric there was nothing else. She knew all too well what a man's hand on her shoulder implied. Yet, against all reason, the refusal lingered on her lips, but refused to escape. Perhaps it was the red wine tonight, or the dinner that soothed her from body to soul, or the young man's aura, a blend of naivety and dominance. She didn't understand her own state, but in a daze she acquiesced. She gave no answer, yet she did not flinch away. Lin Yang took this as silent consent. Let's go to the sofa. I feel I'll be more comfortable to sit. His voice was soft, carrying a compelling force. As if under a spell, Su Man stood up barefoot on the cold floor and walked to the enormous Italian leather sofa in the living room, settling down. The sofa was plush, enveloping her entirely. Lin Yang did not sit. Instead, he knelt on one knee on the carpet behind the sofa, a posture that allowed him to meet her back at eye level. His hands, carrying a trace of warmth, gently rested on her shoulders. Even through the thin silk, the astonishing elasticity and delicate texture quickened his heartbeat. Su Man's body stiffened. Yet his hands did not wander, With a professional and steady pressure, he precisely located the tensest muscles in her neck and shoulders, slowly kneading them. His technique was unique, neither too light nor too heavy. Every ounce of force accurately targeted those aching points. A strange numbness accompanied by a warm current rapidly spread from her neck and shoulders. Su-man's taut body gradually relaxed. She couldn't help but let out an extremely faint, almost inaudible sigh. "You seem always full of surprises." Her voice carried a lazy nasal tone, and her head drooped weakly. "You're under too much pressure, President Su," Lin Yang said in a steady voice, while continuing his massage. "The muscles here are nearly as hard as stone. Is there no one to share the burden?" His question, like a feather, gently brushed against the softest part of her heart. Share. That word seemed too luxurious for her. At this position, besides yourself, who else can you count on? Her words exuded a bone-deep loneliness. "Of course your partner," Lin Yang said nonchalantly. He already knew the answer from the system panel, but he needed her to say it herself. Su-man's body stiffened again. She didn't turn around, and Lin Yang couldn't see her expression, but he felt the atmosphere around her instantly turn cold. "I don't have a partner. I'm divorced." "Sorry I spoke out of turn." Lin Yang's hands didn't stop, but his tone carried a hint of fluster. She uttered a single syllable from her nose, acknowledging it. Lin Yang seized the opportunity to press further while the iron was hot. "President Su, why did you get divorced?" The question was somewhat intrusive, yet aided by the alcohol and the ambiguous, relaxed atmosphere, it didn't seem so abrupt. Su-man was silent for a long time, so long that Lin Yang thought she wouldn't answer. He was a man with strong pride. Her voice came faintly laced with nostalgic melancholy. "We were college classmates, married right after graduation, and started a business together." Her thoughts seemed to drift back many years. At first, everything was great. The company was small, but every day was full of hope. Later, due to a policy shift, all our efforts vanished overnight. The company collapsed, and he was saddled with debts he couldn't repay. Lin Yang's hands unconsciously stopped as he listened quietly. "He said he couldn't drag me down, so we divorced. He left me the only small house that wasn't mortgaged not far from my current company, and then disappeared. I had to go out and work on my own, starting from the lowest sales position, drinking and entertaining clients day and night, just to climb to this director position. Later, I went looking for him." Su-man's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. "I wanted to help him pay off the debt. I wanted him to come back. But he refused." She paused, then uttered the words that changed the course of her life, one by one. "He said he didn't want to live off a woman. He said he wanted to stand up on his own." Boom. That last sentence exploded like a thunderbolt in Lin Yang's mind. Didn't want to live off a woman. Those words struck his heart like an invisible heavy punch. Wasn't that exactly about him? That man's so-called backbone and dignity were now mercilessly whipping the path Lin Yang had chosen. His face instantly turned pale. Su-man seemed to sense the anomaly behind her. She slowly turned around, her limpid eyes fixed directly on him. "What's wrong?" Lin Yang forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. He couldn't back down. If he showed even a hint of wavering or shame here, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He met Su-man's gaze, his lips curving into a complex arc, one that held sympathy, confusion, and a touch of dissent. "Nothing." He shook his head, his voice regaining its steadiness. "I just think your ex-husband is a bit ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" Su-man's brows furrowed. For the sake of that pitiful so-called male pride, he gave up a woman willing to share his hardships. Lin Yang looked at her, his eyes radiating unprecedented maturity and certainty. "That's not backbone, but stupidity. He only considered his own feelings, leaving you alone in the abyss. A truly strong man isn't one who never bows his head, but one who knows when to bow and knows how to leverage every available force around him, then lead his woman to stand on higher ground together." His words, like a key, instantly unlocked the long-sealed door to Su-man's heart. Over the years, she had heard countless consolations, but no one like Lin Yang had ever cut to the core and analyzed the essence of that relationship from her perspective. She had always thought she wasn't good enough, causing that man to flee. Now she realized his strength had been too fragile. This young man before her was utterly different from every man she had ever encountered. He was candid, direct, seemingly indifferent to worldly prejudices, yet possessed his own unique logic of conduct. Though young, he was mature, steady, and carried an irresistible aggressiveness. Emboldened by the alcohol and this unprecedented understanding and solace, Su-man felt a warmth in her eyes. She gazed at Lin Yang's delicate features, at the depth in his eyes that belied his age, and was completely lost. Lin Yang said nothing more. He simply reached out, using his fingertip to gently wipe away the tear that slid from the corner of her eye. Then he leaned down. Their breaths mingled. Su-man did not evade. She closed her eyes and tilted her head up slightly. Warm lips pressed down. On the morning of the second day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled streaks of light across the opulent master bedroom. Lin Yang's eyelids fluttered, and his consciousness slowly rose from the depths of thick chaos. The sensation was one of ultimate smoothness. The expensive high-thread count cotton sheets clung to his skin, impossibly delicate. He opened his eyes slowly. What met his gaze was Su Man's sleeping profile. That face, usually perpetually veiled in frost, was now relaxed and peaceful, her long lashes casting a quiet shadow beneath her eyelids. Free from the constraints of her business suit and the guise of her queenly aura, she exuded an air of softness and vulnerability. Her arm was still draped across his chest, her warm breath gently caressing his skin. Just then a cold blue light screen materialized without warning before his retina. Congratulations, host spouse collection number no. 1. Su Man obedience increased to 86. That deep blue number 86 was like ice brutally freezing into his heart. He glanced at his phone. Fortunately, it was the weekend, or he would have been late for work. Good, her obedience had increased by over 10. Lin Yang's heart was filled to bursting with a feeling called satisfaction. The madness of the previous night flooded back into his mind like a tide. On the living room sofa, her awkward, yet wild initiative. On the kitchen island, her tears and pleas when pushed to the limit. In the master bathroom, the intertwined reflections in the mirror were bodies drenched in steam and sweat. Finally, this 2-meter-wide bed became the ultimate battlefield. A sigh of admiration rose in Lin Yang's heart. This woman was fierce. Especially a woman like this, suppressed for years, her heart wounded by her ex-husband's backbone and stretched to the limit in her career. Once she erupted, the energy was enough to melt steel. He prided himself on a body as tough as iron, honed by 4 years of gym workouts in college, his strength far surpassing ordinary men. Yet even he now felt sore all over. Then a thought flashed through his mind, instantly cooling his rising satisfaction. Last night, there had been no protection. What if she got pregnant? A loud gurgle from his stomach broke the bedroom's tranquility at an inopportune moment. Lin Yang's stomach protested the excessive energy expenditure. Su Man beside him was also startled by the noise. Her long lashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, usually sharp and icy, now held a hint of just awakened drowsiness, glistening with moisture, making Lin Yang's heart skip a beat. "You're tired, get some more sleep," Lin Yang said in a low voice, his tone as natural as if they had lived together for years. "I'm hungry, I'll make breakfast." Su Man said nothing, just looked at him with a complex expression. Finally, she nodded slightly in tacit agreement. Lin Yang carefully moved her arm off him, threw off the covers, and got out of bed barefoot. He picked up the casually discarded trousers from the floor, put them on, and walked out of the master bedroom, his torso bare. Morning sunlight filled the spacious living room, and the air still held the lingering scent of last night's passion. Lin Yang entered the kitchen, which rivaled a professional chef's domain, and pulled open the massive refrigerator door, looking for ingredients to quickly replenish his energy. Just as he bent over, he heard a soft door opening behind him. Assuming Su Man was up, he spoke without turning his head. "What would you like to eat?" The response was dead silence, and a chilling, murderous intent. Lin Yang straightened up abruptly and turned around. A middle-aged woman around 50 stood at the kitchen entrance, holding a dripping vegetable basket in one hand and, shockingly, a gleaming cleaver in the other. The blade was pointed at him. "Who are you?" The woman's voice was sharp, laced with fear and anger. "How did you get into my house?" Lin Yang's scalp tingled instantly. He immediately raised his hands. "Auntie, don't misunderstand. I'm a colleague of President Su." "A colleague? A colleague walks around President Su's house, shirtless." The woman clearly didn't believe him, tightening her grip on the cleaver, ready to fight for her life. Just as the tension reached its peak, the door to the master bedroom opened. Su Man, wearing a silk robe torn at the seam, leaned languidly against the hallway wall, watching the comical scene in the kitchen, the corners of her mouth involuntarily turning up. Finally, unable to contain herself, she burst out laughing. The laughter was crisp, tinged with a hint of mischief, bringing the first trace of vibrant life to this cold, luxurious home. Lin Yang looked helpless. "President Su, you can still laugh. Come over and explain." Su Man then walked over gracefully, the hem of her robe swaying, revealing her smooth, slender calves. "Sister Chen, don't be nervous." Her voice regained a hint of her director's authority, but with an imperceptible softness. "This is my colleague Xiao Lin. It's fine, you can go about your business." The woman called Sister Chen was taken aback, her suspicious gaze darting between Su Man and Lin Yang. When she noticed the few glaring red marks on Su Man's neck, understanding dawned instantly. Oh, so it's President Su's colleague." She quickly put the cleaver back on the rack, forcing an awkward smile, and while tidying her things, stole glances at Lin Yang from the corner of her eye. "Xiao Lin," she muttered under her breath as she walked away with her rag. "Not a bad build, actually." Lin Yang was speechless and rubbed his nose. This little incident dissolved into nothingness. Su Man walked up to Lin Yang, the scent of his youthful body, a mix of sweat and pheromones filling her senses, her cheeks burning slightly. What would you like for breakfast? She asked. Noodles, something simple. Lin Yang opened the fridge, scanned the top-tier ingredients, and finally took out 2 eggs and a bundle of noodles. You just woke up. Oh, if you're tired, go rest some more. They'll cook, he said, his tone carrying an undeniable thoughtfulness. Su Man didn't refuse. He'll go take a shower first. She gave Lin Yang a long, deep look, the coldness in her eyes completely thawed, leaving only tenderness and a hint of dependence she herself hadn't noticed. When it's ready, call me. Lin Yang nodded, watching Su Man's retreating figure as she headed back to the master bedroom. The grin on his face grew wider. Soon 2 steaming bowls of egg noodles were ready. The clear broth held a golden soft-boiled egg garnished with a few bright green scallions, the aroma tantalizing. Lin Yang walked into the master bedroom. The room was empty. From the direction of the bathroom came the sound of running water and a faint humming song. The tune was off-key, a bit carefree, yet it carried a genuine sense of joy and lightness. Lin Yang stopped in his tracks. He could almost picture it, that usually stern, icy queen naked, humming a tuneless song under the warm spray of the shower. This realization sent a surge of heat through his heart. Acting on impulse, he walked step by step to the bathroom door, his hand already raised, almost touching the frosted glass. Click. The door was pulled open from the inside. A wave of warm, fragrant steam, mixed with the scent of body wash, rushed out. Su Man, clad in a loose bathrobe, stepped out of the bathroom barefoot. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, water droplets sliding down her long, slender neck, disappearing into the depths of her robe. Fresh from her bath, Su Man looked like a piece of finely polished mutton fat, jade radiant and glowing. Her face, free of makeup, was flushed and smooth as the finest white porcelain, her skin so delicate it seemed it might break at a touch. She stood there quietly, exuding a beauty that was utterly captivating. Lin Yang's Adam's apple bobbed. He felt his blood quickening, a primal flame igniting in his abdomen and surging straight to his head. Before him, Su Man was like a freshly peeled lychee, translucent, plump, exuding a deadly sweet fragrance. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to pounce. Yet the dull ache of weakness deep in his waist doused that flame like a bucket of cold water, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Last night, he had charged back and forth like a war god 7 times. Even his proudest little brother now lacked any will to fight. One more round, and he had no doubt he would collapse right there. Dying from exhaustion was no joke. Su Man caught the fleeting heat in his eyes, then saw his expression stiffen instantly. A smile curled at the corner of her lips. She raised a hand and casually brushed her damp hair behind her ear, the motion causing the lapels of her bathrobe to gape wider. Is the noodles ready? Her voice carried the husky languor of a fresh bath, each word like a feather brushing against Lin Yang's heart. Lin Yang forced himself to look away, daring not to gaze at that dazzling expanse of fair skin. Change and come eat, or it'll get soggy. With that, as if fleeing from this field of temptation, he turned to leave the master bedroom. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might truly lose control. A soft hand grasped his wrist from behind. Wait! Lin Yang froze and turned around. Su Man had already walked to the huge built-in wardrobe and pulled open one door. From inside, she took out a black bespoke suit, a white shirt, and a black tie, each piece exuding an air of considerable value in both style and fabric. She held the black suit out to Lin Yang. This suit was custom-made for you. Try it on. Lin Yang was utterly bewildered. Custom-made. He knew the term, of course. The price of a hand-tailored suit was something he had never dared to imagine before. What stunned him more was how she knew his measurements. He suddenly recalled that several times before, Su Man's gaze had lingered on him for an unusually long time. So she had been planning this all along. This woman. Lin Yang didn't overthink it and reached out to take it. New clothes were always a good thing. Turn around. Su Man's voice came. Lin Yang paused, then understood her intent. In silent agreement, they turned back to back and began changing. It was a peculiar sensation. No words, no eye contact. Only the rustle of fabric, yet it created an air of seasoned intimacy, like an old married couple. Lin Yang shed his wrinkled trousers and pulled on the new ones. The fabric was premium wool blend, smooth to the touch with a crisp cut that perfectly encased his long legs. Then came the white shirt and suit jacket. Every seam seemed tailored just for him, accentuating his broad shoulders and lean waist. He tucked the tie into his pocket and turned around. Su Man had also changed into a casual cream-colored knit dress and was watching him quietly. When her eyes fell on Lin Yang in the suit, a flash of stunning admiration lit up her shimmering gaze. Very handsome, she praised sincerely. His refined face, paired with the well-tailored suit, shed the last traces of student naivety, adding a mature, composed, elite aura. Especially his gym-honed physique, which filled the suit with a taut, powerful fullness. Su Man smiled in satisfaction. She stepped forward, reaching out as if admiring a work of art, her fingertips landing on Lin Yang's firm chest and giving it a gentle squeeze. The elasticity of his muscles transmitted through the shirt fabric to her fingertips. Lin Yang's body tensed instantly. He grabbed her mischievous hand. "President Su," he said, looking at her with a mix of warning and resignation. "Stop fooling around." He couldn't let her tease him any further. He was truly hungry, both in body and stomach. "I'm hungry. Let's have breakfast first." With that, he took her hand and led her out of the master bedroom. On the dining table, 2 steaming bowls of egg noodles dispelled the last chill of the morning. After the intense battle of the previous night, Su Man had shed all defenses. She realized that this man before her offered more than just ultimate physical satisfaction. The meals he cooked soothed her stomach. His words comforted her heart. This realization led her to a decision. "Lin Yang." She set down her chopsticks and looked at him seriously. "Your current place is too far from the company. The apartment I mentioned yesterday is near the office. You should move in." Lin Yang paused in eating his noodles. He knew the real gift had arrived. "The one from your ex-husband?" he asked instinctively. Su Man's expression stiffened slightly, but she nodded without hiding it. Lin Yang's first instinct was to refuse. He knew exactly what moving into that apartment would mean. But then he thought of his current place, a dirty, chaotic urban village in the south with a 3-hour daily commute that was unbearable. He needed a better environment. It was a necessary investment for eating soft rice with dignity. He shifted his approach. "All right, but I'll pay you rent." Su Man looked at his earnest expression and laughed in spite of herself. "Keeping such a clear account with me?" "No," Lin Yang shook his head. "If I stay at your place, I can't let you lose out." Su Man's eyes softened. She understood. This was his last shred of pride as a man. "Fine." She didn't press further. "How much is your current rent?" 800. "Then give me 800 a month." "Deal." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. The moment he nodded, the familiar blue screen exploded before his eyes. Ding. The cold system prompt now sounded like heavenly music. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Soft Rice Illustrated Book No. 1. Su Man's Gift Residence Rights to the Multi-Million Mansion Tianyu Huafu. Evaluated value of residence rights, 10 million long coins. Converting to soft rice points. Residence rights conversion rate reduced. 1 to 0. 001 conversion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1000 soft rice points. Detected cumulative points exceeding 10000. System function upgraded. Conversion rate increased to 1 to 0. 02. New feature unlocked targets psychological activity panel. A cascade of system prompts sent Lin Yang's heart racing. A 10 million yuan apartment. Even though it was just residence rights, the system had given it such a high valuation. More importantly, a new feature was unlocked. He instinctively turned his gaze to Su Man across the table. Above her head, beside the existing info panel, a flickering speech bubble now appeared. Psychological activity, he agreed. This way I can control him. I can see him every day, eat his cooking, feel his warmth. And more. Lin Yang's breath caught for a moment. He could see what she was thinking. This feature was the ultimate cheat tailored for him. With it, he could precisely capture every fluctuation in his target's psyche. The success rate of eating soft rice with dignity would approach infinity. "What are you thinking about?" Smiling so happily, Su Man's voice broke his reverie. "Nothing." Lin Yang pulled himself together, unable to suppress the grin. "Just thinking the noodles are really good." Psychological activity, he's so adorable, like a kid who hasn't grown up. Reading her fresh thoughts above her head, Lin Yang's mood grew even brighter. "Oh, by the way," Su Man seemed to recall something. "I'm free this afternoon. They'll help you move." Lin Yang shook his head. "No need to trouble yourself, President Su. You're a busy person." He finished the last sip of soup and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I don't have much, just a laptop, some clothes, and bedding. I can take a taxi and do it all in one trip." Su Man frowned in displeasure. "No, take my car. I want to see it too." Seeing her annoyed, Lin Yang had no choice but to agree. "All right." The afternoon sun cast a warm glow. A Volvo S90 glided smoothly along the urban expressway, standing out conspicuously amidst the congested traffic around it. Inside the car, it was a different world. "I'll just go in and move the stuff myself." Lin Yang glanced at the navigation, noting the approaching destination, then turned to Su Man in the passenger seat. "Don't bother coming in, it's too dirty and messy inside." Su Man tilted her head, appraising the expensive black suit Lin Yang was wearing. Hearing his words, she withdrew her gaze, her eyes leaving no room for negotiation. "No." 2 words, simple and decisive. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. He instinctively looked at the top of Su Man's head. The dialogue bubble, visible only to him, flickered clearly. "Inner thoughts trying to leave me outside. I insist on seeing what your old place was like. I want to know everything about you. The good, the bad, all of it." A wave of warmth washed over Lin Yang's heart. He didn't insist further. "All right, but you'll have to stay close to me. The car drove off the elevated road, turning into a bumpy, uneven lane, and finally stopped at the entrance of Sherbay Village in the southern part of the city, finding a barely suitable parking spot. Pushing open the car, a complex mix of dampness, cooking oil fumes, and decay assaulted their senses. Su-man's beautiful brows instantly furrowed. Her delicate Jimmy Choo high heels looked utterly out of place stepping onto the stained concrete ground. Let's go. Lin Yong naturally extended his hand and took hers. Su-man's body stiffened for a moment, but she didn't pull away, allowing his warm, dry palm to hold hers. The two walked through narrow, crowded alleyways. Overhead, a dense web of tangled wires like a spider's nest sliced the sky into irregular fragments. Electric scooters whizzed by their riders, casting wary glances at Su-man, this beautiful woman. The surrounding clamor, the muddy ground, and the strange odors all caused Su-man intense discomfort. But Lin Yang's steps were steady. He led her, as if strolling through his own backyard, completely ignoring everything around them. Soon they arrived before a dusty rental house. Lin Yong took out a key card. With a beep, he unlocked the rusted iron gate. A musty smell characteristic of old buildings wafted out. They ascended the dark, narrow staircase, Su-man following behind. The sound of her high heels striking the concrete steps echoed oddly in the stairwell. Third floor. Before a wooden door painted green, the number 305 was scrawled in black ink on the doorplate. Lin Yong took out a key, inserted it into the lock, and turned. Creak. The door opened. The full view of the room unfolded before Su-man. There was no living room. Or rather, the entire space was a single room combining bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. The room was small but tidy. A single bed 1.20 meters wide occupied nearly half the space. At the foot of the bed stood a paint-chipped desk on which rested a half-used laptop, relying on the teachers within for guidance throughout 4 years of university. Beside the bed lay a pair of black dumbbells. The room's only window was fitted with a crude security grill. Less than a meter away, the concrete wall of the neighboring building completely blocked the already sparse sunlight. On the left, a cramped space partitioned by a curtain housed a toilet and showerhead with pots and pans hanging on the walls. This served as both toilet and kitchen. A black pull-up bar was mounted on the rickety wooden door. Su-man stood silently at the entrance. Her eyes, accustomed to the skyscrapers of the city center, were now filled with undisguised shock. An indescribable bitterness welled up in her heart. This room costs $800 a month. Su-man finally spoke, her voice a little dry. Lin Yong had already let go of her hand and started packing. Hearing this, he chuckled. It's decent to have found it. The ones nearby are over 1,000. His tone was calm, without complaint or self-deprecation, simply stating a fact. The packing process was swift. Lin Yang's movements were crisp and efficient. Change of clothes stuffed into a half-worn suitcase. Blankets and mattress rolled up and crammed into a huge red, white, and blue striped woven bag. Finally, he carefully placed the laptop and charger from the desk into a backpack. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. Su-man looked at the now empty bed frame and desk, unable to help asking. Taking just these? Nothing else. Lin Yong zipped up the backpack and slung it on. Nothing else. He turned around, looking at Su-man with a relaxed smile. Planning to buy new ones. Su-man's heart was gently struck by his words. He was abandoning his past here without a hint of reluctance. She stepped forward and naturally took the suitcase handle from Lin Yong. He'll take this. Lin Yong, with the backpack on and the bulging woven bag in one hand, walked ahead. They returned the same way. As they reached the car, Lin Yong stopped. The understated luxury Volvo S60 was now surrounded by 5 or 6 young men with dyed colorful hair. Lin Yong slowed down, whispering to Su-man, "Wait, give me the suitcase and don't get close." Su-man saw the youths too. She had never encountered such a situation and could only let Lin Yong handle it. Lin Yong didn't rush. He called upon the system in his mind. 2 pale blue virtual words appeared directly on his retina. Host, can I exchange soft rice points for self-defense or fighting skills? Yes, you can. Basic combat technique 1/0 points, intermediate combat technique 1/0 points, advanced combat technique 1/0 points, master level combat technique 1/0 points. Lin Yong looked at the virtual text on his retina, feeling like cursing. A combat technique cost that much. How much farming would he have to do to earn it back? But Lin Yong didn't hesitate. Exchange for basic combat technique. All right, host. Exchanging basic combat technique. Soft rice points 10100. Exchange cost 10000. Remaining 100 points. The moment the system's voice fell, an indescribable torrent exploded from his tailbone, surging wildly up his spine into his brain. It was information. Countless images flashed, overlapped, and merged in his mind. The salty, sweaty smell of a gym, the dull thud of a punching bag being struck, the sharp pain of bone and muscle colliding, the teeth-grinding sound of joints twisted to their limit. How to twist the waist, how to drive the hips, how to concentrate the power of the entire body into a single point for an explosive strike. How to block, how to deflect, how to break an opponent's balance with minimal effort. All of this was not learning, but information implantation. Lin Yang's body trembled slightly involuntarily, and his knuckles emitted a series of fine cracks. Su Man, sensing something off about Lin Yang, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just feeling a bit homesick." Su Man was puzzled by this strange answer. The leader, a youth with bleached hair, had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, one foot resting on the Volvo's front bumper, boasting to his companions. When they saw Lin Yang and Su Man approaching, especially Su Man's striking beauty and aura, the thug's eyes widened. The bleached hair youth took his foot off the bumper, spat out the cigarette, tilted his head, and looked at Lin Yang with a provocative glare. "Whose car is this?" His voice was insolent. "Daring to park in my spot. Got a death wish?" His accomplices chimed in with jeers. Lin Yang gazed at these petty thugs, and the shoulders that had been slightly stiff from tension unconsciously relaxed and sank. His entire center of gravity was firmly planted on the ground, and the connection between his feet and the earth was clearer than ever before. The world in his field of vision had become different. The slouching postures of those young men across from him were instantly dissected into countless flaws. The one with the bleached hair, the leader, leaned forward with his weight, his feet unsteady, and his lower body unstable. The tall, thin one beside him habitually kept his hands in his pockets. If attacked, his reaction time would be at least half a second slower. Another short, fat one breathed heavily with extremely poor cardiopulmonary function and no endurance whatsoever. And there were two more kids not worth fearing. Everything became clear and controllable. The last shred of tension that had lingered in his heart, facing the unknown danger, completely dissipated like smoke. Su Man did not notice this drastic change in him at that moment. Her fingers gripping the handle of the suitcase were turning white from the force. Her voice was very low, carrying a tremor she herself hadn't detected. "Shaolin, don't get into a conflict with them. Just give them some money and be done with it." Above her head, the light blue dialogue bubble was flashing wildly. Inner thoughts: what do they want to do? Extortion. These people don't look like good guys at first glance. What if they start a fight? Lin Yang. How could he possibly be a match for these local thugs? Seeing her inner fear, a strong surge of protectiveness welled up in Lin Yang's heart. He turned his head and gave Su Man a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, it's fine." He took the travel case from Su Man's hand, carried the huge plastic woven bag in the other, and walked straight towards that Volvo S90, as if nothing had happened. His pace was not fast, but each step was steady and powerful. The young men surrounding the car immediately noticed him. The leader with the bleached hair looked Lin Yang up and down. When his gaze fell on the suit that was clearly expensive, his eyes revealed undisguised greed. "Yo, the man himself shows up." The bleached hair spat out the cigarette, but grinding it under his shoe, his tone flippant. "Bro, nice car. Your girl's pretty hot too." The few accomplices behind him burst into jeering laughter. Lin Yang stopped less than 2 meters away from the bleached hair. He gently placed the plastic bag and suitcase on the ground, his movements unhurried. "Move aside." His voice was very calm. This extraordinary calm made the smile on the bleached hair's face freeze for a moment. Neither the panic nor the bluster he had anticipated appeared. This soft-faced pretty boy in the suit was eerily calm. "What did you say?" The bleached hair dug at his ear, putting on a nasty grin again as he deliberately stepped closer. "I didn't catch that, say it again." Lin Yang didn't even furrow his brow. "I told you, get lost." This time he enunciated each word, delivering them clearly into the other's ears. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The bleached hair's face turned completely grim. He felt his authority was being challenged. "Damn, you think I'm being too nice, huh?" A tall, thin man behind him walked up cursing and raised his hand to push Lin Yang's shoulder. "In Sherpai village territory, daring to talk to Brother Six like that, you're asking for." He couldn't finish his words. The moment his hand was about to touch Lin Yang's suit, Lin Yang moved. There were no superfluous movements. To the onlookers, Lin Yang merely took half a step to the left and slightly dipped his shoulder. The tall, thin man's full force push missed completely, and the immense inertia sent his body lunging forward, losing all balance. Simultaneously, Lin Yang's right hand shot up like lightning. Not a fist, but fingers together forming a knife hand. His movements seemed unhurried, even casual, yet with pinpoint precision, they struck the side of the tall, thin man's neck, exposed during his forward lunge. The carotid sinus, one of the most vulnerable points on the human body. Ugh! The tall, thin man's eyes instantly bulged wide, his eyeballs protruding. A violent dizziness shot straight to his crown. He felt all the strength in his body drained by that single blow. His legs gave way, and he fell straight to his knees, letting out painful choking sounds from his throat, unable to get up. The entire process was incredibly fast. From the tall, thin man's attack to his collapse, it took no more than a second. The smiles on the faces of the bleached hair and his remaining companions completely froze. Behind them, Su Man covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had no idea what had just happened. She only saw that thug charge up aggressively, and then inexplicably fall at Lin Yang's feet. Lin Yang hadn't even changed his posture much, still standing there so calmly. Lin Yang paid no attention to the surrounding stares. He didn't even glance at the stilt-witching tall thin man on the ground, his gaze falling back on the bleached hair's face. He'll say it one last time. His voice remained steady but carried an undeniable chill. Move. The bleached hair felt his scalp go numb under that gaze. This man before him had eyes that were too calm, a calmness that instilled fear. It wasn't a feigned ferocity, but an indifference like looking down at an ant. You dare to fight. The bleached hair blustered simultaneously, signaling his companions with a covert glance. Get him together. Waste him. The remaining four, including the bleached hair himself, let out strange yells and rushed in from different directions all at once. A cold, mocking arc curled at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, actively meeting them. A short, fat man, relying on his sturdy build, charged straight from the front, trying to knock Lin Yang over with his body. Lin Yang watched his trajectory and did not dodge. Just as they were about to collide, he slid his left foot half a step forward and twisted his body at a peculiar angle. The fat man's body rushed past, brushing his clothes, the immense momentum making him unable to stop. Simultaneously, as Lin Yang spun, his right leg lashed out like a steel whip, the heel striking precisely and viciously into the fat man's knee pit. Crack! The fat man let out an inhuman, miserable shriek, his bulky body crashing to its knees as he rolled around, frantically clutching his right leg. At the same time, attacks came from the left and right. Without turning his head, Lin Yang ducked, dodging a fist swung from the right. Simultaneously, he thrust his left elbow backward fiercely. Bang! This elbow landed solidly in the soft abdomen of the man on his left. That man instantly curled up like a boiled shrimp, vomiting what seemed like last night's dinner, and collapsed limply to the ground. It took less than 3 seconds to neutralize 3 people. Only the bleached hair remained, his fist raised high, about to ambush Lin Yang from behind. Lin Yang spun around sharply, his icy eyes locking onto him. The bleached hair's fist froze midair. His face was etched with ultimate terror. You? Lin Yang didn't give him a chance to speak. He stepped forward, reached out his right hand, and grabbed the bleached hair by the throat. The bleached hair, over 7 meters tall and weighing at least 130 gene, was now like a chick being choked in Lin Yang's hand, his face rapidly turning a livid purple from lack of oxygen. I told you to get lost. Lin Yang's voice, like a chilling wind from the deepest abyss, drilled into the bleached hair's ears. Seems you don't understand human speech. The bleached hair nodded vigorously with his remaining strength. Not wanting to cause a major incident, Lin Yang released his grip. The bleached hair collapsed to the ground, glaring at Lin Yang with venomous eyes. Lin Yang's gaze didn't linger on him for even half a second. He picked up the plastic bag and suitcase, walked straight to the back of the car. He had the car key with a mere sweep of his foot against the rear bumper. The trunk popped open. By then, Su Man had also walked to the back of the car, her face full of astonishment. In her thoughts, is there anything this little man can't do? He tossed the plastic bag inside, then took the suitcase from Su Man and placed it securely as well. Throughout the process, he didn't spare another glance at the group of thugs, as if they were just air. He closed the trunk, walked to the rear passenger door, opened it, placed his backpack inside, then got into the driver's seat. Su Man also got into the passenger seat. The Volvo S90 sped away in a flash, leaving several thugs lying on the ground. The one called Brother Six, the bleached hair, memorized the license plate number of the Volvo S90. After finally catching his breath, he gasped, "Call someone, tell my dad, I want to know who this person is." But his companions beside him were all groaning on the ground. The Volvo S90 merged smoothly into the flow of the city's main thoroughfare, its low engine hum isolating all the clamor from the outside world. The fight scene just moments ago, like a black and white film on mute, quickly receded, shrank, and vanished in the rearview mirror. Inside the cabin, a profound stillness reigned. In the air, Su Man's sweet perfume and Lin Yang's sweat interwove in a strangely intimate aroma. As the adrenaline ebbed, Lin Yang's grip on the steering wheel relaxed slightly, but only. He knew his heart still pounded with an irregular rhythm. It wasn't fear, but the lingering thrill of wielding absolute power for the first time. Su Man finally recovered from the shock, turning her head to gaze at Lin Yang's profile with a complex expression. His face had returned to calm, his eyes focused on the road ahead, as if the man who had fought 5 opponents alone with ruthless decisiveness was merely a figment of her imagination. You? Su Man's voice came out hoarse. She coughed and continued, "You know martial arts?" Her question was direct, a hint of curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes. This man seemed to harbor far more secrets than she had imagined. It wasn't just fancy moves, it felt like the real kung fu from those old Hong Kong action films. Lin Yong caught the flickering thought bubble above her head from the corner of his eye, his response already prepared. My dad taught me. His tone was flat, emotionless. He used to work in the security department at the cardboard box factory in our county. He learned some skills when he was young, nothing major, just for self-defense. The lie was a blend of truth and fiction. Lin Yang's father, Lin Baoguo, did work at the cardboard box factory, but he was now an office manager with nothing to do with security. But for someone like Su Man, who lived in a world apart, the internal workings of a county factory were impossible to verify. As expected, upon hearing this explanation, the confusion in her eyes faded slightly. A young man from a small town whose father was a factory security guard knowing some martial arts. The logic seemed plausible. Oh, she responded with a mix of belief and doubt, not pressing further. But inwardly she was far from calm. Really just that. But his calmness just now wasn't something a man who just knew a few moves would possess. Forget it. If he doesn't want to tell me, I won't ask. He'll tell me when he's ready. Little man, I have plenty of ways to handle you. Seeing Su Man's thought bubble, Lin Yong was speechless. What was this woman thinking? Su Man fell silent, turning her gaze to the city's nightscape, speeding past the window, though her mind was elsewhere. She suddenly felt that making this little man her assistant to keep him quiet was becoming increasingly interesting. Navigate to Tianyue Huafu. Su Man's voice sounded again, carrying a hint of slight annoyance. All right. Lin Yong entered the address on the car screen, and the navigation system immediately plotted the optimal route. The rest of the journey passed in silence. Only the car's electronic navigation prompts and the faint sound of tires rolling over road seams filled the air. An hour later, a dazzling high-end residential area appeared ahead. The four gilded characters, Tianyue Huafu, shone magnificently under the spotlights. Located on the edge of the city center, it was a haven of tranquility amidst the bustle. Lin Yong noted that the drive to Enwei Group in the CBD and to Su Man's residence at Tianheng Garden both took about half an hour. It was a perfect midpoint. Su Man's Volvo S90 was clearly registered here. As the car approached the gate, the barrier's camera captured the license plate, and the arm lifted automatically. The entire process was seamless without a pause. The car glided smoothly into the spacious, well-lit underground garage. The floor was covered in clean epoxy paint, the lights were bright, and rows of parked cars reflected a cold luster under the illumination. Building 32, Su Man reminded softly. Lin Yong nodded and followed the signs to the parking area for Building 32. He scanned the area and soon spotted an unmarked empty spot near an elevator entrance, awkwardly backing the car into it. He parked, turned off the engine. The two of them, carrying the luggage and the huge woven bag, walked in silence towards the elevator lobby. Lin Yong carried the woven bag, so out of place in its surroundings, while Su Man wheeled her suitcase, their footsteps steady. Su Man walked ahead, the crisp sound of her high heels echoing in the empty garage. The elevator doors slid open silently, the interior spotless and exuding a faint fragrance. Su Man pressed the button for the 24th floor. The elevator rose smoothly, the numbers on the LCD screen ticking upward. 10, 15, 20, 24. Ding. The elevator doors slid open again, revealing a quiet corridor paved with patterned tiles. The layout was 2 elevators serving 4 units per floor, ensuring privacy. Su Man led Lin Yong directly to the door of 2403 at the end of the hallway. Across the way was 2404. Lin Yong noticed the Spring Festival couplets on that door, indicating someone lived there. He wondered if he should greet them later and build a good neighborly relationship. Su Man took a set of keys from her delicate LV handbag, deftly selected one, and inserted it into the lock. Click. The sound of the lock turning was starkly clear in the silent floor. As the door swung open, a faint musty smell mixed with dust rushed out to meet them. The sight before him made Lin Yong pause slightly. The living room and dining room furniture were all covered in large white dust cloths, their shapes forming vague silent outlines in the faint light from the doorway. A visible layer of fine dust covered the floor. Sunlight squeezed through the gap in the not fully drawn curtains, clearly illuminating countless dust motes dancing in the light beam. It was clearly a place that had been unoccupied for a long time. I haven't been here in almost 3 years. Su Man's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as she walked in and casually flipped the switch in the entryway. Click. The lights inside instantly came on, dispelling the gloom. After I bought the house at Tianheng Garden, my parents and relatives stayed there when they visited, so this place has just been sitting here untouched. She spoke as she slipped off her high heels, walking barefoot on the floor, seemingly unbothered by the dust. It has water and electricity, but it's a bit small, a 3-bedroom layout. A 3-bedroom. Lin Yong looked at the spacious living room, the open floor plan, and the city nightscape visible from the balcony, his heart a mix of emotions. He couldn't help but think of his 10-square-meter single room in Sherpai Village, a rental that combined bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, with a window facing a wall so close he could touch it, never seeing sunlight. And here, what Su Man called a bit small was a luxury he wouldn't have dared dream of in the past. Lin Yang showed no sign of disdain. Instead, he felt a great weight lift from his heart. It was at least far better than his place in the urban village. Su Man led Lin Yang on a tour of the apartment. The master bedroom came with its own in-suite featuring a spacious 1.8-meter-wide bed and a floor-to-ceiling wardrobe. The bay window overlooked the community garden, and the generous distance between buildings ensured privacy. There were two smaller secondary bedrooms. One stood empty, bare of any furnishings, likely once intended as a child's room. The other held a desk and chair set alongside a simple bookshelf, suggesting it had been designed as a study. Beyond these, there was a common bathroom, a compact kitchen with a row of cabinets, and a double-door refrigerator, and an expansive sunlit living and dining area that opened onto a balcony. The space was furnished with a sofa, coffee table, dining table, and 4 chairs, everything one could need. The layout was well-designed, and the lighting was superb. After finishing his inspection, Lin Yang nodded. Not bad at all. Without any superfluous pleasantries, he slipped off his suit jacket, hung it on the hook by the entrance, and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. Then let's start cleaning. Su Man paused for a moment before pulling out her phone from her handbag. They'll call a cleaning service to do a deep clean. But Lin Yang strode directly toward the balcony, reaching out to draw open the heavy curtains. With a swoosh, the neon lights from outside flooded in, exposing every speck of dust in the room without mercy. No need, Lin Yang said as he pushed open the French windows. The evening breeze rushed in, dispelling the stuffiness inside. They'll have it done in half an hour. Go sit in the garden downstairs. They'll call you when it's ready. With that, he found the mop and cleaning cloths in the storage room and walked into the bathroom with practiced ease to fill the bucket with water. Su Man stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Yang's busy silhouette. She kicked off her high heels and stepped barefoot onto the cool tile floor. Her inner thoughts stirred. Is he going to do it himself? A recent college graduate who actually knows how to do housework. And with such skill. Against her better judgment, she found herself walking over. Let me help. Lin Yang was wringing out the mop when he heard her voice. He looked up, gave her a thorough once-over, and a playful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. President Su, with those hands that have never touched a drop of dishwater, are you sure you won't just be getting in the way? A faint blush crept across Su Man's cheeks. She straightened her back defiantly. Who says so? Her voice pitched a little higher. When I first bought this place, I cleaned and arranged every inch of it myself. It's just that I've been too busy lately to keep up. She paused, and a trace of weariness crept into her tone. Today is the only day I have. Tomorrow it's back to the office for a full day of meetings. Lin Yang's movements halted. Tomorrow's Sunday, isn't it? A day off. Su Man leaned against the kitchen doorframe, her gaze drifting toward the myriad lights in the windows across the way, her eyes growing distant. At our level, what days off are there? Lin Yang said nothing more. As Su Man's assistant, he knew better than anyone just how grueling her schedule was. This woman was practically burning through her life at work. As they cleaned, Lin Yang made sure to take on the bulk of the tasks, letting Su Man only lend a hand here and there, unwilling to let her tire herself out. A little over an hour later. It was nearly 6 in the evening. The modest 3-bedroom apartment had been transformed, gleaming like new. The once dusty furniture now revealed the warm, natural luster of wood. The floors were so polished they mirrored the ceiling lights, and the air carried the faint, clean scent of disinfectant mingled with the essence of a new home. Almost done. Lin Yang tied up the last bag of trash and set it by the door, a fine sheen of sweat on his brow. They'll just do a little tidying up each day from now on. That should keep it in good shape. Su Man collapsed gracelessly onto the soft fabric sofa, letting out a long, relieved sigh. I'm so tired and hungry. She rubbed her aching shoulders, her voice carrying a lazy, petulant note. It's been ages since I did any physical labor, and with last night going so late. The words hung in the air with a suggestive weight, but Lin Yang thought to himself that the saying goes, it's always the ox that tires, never the field that's plowed. And last night, she had been the one to take the lead with more demands and a wider variety of positions and spaces than had expected. He walked over to stand before Su Man, looking down at her. President Su, you're just too busy. What you need is more exercise. He lowered his voice deliberately, adding a hint of allure. One of these days, it'll take you to the gym for a workout. You can even check out the muscular guys there. As he spoke, he flexed his right arm on purpose. The thin white shirt was instantly stretched, taut, the outline of his biceps clearly defined, radiating an explosive sense of power. Su Man's gaze involuntarily dropped to that solid arm. She swallowed hard, and a deep blush spread across her cheeks. Jerking her eyes away as if burned, she quickly grabbed her phone to cover her fluster. Then, let's go out to eat. The smirk on Lin Yang's face deepened. Let's order in instead. His eyes swept over the apartment they had cleaned with their own hands, softening with warmth. For our first meal here, I'd rather have it in this place. Su Man's hand holding her phone froze mid-motion. She looked up and met his deep, unfathomable gaze. In those eyes she saw something she couldn't quite name. Her inner thoughts stirred. Our first meal. Does he already think of this place as home? The words struck a gentle chord in Su-man's heart. She nodded, her fingers gliding across the screen. All right. Catching her inner thoughts, Lin Yong merely offered a faint smile. Half an hour later, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the clean dining table. Sweet and sour pork ribs, mapo tofu, garlic stir-fried broccoli, and a steaming bowl of tomato and egg drop soup. They were the most ordinary of home-cooked meals, yet they gave off an irresistible aroma. The two sat facing each other, stripped of the hierarchy that governed them at the office, free from the formality of fine dining. The atmosphere was warm and relaxed. I never thought you'd like this, President Su, Lin Yong said, picking up a piece of tofu and savoring it with relish. What, am not allowed to? Do I have to eat nothing but rich food every meal? Su-man shot him a look brimming with charm. They chatted and laughed like the most ordinary of couples. Just then the sharp ring of a phone shattered the tranquility. Lin Yong pulled out his phone, and the 3 characters flashing on the screen sent a jolt through him. Empress Chun. He took a deep breath like a soldier marching to his execution and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted from the other end of the line. The voice was so loud that even Su-man sitting across the table could hear every word. She quickly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, but the sound still reached Lin Yang's ears. Lin Yong quickly got up and walked out onto the balcony. You little brat. A whole month. A whole month without a single call home. I thought you died out there. The uniquely piercing voice of Madame Chun Shuwan cut through the air. Oh, so you still remember how to answer a phone. I thought you dropped yours in the river to feed the fish. Just you wait. Next time you're back, you'll tan your hide. You ungrateful little wretch. Lin Yong held the phone away from his ear and shot Su-man an apologetic grin. Mom, are you done? Not yet. I'm so mad I could spit. A college graduate, and still so thoughtless. I've been looking for a job, haven't I? Did you find one? Yes. And I've moved. They'll send you a photo later. Do you need money? Want me to send you some? No need. Keep it for yourself to buy food. My salary is enough. They'll come back to see you and Dad during the new year. Take care of yourself out there. Don't stay up too late at night. You take care too. Don't overwork yourself. I won't keep you long. I'm in the middle of dinner. Oh, then make sure you eat well. And remember to call more often. Got it, Mom. They'll call you every week from now on. That's more like it. I'm hanging up. Before Lin Yong could reply, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Lin Yong sat back at the dining table with a trace of embarrassment, setting down his phone. My mom, she's quite talkative, just an ordinary housewife. Su-man propped her chin on one hand, while the other unconsciously poked at the rice in her bowl with the tip of her chopsticks, the mischievous glint in her eyes, not yet fully faded. She's a good mother. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of distance. I envy you. This took Lin Yong by surprise. Su-man lowered her gaze, looking at her delicate nails. My parents are good too. She paused as if organizing her words, or perhaps recalling some past she was reluctant to touch. After the divorce, they were frantic and set me up on many blind dates. There were talented young men, those from prominent families, all kinds. But the moment they learned I was a divorced woman, their eyes changed. She didn't voice the thought, but Lin Yong read everything from the sudden dimness in her eyes. Later, as soon as they found out I was divorced, they all backed out. Su-man let out a self-deprecating laugh, the bitterness in it unmistakable. After that, I gave up on love. I figured men were all the same, so I might as well throw myself into my work. Work never betrays me. She lifted her head, her gaze falling back on Lin Yang's face. Those eyes, usually tinged with aloofness, now shimmered with a complex watery light. Now your appearance. The unspoken words stirred a ripple in Lin Yang's heart, like a pebble dropped into a still lake. The latter half of the meal took on a subtle atmosphere. After eating, Lin Yong voluntarily cleared the table, packing up the takeout containers and trash. He grabbed his car keys and escorted Su-man downstairs. They'll take you back. Okay. The Volvo S90 glided out of the underground garage of Tianhua Huafu and merged into the city's traffic flow. Inside the car, neither spoke. Lin Yong parked steadily in the designated spot at Tianheng Garden, a place he had visited many times before and knew well. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, pick me up for the company meeting. Su-man unbuckled her seatbelt, resuming her poised demeanor as the director of the Wash and Care Division of Enwei Group. Sure, I'll be on time. Lin Yong nodded. But when he caught Su-man's thoughts, he was still taken aback by her intensity. Su-man pushed open the car door and stepped out. The sound of her high heels striking the ground was crisp and independent. Without looking back, she walked straight toward the elevator lobby, leaving only a stunning silhouette. Lin Yong watched her figure disappear behind the elevator doors, then left Tianheng Garden. Instead of driving directly back to Tianhua Huafu, he headed for a subway station. 5 stops away, taking the subway was more convenient and not too far. It was a habit lingering in his subconscious. Returning to Tianhua Huafu, he swiped his access card in the empty elevator lobby. Ding! Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand reached in from outside, blocking the sensor. The doors slid open again. A figure stepped in and stood in the corner of the elevator. It was a person in a loose black hoodie, the hood pulled low, a black mask covering their face completely. Judging by the figure, it was likely a woman, and she was tall, nearly matching Lin Yang's 185 meters. Lin Yang glanced at the floor buttons and pressed 24. The woman remained still, not pressing any floor. The elevator was dead silent, broken only by the faint hum of the ventilation system and the mechanical whir of ascent. From the corner of his eye, Lin Yang could see the figure standing there like a lifeless statue, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Ding! The 24th floor arrived. The doors slid open, and Lin Yang walked out with his keys. Footsteps followed behind him. The two walked one after the other toward the same direction down the corridor. A strange feeling crept into Lin Yang's mind. He stopped in front of door 2403, ready to pull out his keys. The woman in black also halted at door 2404, directly across from him. She seemed to sense something, turning her head slightly, and from under the hood's shadow a pair of eyes glanced his way. Lin Yang broke the silence, first offering a friendly smile. "Hello, neighbor." He raised a hand. "I just moved in today. Hope we get along." The woman in black let out a faint sound from her throat. Her voice was cold, emotionless. Then she took out her key, opened the door to 2404, and slipped inside. Bang! The door closed, shutting everything out. Lin Yang rubbed his nose, feeling a bit snubbed. What a coincidence. Turns out she's a neighbor. He found it strange. This woman gave him an unusual feeling, so why didn't the system react at all? Did it need to see her face to identify her? He recalled Aunt Shen at Su Man's place, and the women had passed on the street. The system had offered no prompts for them either. Could it be that only targets meeting the system's dual standards of wealth and looks triggered the info panel? Or did he need to actively initiate a scan? Like when he scanned He Xiaoya and Li Tong. It seemed the system had many rules he'd have to figure out on his own. He stopped pondering, opened the door to 2403, and walked in. Back in this temporary new home, Lin Yang relaxed completely. He threw himself onto the soft sofa and mentally summoned the system. "Host, how can I assist you? I want to ask, what's the specific difference between beginner, intermediate, and advanced combat techniques?" After today's clean fight at the entrance of Sherpai village, he wanted a clearer understanding of the power he wielded. The system's response came without delay, cold virtual text appearing on his retina. Beginner combat technique, mastery of vital points and basic combat skills with initial enhancement of coordination and explosive power. Handling 10 untrained individuals is no problem. Intermediate combat technique, proficient in practical combat skills from multiple styles. With enhanced physical attributes, reaction, speed, strength, and endurance far exceed normal. Handling 10 trained experts is no problem. Advanced combat technique, integration of combat skills from multiple styles into muscle memory. With significantly improved physical attributes, reaction, speed, strength, and endurance far exceed normal. Capable of contending for championship in any no-holds-barred fighting competition. Master-level combat technique, combat skills reach the pinnacle with control over power at a microscopic level. You yourself are the ultimate killing weapon. On planet Earth, those who can defeat you in unarmed combat are few and far between. Lin Yang's heart raced uncontrollably at the last description. Few and far between. Those 4 words carried a terrifying dominance that made his scalp tingle. With just beginner combat technique, he had easily dealt with those thugs. What would master-level combat technique be like? But the required soft rice points were staggering. 10 million. When would he ever earn enough? He clenched his fist, feeling the latent power coiled within his muscles, ready to explode at any moment. Then he opened the camera on his cheap domestic phone, took a few photos of the 3-bedroom apartment and a selfie as proof, sending them to his mother. Afterward, he went to shower and sleep, exhausted from the previous night's fight. I have to exchange for a skill to boost stamina or physical fitness. Otherwise, with more women in the collection, I won't be able to handle it alone. Lin Yang drifted off to sleep as he thought. Lin Yang drifted off to sleep as he thought. Lin Yang drifted off to sleep as he thought. Lin Yang drifted off to sleep as he thought. Lin Yang drifted off to sleep as he thought. The next morning, the ringing of his phone alarm roused Lin Yang from his slumber precisely on time. Opening his eyes, the ceiling was unfamiliar, and a faint musty odor still lingered in the air of the room. This was Tianyue Huafu, 2403. His new respawn point. The exhaustion from last night had vanished completely, and his limbs were filled with an eager, surging energy. He swung out of bed barefoot, feeling the warm, smooth texture of the wooden floorboards. A few simple push-ups and squats, the swelling of his muscles, and the smooth flow of power sharpened his sense of control over his body even further. After washing up and changing into a clean set of casual clothes, Lin Yang prepared to head out. He grasped the handle of the security door, about to turn it. Click. A nearly simultaneous soft sound came from across the hall. Lin Yang paused. The security door of the opposite apartment, 2404, had also opened a crack. He pulled his own door open and stepped out. The motion sensor light in the corridor flickered on, casting a soft glow that precisely illuminated the figure just emerging from the doorway across from him. Lin Yang's gaze froze. It was a woman, a black mask covering half her face, her entire being radiating an icy aura that screamed, "Stay away from me." Yet she was wearing an oversized, loose-fitting dress, its hem barely reaching her upper thighs. Below that were two straight, slender, and dazzlingly pale legs, and a pair of pink, fuzzy slippers. This starkly contrasting ensemble instantly seized all of Lin Yang's attention, especially that loose dress. Far from concealing her figure, the fullness of her chest stretched the fabric into an astonishing curve. A pair of giant melons. That was the first and only word that surfaced in Lin Yang's mind. Based on his knowledge of the sizes of the ladies in his hard drives collection, the size before him was at least in a cup. Combined with her height, wasn't this an anime character come to life? He could even imagine what a magnificent sight they would be without the constraint of that fabric. What a coincidence, neighbor. You're working on the weekend too. Lin Yang spoke first, a smile he thought was his most amiable plastered on his face. His voice broke the silence of the corridor. The woman, clearly not expecting anyone, stiffened suddenly. The small bag of trash she was holding dropped to the floor with a thud. Like a startled rabbit, without even glancing at Lin Yang, she darted back inside. Bam! The security door slammed shut, the resulting gust of wind stirring the hair on Lin Yang's forehead. Only the abandoned bag of trash and a deathly silence remained in the corridor. The corner of Lin Yang's mouth twitched. Am I really that frightening? But that figure. TSK. The system didn't react. Was it because the mask covered her face, making the appearance data incomplete and thus preventing a status panel from being generated? A strong curiosity arose within him. This woman had substance, and she was also full of secrets. He stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the bag of trash. It was very light, containing some snack wrappers and kitchen waste. Carrying the trash, he walked to the door of 2404, raised his hand, and knocked softly. Knock, knock. There was no response from behind the door, only absolute silence. Unfazed, Lin Yang softened his voice and spoke through the crack of the door. Neighbor, I'll take your trash down for you. With that, he didn't linger, turning to walk towards the elevator. Behind the door, the woman leaned against the cold door panel, her heart still pounding wildly. Through the peephole, she watched the man disappear towards the elevator, carrying her trash bag. The tips of her ears burned bright red. Thank you. A voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper dissipated in the empty room. Downstairs, Lin Yang tossed the bag of trash he had brought down into the bin by the entrance. On a Sunday morning, there weren't many wage slaves crowding the subway. From Tianhuahuafu to Tianhenghuayuan, a distance of 5 stops. Not far, not near, but it allowed him to transition smoothly from one world to another. Lin Yang took the elevator to the 12th floor with practiced ease. When he unlocked the door to Su Man's home with the passcode, Aunt Shun had already prepared breakfast. Shaolin, good morning. On the dining table were a bowl of soft, fragrant meat, congee, golden fried eggs, neatly sliced ham, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Morning, Aunt Shun. You look younger today. Hee hee, you always know how to talk, Shaolin. Su Man had already finished eating. The door to the master bedroom was ajar, and the sound of a hairdryer could be heard from within. Su Man's home was now completely open to him. Lin Yang sat down and ate his breakfast in peace. Every bite tasted of money, the fruits of his labor, in another sense. By the time he finished eating, Su Man had just emerged from the bedroom. She had changed into a sharply tailored black Chanel suit, her long hair pinned up, revealing her slender, elegant neck. Her makeup was exquisite with a touch of pale lipstick. She had transformed back into the decisive queen of the business world. Let's go. She handed a document folder to Lin Yang. The Volvo S90 drove smoothly out of the basement garage and merged into the relatively sparse Sunday morning traffic. The atmosphere at Enway Group headquarters today was particularly grim. In the parking lot, a row of luxury cars rarely seen on ordinary days was parked. The company lobby lacked its usual hustle and bustle, with only a few figures hurrying past, their expressions serious. Su Man led Lin Yang unimpeded to the meeting area on the 21st floor of the main building. There's an impromptu group strategy meeting today. The heads of several business divisions are all here. Su Man walked ahead, her high heels striking the polished marble floor with a clear, forceful sound. She lowered her voice, turned her head, and signaled to Lin Yang with her eyes. That's Lu Qingyi, the head of the innovation division. Lin Yang followed her gaze. Not far away, a woman in a high-grade gray silk blouse and wide-leg pants was holding a coffee cup while conversing with someone. She appeared to be around 40, with a neat shoulder-length bob and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of aloof intellect and cold pride. Lin Yang remarked inwardly, this woman is a completely different style from Su Man. Su Man is a fire that's cold on the outside but hot within. She is a piece of ice that can never be warmed. The fat guy next to her is Huang Qiming, the head of the food division. Lin Yang shifted his gaze to the man beside Lu Qingyi. A middle-aged man who looked over 50, slightly plump with eyes that narrowed into slits when he smiled, appearing amiable. But the occasional sharp glint in those small eyes betrayed his nature as a wily old fox. And that one Lin Fan, the head of the paper products division. Su Man tilted her chin slightly in another direction. It was a woman in a light purple dress appearing to be around 37 or 38, exceptionally well-preserved. She wasn't as sharp and aggressive as Lu Qingyi, nor did she possess Su Man's powerful aura. She was gentle as water, a faint weariness in her eyes. She sat quietly on a sofa in the corner, flipping through documents as if the world around her had nothing to do with her. Lin Yang commented inwardly, again, President Lin. Her eyes seemed to hold many secrets. A woman like this, once her guard is let down, would probably be the one most in need of affection. Lin Yang's gaze swept across the three directors one by one, his mind already beginning to analyze them subconsciously. Lu Qingyi, a quintessential elite woman, was exceedingly difficult to conquer, but if won over, the rewards would surely be astonishing. Huang Qiming could be disregarded as he wasn't within his scope of business. As for Lin Fan, she appeared aloof from worldly affairs, yet managed to secure a place in such an occasion. She was far from the simple figure she seemed. She exuded a sense of story, of fragility that could stir a man's protective instinct. However, the soft rice system remained unresponsive. Could it be that this system also had age restrictions, rejecting those over 35? Just like recruiting civil servants in Dragon Country, no one over 35 need apply. Su Man, noticing Lin Yang's focused gaze, assumed he was diligently memorizing names and nodded with satisfaction. She had no idea that the seemingly dull assistant beside her was already experiencing a storm of inner thoughts. Just as Lin Yang was still observing the directors, a rich, domineering fragrance arrived before any voice. Unlike the cool, woody scent on Su Man, this was the aroma of a crimson rose in full bloom, carrying a hint of aggressive sweetness, blatantly announcing its owner's presence. A figure swayed gracefully as she approached. Oh, if it isn't President Su. Her voice was seductive to the bone, the tail of each word curling upward like a feathered hook, scraping against the eardrums of every man present. Lin Yang looked up. The woman had chestnut-colored wavy hair, casually draped over her shoulders, each curl's arc exuding a meticulously crafted laziness. She wore a daring sapphire blue halter-neck dress that fully revealed the pale lines of her neck and delicate collarbones. The dress clung tightly to her exaggerated shaped curves with a stunning waist-to-hip ratio. On her wrist was a Van Cleef Arpels four-leaf clover bracelet, matching earrings adorned her earlobes, and in her hand, she held a petite Hermes Kelly bag. Every detail of her appearance screamed, "I am expensive, and I am beautiful." Su Man's expression remained unchanged, but Lin Yang could feel the temperature around her drop several degrees. The woman walked straight up to them, her gaze lingering on Su Man's face for a second before unabashedly, with an appraising air, scanning Lin Yang from head to toe. "I heard you hired a new male assistant, a young hottie. Is this the one?" As she spoke, ignoring Su Man, she extended a boneless hand toward Lin Yang. Her nails were painted a vivid vermilion, making her hand appear even whiter. In the director of the cosmetics division, Guo Kaiki. Lin Yang certainly knew her. Within Enwei Group, the personal care division under Su Man and the cosmetics division under Guo Kaiki often overlapped in channels and markets, making them natural competitors. The two had been locked in a power struggle for years, known throughout the company as mortal enemies. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand. His fingertips touched her soft palm, which was warmer than he had imagined. He only lightly grasped half her hand, polite and restrained. "I'm President Su's assistant, Lin Yang. I look forward to your guidance, Director Guo." Guo Kaiki's red lips curved into a seductive smile. As she held his hand, her fingertip inadvertently traced a light line across his palm. "Guidance is too strong a word. Let's learn from each other." Her voice carried laughter, but her gaze was piercing, as if trying to see through Lin Yang completely. The moment their palms touched, a familiar cascade of blue data streams flooded Lin Yang's retina like a waterfall. Lines of new information materialized above Guo Kaiki's head, forming a translucent information box. Name: Guo Kaiki, wealth rating platinum tier, overall score 8. 8 appearance 8. 4 physique 9. 5 temperament 8. 5 tags: ambitious, earthly, temptress, walking pheromone, intense, craving, mutual repulsion. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Platinum tier meant her personal assets were in the tens of millions, just like Su Man. The physique score of 9. 5 was the system's authoritative confirmation of his earlier visual assessment of her ample assets. Those tags dissected the essence of this woman with ruthless precision. Ambitious explained her thirst for power. Earthly, temptress, and walking pheromone were the ultimate summaries of her external allure. As for that intense craving, Lin Yang's Adam's apple bobbed almost imperceptibly. He felt as if he weren't holding a hand, but a ball of desire, fire ready to explode at any moment. Ding! The cold system notification rang in his mind. A target meeting system requirements has appeared. As her age exceeds 30, the host may choose whether to mark her as a pursuit objective. A torrent of inner commentary flooded Lin Yang's mind. System not again. This one is too tricky. Pursuing two directors from the same company who are mortal enemies. Do I have a death wish? The love battlefield would escalate straight into a nuclear explosion. And given those tags, intense craving, this lattice demands are clearly hard to satisfy. Sister Sue is already fierce enough, adding another one, and my kidneys built from 4 years of gym workouts in college probably wouldn't last a month. I'm here to enjoy the good life on a silver platter, not to die from exhaustion. His inner drama raged like a storm, yet his face remained impassive. However, his handshake with Guakaiki had already slightly exceeded normal social bounds. A cool voice carrying undeniable pressure cut in. Director Guo, where is your assistant? Why didn't you bring him? Suman spoke. She didn't look at Lin Yang or at Guakaiki's hand, merely asking casually, as if it were an afterthought. But the sharpness in her words struck precisely at Guakaiki. The implication, are you here alone, without even an assistant to carry your documents? Lin Yang, as if shocked by electricity, immediately released his hand, stepped back half a step without a trace, and returned to Su Man's side, adopting the standard posture of an assistant with downcast eyes. He wanted to avoid any awkwardness in front of Su Man. Guakaiki's smile remained unchanged, as if she hadn't felt Su Man's hostility at all. She withdrew her hand and casually flicked her curls. He just went to the restroom. As she spoke, a young man in a sharp suit came running from behind, his face etched with anxiety and apology. The man was also nearly 1.9 meters tall, handsome, with a meticulously styled haircut, though his complexion was slightly pale. Sorry, Director Gua, I had some barbecue with friends yesterday and got a bit of diarrhea. He ran to Guakaiki's side and explained in a low voice. Guakaiki didn't even glance at him, nor did she acknowledge his apology. She merely gestured with her chin toward him, introducing him to Su Man and Lin Yang. This is my assistant, Zhou Qi. Her tone was as flat as if she were introducing an object. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhou Qi's face, but he quickly composed himself and offered Su Man a professional smile. Hello, President Su. Su Man gave only an almost imperceptible nod with no intention of shaking hands. Her arrogance was ingrained in her bones. For another director's assistant, she couldn't be bothered to offer even superficial courtesy. Lin Yang, however, was not so particular. He looked at the man named Zhou Qi, who despite his good looks carried an undeniable weariness and humility in his brow. He extended his hand proactively. Hello, I'm Lin Yang, President Su's assistant. Zhou Qi froze for a moment, seemingly surprised that Lin Yang would take the initiative to shake his hand. He quickly reached out, gripping Lin Yang's hand with some force. Hello, Zhou Qi. Two young men, both tall, both serving as assistants to female directors, clasped hands in that moment. Lin Yang could feel the clammy sweat in the other's palm and the tension hidden beneath his politeness. He was completely different from himself. Outside the conference room, the rich fragrance belonging to Guakaiki stood in stark contrast with Su Man's cool woody scent. The enchanting smile on Guakaiki's face remained unchanged. She merely used her fingertips to lightly brush her chestnut-colored wavy hair, yet her gaze had already shifted from Lin Yang to her pale-faced assistant. Go wait over there. Her voice had lost the coquettishness she used with Lin Yang, leaving only impatient coldness. Yes, miss. What? Zhou Qi lowered his head even further. He dared not even glance at Lin Yang again. Turning, he walked toward the area where the assistants gathered, his back carrying a hint of disgrace. Just then, the heavy double wooden doors of the top-floor meeting room were pushed open from within. A figure stepped out. It was a young woman wearing a tailored gray professional skirt suit. Her jet black hair was tied into an immaculate bun at the nape of her neck, with only a few strands left to dangle by her ears, adding a touch of softness. Her features were exquisitely flawless, combined to create a unique beauty that even reminded Lin Yang of a top-tier actress known for her classical elegance in the entertainment industry. Yet the aura she exuded carried even more professional acumen than that actress. Holding a folder in her hand, her gaze swept calmly over the assembled directors and executives. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears with clarity. Esteemed directors and executives, the president has arrived. The meeting is about to begin. Please take your seats. Su Man turned her head and said in a voice barely audible to Lin Yang, the president's secretary Tang Yunyun. Having said that, she ignored Lin Yang and, stepping in her high heels, walked toward the meeting room alongside Lu Qingyi and Lan Xinyu. Guakaiki swayed her astonishing hips seductively as she followed behind. As she brushed past Lin Yang, the corner of her eye seemed to cast a lingering, enticing glance at him. Tang Yunyun stood at the doorway, smiling as she watched the senior executives enter. Then her gaze turned to the assistants like Lin Yang and Zhou Qi. All secretaries and assistants, please wait in the small meeting room next door. Her voice remained formal, yet carried a politeness that left no room for refusal. The meeting minutes will be sent by the president's office to each board office and business unit. The moment he laid eyes on Tang Yunyun, Lin Yang's gaze froze for an instant. This woman's beauty was simply outstanding. Almost instinctively, he activated the sponge system, and the data stream began to refresh frantically. Name Tang Yunyun, wealth rating silver tier, overall score 8. 9 beauty 9. 5 figure 8. For a demeanor 8. 7. Tags absolute calm information hub, sophisticated hidden ambition silver tier. Lin Yang's mind instantly calmed. Her wealth value didn't meet the standard, she couldn't be marked as a target. But that beauty score of 9. 5 could easily hold its own, even in the entertainment industry. Only 24, 2 years older than him, and already sitting in the position of president's secretary. This role involved the most core secrets and power of the entire Enwei group. Her ability, or perhaps her background, was definitely not simple. Lin Yang's mind raced. She was a potential asset. She was silver now, but that didn't mean she'd stay that way. When she eventually rose to gold or platinum, he could make his move. For now, he'd keep her as a backup option. He withdrew his gaze without any visible reaction, mentally tagging Tang Yunyun as long-term observation. The senior executives all entered the meeting room, and the heavy wooden door slowly closed, sealing off the two worlds inside and out. The atmosphere in the corridor instantly relaxed. The remaining secretaries and assistants drifted in 2s and 3s toward the small meeting room Tang Yunyun had mentioned. Lin Yang was about to follow suit when a hand reached from behind and lightly tugged his arm. Lin Yang turned around. It was Zhou Qi. The humility and apology on his face were gone. He said nothing, merely gestured with his eyes toward the elevator lobby, then walked over on his own. A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Yang's mind. What was this guy up to? With nothing better to do, he decided to check it out. He followed. The two walked one after the other through the empty corridor to the elevator lobby. The light was bright there, and the marble floor was polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the luxurious crystal chandelier overhead. Zhou Qi didn't stop. He walked straight to a fire door marked emergency exit and pushed it open with practiced ease. A gust of air mixed with dust and cigarette smoke rushed out. Behind the door was a cold concrete stairwell. The motion-activated light didn't turn on. Sunlight streaming through the window on the landing outlined the spiral staircase descending below. Zhou Qi stepped inside. Lin Yang didn't hesitate and followed him in. Zhou Qi pulled a pack of soft-pack Huazi cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out, and offered it to Lin Yang. Want one? Lin Yang shook his head. I work out. I don't smoke. Zhou Qi paused for a moment, seeming a bit surprised, then let out a self-deprecating laugh, took back the cigarette, and placed it between his own lips. Click. Zhou Qi pulled out a lighter. The orange flame flickered, casting a touch of ruddiness onto his pale, handsome face. The flame approached the tobacco, ignited, and a scarlet ember glowed and dimmed within the concrete space. He took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled. The white smoke blurred the expression on his face. How long have you been with President Su? Amidst the swirling smoke, Zhou Qi's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Lin Yang leaned against the cold wall, hands in his pockets in a relaxed posture. About a month now, he answered truthfully. Zhou Qi was silent for a moment, then took another drag. The glowing tip of the cigarette illuminated the deep, dark circles under his eyes. President Su. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully. Does she have any strange requests? Strange requests. Lin Yang's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Had Zhou Qi noticed something? Impossible. His relationship with Su Man was perfectly disguised within the company. So what did he mean by strange requests? Was it work-related? Or personal? Unbidden, Lin Yang's mind conjured images of Su Man's bold and daring poses in bed and her almost greedy demands on his body. Was that a strange request? To him, it was a benefit. But what would it be to Zhou Qi? Lin Yang's thoughts raced, but his face remained blank and confused. No, not at all. He looked at Zhou Qi, his eyes carrying just the right amount of bewilderment. President Su is just very strict about work details. Everything else is fine. He turned the question around. Why? Does President Gua have some? At the mention of President Gua, Zhou Qi's body visibly stiffened. He didn't answer Lin Yang's question. Instead, he took a fierce drag on the remaining half of his cigarette, the tip flaring with a harsh light. Then he smiled. There was no joy in that smile, only a sense of relief that an outsider couldn't understand. He dropped the butt on the ground, crushed it with his toe, turned, and pushed open the fire door. It's nothing. He left those words behind, and without looking back, opened the fire door and walked back into the elevator lobby. The fire door of the stairwell was slowly closing. Not wanting to inhale the lingering secondhand smoke, Lin Yang quickly followed him out. Yet Zhou Qi's final dejected silhouette and his inexplicable question lingered in Lin Yang's mind, refusing to fade. Strange requests. Lin Yang's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Gua Kaiqi's tag, extreme desire. He suddenly had a premonition that the strangeness Zhou Qi spoke of was probably not what he had imagined. Lin Yang did not linger in the stairwell. He quickly walked out and returned to the small meeting room where the assistants were waiting. The meeting room was modest, furnished with several long tables and matching chairs. In one corner stood a tea station offering instant coffee and tea bags. A dozen or so secretaries and assistants, both men and women, gathered in small clusters, chatting in hushed tones. Zhou Qi sat alone in the most secluded corner, head bowed, his entire body curled into the chair like a stray dog forsaken by the world, utterly out of place amidst the lively atmosphere. Lin Yang's gaze lingered on him for only a second before looking away. Everyone had their own way of living. He had no interest in probing into others' lives, nor could he. He walked to the tea station, brewed himself a cup of instant coffee, and the bitter aroma of caffeine filled the air. Holding the paper cup, he did not approach Zhou Qi, but instead headed straight for a lively group of women. They were a few young female assistants huddled together, sharing gossip from their phones, occasionally letting out suppressed laughter. "What are you chatting about so happily?" Lin Yang wore a perfectly appropriate smile as he naturally joined them. Standing at 185 meters, his handsome, youthful face instantly captured everyone's attention. A girl in a light blue blouse who appeared quite demure blushed slightly and murmured, "We were talking about General Manager Liu from the Innovation Division. She went to Paris Fashion Week last month, and the paparazzi shots of her are just too powerful." "Let me see." Lin Yang leaned in, and on the screen was the very woman with gold-rimmed glasses and a cold, aloof demeanor. In the photo, she wore a haute couture trench coat, striding down the Champs-Élysées with a commanding gaze. The passers-by around her blurred into the background. "Indeed, General Manager Liu has always been our company's fashion icon. It's a pity she's so cold. Every time I deliver documents, I can feel her chill from 3 meters away. Exactly unlike General Manager Lin from the paper division. She's much gentler and often brings us afternoon tea." Lin Yang sipped his coffee, listening to their chatter, occasionally interjecting a word or two, quickly blending into the circle. The affability he displayed and his fresh-faced youth were an unbeatable pass. These assistants working beside the directors were the most well-informed nodes within the group. Every casual remark they made could piece together the true landscape of high-level power dynamics. Lu Qingyi aloof, hard to approach. Lan Xinyu gentle, knows how to win people over. Guo Kaiki seductive, has some friction with President Su. Huang Qiming old man, not part of the discussion. In Lin Yang's mind, he had already tagged these directors with more detailed notes. Just as the conversation was at its peak, a slight sound came from the heavy double wooden doors of the large meeting room nearby. Almost simultaneously, all noise in the small meeting room ceased. Tang Yunyun appeared at the doorway. She was still in her impeccably tailored gray suit, a formulaic smile on her face. Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable penetrating force. "The meeting is over, you can all leave. The minutes will be compiled and distributed to each department." Having said that, she did not linger for a second, nodded slightly, turned, and exited the room with light, swift steps. Her entire exit was fluid, without a single superfluous word. The moment she left, the congealed air in the small meeting room began to flow again. The secretaries and assistants immediately rose, gathered their belongings, and walked briskly out of the meeting room to find their respective bosses. Lin Yang also set down his empty paper cup and followed the crowd out. In the corridor, the senior executives were gradually emerging from the large meeting room. Lin Yang spotted Su Man in the crowd at once. She stood outside the meeting room, not speaking to anyone, just looking down at her phone. That touch of aloofness made her stand out in the crowd, yet also seemed lonely. As if sensing his gaze, she lifted her head, her eyes locking precisely with his. Lin Yang quickened his pace and stood by her side. He lowered his voice, a hint of curiosity in it. "Has the seal left? I've never seen her in person, only in the company's promotional brochures." Su Man, upon hearing this, finally tore her gaze from the phone screen, turned her head, and gave him a faint glare. "Let's talk in the office." Her voice betrayed no emotion. The two walked one after the other toward the elevator. The elevator doors closed, leaving them alone in the confined space. The cool, woody fragrance of Su Man's perfume mingled with the clean scent of Lin Yang's shower gel, creating a subtle chemistry. The elevator descended smoothly. Ding! The 16th floor arrived. Back in the office area of the personal care division, Su Man in her high heels walked straight to her office that occupied the entire corner. Lin Yang followed her, closing the heavy oak door, shutting out all external noise. The office was quiet. Su Man took off her suit jacket, casually draping it over the back of the sofa, revealing the high-quality silk blouse underneath. She walked to the bar and poured herself a glass of water. Her slender, fair fingers held the transparent glass. Her red lips parted slightly as she tilted her elegant swan-like neck, downing the water in one go. The movement of her swallowing was clearly visible. Just a simple act of drinking water stirred a certain impulse in Lin Yang. Su Man set the glass down with a soft clink. Without looking back at Lin Yang, she walked directly to the floor-to-ceiling bookshelf behind the large executive desk. Her hand pressed gently on a few seemingly ordinary book spines. Click! A faint sound of a mechanical lock disengaging was heard. Lin Yang's pupils contracted slightly. He saw Su Man push a section of the bookshelf which silently slid inward, revealing a pitch-black doorway. A secret door. Su Man turned back and beckoned to him. Come here. Suppressing his surprise, Lin Yang followed her into the hidden entrance. The space behind the door was small, with lights automatically turning on. It was a tiny rest area about 10 square meters. The furnishings were simple, but had all the essentials. There was a single bed with clean linens, a built-in wardrobe, and beside it a frosted glass door. Su Man opened the frosted glass door and peeked inside. Inside was a private bathroom complete with a toilet, sink, and shower. This was her true private sanctuary within the cold skyscraper. She had personally designed this space when the office was renovated. Lin Yang looked at the bed, then at Su Man's figure, perfectly accentuated by the silk blouse, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He spoke hesitantly. President Su, although watching you drink water did stir something in me, it's broad daylight, and we're at the company. Isn't this inappropriate? Let's do it when we get home tonight. Su Man froze mid-motion as she was about to close the bathroom door. She turned around, her cold phoenix-like eyes giving Lin Yang another glare. I need to talk to you about serious matters. I'm afraid the office might be bugged. With the internal power struggles at a critical juncture, we must be cautious. Inner thought, this little man, what filthy things is he always thinking about? Oh, Lin Yang, seeing the thought bubble above Su Man's head, scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Su Man sat down by the bedside with interest, the soft mattress sinking slightly under her weight. She leaned back, supporting herself with her hands, her body stretching out, the curves beneath her silk blouse growing even more breathtaking. Her phoenix-like eyes held a hint of playfulness as she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yang. If it weren't for serious matters, you'd really want to stay here with me. Before she could finish, Lin Yang had already given the most honest answer with his actions. He nodded frantically, the motion so vigorous it was as if his head were a bauble toy with a spring attached to his neck, his gaze brimming with undisguised hunger. Su Man was amused by his impatient demeanor and couldn't hold back a laugh. She covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a suppressed yet crisp chuckle, her shoulders trembling slightly. All right. She withdrew her smile, regaining her cool composure, though the warmth in her eyes had yet to fully fade. Not here. Let's talk business. The faint flame that had just kindled in Lin Yang's heart was instantly doused by a bucket of cold water. He pouted, a trace of unmistakable disappointment creeping onto his brow. Seeing his expression, Su Man found it amusing, but she quickly composed herself, her demeanor turning serious. The strategic meeting we just had for the group, what was discussed is very important. Her voice rang out clearly in the small break room. The group is planning a major organizational restructuring, splitting into two parts, the Dalong Country region and the overseas region. Su Man paused as if organizing her thoughts. Currently, only 3 business divisions, personal care, cosmetics, and paper products, have actual sales performance overseas. So the newly established overseas company president will likely be chosen from among the directors of these 3 divisions. Her gaze fell on Lin Yang, as if she were analyzing the situation for him, or perhaps clarifying it for herself. As for the Dalong Country region, it will temporarily be overseen by the group's president, President Qin. But afterward, a suitable candidate will definitely be selected from the remaining directors or managers for promotion. Lin Yang listened intently, his mind racing as he connected this information with the interpersonal dynamics he had observed outside the meeting room. He asked, isn't the group considering hiring executives from outside, or poaching from competitors? Su Man shook her head, a hint of self-mockery tugging at her lips. Our group's tradition has always been to promote internally trained talent. Don't let the multinational label fool you. At its core, it's still a family business. The current group president, President Qin, is the chairman's only daughter. She rose from the lowest sales representative position. It's an inspirational story known to everyone in the group. When she said the words, inspirational story, a sense of pride tinged her voice, as she herself had climbed to her position through a similar path. The chairman himself has long stepped back from day-to-day operations, no longer holding the president's role, retaining only the chairman title. Lin Yang silently grumbled to himself. I know that much gets printed clearly in the company's promotional brochures, practically canonizing President Qin as a modern-day business saint. Su Man seemed lost in some memory, her eyes growing distant as she unconsciously twisted the edge of the bedsheet with her fingers. My biggest disadvantage is that I've been with the company for too short a time. She finally voiced her concern. Whether it's the overseas president or the future Dalong Country region president, neither will fall to me. She lifted her head, her cool gaze now sharp and piercing, locking onto Lin Yang. But some don't see it that way. President Qin prefers to appoint those close to her, and when I first joined the company, I worked under her. You could say that both Guakaiki and I were personally promoted by her as her own people. As for the other three division directors, Director Liu of Innovation, Director Lan of Paper Products, and Director Huang of Food, they are all old subordinates who fought alongside the chairman to build the company. In Lin Yang's mind, a clear faction map instantly took shape. President Qin's faction, Su Man Guakaiki. Chairman's faction, Lu Qingyi Lan Xinyu Huang Qiming. There were also some directors whose allegiances were unclear. He almost blurted out his speculation. So you suspect that what happened at the hotel last time when I got drunk and slept with you was because someone got wind of it in advance and wanted to strike first, ruining your reputation completely. His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling clarity as he dissected the facts. If they could prove you have a chaotic private life, your chances of being promoted to president of the Dalong country region or the overseas region would drop to zero no matter how much President Qin favors her own people. Su Man's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. She hadn't expected Lin Yang to grasp the underlying logic so quickly and precisely. She looked at the young man before her, feeling for the first time that he didn't seem like a fresh college graduate at all. That's one way to put it. She slowly uttered these words, tacitly confirming Lin Yang's deduction. Lin Yang pressed further. Does the chairman only have President Qin as his daughter? Su Man's eyes flickered. On the surface, yes. Only President Qin. She paused, lowering her voice even further. But there's always been a rumor within the group that the chairman has other children overseas, though they don't live in the country and have never been publicly acknowledged. These matters are probably only known to his old subordinates. I was promoted by President Qin, so I'm not clear on those old stories. This plot, why does it feel so familiar? Lin Yang's mind began involuntarily scrolling through a barrage of commentary. Family feuds, inheritance battles, illegitimate children vying for power. Aren't these the cliches from Hong Kong TV dramas? He suppressed these thoughts and raised another crucial question. What about Director Gua? The image of Guakaiki's seductive figure and her assistant, Zhou Qi's pale face, flashed through his mind. She's also one of President Qin's people. Why hasn't anything happened to her? At the mention of Guakaiki, Su Man's face showed undisguised contempt. Guakaiki, that little vixen, you have no idea how wild she plays. Su Man's voice carried a complex mix of disdain and envy. She changes her male assistants one after another, specifically picking tall, sunny, handsome young men over 1.80 meters. But look at them. None last a year with her. When they leave, each one looks like they've been drained dry, turning from fresh-faced lads into dried-up, old jerky. Su Man's words instantly brought to mind Zhou Qi's unsteady gait and heavy dark circles. That little vixen's reputation among the company's top brass was already ruined beyond repair, and no one needs to throw more mud on her. Su Man let out a cold laugh. But no one can touch her. Her cosmetics division is the group's fastest-growing cash cow in recent years, with astonishing sales. As long as the performance is there, the chairman and President Qin have to grit their teeth and accept her. Oh, so that's why you, President Su, only have female secretaries and assistants. You're still aiming for a promotion. Guess I'd better go back to sales so I don't ruin your reputation. Lin Yang teased again. You little man, getting jealous now. How dare I? There's nothing you don't dare. Before Su Man could finish, Lin Yang, like a starving beast, pounced on her. In the cramped rest area, clothes were strewn all over the floor. The lingering air was thick with a blend of sweat and the scent of high-end perfume. Su Man's soft body lay languidly on Lin Yang's chest, her strands of hair brushing against his skin, sending a slight teasing itch. On the narrow single bed, only their intertwined, gradually calming breaths could be heard. Just then, an icy blue light screen materialized without warning before his retina. Congratulations, host. The spouse maintenance guide no. 1 Su Man obedience level increased to 87. Lin Yang gazed at the screen and sighed. Only a 1 increase. The revolution was far from over. He still had to strive. His palm unconsciously traced the smooth curve of her back, feeling its astonishing elasticity and delicacy. The chaotic haze clouded by desire was slowly settling as reason reclaimed its throne. He spoke, his voice carrying a hint of huskiness from satiation. Since we know about the company's restructuring, who set up that trap that night? Could it be Director Gua? Su Man, lying on his chest, paused slightly, then let out a soft snort. She lifted her head, propping herself up on her elbows against Lin Yang's firm chest, their eyes meeting up close. The flush on her face hadn't fully faded, but in her phoenix eyes the sharpness befitting a senior executive of a group company had already rekindled. I suspected her before. Su Man's voice regained a hint of coolness. But from her behavior at today's meeting, it seems we're still on President Qin's side. She pursed her lips, not hiding her distaste. She probably wouldn't target me, though I dislike that flirtatious manner of hers. In Lin Yang's mind, the image of that seductive face and Guakaiki's aggressive stance at the conference room door flashed by. Being on the same side didn't preclude internal strife. At least the infighting should happen after eliminating the external enemy. But he didn't voice that thought. Instead, he began piecing together the fragmented memories of that sales department dinner night. The department dinner being plied with drinks, Su Man drinking alone in a corner vomiting. Then the voice of Secretary He Xiaoya. I remember He Xiaoya called a designated driver that night. Lin Yang's brow furrowed as he tried to recall, but only a blank void remained. I don't remember anything after that. Could He Xiaoya be the mole? Impossible. Su Man's reply was firm, without hesitation. He Xiaoya was personally recruited by me from Yinqing University. She's been with me for 4 years from intern to now. I taught her everything. She wouldn't betray me. Lin Yang grumbled inwardly. Wow, He Xiaoya is actually a top graduate from Yinqing University. Su Man's words carried an unshakable confidence and absolute affirmation of her judgment of people. She paused, her gaze drifting to the side as if lost in recollection. I was still relatively clear-headed, then maybe the drug hadn't kicked in yet. Drug. Someone drugged you. Lin Yang's heart clenched. The word drug pierced his nerves like a needle. Su Man's expression darkened, a flicker of lingering fear in her eyes. A sales manager from the sales department named Lu Ming. He joined the company nearly a year ago, always performed well, knew how to play the game, had a decent income, enough to afford an apartment in Weihai city center. Her voice turned icy. But after handing me a cocktail that night, he resigned the next day, vanished without a trace, never seen again. A high-performing sales manager just to hand over a drink, then immediately abandon a promising career. It defied all logic. Unless he was merely a disposable pawn. A chill ran up Lin Yang's spine. Was I drugged too? Su Man's gaze returned to him, tinged with scrutiny and inquiry. Given your blackout state and your unusual vigor this morning, it's possible. The entire thread of events rapidly clarified in Lin Yang's mind. This wasn't an accidental drunken indiscretion. It was a long-planned conspiracy. He hadn't done anything that night. He was merely placed beside Su Man. The mastermind behind this scheme might have been planning it for days, maybe longer. Lin Yang's voice was dry. Yes, Su Man's eyes grew deep, harboring complex emotions Lin Yang couldn't decipher. I believe this plot was set in motion at least a year ago. She spoke, each word deliberately revealing a speculation that made Lin Yang's scalp tingle. Perhaps they were waiting for your arrival. What did that mean? Waiting for me. As if I were a piece in their game plan. Lin Yang instantly felt as if an invisible net had enveloped him. He quickly put on an innocent, aggrieved expression, half-jokingly complaining. President Su, that's not fair. You're making it sound like I'm in cahoots with them. I'm innocent too, you know. I'm just a nobody who just joined the sales department. That morning manager Wang chewed me out like a dog. I was just hoping to get paid to cover rent and student loans, and then I got dragged into this corporate infighting among big shots. Am I not the one to be pitted? His complaints softened the tension in Su Man's face. She suddenly reached out and pinched the soft flesh at his waist, not too hard, not too light. Hiss. Lin Yang sucked in a sharp breath. Yes, you're innocent. A dangerous yet alluring smile curled at the corner of Su Man's lips. She leaned down, her warm breath brushing against Lin Yang's ear. What you did to me the next morning could land you in prison for 10 years. Lin Yang's body went rigid. He watched Su Man slowly straighten up, her phoenix eyes glinting with amusement. Then she gracefully turned and got out of bed, naked, searching for her phone among the scattered clothes. With every step, her breathtaking figure swayed before Lin Yang's eyes. But Lin Yang had no mind to admire it. His head buzzed. He watched Su Man pick up her phone, unlock the screen, and tap it a few times with her slender fingers. Lin Yang's heart leaped to his throat, his entire body tense. President Su, you're not really going to send me away, are you? I really acted on impulse then. Please be magnanimous, ill. His voice cracked. Su Man looked up and shot him a flirtatious, dismissive glare. That look held 3 parts disdain and 7 parts mockery. Get dressed. Her voice resumed the commanding tone of a director, crisp and decisive. He'll call Xiaoya over to ask about the situation. Yes, ma'am. Lin Yang, half-naked, saluted from the bed. He quickly gathered his clothes, the bespoke suit and white shirt. Soon the two fully dressed stepped out of the rest area. Lin Yang closed the bookcase door and walked to the tea table by the floor-to-ceiling window to start brewing tea. He quickly gathered his clothes, the bespoke suit and white shirt. Soon the two fully dressed stepped out of the rest area. Lin Yang closed the bookcase door and walked to the tea table by the floor-to-ceiling window to start brewing tea. In Su Man's director's office, the air was infused with the unique sweet fragrance of lapsang sochong tea wafting from a purple clay teapot. Lin Yang's long, steady fingers moved with fluid grace as he lifted the pot, poured the tea, and distributed it into cups. A series of motions so seamless they carried a rhythmic elegance. This tea brewing technique, learned from watching videos, was displayed before Su Man for the first time, and it drew a hint of approval in her usually cold phoenix eyes. Su Man sat across from him, having changed back into a well-tailored black professional skirt, suit, her hair coiled into an impeccable bun, once again the commanding female director exuding full authority. Yet her lips, sipping the tea, seemed fuller and redder than usual. Neither spoke, and an unspoken understanding flowed through the tea's aroma. Until a soft knock echoed on the office's oak door. Rap rap. Come in. Su Man's voice regained its usual coolness. The door opened, and He Xiaoya poked her head in. Today she wore a cute sailor-style dress with a single ponytail, resembling a girl who had stepped straight out of an anime. When she saw the tall, upright man brewing tea by the floor-to-ceiling window at the tea table, her lively large eyes widened noticeably for a moment. Lin Yang. Why was he drinking tea alone with Director Su in the office? And on a Sunday? He Xiaoya's inner gossip flame ignited instantly, but she dared not show even a trace on her face. She walked in obediently, her gaze darting quickly between Su Man and Lin Yang. Director Su, you wanted to see me? Yes, Xiaoya, come sit. Su Man gestured to a spot by the tea table. He Xiaoya hesitated, then chose not to sit beside Su Man or opposite Lin Yang. Instead, she circled around and sat on the side of the table next to Lin Yang. This position kept her from seeming too distant, yet avoided directly facing Director Su's aura. As she sat, Lin Yang handed her a cup of tea. Su Man paid no heed. She set down her cup, the base clicking crisply against the table, and cut straight to the point. Xiaoya, do you remember the sales department dinner that day? He Xiaoya's expression remained professional, as if completely unaware of the oddity of the question. Yes, Director Su. Is there an issue? Su Man's gaze shifted to Lin Yang, giving him a look. Lin Yang says he remembers nothing after getting into the car. Help him recall. He Xiaoya's focus finally settled on Lin Yang, tinged with confusion. A little voice in her head began a frantic rant. Oh my God, you called me from over 10 kilometers away on a Sunday, just for this trivial nonsense. Lin Yang, if you don't remember, why drag me, an innocent secretary, into it? Yet her face still bore an impeccable professional smile, her tone calm. That night, I remember it well. You, Director Su, and Lin Yang were all quite drunk. After I called a designated driver, I tried to ask Lin Yang where he lived, but no matter how I called him, he wouldn't wake up, like a dead pig, completely unresponsive. Lin Yang's hand holding his teacup paused slightly. I suspect you're insulting me, but I have no proof. He Xiaoya, not noticing his micro-expression, continued recalling. I thought I couldn't just leave a grown man on the street. You, Director Su, were also a bit unsteady, so I had the driver take us straight to Juanfu Hotel and dropped everyone off there. Lin Yang's inner monologue chimed in again. Dropped off. Just like that. Wasn't my 800 yuan a month single room good enough? He Xiaoya continued. So that night, you, Director Su, me, and Lin Yang, the three of us rode in your car driven by the designated driver to Juanfu Hotel. At the hotel, I booked 2 rooms, a deluxe king room for you, Director Su, and a standard room for Lin Yang. As she said this, she seemed to recall the scene and couldn't help but glance at Lin Yang with a hint of disdain. With 2 service staff on duty at the lobby and me, a weak woman, the 3 of us struggled with all our might to haul that dead pig Lin Yang up to his standard room. Lin Yang's eye twitched. All right, now there's proof. And then, oi. Su Man pressed her fingers, tapping unconsciously on the table. Then I helped you, Director Su, to the deluxe room. He Xiaoya's tone grew more respectful. You were a bit unsteady walking, so I guided you to the room, and you fell asleep as soon as you lay on the bed. I covered you with a blanket, adjusted the air conditioning, and left. When I checked my phone, it was about 2 in the morning. Hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but speak up. Is that all? Think carefully. Was there anything unusual? Or did you meet anyone strange? He Xiaoya tilted her head, thought hard, then shook her head firmly. No, everything was pretty normal. She added, the 2 service staff were polite and dedicated. Even at that hour, they grunted and groaned, hauling that dead pig you up the stairs without a single complaint. Lin Yang finally lost his composure. Xiaoya, that's enough. You've called me a dead pig 3 times now. He Xiaoya paused, then stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Did I? I'm just stating the facts. Su Man, who had been silent, watched their banter, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of her tightly set lips. Though fleeting, it left He Xiaoya stunned. Director Su smiled. In her 4 years with Su Man, she could count the times she'd seen that smile on one hand. Su Man cleared her throat softly, breaking the brief lightness, her eyes turning cool again. Xiaoya, do you remember the room number for Lin Yang's room? Yes. He Xiaoya immediately sprang up, left the office, and rummaged through her secretarial desk before returning to the tea table. The invoice is still with me, though I haven't submitted it for reimbursement yet. She quickly pulled a stapled receipt from a stack of papers. Her slender fingers flipped through it and soon found the Juanfu Hotel invoice. Got it. She handed it to Su Man, pointing at the details. The standard room number is 1725. The deluxe room number is 2610. Hearing these numbers, Lin Yang immediately voiced his doubt. Could those 2 service staff be the problem? Did they do something after taking me to the room? Su Man dismissed the guess without a second thought. No. Her voice carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Juanfu Hotel has been a long-term partner of our Enway Group, and is one of Huahai City's top hotels. They wouldn't risk their hard-earned reputation over a trivial matter. Lin Yang had already considered this reasoning, and Su Man's confirmation ruled out that possibility entirely. This made the situation even more bizarre. How did he go from the standard room on the 17th floor to Su Man's deluxe room on the 26th floor lying naked beside her without anyone noticing? Then, should we check the hotel surveillance? Lin Yang suggested. Su Man frowned slightly and glanced out the window. It's been nearly a month, the hotel's footage might not be saved anymore. She pondered for a moment, then stood up. In that instant, her formidable decisiveness returned. They'll make a call and ask their boss Wang Chaming directly. With that, she took her phone and strode to her executive desk area, leaving Lin Yang and He Xiaoya with a resolute silhouette. With that, she took her phone and strode to her executive desk area, leaving Lin Yang and He Xiaoya with a resolute silhouette. Only Lin Yang and He Xiaoya remained by the tea table before the floor-to-ceiling window, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. At this moment, He Xiaoya's attention had completely shifted to Lin Yang. Her large eyes, like those of an anime girl, were fixed unblinkingly on him, as if scanning some suspicious object. Her gaze finally settled on the black suit he was wearing. She stared for a while, then her brows furrowed slightly, as she unconsciously leaned closer, her nose almost touching Lin Yang's shoulder. Lin Yang's body stiffened, made uneasy by her sudden approach. Xiaoya, what are you doing? Did you see a ghost or something? He Xiaoya didn't answer. Instead, she reached out and gently pinched the fabric of his suit sleeve, feeling its delicate texture. She looked up, her eyes filled with suspicion. Where did you get this suit? Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat, but he forced his face to remain calm. I bought it myself, he lied, striving to sound natural. He Xiaoya let out a scoff at this, her eyes clearly saying, who do you think you're fooling? Do you have the money? Her question was as blunt as a knife. To afford this suit. This is Hermenegildo Zegna's bespoke collection. Do you know this suit costs more than your monthly salary? Lin Yang's expression froze instantly. He was found out. He didn't know how to spin the story further. He certainly couldn't say Su Man had rewarded him with it yesterday morning for his outstanding performance the night before. He Xiaoya watched his flustered state, her suspicion deepening. She continued, this suit is identical to the one I ordered for President Su before. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced towards where Su Man was on the phone. The meaningful look in her eyes sent a shiver down Lin Yang's spine. Lin Yang cursed inwardly. Su Man, you let your secretary handle trivial things like ordering a suit. Now look, our little unspeakable secrets are about to be guessed by your secretary. Is my cushy life going to crash before it even gets warm? Just as Lin Yang's mind went blank, debating whether to play dumb or confess, Su Man finished her call and walked back. As soon as she returned, she sensed the strange atmosphere at the tea table. What's wrong? She asked, her gaze sweeping between the two. He Xiaoya, like a schoolgirl finding her backbone, stood up directly and asked without hesitation, President Su, was that Hermenegildo Zegna suit I ordered for you last time meant for Lin Yang? The question was earth-shattering. Even Su Man was taken aback for a moment by this sudden direct inquiry. But she was Su Man after all. The brief bewilderment lasted less than a second before her expression returned to its usual calm. No, she denied crisply, then shifted gears. Didn't I ask Lin Yang to be my driver? She used a tone of absolute reasonableness, looking Lin Yang up and down. He was always wearing those crumpled t-shirts from Waknoshire or faded white shirts. It was an eyesore and ruined my mood. She walked over to Lin Yang, reached out to adjust his shoulder, and patted his back, her movements as natural as if rehearsed countless times. So I just gave him this suit to wear. Didn't expect it to fit so well. She finished her explanation lightly, then gave He Xiaoya a new order. Order another set for me tomorrow. I need it for someone else. Finally, she offered a solution that would completely dispel He Xiaoya's doubts. Oh, and deduct the cost of this suit from his salary. 5,000 a month until it's paid off. At this, all of He Xiaoya's suspicions vanished. Yes, this was the President Su she knew. Strict, exacting, keeping business and personal matters separate. Having the driver dress decently was for her own face. And deducting the cost of the clothes from his salary, that was just too logical. Okay, no problem, President Su. He Xiaoya agreed promptly. Lin Yang was bitter inside. You have no problem, but I do. His heart bled. 5,000. Deducted every month with no end in sight. Damned capitalist. I earned this with the sweat of my loins, and even this gets a kickback. So this is the hard part of living the easy life, huh? Seeing Lin Yang's constipated expression, yet daring not to argue, Su Man nodded in satisfaction. Any objections? Lin Yang instantly shook his head like a rattledrum. No objections. Then it's settled. Su Man nodded contentedly and said to He Xiaoya, Xiaoya, please make that trip. He Xiaoya immediately waved her hand. No trouble at all, President Su. Just say the word anytime. All right, let's go downstairs for lunch. My treat. Su Man checked her watch. Lin Yang, after we eat, drive me to the Juanfu Hotel. Having said this, she picked up her handbag and tapped on her phone a few times. Ding dong. Hizioya's phone chimed with a crisp notification. She looked down, and her eyes instantly lit up. A 1,000 yuan WeChat red packet. Her face immediately broke into a delighted smile, the detective's sharpness from moments ago washed away by the joy of money. She called out sweetly to Su Man's retreating back. "Thank you, President Su. You're the best." The three of them found a tastefully decorated Hong Kong-style tea restaurant downstairs from the office building. They took a seat by the window. A waitress came up and handed them menus. "What would you like to order?" Su Man took the menu and began to look it over. 3 cups of silk stocking milk tea, 1 pork chop bun, set 1 curry fish balls, 1 egg waffle, and 6 egg tarts. After ordering, she handed the menu to Xiaoya. "Xiaoya, see what you'd like for a main course." Xiaoya looked it over. "They'll have the black pepper chicken cutlet noodles." Then she passed the menu to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the menu, thinking that since his salary was being docked, he might as well eat his money's worth. 1 roast duck rice, 1 stir-fried beef, ho fun, 1 wonton noodles. All large portions. "Whoa, Lin Yang ordering that much. Can you even finish it?" Xiaoya said, stunned. "No problem, bro, I work out. This amount is nothing." "How you're not working out? You're trying to get your money's worth from that 5,000 deduction." Having his intentions seen through, Lin Yang wasn't annoyed. "Thick skin gets you fed. Mind your own business. It's not like you're paying." "Hey." Xiaoya looked at Su Man. "President Su, aren't you going to control him? This guy needs to be put in his place." Su Man watched them bicker, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. "It's fine. The boy's still growing. Eating more is a good thing." Hearing Su Man defend him, Lin Yang's smug expression nearly made Xiaoya want to hit him. Before long, all the food was served. Lin Yang stared at the roast duck rice, stir-fried beef, ho fun, and wonton noodles before him, dumbfounded. Were large portions really this big? Seeing the 2 large plates and 1 big bowl, Xiaoya said gleefully, "Make sure to pack the leftovers. You can heat them up for dinner." Lin Yang stopped bickering and began to devour his food ravenously. Soon Su Man and Xiaoya were sipping their milk tea, watching with amusement as Lin Yang polished off the food in front of him. After the meal, they parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Xiaoya, having received the red packet, happily hailed a cab to go shopping with friends. Lin Yang, with a full belly, got into the driver's seat of the black Volvo S90. Seeing him like that from the passenger seat, Su Man felt a twinge of pity. "Do you need to rest a bit?" "There's no rush." Lin Yang let out a long burp out the window. "I'm fine. Let's go." The Volvo S90 merged smoothly into the traffic heading towards the Juanfu Hotel. The Volvo S90 merged smoothly into the afternoon traffic, the cabin enveloped in a profound silence. The bloated, overstuffed feeling Lin Yang had after lunch was gradually supplanted by a rising tide of tension. Su Man didn't look at him, she just tilted her head, gazing at the rapidly receding skyscrapers outside the window. Her cold, beautiful profile, bathed in sunlight, seemed somewhat inscrutable. The car entered the underground parking lot of the Juanfu Hotel. Lin Yang skillfully found a spot and parked. The two took the elevator up to the resplendent hotel lobby. Crystal chandeliers cast their light upon the mirror-polished marble floor, and the air was infused with the scent of premium fragrance. A slightly overweight, middle-aged man in a vest and suit was already waiting at the lobby entrance. Upon seeing Su Man, his face instantly lit up with a warm smile, and he hurried over. "President Su, hello, hello. I'm the lobby manager, Luo Da." Su Man merely nodded faintly, stating the purpose of her visit. "President Wang has briefed me," the lobby manager Luo Da said, bowing his head slightly, his posture exceedingly humble. "He'll take you to the security control room right away. The technician is already waiting there." Manager Luo led the way, and the three crossed the lobby, heading for the staff-only passage. The security control room was on the first basement level with tight access control. Upon entering the room, a smell mixing the heat from electronic equipment and dust hit them. Dozens of screens displayed real-time feeds from every corner of the hotel, and several server hosts hummed lowly. "This is our security technician, Xiao Wang," Manager Luo said, gesturing to a tall, thin young man sitting at a computer. "This is President Su." Xiao Wang, "Just do as President Su asks." "Okay, Manager Luo." Xiao Wang immediately stood up, nodded somewhat nervously to Su Man. "Hello, President Su." Su Man dispensed with pleasantries. "Hello. Let's begin." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang sat back down, his hands poised over the keyboard, awaiting instructions. "President Su, what time period's footage do you need to check?" At this moment, Lin Yang, who had been standing behind Su Man, spoke up. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet control room. "Brother Wang, may I ask, does this surveillance system cover all areas inside the hotel?" Hearing this, Xiao Wang instinctively glanced at the man who was clearly younger than himself, yet stood beside the female CEO. Su Man immediately interjected, her tone calm, but brooking no dissent. "This is my assistant, Xiao Lin. He's quite professional. You can follow his instructions." "Executive Lin, just call me Xiao Wang." Xiao Wang caught on immediately, his demeanor becoming even more respectful. This system can only access the hotel's public areas such as hallways, elevator lobbies, and the lobby. The interior of guest rooms is a private area for patrons. We don't have surveillance rights there. Lin Yang nodded and continued his inquiries, each question hitting the core of the matter. Can this surveillance footage be deleted or altered? Xiao Wang shook his head explaining, our hotel's security system is directly networked and registered with the police system. All surveillance recordings have encryption protection and cloud backups. Without official authorization from the police station, no one can arbitrarily delete or modify the videos. Doing so would immediately trigger an alarm. Lin Yang felt a sense of relief. Good, that rules out the possibility of the footage itself being tampered with. Brother Wang, thanks for the clarification. Lin Yang's voice became steady as he began to give instructions. Please pull up the hallway surveillance for room 1725, a date being the 29th of last month starting from 2:00 a.m. All right. Xiao Wang's fingers flew across the keyboard. The images on the screen flickered and quickly locked onto the 17th floor hallway. He precisely dragged the timeline to the specified date and time. Can you fast forward? Yes. Xiao Wang activated the fast forward function and the timeline on the screen began to scroll rapidly. The hallway in the early morning hours was deserted with only the motion sensor lights flickering on and off as the footage progressed. The entire space was so quiet it was filled only by the hum of the servers and the faint breathing of the few people present. Just as the timeline scrolled to 3:20 a.m., a disturbance appeared in the footage. The elevator doors opened and two individuals in black hoodies and black masks stepped out. Their gender was indistinguishable. They walked straight to the door of room 1725. One of them produced a key card and swiped it to open the door. Seconds later, the two emerged supporting an unconscious young man in a white shirt between them. That man was Lin Yang himself. Flanked by the two, his feet dragged on the floor, his head lolled limply. A mere puppet to be manipulated. Stop! Lin Yang barked. Xiao Wang immediately pressed pause. The image froze. Lin Yang stared at the unconscious version of himself on the screen, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Su Man beside him. Her brow was furrowed as she scrutinized the silhouettes of the two individuals in black on the screen. Finally, she shook her head. I don't recognize them. Lin Yang understood. He continued to Xiao Wang. Brother Wang, please pull up the hallway surveillance for room 2610 on the same day, starting from 3:20 a.m. Xiao Wang worked his magic again, and soon the 26th floor hallway appeared on another screen. The same timeline, the same fast forward. Just 5 minutes later, the elevator doors opened again. The two individuals in black supporting the unconscious Lin Yang appeared in the 26th floor hallway. They used the same method to swipe into room 2610 and drag Lin Yang inside. In less than 5 minutes, the two emerged from the room, but instead of leaving immediately, they stood sentinel one on each side of the door. What were they waiting for? Lin Yang's heart tightened. The timeline scrolled forward another 10 minutes. The elevator doors opened a second time, and a figure stepped out. It was a woman. She wore a wide-brimmed black hat pulled down low. A large pair of black sunglasses and a matching mask covered nearly half her face. She was dressed in a beige dress. She walked to the door of room 2610. The two individuals immediately opened the door for her. The woman entered. In less than 5 minutes, she came out. The two immediately fell in behind her, and the three walked towards the elevator together. Just as they passed beneath the camera and were about to exit the surveillance range, the woman's head seemed to lift slightly. Stop! Lin Yang called out again. He stared intently at the magnified, blurry figure on the screen. Her disguise was too perfect. The black hat, large sunglasses, and black mask concealed her face completely. Only her figure and clothing indicated she was a woman. He looked at Su Man. Her gaze was equally fixed on the screen, her eyes full of doubt. After a long moment, she still shook her head. I don't know her. Lin Yang's heart sank once more. Lin Yang refused to give up and continued issuing orders. Brother Wang, can you pull up the surveillance footage from this time period at the hotel entrance and parking lot? I can. Xiao Wang searched again, and soon the surveillance footage from the hotel's main entrance was displayed. Around 3:45 a.m., the woman in the beige dress emerged from the hotel entrance with two men in black, but the distance was too great, making the image even blurrier. However, it captured the woman's full figure. Lin Yang hoped to glean clues from her gait and looked again at Su Man. Su Man stared longer this time, but ultimately shook her head. Brother Wang, please switch to the parking lot footage. Xiao Wang quickly pulled up the parking lot video, timestamped 3:50 a.m. A black Mercedes-Benz business van glided to the hotel entrance. The three quickly boarded, and the vehicle drove off. The Mercedes license plate was completely obscured by a wedding decoration reading Eternal Harmony. All clues came to an abrupt halt here. The opponent's preparation was flawless. Lin Yang looked at Su Man again. She still shook her head, her expression icy. Brother Wang, could you help us copy these videos? Xiao Wang looked troubled. Sorry, President Lin, I don't have that authority. According to regulations, copying videos requires an official document from the police. Lin Yong understood he had anticipated this. Can I record them with my phone? That's fine. Xiao Wang sighed in relief. But please don't share them just so I don't get into trouble. Thank you. Lin Yong took out his phone, aimed it at the computer screen, and meticulously recorded the key videos. After finishing, he pulled Su Man aside to a corner of the monitoring room. Any leads? Su Man only shook her head, remaining silent, but her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Yong lowered his voice and asked, "Do you have cash?" Su Man was momentarily stunned, then understood his intent. From her LV handbag, she produced a small wallet containing a few red banknotes. Lin Yong took out 5 notes amounting to 500. He walked back to the computer and handed the money to Xiao Wang. "Brother Wang, thanks for your trouble. Buy yourself some cigarettes." Xiao Wang instinctively wanted to refuse, but Lin Yong stuffed the money into his pocket and patted it. "Take it. Sorry to bother you on the weekend." Xiao Wang's resistance weakened, and he eventually accepted it. Leaving the security office, Su Man and Lin Yong returned to the hotel lobby. Manager Luo greeted them with a full smile. "How did it go, President Su?" "All cleared up." Su Man nodded absently. "It's resolved. I'd like to ask, what do you call those key cards that can open any room?" Manager Luo immediately answered, "Oh, you mean the master key. They're usually divided into a main control card and a supervisor card. The floor attendants have floor cards that only open rooms on their designated floors." "What's wrong, President Su? Did you lose something in your room?" Lin Yong interjected. "And who typically holds these cards?" Manager Luo answered cautiously, "The main control card is only with President Wang. The supervisor card is with the duty manager each day. Since I'm on duty today, I have one. The floor cards are kept by the housekeeping staff, but they work mornings and are usually not at the hotel in the evening." Lin Yong pressed on, "Manager Luo, could you recall who was the duty manager on the night of the 17th last month?" Manager Luo frowned, thinking hard. "Last month on the 29th. It seems Manager Lu Tao was on duty. But Manager Lu resigned some time ago, saying there was an urgent family matter and he needed to go back to his hometown to build a house." The trail went cold here. Lin Yong and Su Man exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. "Thank you for your help, Manager Luo." Su Man said, "President Su, you're too kind. Our hotel's toiletries are all supplied by your company. Customers have given great feedback." "Is that so? Please help promote them more, Manager Luo." Su Man's sales acumen shone through at that moment. Certainly, certainly." Manager Luo smiled obsequiously. "Then we won't disturb you further. Take care." Su Man led Lin Yong through the lobby to the elevator hall. They rode the elevator in silence to the underground garage and returned to the car. Lin Yong started the engine and said to Su Man in the passenger seat, "President Su, I'll organize the videos and photos from my phone tomorrow and send them to you." Su Man nodded forlornly. The black Volvo S90 slowly exited the underground parking lot of Juanfu Hotel. Just as the car emerged onto the main road, the deafening DJ music blaring from an ostentatious black Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked on the roadside abruptly stopped. In the car, a chubby man in the passenger seat turned off the music and suddenly pointed out the window, shouting, "Sixth brother. Look, that Volvo. That license plate. Sure enough, that car frequents Juanfu Hotel." In the back seat, a young man with garish yellow hair was embracing 2 girls with absurdly dyed red and blue hair. Annoyed by the shout, he lifted his head and followed the pointing finger. When he saw the familiar license plate number, his gaze turned vicious. He shoved the girls aside and roared at the skinny driver, "Damn it. Stick, what the hell are you waiting for? Follow that car." The chubby man in the passenger seat had already pulled out his phone, making calls to gather people while rapidly sending a location on the screen. The driver called, stick jolted, and floored the accelerator. The Mercedes G-Class powerful V8 engine roared like a beast, and the massive vehicle transformed into a black predator, lunging fiercely toward the Volvo S90. It was nearing dusk, and the Volvo S90 drove steadily. From the driver's seat, Lin Yong asked, "President Su, are we going back to Tianhen Garden for dinner?" I've already asked the housekeeper to cook. You'll join us, and then you can head back to Tianhua Huafu." "All right." Half an hour later, the Volvo S90 entered the underground parking lot of Tianhen Garden. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked across the street from the parking lot entrance. The chubby man in the passenger seat handed his phone to the yellow-haired man in the back. "Sixth brother, this is the info I got." The yellow-haired man took the phone. It showed the Volvo S90's owner, Su Man. Su Man, director of the toiletries division, Adenway Group. It also included a photo of Su Man during a factory inspection, but there was no information on the young man beside her. The yellow-haired man pondered. This Su Man was untouchable, a respectable figure, but the guy with her, he could easily have him killed. He tossed the phone back to the chubby man and leaned into the back seat. "Let's wait. See when that guy comes out." "Got it, sixth brother. Fatty, when will your guys get here?" He's coming from the south of the city. OITLL take some time. Who is it? Black Bull, the new enforcer the boss hired. Taking down that guy should be a breeze. The yellow-haired man's eyes darted around. I'm hungry. You two go buy me some food. He pushed the two girls out of the car, and the red and blue heads went off to find a food shop outside Tianjin Garden. Lin Yang followed Su Man back to her home on the 12th floor of Building 11 Tianjin Garden. As the double security door swung open, Aunt Chun emerged from within and walked to the entrance hall. Her face was kind, and she wore an apron evidently in the midst of preparing dinner. Upon seeing Su Man return, her face immediately broke into a smile. President Su, you're back. When she caught sight of Lin Yang following behind Su Man, a flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes, but it quickly subsided as she regained her composure. Shaolin, you're here again. At least you're wearing clothes today, Aunt Chen teased. Aunt Chen will take it all off later. For now, I'll just remove my jacket. Lin Yang took off his suit jacket and hung it on a hook in the entrance hall. Su Man, lacking the energy to partake in their banter, removed her coat, changed into slippers, and walked straight into the living room. Oh, you young man have no shame stripping in front of an old woman like me. Aunt Chen, I'm just joking. Thank you for cooking. No trouble at all. The meal is ready, just waiting for you too. Aunt Chen said, warmly retrieving a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and handing them to Lin Yang. As Lin Yang changed his shoes, a rich aroma of home-cooked food wafted into his nostrils, instantly stirring his hunger. On the dining table, 3 dishes and a soup were already set out. The braised spare ribs glistened with a glossy sheen. The steamed sea base was tender and pristine white. The garlic stir-fried broccoli was a vibrant emerald green, and a pot of steaming tomato and egg soup completed the spread. Su Man clearly had little appetite. The clues she had uncovered at Juanfu Hotel weighed heavily on her mind, and the subsequent dead end had only soured her mood further, leaving her with no desire to eat. She merely picked at a few bites with her chopsticks before setting them down. Lin Yang, on the other hand, showed no restraint whatsoever. He was genuinely hungry. Though he had eaten his fill at the tea restaurant at noon, his muscles demanded a great deal of energy, and his meal had long since been completely digested. Aunt Chen, your cooking is incredible. This braised spare ribs are even better than my mom's. Lin Yang praised between mouthfuls of rice, his words muffled by his eager chewing. And this fish is so fresh, cooked to perfection. Aunt Chun was delighted by his flattery, standing by with a beaming smile that she couldn't contain. Eat up, young man. You're still growing. Su Man sat nearby, quietly watching Lin Yang devour the food with gusto. His way of eating was contagious, utterly unpretentious, driven by pure hunger and a genuine enjoyment of the meal. This vibrant vitality seemed to lighten her gloomy mood just a little. In the end, Lin Yang single-handedly polished off most of the dishes, even draining the last drop of soup from the pot. He patted his stomach with satisfaction and let out a burp. Oh, that hit the spot. After the meal, Aunt Chen efficiently cleared the table, while Lin Yang instinctively made his way to the floor-to-ceiling window balcony in the living room. He pushed open the glass door, and the evening river breeze greeted him, carrying a hint of cool moisture. Below lay the Huangpu River, hailed as the mother river of Huahai City, with cruise ships shuttling back and forth, their lights twinkling brilliantly. In the distance, the cluster of skyscrapers at Lujiazui formed a silhouette of a steel forest, their neon glow painting the sky in a dazzling array of colors. This was the nightscape of Huahai City. A month ago, he was just a low-level salesman in this city, scrambling for a monthly salary of 3,000, crammed into a tiny rented room where he had to calculate the cost of running the air conditioner for even a minute longer. Now he stood here overlooking the river view that countless people yearned for. Life was truly an incredible, unfathomable thing. Just as he was lost in thought, a cool, clear voice sounded behind him. Lin Yang, come here for a moment. Lin Yang turned around to find Su Man had changed out of her sharp business suit into a loose silk loungewear set. The cream-colored fabric softly clung to her graceful curves, shedding the sharpness and intensity of the day, replaced by a languid, gentle domesticity. Lin Yang followed her into a room. It was a study. Floor-to-ceiling white oak bookshelves lined the walls, a wide solid wood desk sat in the center, and the air was filled with a faint, pleasant scent of raw timber. Su Man did not turn on the main light. She only switched on a warm yellow desk lamp. Its glow traced a soft halo around her profile. She walked behind the desk, pulled open the middle drawer, and retrieved a completely black card, which she held out to Lin Yang. The card felt extraordinary in texture, its edges trimmed with an understated dark gold. The surface bore no extraneous designs, only a string of hot-stamped numbers. This is the supplementary card to my unlimited credit card. Su Man's voice echoed softly in the quiet study, gentler than usual. Don't worry about the credit limit. The pin is 6/8. She paused for a moment before adding, some rooms in the Tianjin Huafu apartment are still empty. Find some time to buy some furniture and appliances. Also buy yourself some things you like, some clothes. You can't just wear the suits I bought you every day. As if something occurred to her, she added another remark. It's almost the end of the month. You'll get your first month's salary soon. Use it to pay off your student loan. Lin Yang stared at the black card, hesitating to reach for it. His fingers curled slightly. He truly had no money left. The 10,000 yuan in cash Su Man had given him earlier as a tip. He had planned to deposit it at the bank and use it to pay off part of his student loan. But ever since he took on this damn assistant job, he had been so busy he could barely catch his breath without even a moment to visit the bank. To take it or not. Taking it would mean sinking deeper into this path of being a kept man. Not taking it. Who was he trying to fool with this false pride? There's no shame in making money. Just as he wavered, his peripheral vision caught a faint translucent bubble appearing above Su Man's head. Inner thought, I hope the little man accepts it. I'm so afraid he'll refuse. If he refuses, it won't be easy to ask him to stay tonight. A chill shot down Lin Yang's spine. Stay? A pang of soreness shot through his lower back as if he could already foresee the arduous struggle ahead. No, absolutely not. If this kept up, he'd surely die young. He had to find an excuse, slip back to Tianhua Huafu tonight, and get a good night's sleep. A voice in his mind screamed frantically as his brain raced, searching for any possible excuse to escape. He extended his hand, his movements stiff, and finally took the thin card from Su Man's hand. The moment his fingertips touched the card, the cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind without warning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift from Su Man the NO. 1 in the Sponge Off Handbook, an unlimited credit card supplementary card. Gift assessed value 100 dragon coins. Converting to Sponge Off points. Detected gift as a supplementary credit card, not an independent asset. Conversion ratio adjusted automatically. Current conversion ratio 1001. Conversion successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10000 Sponge Off points. Seeing the system net another 10,000 points, he felt a surge of excitement. Su Man said softly, stay here tonight. Don't go back to Tianhua Huafu. Here it comes. I don't have any clothes to change into. There are some in my closet. I prepared them for you. The windows at Tianhua Huafu aren't closed properly. I'm afraid it might rain and ruin the wooden floors. The weather forecast says it'll be sunny all week. Damn, there's no escape. Just then Lin Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Brother away, a savior. He quickly answered. Hello. Covering the receiver, he whispered to Su Man. President Su, it's my childhood friend. He needs me for something. He'll head back for now. He'll come see you another time. Su Man wanted to reach out and stop him, but Lin Yang had already slipped away in a flash, leaving her to retreat to the master bedroom with a look of longing. Hey Shaolin, it's been a while. What have you been up to? Brother Away's voice came through the phone. Hold on, I'll call you back. Lin Yang was already at the entrance hall, having slipped on his leather shoes and grabbed his suit jacket, waiting for the elevator. Lin Yang strode briskly out of the elevator lobby on the first floor of Building 11, his hurried silhouette reflected on the marble floor. Without a moment's pause, he navigated the meticulously manicured community pathways with practiced ease, heading toward the pedestrian exit of Tianheng Garden. The evening breeze, laden with the dampness of the river, dispersed the faint fragrance of Su Man's home that still clung to him, and along with it the tension that had just gripped his nerves. His waist no longer ached. His legs no longer felt weak. He pulled out his phone, found the recent call, and dialed back. The call connected almost instantly. Hey brother Wei, you lazy otaku, what made you think of calling me? Lin Yang's voice carried the lightness of someone who had just escaped a brush with death. You are the lazy otaku. You haven't called me in ages. I was afraid you'd vanished. You still owe me 2,000, remember? On the other end, Zhang Wei's boisterous voice was as familiar as ever. Lin Yang let out a scoff and kept walking. Still hung up on that 2,000. With all our years of friendship, you have the nerve to ask me to pay up. Why wouldn't I? Friendship is friendship, money is money. Oh, dropping English now. Like I didn't pass CET4. Lin Yang teased as he stepped through the main gate of Tianheng Garden, merging into the nighttime street crowd. Enough about that. How have you been lately? Found a job yet? Anshin called me the other day asking about you. The moment Lin Yang exited the gate, the interior ambience lights of a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked across the street blazed to life. The blonde man in the back seat shoved aside the woman beside him, his eyes locked onto that familiar figure. It was him. That suit, that gait. He would recognize him even as ashes. Stick, he growled, slapping the back of the driver's seat. Get out and follow him. He'll take the wheel. Got it, sixth brother. The skinny man called Stick was the very one Lin Yang had taken down first back in Sherpai village. His eyes burned with resentment and a flicker of fear, but he pushed open the car door with practiced ease, slipping into the night like a sewer rat, trailing Lin Yang from a distance. Lin Yang, chatting with Zhang Wei, was oblivious to being prey. No, he sensed it. The moment he stepped out of the community gate, that black Mercedes G-Class parked across the street had caught his eye. Having exchanged for basic combat skills, his perception had sharpened considerably. He didn't turn around, only using his peripheral vision to glance at the shop window glass on the roadside. A tall, thin figure in a dark jacket was skulking about 100 meters behind. It was one of those thugs from that day. Instead of tension, a chill of resolve rose in Lin Yang's heart. They dared to come for him again. His expression unchanged, he continued into the phone. Mom called me yesterday. I found a job, been busy since day one. Worked for a whole month now. Good to hear. Still living in Sherpai village. Want to crash at my place? Your place is too far, commuting's a pain. Zhang Wei's voice was thick with genuine concern. A warmth spread through Lin Yang's chest, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. No need, I've got a place. His peripheral vision flicked to the tall figure behind, and he shifted the conversation. You're in a single room, and you want me a guy to squeeze in with you, a fatso. How about you come stay with me? My boss provides accommodation. Huh, really? Zhang Wei's voice shot up an octave. That good? If I move in, will your boss be okay with it? Don't worry, he'll handle it. Lin Yang said it, as if it were a trivial matter. He quickened his pace, heading toward the brightly lit subway entrance. He'll send you photos of the place later. Find some time to move. Let me see first. I don't want to disrupt your work. On the other end, Zhang Wei's tone carried a hint of disbelief. All right, I'm about to get on the subway. Gotta go. Okay. After hanging up, Zhang Wei turned and surveyed his shared single room. The room was dark, the only light coming from the computer screen. On the screen, a popular anime was reaching a climax in its battle scene, the dazzling lights casting shifting shadows across his slightly chubby face. The air was thick with the slightly decadent scent of instant noodles and takeout. He shifted his weight, settling into a more comfortable position, his gaze once again captivated by the 2D world on the screen. Meanwhile, Lin Yang swiped his card and entered the subway station. He flowed with the crowd down the escalator without looking back, but the footsteps and breathing of the man behind him were clearly mapped in his mind. The basic combat skills granted him not only fighting techniques, but a three-dimensional awareness of his surroundings. He was like a hawk circling overhead, watching the field mouse below that thought it was well hidden. The train on line 2 roared in. The doors opened, and Lin Yang squeezed on, taking a spot near the door. The skinny man's stick hesitated for a moment before boarding an adjacent car through another door. Through the glass partition between cars, he watched Lin Yang, believing himself to be inconspicuous. At the same time, he pulled out his phone, fingers flying across the screen, sharing his real-time location with the blonde man. The train departed, turning the lights outside into streaks of flowing color. Leaning against the cold handrail, Lin Yang gazed at the blurry reflection of the man in the car behind him on the window glass, his heart utterly serene. He even had the leisure to analyze his pursuer. Rapid breathing, shifty, eyes, rigid posture. A typical lackey. 10 of these wouldn't be a match for him. His only curiosity now was how they had found him. Suman's license plate. Or something else. It seemed that blonde man had some pull behind him. But so what? 5 stops, 20 minutes passed in a flash. The train's arrival announcement chimed. Lin Yang stepped off with the crowd, and Stick immediately followed, maintaining the same distance. Exiting the subway station after walking a bit further, the outline of an upscale residential area appeared. Tianhui Mansion. Lin Yang swiped his access card and walked calmly through the community gate. Stick reached the gate, but was stopped by the security guard. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yang's figure disappeared into the greenery of the complex, then quickly retreated to the roadside to call the blonde man. Lin Yang didn't head straight to his apartment upstairs. After entering the complex, he took a turn and slipped into a nearby central garden. The garden was tastefully designed, but to ensure residents' privacy, most areas were shrouded in heavy shadows, lit only by a few dim ground lights. The night wind rustled the leaves, whispering like countless voices. Lin Yang didn't go far, stopping under a huge camphor tree, his body perfectly melding into the darkness. He regulated his breathing, his muscles transitioning from a relaxed state to a critical point ready to explode. Like a leopard crouching in the grass, he concealed all his presence, waiting only for the prey to step into the trap. He knew they would come in. That Stick was just a scout. The main force driving that flashy Mercedes G-Class was surely on its way. Perfect. It saved him the trouble of hunting them down. Tonight, right here, he would teach them a lesson they would never forget. Under the night sky of Tianhui Huafu, deep within the tranquil central garden, Lin Yang leaned against a massive camphor tree, awaiting the arrival of his prey. He seemed to merge completely with the darkness, suppressing his breath, his heartbeat, and even his very presence. The basic combat techniques granted far more than mere muscular explosiveness and neural reaction speed. More importantly, they bestowed a sense of control. Absolute mastery over his own body, coupled with a keen perception of his surroundings. The rustle of wind, the chirping of insects, the distant horn of a ferry on the river, and a middle-aged couple strolling in the garden 100 meters away. From the shadows, he spotted the tall, gaunt man called Megan pacing anxiously at the community gate, occasionally pulling out his phone, its faint screen light illuminating his thin face. A swarm of flies that never learn. A cold, silent smile curved at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. He didn't care how they had tracked him here. Whether by license plate or some other means, it was irrelevant. What mattered was that they had come. Tonight, he wouldn't just teach them a lesson like he had in Sherpai village. Some people had to be beaten so thoroughly that fear was etched into their very bones, making their legs go weak uncontrollably at the mere scent of him for the rest of their lives. Just then a low, roaring engine sound approached, tearing through the community's tranquility. Lin Yang's eyelids drooped slightly. The main event had arrived. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class, utterly out of place, screeched to a halt before the grand entrance of Tianyue Huafu. The harsh squeal of tires startled even the fat man who was on the phone. The car door was flung open violently, and the yellow hair jumped out from the driver's seat. He slammed the door shut with a bang, his every movement brimming with barely contained rage. The waiting Megan immediately scurried over like an obedient dog. Sixth brother, that kid went inside. He's in this complex. Yellow hair merely grunted in acknowledgement. He turned his gaze, looking over the roof of the car at the fat man who was struggling to climb out of the passenger seat with a crutch. Fatty, has brother Black Bull arrived yet? The fat man stood on one leg, the other encased in a thick cast. He held up his phone, its glow illuminating the sweat on his forehead. Almost here, sixth brother. He just messaged me, says he's nearby. Let's go. Find that kid. Yellow hair waved his hand, showing utter disregard for the upscale community's security gate. He swaggered inside with Megan. Hey, you there, please wait. A young security guard in a crisp uniform rushed out from the guardhouse to block their way. The guard was young but stood straight with sharp eyes, clearly a former soldier. He first looked at Yellow hair's conspicuous hair, then glanced at the shifty-eyed Megan. You again. This is private property. No unauthorized entry. You need to register. Which unit are you visiting? What's your business? Contact the homeowner. Just then the fat man hobbled over on his crutches, forcing an ingratiating smile onto his face. Security guard, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. He pulled out 300 yuan in crisp bills from his pocket, trying to stuff them into the guard's hand. We just need to go in for a bit. We'll be out soon. Won't disturb the residents. Do us a favor. The guard frowned. He glanced at the money in the fat man's hand, a flicker of undisguised disdain passing through his eyes. He stepped back slightly, avoiding the proffered cash. Sir, please show some respect. We have rules here. He looked at the group. A scruffy yellow hair, a weasel-faced Megan, and a fat man with a broken leg still looking for trouble. None of them looked like legitimate visitors. And then there was the garishly modified black Mercedes G-Class parked at the entrance. He had already labeled this group as trouble. Just as the standoff was reaching its peak, another car pulled up. It was an unremarkable brown Volkswagen SUV that stopped silently behind the Mercedes G-Class. The driver's window rolled down, revealing a young man with a jarringly short green crew cut. He stuck his head out and yelled toward the gate's sixth brother. Yellow hair turned at the sound. The SUV's rear door opened, and a man of exaggeratedly burly build bent his way out of the vehicle. The man was nearly 1.9 meters tall, his muscles straining a tight black t-shirt like armor. His neck was thicker than an ordinary man's, and his bare arms were covered in fierce tattoos. A faint scar on his brow bone added to his menacing aura, marking his weathered face. Just his presence exuded a palpable aura of bloodshed and brutality. The impatience on Yellow hair's face instantly transformed into ecstatic delight. Yo, brother Black Bull is here. Quick, this way. He waved enthusiastically, as if seeing a savior. The man called Black Bull, expressionless, strode steadily toward the gate. With each step, he seemed to make the ground tremble slightly. The security guard's pupils contracted sharply. Having served in the military, he could tell at a glance that this Black Bull was a man who had truly shed blood and fought. This wasn't the posturing of a street thug, it was a savagery etched into his very bones. Something was wrong. He instinctively raised his hand to the radio hanging from his shoulder. What exactly are you all trying to do in there? His voice was now laced with caution. Seeing the guard's movement, the fat man's heart leaped. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his leg, he pulled another wad of cash from his pocket, a thick stack, at least 700 or 800 yuan. He grabbed the guard's hand just as it was about to press the radio button and forced the money into his palm. Brother, don't be rash. We really are just here to see a friend. We won't cause any trouble. His voice was pleading. Let me register, you'll register, okay? We just need to talk for a minute, then we're gone. No problem at all. The guard looked down at the thick stack of red bills in his hand, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Over 1,000 yuan. His monthly salary after deductions was just over 5,000, and they were offering this just to get through a gate. His hand holding the radio finally loosened. Come with me to register. He led the fat man into the guardhouse. After registering, the fat man hobbled out and called to Yellow hair's sixth brother, you go on in. My leg's no good. He'll wait outside. Yellow hair spat contemptuously on the ground. You useless fat bastard. The guard emerged from the guardhouse and expressionless pressed the button to raise the gate. The metal barrier rose slowly. He watched Yellow Hair Black Bull and Megan enter the complex, but couldn't help calling out to the fat man's back. "Don't cause any trouble, or I'll lose my job." The fat man quickly turned back, patting his chest in assurance. "Don't worry. Absolutely not. We're all good people." The guard snorted coldly, turned, and walked back into the guardhouse, grabbing his cup for a large gulp of water. Yellow hair, green hair, and they call themselves good people. He cursed under his breath, deciding to turn a blind eye. The scale of Tianyue Mansion far exceeded the yellow-haired man's imagination. Dozens of high-rise residential buildings stood in staggered formation, resembling a silent forest of steel in the night. Each building was dotted with twinkling lights, testament to the extremely high occupancy rate. The three of them were like ants intruding into a giant's kingdom, lost and clueless. "Brother Six, how are we supposed to find him?" The skinny man's voice carried a hint of discouragement. The yellow-haired man's expression was equally grim as he paced around in agitation. "Damn it, let's just circle around. I refuse to believe we won't run into him." The three of them could only start an aimless search along the winding paths within the complex. Yet every move they made was clearly observed by a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. Lin Yang stood beneath the massive camphor tree in the central garden, his silhouette perfectly merging with the darkness. Among the three, his gaze lingered most on the man called Black Bull. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, his body was a mass of bulging muscles and his steps were steady and powerful. Each footfall exuded a solid sense of oppression. This was a tough nut to crack. After acquiring the basic combat technique, Lin Yang's perception of danger had become exceptionally acute. He could sense that this big man possessed a ruthlessness honed on the brink of life and death, a world apart from the bluster of the yellow-haired man and the skinny one. His breathing slowed, even further, his heartbeat steady. The prey had entered the arena. Now only a little patience was needed to lure them into the most suitable hunting ground. The three men walked aimlessly, unconsciously straying from the main path into the more dimly lit central garden. Here the trees cast dancing shadows, and apart from a few faint ground lights, most of the area was shrouded in deep darkness. The surrounding chirping of insects seemed to pause momentarily for these abrupt intruders. This was the place. Lin Yang moved. He made no extraneous sounds as he slowly emerged from the giant tree's shadow, his steps as light as a night-prowling cat. The dim light outlined his slender figure, his impeccably fitted Zegna suit seeming somewhat out of place. "Are you looking for me?" The cool voice, though not loud, reached the three men clearly. The yellow-haired trio shuddered and turned abruptly toward the sound. Upon seeing Lin Yang's face, the yellow-haired man froze for a moment, then a fierce, ecstatic grin spread across his face. "Who would have thought you'd come out to die on your own, you little brat? Truly you find it without effort after searching high and low." The skinny man beside him immediately chimed in with flattery. "Brother Six, fine verse, fine verse." Lin Yang's heart remained utterly calm. He even felt a slight urge to laugh. They could even praise that. This thin man was wasting his talent if he didn't become a comedian. Black Bull's gaze locked onto Lin Yang like a searchlight, and he spoke in a rumbling voice that seemed to resonate directly from his chest. "Brother Six, is this the kid?" "Yeah, it's him." The yellow-haired man nodded, his eyes venomous. Black Bull scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe, from the tailored suit to his clean-cut, pleasing face, and finally let out a disdainful snort. "He looks like a kept man. And you two got beaten by him." Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. A kept man? How did he know? Were those words engraved on his face? The yellow-haired man's face flushed with embarrassment at this remark, a trace of anger seeping through. "Brother Black Bull, don't underestimate him. There's something off about this kid." "Heh." Black Bull smiled, a smile brimming with absolute confidence. He rolled his thick neck, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. "Don't you two interfere. I can handle this alone." He took a step forward, his heavy boots thudding against the stone path. He strode directly toward Lin Yang. "Kid, what's your name? I don't leave unnamed ghosts beneath my fists." Lin Yang watched the approaching behemoth, inwardly scoffing at the over-the-top cliché, but replied in an equally calm tone. "What's your name? I don't leave unnamed ghosts beneath my fists either." Black Bull halted mid-step, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then grinned, revealing a row of stark white teeth. "If you've got guts. Iron Fist Black Bull. That's what they call me on the streets." "What the hell kind of cheesy name is that?" "Lin Yang." The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Yang moved. Without any warning, he pushed off the ground with explosive force, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, instantly covering the several meters between them. He opted for no flashy moves, channeling all his strength into his right fist for a simple, direct punch aimed at Black Bull's chest. The punch whistled through the air. Black Bull's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected Lin Yang to be so fast. But instead of dodging, he thrust out his thick chest, his muscles tensing instantly like solid rock. Bang! A dull, heavy thud echoed like a strike on leather. Lin Yang's fist connected solidly with Black Bull's pectoral muscle. It didn't feel like striking flesh and blood, but rather like hitting a steel plate wrapped in thick rubber. A powerful recoil traveled back up his arm, numbing his knuckles. The force of the blow sent Black Bull staggering back 2 large steps before he managed to steady himself. He glanced down at his chest, then looked back at Lin Yang. His expression transformed. The contempt and disdain vanished, replaced by the shock of one beast encountering another. He knew now that this seemingly delicate, refined young man harbored a terrifying, explosive power within him, utterly at odds with his appearance. Lin Yang shook his slightly numb hand. That punch had only been at half-strength test. He hadn't expected his opponent to take it head-on without dodging. Seems like a pure tank-type fighter with exceptional endurance. Good one, kid. Black Bull growled, dropping all pretense. He stomped his foot, making the hard stone pavement tremble. He began his counterattack. His fists, wrapped in black boxing tape, transformed into 2 powerful hammers, whistling through the air as they rained down on Lin Yang in a relentless barrage. A dense web of fists sealed off all of Lin Yang's escape angles. The enhanced perception granted by the basic combat technique allowed Lin Yang to clearly track the trajectory of each punch. The punches weren't complex, just pure power and speed. But seeing them clearly didn't mean he could dodge them. His neural reaction time was sufficient, but his bonus absolute speed was still a step behind. He sidestepped a heavy punch aimed at his face, the wind of the blow stinging his cheek. Immediately after, another vicious hook punch came at his ribs. Lin Yang could only barely raise his arm to block. Thud! Another muffled sound. Black Bull's fist smashed into his forearm, sending a searing pain shooting through his entire body. His entire arm went numb. He used the momentum to leap backward, creating distance. Going head-to-head was definitely a bad strategy. It seemed he had to leverage his speed advantage and fight a guerrilla war. Lin Yang's gaze swept toward the darker green belt behind him. Without hesitation, he spun around and, like a nimble leopard, plunged into the dense underbrush. Seeing this, Black Bull let out a low growl, his powerful legs propelling him forward as he gave chase. The branches of the thicket lashed violently across Lin Yang's face, sharp leaves slicing through his skin and leaving trails of searing pain. Behind him, the sound was like a small, armored vehicle crushing through the jungle. The heavy thuds of the Black Bull's footsteps were relentless, each muffled bang striking his nerves like a hammer. Can't shake him off. This guy is a monster. A heated confrontation would be suicide. That last block had sent waves of excruciating pain through his entire arm. System, he roared in the depths of his mind. Host, how may I assist you? The familiar, cold, mechanical voice now sounded like the most reassuring sound in the world. Points. How many points do I have left? Soft rice points, 10100. Exchange for combat skills. Something I can use right now. Apologies, host. Soft rice points are insufficient for exchange. Lin Yang barely swallowed, the curses threatening to erupt. Useless. When it mattered most, it was utterly useless. Then what can I exchange? Something to enhance my body. Anything. 100 soft rice points can exchange for a 1 overall physical enhancement. Lin Yang's racing thoughts froze for 1,000th of a second. 1%. Are you kidding me? What good is 1 measly percent? The system's next line of emotionless text materialized in his vision. Overall physical enhancement encompasses all attributes: strength, stamina, speed, endurance, etc. His mind worked furiously, analyzing the meaning of those words. Not just strength, but everything. A 1% increase in speed, a 1% increase in endurance, a 1% increase in damage resistance and recovery. In a life-and-death struggle like this, 1% could mean the difference between a fracture and a bruise. The line between life and death. A thick branch snapped behind him with a sharp crack. The beast was almost upon him. Exchange. Do it now. Understood, host. Exchanging for 1 overall physical enhancement. Soft rice points, 10100. Exchanging 10000 points. Remaining 100 points. Lin Yang cursed inwardly again, this time lamenting his instantly depleted soft rice points. This mental exchange took less than a second, but that momentary lapse in focus gave his pursuer the perfect opening. His concentration wavered. His stride faltered. A shadow loomed over him, and a gust of wind carrying the raw scent of sweat followed a punch aimed at his back. Lin Yang quickly tensed the back muscles he had honed in his university's fitness club over 4 years. Bam! The impact was tremendous. His body, like a marionette with severed strings, was blasted uncontrollably through the air. He crashed through the last layer of bushes, flying out of the darkness of the greenbelt. In his flight path, there was something. He collided with it. It wasn't a wall. It was soft, yielding, and emitted a short, terrified shriek. The world spun. He landed heavily, the impact jarring his teeth, his body pinning a soft form beneath him. He blinked, his vision clearing. It was a person dressed entirely in black. A black hoodie pulled low, a black mask covering most of their face. The only sounds were his own ragged breaths and the faint, panicked gasps of the person beneath him. He heard the rustle of the bushes being pushed aside behind him. The person under him was definitely a woman. That scream was unmistakable. "Sis, it's the middle of the night. Who's going to see you dressed all in black?" he muttered instinctively, his voice hoarse. The sound of heavy boots on the stone path answered him. The black bull stood at the edge of the green belt, his massive form casting a monstrous silhouette in the dim light. His chest heaved violently, but his eyes were locked on Lin Yong, burning with a predator's glee. "Kid thought you could run." Lin Yong rolled his eyes internally. Did all these villains graduate from the same school of cliché lines? So archaic. He pushed himself up, ignoring the burning sensation across his back. He could feel it, a new subtle energy coursing through his body. That 1%. It wasn't some earth-shattering transformation, but a fundamental reinforcement. His muscles felt tighter, and though his breathing was still rapid, it was calming down far faster than expected. He remained silent. He turned and charged straight at the black bull. No more running, no more tricks. The battle erupted violently on the narrow path. Pure, brutal, ugly. Fists collided with flesh, producing sickening thuds. The black bull's arms swung like iron bars, each strike aimed at shattering bone. Lin Yong, relying on his slightly enhanced speed and agility, dodged and weaved, letting the most lethal punches whistle past him. He couldn't avoid them all. A heavy punch smashed into his cheek, snapping his head back. His jaw groaned in pain and his mouth filled with the taste of rust. He countered instantly, driving a straight punch deep into the black bull's ribs. The big man grunted, but didn't relent. They were trading blows, a bloody gamble of pain and endurance. A punch to the temple sent stars dancing before Lin Yang's eyes. A jab to the gut made the black bull's breath hitch. An elbow strike. A knee strike. The girl in black who had fallen to the ground had struggled to a sitting position. She wasn't screaming anymore, nor trying to flee. She curled her legs, her back against a low stone step. In the dim light, the eyes above her mask were wide open, devoid of any fear. Her pupils reflected the two men's savage brawl. Deep within them, a strange, fervent light was beginning to glow. She watched every punch, every dodge, every pained grunt. It wasn't fear, but an intensely focused, almost ominous excitement. The fight reached its climax. Both men gasped like worn-out bellows. Suddenly, the black bull stopped. He took a heavy step back, widening the distance. A flicker of confusion crossed his bruised and battered face. He stared hard at Lin Yong, then looked down at his own body. He tried to raise his left arm. It hung limply at his side, completely unresponsive. A fine tremor ran through the bicep, but the limb felt like dead flesh. Lin Yong stopped too, his chest heaving violently. Every inch of his body screamed in pain. His face was swollen, a cut over his eye was bleeding. The price of taking 3 solid punches from the black bull. But he was still standing. That 1% enhancement had given him a comprehensive physical boost, numbing the pain and preventing his muscles from giving out. A cold, stark realization dawned in the black bull's eyes. He remembered the first punch, the one Lin Yong had thrown at the start. Fast, but nowhere near as heavy as the later ones. It was a probe. Bait. This kid had been scheming from the start, dragging him into an attrition war, betting on who would collapse first by trading blow for blow. And it wasn't him who broke first. If this kept up, he might really be done for today. Just as this thought solidified, 2 figures appeared at the end of the path, sprinting towards them. Brother 6. Found him. It was Yellow Hair and Stick. They skidded to a halt, their excited shouts dying in their throats as they stared blankly at the scene. The air was thick with the mixed scent of sweat and blood. Their invincible iron fist black bull was panting heavily, one arm hanging uselessly. Across from him, Lin Yong stood tall, his face swollen, but his eyes were clear and cold. Behind him in the shadows of the path, a woman in a black hoodie and black mask sat silently, watching everything. The yellow-haired man and the skinny one were utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. What was happening? Hainyo had lost. What about the black-clad man sitting on the ground behind him? Brother, hey, what's wrong? Aren't we fighting anymore? He asked tentatively, his voice dry and raspy. Hainyo did not turn around. His gaze remained locked onto Lin Yong. With his still functional right hand, he pointed at his left arm, which hung limply by his side. I can't move my left arm. It's probably broken. His voice was low, laced with a fear he himself hadn't yet acknowledged. This kid. There's something uncanny about him. A violent tremor shook the yellow-haired man's heart, a chill racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Even Hainyo couldn't beat him. This realization sent a wave of cold through his body. He looked at Lin Yong. That delicate young man was no longer a pushover pretty boy in his eyes, but a monster who could defeat Hainyo. Lin Yang's lips twitched, pulling at the wound on his face and sending a sharp sting through him. What's this? Brought back up. His voice was low, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. How about all of you come at me together? Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Yet this arrogance at this moment carried an undeniable weight of oppression. The yellow-haired man's scalp tingled at the words, but what surged up wasn't anger. It was fear. He instinctively took a half step back. Run. The thought screamed madly in his mind. There would be other days. Now that he knew this kid lived here, he could go back and get his dad to hire even stronger experts. He absolutely couldn't stay any longer today. Just as the tension was at its peak, two blinding beams of light cut through the darkness, shining directly on them. "Hey, what are you people doing?" A vigorous shout rang out. It was two security guards on patrol holding powerful flashlights as they strode quickly over. The flashlight beams swept over the yellow-haired man's garish hair and then fell upon Hanyo's towering iron tower-like figure. The guards' expressions instantly turned wary. The yellow-haired man's heart lurched violently. Something was wrong. Without a second's hesitation, he spun around and bolted. Seeing this, the skinny man reacted swiftly, following him in a frantic dash out of the complex. Hanyo shot Lin Yang a deep, complex look, then, without a word, covered his face with his good arm and followed them. "Stop! Don't run!" One of the taller guards immediately gave chase, his voice echoing in the night. Lin Yang watched their fleeing backs, and the tension in his nerves finally eased. He turned back to look at the black-clad woman still sitting on the ground. He walked over, intending to help her up. As he drew closer under the dim light, he could see her clearly. It was no one else but the black-clad beauty who lived across from him in apartment 2404. He remembered her figure, and that striking chest, remembered how she even wore a black mask when taking out the trash. The other guard who hadn't given chase came over. His flashlight beam flickered over Lin Yang and the woman. Seeing Lin Yang's injured face, he asked nervously, "Are you two all right?" Lin Yang's gaze shifted from the black-clad beauty to the guard's face. He forced a smile that was uglier than a grimace. "All right." He pointed at his own face, black and blue with bruises. "Do I look all right to you?" His tone turned icy, filled with the fury of being violated. "My girlfriend and I were taking a walk in the complex, just a walk, and we got jumped by thugs. The security in this complex is terrible. I'm holding your property management responsible." The guard's scalp prickled at that. A homeowner. This guy was actually a homeowner, and had been beaten up while walking inside the complex. This was a huge problem. He immediately realized this was beyond his ability to handle, grabbed his walkie-talkie, and called in anxiously. Captain, Zone D Central Garden. A homeowner's been beaten. Get over here quick." The security captain was efficient. Within minutes, a tall, thin, panting, middle-aged man came running over. He took one look at the scene, and then at the obvious injuries on Lin Yang's face, and felt a massive headache coming on. If this wasn't handled properly, and it got to the homeowners committee, or worse, the media, the whole property management company would be in deep trouble. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately called the property manager. The manager, who happened to be on duty that day, heard the story and knew that if he didn't handle this right, his job might be over. He quickly changed into a sharp suit and hurried over. When he saw Lin Yang's suit, dusty but still recognizable as a top-brand custom piece, his heart sank to the pit of his stomach. Anyone wearing clothes like that was either rich or powerful. A servile, panicked smile immediately plastered itself on his face. He strode up to Lin Yang, and without a moment's thought bent at the waist in a perfect 90-degree bow. "Sir, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. This is a failure on our part." Lin Yang stared at him coldly. "Manager, come on, let's add each other on WeChat." The property manager was taken aback, then fumbled for his phone and hastily pulled up his QR code. Sure, sir. Scan me." Lin Yang scanned the code, added the contact, and put his phone away. He turned bent down and tried to help the silent, black-clad beauty to her feet. "Manager Wong, I'll give you one night." His voice was devoid of any warmth as he addressed the manager. "Come up with a compensation plan, or I'll sue your company into bankruptcy." Manager Wong shuddered at the words, the fat on his face trembling as if he was about to cry, but he still had to force out a smile uglier than tears. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will make sure you're satisfied." Lin Yang couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He supported the black-clad beauty by the arm, trying to help her stand. But the moment she was upright, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She grunted, her body going limp, and nearly fell again. Her ankle was sprained. Without further hesitation, Lin Yang slid one arm under her knees and supported her back with the other. He lifted her into a bridal carry. The woman was very light, almost weightless in his arms. A faint, cool, ethereal fragrance drifted into his nose. Holding her, he turned and walked toward Building 32. Not until Lin Yang had disappeared down the path did the property manager's fury erupt. "Old Lu, find out which bastard let those thugs in. If you can't, you're fired." "Manager Wong will check right away." Captain Lu, the security guard, hurried off toward the security control center. Manager Wong also headed toward the property management office. He would have to report this to the head office. The compensation he could authorize on his own probably wouldn't satisfy that homeowner. Lin Yang carried the black-clad beauty to the door of apartment 2404 in Building 32. "Open the door." The black-clad beauty reached out and grasped the smart lock's handle, and the security door clicked open automatically. Lin Yang skillfully used the tip of his toes to pry open the anti-theft door of room 2404, cradling the weightless body in his arms. A breath of air entirely different from that of room 2403 rushed towards him. It was neither perfume nor the usual scent of a girl's cosmetics, but a unique blend of a faint fragrance and an unusual homey aroma. The entrance light of the room was sensor-activated, illuminating the space as he stepped inside, casting a soft, warm glow that brightened this mysterious private realm. Lin Yang's footsteps halted. What met his eyes was a world that completely subverted his imagination. On the living room walls, there were no elegant artworks hanging. Instead, there were massive posters of two-dimensional characters. A proud girl with blonde twin tails, a silver-haired boy wielding a giant, sort of gothic, Lolita-style vampire princess. Each character's artistry was exquisitely detailed, vibrant in color, and full of visual impact. In the corner by the sofa stood a life-sized cardboard cutout of a female anime character clad in elaborate armor, her expression resolute. On the other side of the wall was a row of towering glass display cabinets densely packed with various figurines featuring everything from protagonists of popular anime to characters from niche games. What astonished him further was the sight of a few articles of clothing casually draped over the single sofa in the living room. One was a maid outfit adorned with lace and bows, while the other was a tight red battle suit like that of Asuka with an orange wig tossed beside it. This was far from the home of a cold beauty. It was clearly a secret base for a seasoned two-dimensional enthusiast. He approached the seemingly expensive leather sofa, carefully placing the woman down. "Is there any ice at home?" Lin Yang's voice was somewhat hoarse. The previous fight had exhausted him, and the bruises on his back and face throbbed faintly. The woman in his arms merely lowered her head, curled up, and remained silent. The shadow of her hooded sweatshirt and black mask completely concealed her face. Lin Yang felt a sense of urgency. "Can you point out where it is?" He tried to soften his tone, but felt hesitant to directly pull off her mask. Her delicate white fingers trembled before slowly lifting to point towards the open kitchen. Following her direction, Lin Yang saw a kitchen designed with a striking modern flair, featuring a massive double-door refrigerator in the corner. He quickly walked over, opened the refrigerator door, and was met by a rush of cold air. This refrigerator had an automatic ice-making feature. He found a plastic bag from the cupboard, filled it with half a bag of glistening ice cubes, and tied it shut. Returning to the side of the sofa, Lin Yang squatted down, his gaze falling on her injured foot. She was still wearing those exquisite little leather shoes, and her ankle was visibly swollen, stretching the black stockings tightly. Without further thought, he grasped the heel of her shoe and gently pulled it off. The shoe slipped away, revealing her slender ankle wrapped in the stockings. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Immediate cold compress was necessary. He pinched the edge of the stockings, attempting to pull them down, but the swelling of her ankle made the action extremely difficult. The stockings clung tightly to her skin, and with any slight movement, the woman emitted a suppressed cry of pain. Lin Yang no longer hesitated. He exerted force with his fingers. With a crisp, tearing sound, the fabric ripped in the quiet room. The black stockings were torn open at her ankle, exposing the swollen skin beneath. The redness contrasted sharply with her otherwise fair complexion. A bizarre thought flashed through Lin Yang's mind. The first time he tore open black stockings in his life was to give a foot treatment to a stranger. He gently pressed the bag of ice against the woman's swollen ankle. The cold stimulus made her body shudder, and an uncontrollable cry of pain escaped from beneath her mask. "Hang in there," Lin Yang instructed in a low voice. "For now, use the ice to reduce the swelling. It's best to visit the hospital tomorrow to get an X-ray to check for any bone injuries." He stood up, brushing the dust off his hands, feeling that he also needed to tend to his own injuries. "I'll take my leave now." He thought that this woman was probably frightened by the recent brutal fight, too scared to even speak to him. It was better to let her be alone in peace. Just as Lin Yang turned to leave, a cool little hand gently tugged at the corner of his clothing. His footsteps came to a halt. A thought flashed through his mind. What does this mean? Is she trying to extort me? Although I was the one who knocked her down, I am also a victim. While he was caught up in his thoughts, a slight movement came from behind. The woman who had been wearing a mask all along slowly removed that black barrier. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yang's retina was suddenly illuminated by a familiar system prompt. Rows of new blue data floated into view above the woman's head, forming a translucent information panel. Name: Chun Wanjun, wealth rating diamond tier, overall score 9. 3 attractiveness 9. 5 a figure 9. 8 temperament 8. 4 tags: mild autism, emotional disorder, social anxiety. Lin Yang's breath momentarily caught in his throat. Diamond tier, a net worth of 100 million. His mind buzzed. This seemingly socially anxious, two-dimensional loving black-clad beauty living across from him was actually a hidden billionaire. What does it mean to have a figure rated 9? 8. Is she almost perfect like an anime character? A strong sense of defeat surged within him. How can the gap between people be so vast? Ding. A target meeting the system's requirements has been automatically marked as a conquest subject. Lin Yang almost instinctively roared in his heart. This is a diamond-level rich woman, and a stunning two-dimensional beauty. Letting such an opportunity slip by would be foolish. The system understands me. Second conquest subject task release task name obtain a gift from the second conquest subject task target Chen Wanjun task content within 7 days. Obtain a substantive gift from Chen Wanjun. Gift forms include, but are not limited to money, items, opportunities, etc. Task success gain the opportunity to choose one from 3 soft rice skills. Task failure execute punishment host member shrinks by 5 centimeters. Damn, that punishment is too perverse, Lin Yang complained. At the moment he completed the marking, Chen Wanjun finally mustered all her courage. She tugged at Lin Yang's clothing, whispering almost inaudibly, "Don't go. You're hurt." Lin Yang blinked. He indeed hurt her, but his body reacted instinctively. He pretended not to have heard, turning back, leaning in slightly to bring his ear closer to her. "What did you say? Say it again." The warm breath brushed against Chen Wanjun's ear, causing her already flushed cheeks to burn even more. She tightened her grip on his clothing, her voice slightly louder, "Don't go." Lin Yang leaned in again, this time sitting directly beside her on the sofa, their distance now mere inches apart. He could even see the tiny hairs on her face and her long eyelashes trembling from nervousness. He still pretended not to hear. "Say it again." Chen Wanjun's face was already so red it seemed it could bleed. She bit her lip tightly, unable to utter another word. Lin Yang looked at her awkwardly adorable expression, knowing he could not tease her any longer. He softened his tone, his voice gentle. "What's your name?" "I'm Lin Yang, living across from you." Chen Wanjun's face was flushed, her gaze evasive, her voice soft and trembling. Chen Wanjun. Chen Wanjun. Lin Yang softly repeated, savoring the syllables of her name on his tongue. "A lovely name." Chen Wanjun's face flushed even deeper, her lowered eyelids resembling fragile butterfly wings, too timid to meet his gaze as she shrank back slightly. Above Chen Wanjun's head a flickering bubble now appeared. "Inner thoughts don't come any closer." Seeing this bubble, Lin Yang halted. "Then why did you tell me not to leave?" He silently mocked her demeanor, thinking this girl's social battery must have run out. "I live right across the hall. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you need anything, just message me." These words seemed to be her lifeline. Chen Wanjun immediately sprang into action, pulling out a new iPhone with a pokeball pendant from her pocket. She unlocked it, opened WeChat, and pulled up her QR code. A seamless, fluid motion, a stark contrast to her socially anxious state moments ago. After adding each other on WeChat, Lin Yang stood up. "All right, I'll head back to shower and change. This suit got dirty from the fight earlier." Chen Wanjun remained silent, simply watching as Lin Yang walked out of apartment 2404 security door until the heavy door slowly closed before her, cutting off his silhouette. Only then did she pick up her phone. The words she couldn't utter face-to-face now transformed into messages sent swiftly through her fingertips. First message: "You're injured. I have medicine at home. Let me apply it for you." Second message: "Come over after your shower. They'll help you with the ointment." Third message: "The smart lock code for my door is 649,646. Make sure you come." Lin Yang was fumbling for his keys at the door of apartment 2403A, the soreness from the fierce battle washing over him like relentless waves, stirring his irritation. His phone vibrated several times in his pocket. He pulled it out, surprised to see the messages were all from Chen Wanjun, whom had just added. She couldn't utter a single word in person, yet the messages kept pouring in. This social anxiety was indeed a strange ailment. Lin Yang mused to himself that she needed a shot of treatment. But when his eyes landed on the last message, catching the glaringly clear password, he froze. 649,646. He thought this woman had only known him for less than 30 minutes. And she dared to give him the code to her security door. Wasn't she afraid he might be a bad person? He had clearly seen her system info panel. Her wealth rating was diamond, worth at least 100 million. Her guard was as thin as paper. Lin Yang sighed, put away his phone, and used his key to open his own cold security door. Back in his humble abode, he stripped off his Zegna suit, now stained with dust and sweat, and tossed it onto the sofa. He walked into the bathroom and stood before the mirror. The body in the mirror bore the marks of battle. At least a dozen blue-purple bruises spread from his chest to his abdomen, and his back throbbed with a searing pain. He tried to move his shoulder, and the muscles screamed with a sharp, piercing agony. Were his bones okay? Should he take a day off tomorrow and go to the hospital for a checkup? The thought flickered through his mind. He turned on the shower head, and the warm water cascaded over his body, washing away the fatigue, but failing to completely erase the pain from the bruises. After his shower, Lin Yang walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. The screen of his domestic phone charging on the nightstand lit up again with a vibration. He walked over and picked up the phone. The screen showed over a dozen unread WeChat messages, most of them from Chen Wanjun, whose profile picture was a delicate anime girl. He opened it. The messages were strikingly uniform, all conveying the same idea, urging him to come over for the ointment. This socially anxious Odakirich woman was surprisingly persistent in the online world. Below those messages was one from Su Man. Are you asleep? Looking at these 4 words, Lin Yang's mind conjured Su Man's face, cool yet tinged with a hint of allure. His fingers tapped on the screen. He replied, President Su, please get rid of that Volvo as soon as possible and buy a new one. The moment he sent it, Su Man's reply came almost instantly. Why? Lin Yang, remember those thugs at the entrance of Sherpai village? They just came looking for me. On the other end of the screen, Su Man was silent for a few seconds before her next message betrayed obvious panic. What? So soon? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Lin Yang looked at his bruised face in the mirror and forced a bitter smile. I'm fine. I fought them off, but I got a little injured. To add credibility, he faced the mirror, chose 2 angles, and took photos of the most prominent bruises on his body, sending them over. The moment the photos were sent, Su Man called him directly. Lin Yang immediately pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear, not wanting to complicate things over WeChat. You say you're fine, but you're hurt like that. I'm coming over right now. Su Man's voice was laced with barely contained anxiety and a hint of anger, as if it might burst through the receiver. President Su, you really don't need to come. Lin Yang immediately tried to calm her. I'm fine, just minor injuries. They'll go to the hospital tomorrow to get some medicine. I'm taking a day off, by the way. Her breathing on the other end was rapid, clearly indicating her emotional turmoil. No, I need to come see you. Her tone was unyielding. But Lin Yang's voice softened further, carrying an undeniable calm. Be good. These 3 words seemed to hold a strange magical power. On the other end, Su Man's insistence instantly crumbled. Oh, she murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and submission she herself didn't notice. Then go to the hospital tomorrow, and while you're at it, buy a car. Pick a brand you like. She paused before adding, use the card I just gave you. Lin Yang's heart stirred. All right, and about the price? That supplementary card can handle up to $1 million. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more. Su Man's reply was crisp and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Lin Yang responded, then reiterated, I'm really fine, don't worry. The company has a lot to deal with tomorrow, so don't get distracted. And that surveillance video, I'll need until the day after tomorrow to process it and send it to you. Su Man's voice dropped significantly. Good night, Lin Yang said softly. There was a brief silence on the other end before a faint reply came. Good night. After hanging up, Lin Yang let out a light sigh, thinking that if Su Man came over, things would get messy. The neighbor across the hall was already urging him so insistently, if they ran into each other, it would be a battlefield. Being a kept man, how could he let his women meet so easily? He had to keep them busy. Just then his phone lit up again. He looked down and saw over a dozen more WeChat messages, all from Chen Wanjun. This woman was seriously unhinged. Lin Yang changed into a loose cotton pajama set, grabbed his phone and keys, and stepped out of room 2403. He stood in front of the gray security door of room 2404, a sense of absurdity welling up in his heart. Just half an hour ago, he had been fighting with thugs in the neighborhood. Now he possessed the entrance code to the house of the wealthy girl from the opposite door. He took a deep breath and pressed the sequence of numbers 649,646. Ding! The door lock clicked open. He pushed the door open and the sensor light in the entrance softly lit up. The living room was empty, with only anime posters and figurines quietly standing under the light. A faint monotonous thump-thump sound came from the depths of the hallway. Following the sound, he saw Chen Wanjun with her back to him, standing on one leg, while the other leg dangled in the air, struggling like an awkward kangaroo as she hopped toward the end of the corridor. Where are you going? Lin Yang's voice rang out in the quiet room. Chen Wanjun's body stiffened abruptly, her hopping motion coming to a halt. She maintained her pose, her neck visibly flushing crimson, but she dared not turn around. Lin Yang looked at her expression, the veins on his forehead twitching. Damn, here we go again. Is she afraid of face-to-face interaction? He took out his phone, tapped on the anime girl avatar, and his fingers flew across the screen. Where are you going? Almost the moment he sent the message, Chen Wanjun's phone in her pocket vibrated. Like a robot receiving a command, she clumsily pulled out her phone, glanced down, and quickly replied. Going to the bathroom. Lin Yang stared at the message on the screen, a feeling of helplessness rising within him. He couldn't help but think, with such beauty and an amazing figure, what good is it? Unable to utter a single word, what was the difference between her and a blow-up doll? He grumbled to himself, but put away his phone and strode forward. He walked behind Chen Wanjun, and before she could react, he swept her up in his arms again. The familiar, cool, delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils. The body in his arms felt even hotter and softer than before. He carried her a few steps into the bathroom and gently set her down. He stepped out and casually closed the bathroom door. Soon the sound of rushing water came from within. After a moment, the door opened slightly, and Chun Won-jun peeked out, her head lowered, revealing only her smooth forehead and dark hair. This way. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, but Lin Yang heard her clearly. After speaking, she hopped on one leg and turned to bounce toward the master bedroom. Lin Yang leaned against the bathroom door, watching her bouncy figure, his brows raised. Entering the master bedroom. This progress. Isn't it a bit too fast? He rubbed his chin, feeling a sting where his face had been scratched. However, he still followed her into the master bedroom. If the living room was a public exhibition hall of the two-dimensional world, this master bedroom was Chun Won-jun's private sanctuary. A huge double bed was adorned with sheets and a duvet featuring a silver-haired, beast-eared girl. On the bedside table, there was a whole row of Hatsune Miku figurines in various poses. The walls were plastered with a variety of anime posters ranging from intense battles to sweet daily life. Most exaggeratedly, in the corner of the room, there was even a glass wardrobe filled with all sorts of cosplay outfits, from sailor suits to shrine maiden outfits to magical girl battle costumes. A dazzling array. The air was filled with a unique fragrance of a girl's room mingled with a faint homebody vibe. Chun Won-jun was balancing on one leg, rummaging through a cabinet at the foot of the bed. Soon she pulled out a white home medicine box. She sat on the bed and opened the box. Lin Yang leaned closer to take a look. It was packed with various medications for bruises and injuries, from Yunnan Baiyao spray to imported blood circulation ointments and several boxes of brand new ice packs. Damn, Lin Yang couldn't help but curse. Why do you have so many of these medicines? You should have said something sooner. Chun Won-jun's face instantly turned bright red, her lips quivering, but she couldn't utter a word, her eyes turning slightly red with anxiety. Lin Yang sighed and waved his hand. All right, I won't ask anymore. Just send me a message on WeChat. Chun Won-jun felt as if she had been granted amnesty, immediately picking up her phone, her delicate thumbs flying across the screen. I'm a bit clumsy and often trip, so I keep some of these medicines. Lin Yang looked at the message on the phone, then at her long legs, which seemed restless due to her nervousness, and believed her about 80%. This girl has long limbs, and with her social anxiety, she probably trips over herself while walking. All right then. He stopped dwelling on the matter and squatted down. He'll take off the ice pack on your foot and replace it with an ice patch. As he spoke, he carefully removed the now lukewarm plastic wrap, then tore open a box of ice patches, expertly applying the cool blue gel to her swollen ankle. Throughout the process, Chun Won-jun remained silent, her head lowered, her gaze fixed on his nimble fingers. After finishing, Lin Yang stood up and pointed to his own body. What are you going to do about these injuries? Chun Won-jun immediately picked up her phone and began typing rapidly again. You can take off your clothes and lie on the bed. They'll help you apply the ointment. Lin Yang had been waiting for this line. Without a second thought, he grasped the hem of his pajama top and quickly lifted it, revealing his muscular upper body covered in bruises. He casually tossed the pajama top to the foot of the bed and lay face down on the large anime girl bed. The mattress was soft and springy, still carrying Chun Won-jun's warmth and fragrance. Chun Won-jun looked at Lin Yang's broad and sturdy back, the smooth lines of his muscles, and the various dark bruises. Her eyes widened in astonishment. A light shone deep within her pupils. For the first time in her 22 years, she observed a real man's body from such a close distance. This was completely different from the perfect, artistically crafted muscle lines in anime. This was real, warm, marked with scars, filled with primal strength. She felt her breath quicken. Carefully, she scooted closer to the center of the bed, sitting a bit nearer, then took out a tube of imported bruise ointment from the medicine box, squeezing a generous amount onto her fair fingers. Taking a deep breath as if about to perform a sacred ritual, she gently dotted the cool ointment onto the largest bruise on Lin Yang's back. Lin Yang's body trembled slightly. Chun Won-jun's fingers began to slowly spread the ointment across his back. Her movements were gentle and soft, tinged with a hint of clumsiness and indescribable caution. Having finished applying the ointment to his back, Chun Won-jun reluctantly withdrew her hand, picked up her phone, and messaged the Lin Yang, who was lying down playing with his phone. You can turn over now. Lin Yang had been waiting to turn over for a long time. He flipped over, lying on his back on the bed, his movements brisk and decisive. The injuries on his front were worse than those on his back, with deeper bruises on his chest and abdomen and 3 noticeable scrapes and swellings on his face. Chun Won-jun's gaze slid from the scars on his face to the bruises on his chest, finally inadvertently landing on the slightly raised area of his pajama pants. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, as if set ablaze, even her ears turning bright red. Lin Yang also noticed her unusual reaction. He internally scoffed. This girl must have read plenty of manga, as she seems to understand quite a bit. But this time Chun Won-jun did not back down. With a flushed face and biting her lip, she summoned all her courage to extend her fingers smeared with ointment toward the bruise on Lin Yang's chest. The ointment was cool, her fingers warm. The moment her fingertip made contact with his skin, both their bodies trembled slightly. The medicinal effect mixed with the warmth of her fingertip slowly penetrated his skin, a wave of soothing sensation spreading deep within Lin Yang's muscles. It felt so good. This weekend he had first accompanied Su Man all night, then moved and followed by tonight's thrilling brawl. Both his mind and body had long been stretched to their limits. At this moment on this soft bed, inhaling the scent of the girl and feeling her gentle touch, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him like a tide. It was so comfortable that he felt like falling asleep. And then he truly did fall asleep. His breathing became even and heavy, even accompanied by a slight snore. Chen Wanjun's application of the ointment came to a halt. She looked at Lin Yang's serene face, now lost in slumber, her courage gradually growing. She extended a finger, gently poking his firm chest muscle. It was resilient. She reached out again, carefully gliding her fingers across his well-defined abdominal muscles. So hard. Confirming that he was truly asleep, her hands, which were originally only used for coding and gaming, began to explore his body more boldly. Like an explorer discovering a new continent, she curiously measured every inch of his body. Before she knew it, this new exploration had depleted her dwindling energy. A wave of drowsiness washed over her. She yawned, and with bleary eyes glanced at the sleeping man beside her. She did not return to her own spot, but instead scooted closer to him, finding a comfortable position, curled up her body, and fell into a deep sleep. At 7 in the morning of the second day, the piercing sound of the phone alarm cut through the tranquility of the master bedroom. Lin Yang's consciousness stirred from slumber, yet his body felt an unusual weight pressing down on him. He forced his eyes open, and the first thing that met his gaze was a suffocating expanse of snowy fullness along with a cascade of jet black hair scattered across the pillow. The left side of his body was completely numb. Looking down, Chen Wanjun was clinging to him like an octopus, one arm tightly wrapped around his waist, her head buried deep in his chest, using him as a giant human body pillow. He struggled to shift his body, trying to extract his numb left arm from the soft, resilient crevice between her breasts. The sensation was astonishing. He could even clearly feel the curve of his arm being compressed. Finally, after a bout of effort, his numb left hand regained its freedom. Lin Yang picked up the phone vibrating on the nightstand and turned off the alarm. Just then, a cold blue light screen materialized without warning on his retina. Congratulations, host. The obedience level of Chen Wanjun 2 in the soft rice collection has increased to 85. Lin Yang stared at the line of text, his mind a bit dazed. He hadn't done anything, just slept. How had the obedience level shot up like a rocket straight to 85? Could it be? He glanced down at himself. The small tent in his sleep pants stood erect and spirited, but his body showed no signs of exhaustion from strenuous activity. Seems he was overthinking it. Still, 85 obedience was an absurdly high number. He hadn't even reached that with Su Man until after countless times. Since she was so compliant, he might as well cut to the chase and complete the task first. He reached out with his right hand and gently patted Chen Wanjun's shoulder. Hey, wake up. Chen Wanjun stirred, her long lashes fluttering as she groggily lifted her head. Her face, free of makeup, bore the dazed flush of just waking up, utterly adorable. When she realized she was tightly hugging Lin Yang, her cheeks instantly turned crimson, her body stiffening, yet she couldn't bear to let go. They'll take you to the hospital today to get an X-ray of your ankle. Lin Yang's voice broke the awkwardness. Chen Wanjun said nothing, just looked at him, then nodded obediently. Her docile demeanor stirred a powerful sense of control in Lin Yang. Then you'll have to pay me a service fee. Lin Yang decided to strike while the iron was hot. He fixed his gaze on her eyes, his tone turning matter-of-fact. My time is precious. Accompanying you to the hospital means I'm missing work. I deal with millions every day, you know. Chen Wanjun was taken aback by his words, but then she quickly grabbed her new iPhone, its Pokemon charm swinging, unlocked it, and opened WeChat. Her fingers flew across the screen, and a message came through. How much? Send me your bank info. This reaction. Was it too straightforward? Lin Yang stared at the message on his phone, a surreal urge to test her welling up inside. He wanted to see just where this Otakirich girl's limits lay. He picked up his phone and started typing. I want 100 million. Do you have that? He sent the message, his eyes locked on Chen Wanjun's face, searching for even a flicker of shock or anger. A hint of hesitation did flash across Chen Wanjun's face. Her lovely brows furrowed slightly, as if she were seriously pondering something. After a moment, her fingers danced across the screen again. Yes, but it'll take a while. A few program models haven't settled payments yet. Lin Yang's breath caught for a second as he read the reply. Shock. Utter overwhelming shock. She was actually considering it. 100 million just because he was taking her to the hospital. This wasn't just a rich girl, it was a goddess of wealth descending to earth. A wave of surrealism enveloped him, making him feel like he was dreaming. Just kidding. Did you take it seriously? Lin Yang let out a dry laugh, trying to mask his loss of composure. But then his tone shifted, growing deeper. Give me $1 million first. With that, he didn't hesitate. He found his bank info on WeChat, copied it, and sent it to Chen Wanjun. After doing this, he waited quietly. He wanted to know what a million meant to her. Upon receiving the bank info, Chen Wanjun didn't pause at all. She opened another app, entered the account number, then the amount, and finally did a facial recognition scan. The entire process was smooth and effortless, as casual as ordering takeout. Ding dong. In less than 30 seconds, Lin Yang's domestic phone screen lit up with a bank SMS alert. Your XX bank account completed a transfer transaction on October 26th at 0715. Incoming amount 100,000,00 yuan. Available balance 100,00324. 23 yuan. At the same time, the familiar blue text flared up on his retina, accompanied by the system's cold mechanical voice. Ding. Detected a gift from Chen Wanjun. No. 2 in the soft rice collection, 1 million yuan in cash. Task gift from the second target has been completed. Now converting points. Current conversion ratio 1002. Soft rice points earned 2000 points. Congratulations, host. You have earned a chance to choose one of 3 skills. Skill 1, musical instrument mastery. Skill 2, firearm proficiency. Skill 3, crisis warning. Lin Yang's eyes quickly scanned the 3 skills. Musical instrument mastery and firearm proficiency were practical, but what was crisis warning? He didn't make a choice for now. The ease of completing the task and the extra million in his account left him feeling lightheaded. Damn. Lin Yang let out an internal scream like a groundhog. This woman was seriously loaded. A million transferred just like that without batting an eye. This soft life was too sweet. He suppressed the ecstasy within him and turned to look at Chen Wanjun. The money was already in hand, so he had to deliver the service. This was his principle of eating soft rice with dignity. Since you've transferred the money, I can't skimp on my service. Lin Yang's voice took on a husky magnetic tone, and his gaze grew intense. He flipped over his broad chest, pressing directly onto Chen Wanjun's impossibly soft body. He had expected her to flinch away and panic like before, but this time she didn't. She just stared at him with those big, watery eyes unmoving, her cheeks flushed, her breath quickening, and even a hint of anticipation in her gaze. Seeing her so ready for the taking, Lin Yang couldn't hold back any longer. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and a sliver of morning light squeezed through the gap, casting a beam in the air where fine dust danced. The room was filled with boundless passion. The blanket printed with a silver-haired, beast-eared girl heaved violently, as if in a breathtaking battle. An hour later, the storm subsided. Congratulations, host. The obedience level of Chen Wanjun No. 2 in the soft rice collection has increased to 93. Lin Yang looked at the number on his retina. This rich girl was easy to handle, already at 93 obedience. A few more times, and it would hit 100. He got up and glanced at the touch of crimson amidst the rumpled sheets, and Chen Wanjun curled up under the cover, satisfaction radiating even from her hair strands. A surge of accomplishment filled his heart. He walked into the bathroom, took a quick shower, then returned to the bedside. He'll go get a car first. Wait for me at home. With that, he didn't wait for Chen Wanjun's response. He strode out of the master bedroom, crossed to his own room, 2403 opposite, changed into clean clothes, and pulled out his phone to search for the nearest car dealership. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. Lin Yang pulled out his phone and opened a map application. On the screen, a dense cluster of 4S dealership icons popped up. Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen, BYD. These names barely lingered in his gaze before he swiped past them. It wasn't that he had gotten cocky, rather, since this car was for Su Man, a department director of a conglomerate, couldn't afford to drive something too cheap. Driving a family car worth 200,000 to pick up a wealthy woman worth hundreds of millions wasn't called eating soft rice. It was called self-humiliation. He swiped a few more times on the map, but didn't even catch a glimpse of BBA. The planning of this area clearly leaned toward the residential rather than high-end consumption. Just as he was about to expand his search range, an icon jumped into view. Porsche After-Sales Service Center. Only 3 kilometers from Tianhuahuafu. It wasn't a showroom, but a service center. However, where there was after-sales service, there were bound to be car sources, maybe even almost new cars from canceled orders. That was the one. Lin Yang put away his phone, grabbed his keys, and left, hailing a taxi at the entrance of the residential complex. Driver to the Porsche Center. In less than 20 minutes, the taxi stopped in front of a strikingly modern glass curtain wall building. The massive Porsche crest gleamed brilliantly in the morning light. Lin Yang pushed the door open and stepped inside. A scent blending leather fragrance and money wafted over him. Inside the spacious and bright showroom, several display cars bathed in the glow of spotlights reflected a cold and mesmerizing metallic sheen. In a glass-walled meeting room at one corner of the showroom, over a dozen salespeople in uniform were holding a morning meeting led by a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, whose voice, laced with reprimanding sternness, filtered through the glass. A few receptionists at the front desk glanced at him, then seeing his slightly faded jacket and plain t-shirt lowered their heads and resumed their chit-chat. No one came to assist him. Lin Yong didn't mind. He had anticipated this kind of snobbish treatment. He walked straight toward a display car on whose window a configuration sheet and price tag were attached. A budget of 1 million. He glanced at it and had a rough idea. At this price point things were indeed a bit tight here. An entry-level Mekong would be sufficient, or with a bit more he could barely afford the lowest spec Kian. Just as he was studying the configuration sheet, the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the floor approached from afar. "Hello sir, do you have a preferred model?" The voice was gentle, carrying a professional politeness. Lin Yong turned around. A tall female salesperson in a black professional skirt suit was standing behind him, a standard smile fixed on her face. A name badge hung on her chest. He activated the system panel, and the other person's information appeared on his retina. Name Lu Mimi. Wealth rating silver tier. Comprehensive score 8. 6. Appearance 8. 6. A figure 8. 9. Temperament 8. 4. Tags black stocking sales performance pressure living paycheck to paycheck. Lin Yang's gaze lingered for a moment on her long straight legs, sheathed in black stockings. Not bad. Wait, weren't Porsche saleswomen supposed to earn millions a year? Seems like all internet rumors. He muttered inwardly, then spoke, his voice calm and direct. Which cars are available for immediate delivery, ready to drive away now? The professional smile on Lu Mimi's face froze for a split second. She clearly hadn't expected such a question from this clean-cut young man. Sir, our models are mostly custom-ordered. Oh, we rarely have cars in stock. What about these display cars? Lin Yong pointed at the midnight blue Mekong beside him. Can I drive it away now? Lu Mimi was completely stumped, a trace of bewilderment showing through her delicate makeup. This straightforward, no-nonsense way of buying a car was something she had only heard of in training stories. But her professional composure quickly steadied her nerves. I need to ask our manager. Please wait a moment. She clicked her high heels and walked briskly toward the meeting room. Soon the meeting room door opened. A man of about 40 with slicked back, gleaming hair walked out, Lu Mimi following behind him with a somewhat restrained expression. "Hello sir, my surname is Zhou. I'm the sales manager here." Manager Zhou, his face exuding the shrewdness and enthusiasm of a businessman, extended his hand proactively. Lin Yong didn't shake his hand, just nodded. "Hello, do you have any cars in stock?" He repeated his question. Manager Zhou's gaze swept over him quickly, then he revealed a knowing smile. "Yes, we do, but they're not in the showroom. If you don't mind, sir, I can take you to the parking area in the back to have a look." He paused briefly, then added, "There happens to be a Kian. It had some minor scratches during transport, and the original customer backed out. But we've had a professional technician redo the factory paint. It's completely undetectable." Lin Yong raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this manager to be so honest. In the car sales industry, someone who voluntarily discloses a vehicle's flaws was already a rare breed. He followed Manager Zhou through a door marked staff only and into the after-sales parking area. Manager Zhou stopped in front of a dark blue Kian. "This is the one." He pointed to a spot below the driver's door, a location almost imperceptible. "There was a scratch here at the time. It's been perfectly repaired. The vehicle's mechanical performance and safety structure are completely unaffected. May I open the door and take a look?" Seeing Manager Zhou pull the car key directly from his pocket, Lin Yong knew this was a car he had the authority to push out quickly. Of course. Manager Zhou pressed the unlock button and the car's lights flashed. Lin Yong opened the door and got in. The scent of a new car mingled with the smell of real leather filled the entire cabin. The interior's protective film hadn't even been fully removed yet. He ran his fingers over the steering wheel and the center console, finding no signs of use. He adjusted the seat, looked around, and indeed found no issues. He didn't even bother getting out. Still sitting in the driver's seat, he looked at Manager Zhou through the window. "How much are you asking for this car?" Manager Zhou smiled and threw out a tentative figure. "Sir, since you're a serious buyer, for this car we can give you a 10% discount off the MSRP. It'll come to about 900,000 or so all in." Lin Yong nodded, already having a baseline in mind. "All right." His voice was devoid of any emotion. 900,000 all in, including insurance. "Get the temporary plates sorted for me. I want to drive it away now." He looked at Manager Zhou. "If it's a deal, I'll swipe the card right now." Manager Zhou's smile stiffened for a moment. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Yong to cut the price so decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. This was the old sales trick, playing hard to get. I don't have the authority for that price. You'll need to consult our store manager. Please wait a moment." Lin Yong was in no hurry. He leaned back calmly in the seat. "Go ahead." Manager Zhou turned and walked away quickly. Lu Mimi stayed behind, standing somewhat awkwardly by the car door, and began to explain the vehicle's features to Lin Yong. Before long, Manager Zhou came jogging back, his face wearing a perfectly measured expression of difficulty and apology. "Sir, I'm really sorry. The store manager says the price really can't go any lower, but we truly can't include the insurance. It's a bit expensive for this car. We can, however, throw in some extra accessories like the best floor mats and window tint for the whole car. Would that be acceptable? Lin Yang listened to this spiel, his inner calm undisturbed. What's the total? Including the purchase tax and the best discount we can offer, it comes to 930,000. Manager Zhou quoted the final price. This price was within Lin Yang's expectations, even slightly lower than he had anticipated. Fine. Swipe the card. He pulled out the supplementary card Su Man had given him. The difficulty on Manager Zhou's face instantly vanished, replaced by undisguised delight. Right away. They may go process this gentleman's paperwork quickly. Oh, okay. Lu Mimi was stunned for a moment before realizing this million-yuan order had been closed in just a few minutes. She quickly turned and on her high heels practically ran toward the showroom. The subsequent procedures were astonishingly fast. Driven by money, this service center displayed remarkable efficiency. Swiping the card, signing the contract, getting the temporary plates. All the formalities were completed in one smooth flow. In less than half an hour, the brand new temporary license plates were already affixed to the front and rear windshields. Sir, where should we mail your official license plates? Lu Mimi, having finished the paperwork, now looked at Lin Yang with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Lin Yang took out his phone, pulled up Su Man's home address, and sent it to Lu Mimi. Send it here. With that done, he got into the blue Kian that was now his. Amid the enthusiastic waving goodbyes from Manager Zhou and Lu Mimi, he started the engine. With a low rumbling engine roar, he drove this million-yuan luxury car slowly out of the Porsche Center, merged into the traffic, and headed in the direction of Tianyue Huafu. The deep blue Kian glided smoothly through the underground garage, the engine's low growl muffled by the thick windows, leaving only the faint friction of tires against the epoxy floor. This million-level vehicle was Lin Yang's latest weapon on his path of eating soft rice with dignity. The delicate leather touch on the steering wheel and the cold metallic texture of the center console constantly reminded him that he had completely severed ties with his past self, a fresh graduate crammed into the subway. He casually found an empty spot, smoothly steering the car into place. It was exactly 10 o'clock. The domestic phone in his pocket vibrated at that precise moment, the screen displaying an incoming call labeled Property Manager Wang. Lin Yang answered the call, holding the phone to his ear. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Manager Wang's voice came through the receiver, laced with deliberate warmth. Good morning, Manager Wang. Lin Yang's tone was calm, betraying no emotion. Mr. Lin, we've investigated and found it was our property management's oversight. We've already dismissed the security guard on duty yesterday. So have you settled on a plan? Lin Yang had no interest in the internal issues of the property company. He cut straight to the chase, unwilling to hear their self-criticism. Well, could we discuss this in person? Please come to the property management office. All right, but don't take too long. I still need to go to the hospital. Of course, don't worry. Ending the call, Lin Yang pushed open the car door. Instead of heading directly to the property office, he took the elevator back to 2403, changed out of the old coat he wore when buying the car, picked a casual shirt he found suitable, and took the Zegna suit to the dry cleaner. Minutes later, Lin Yang appeared at the property office entrance. Manager Wang nearly jogged out to greet him, ushering him into his private office. Another man sat in the office. He was in his 40s, clad in a well-tailored dark suit, his hair meticulously combed, and his eyes behind his lenses appeared steady and sharp. Seeing Lin Yang enter, he stood up proactively, a professional smile forming on his face as he extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. Chun-Zheng, a coordinator sent by headquarters. Lin Yang. Lin Yang briefly shook his hand, his palm dry and firm. The three took their seats as host and guests. Manager Wang busied himself with serving tea, his posture extremely deferential. Chun-Zheng didn't touch his teacup. He placed a folder on the table and spoke first. Mr. Lin, your compensation plan is already here. His voice was unhurried, carrying a calm authority that commanded the situation. From now on, all your medical expenses will be fully covered by our property company. Additionally, we'll provide an extra 100,000 yuan for emotional distress and waive your property management fees and all miscellaneous charges for 3 years. How does that sound? Lin Yang listened to the proposal, his heart utterly unmoved. 100,000 yuan. He no longer cared about such a sum. 3 years of property fees were a mere drop in the bucket. He hadn't come to extort money. His profession was to live off a woman, not to play the thug for a scam. He wanted an attitude, one that would sting the other party and sufficiently demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. This plan barely passed muster. Lin Yang didn't answer immediately. He leaned back into the sofa, his fingers tapping idly on his knees. The office fell silent, broken only by Manager Wang's slightly heavy breathing. Chun-Zheng's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yang's face, waiting for his reaction. Lin Yang pulled something from his pocket and casually placed it on the coffee table before him. A Porsche key with a shield emblem. The crisp clatter broke the silence. Manager Wang's eyelids twitched violently, his eyes glued to the key. Chen Zheng's expression shifted subtly, a trace of genuine seriousness replacing his professional smile. Not bad. Lin Yang's voice was faint. Could you provide me with a fixed parking spot? I just picked up a Porsche today, and there's nowhere to put it. Hearing this, Manager Wang responded almost like a spring. No problem, Mr. Lin. Absolutely. I'll arrange the best spot for you right away. Lin Yang's gaze shifted past Manager Wang to Chen Zheng. Then let's leave it at that. After I go to the hospital, I'll send the invoices and bank card details to Manager Wang. I need to be involved further. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Zheng stood up again, extending his hand proactively. Lin Yang rose, shook it briefly, and without another word turned and left the office. The door closed. Manager Wang let out a long sigh, the back of his shirt soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Chen Zheng, forcing a fawning smile. Boss, this Mr. Lin, he's pretty easy to deal with, huh? Chen Zheng sat back on the sofa, his smile vanishing instantly, his gaze turning icy. Do you think Mr. Lin looks like someone short of money? His voice carried a chill. He couldn't care less about our petty cash. What he wants is attitude, face, get it? Yes, boss. Manager Wang echoed in agreement, sweat beading on his forehead again. Tighten up your management in the future. If something like this happens again, you're out. Rest assured, boss. It absolutely won't happen again. Chen Zheng picked up the now cold tea, took a sip, and set it down. Let this incident be a lesson to you. That 100,000 yuan will be deducted from your Tianyue Huafu branch's profits. Manager Wang's face completely fell, his mouth twitching into an expression more bitter than swallowing a live fly, yet he could only nod. Yes, boss. Lin Yang returned to Building 32, walked directly to the door of 2404, and deftly entered the smart lock password Chen Wanjun had given him. The door opened. A dense wave of two-dimensional culture hit him. He immediately noticed the master bedroom door was ajar, with Chen Wanjun seemingly still lying in bed. Lin Yang approached the master bedroom door and knocked. Time to get up. We're going to the hospital. A rustling sound of fabric came from the room, then the door cracked open, revealing Chen Wanjun's blushing face. Seeing Lin Yang still standing there without any intention of leaving, the red on her cheeks swiftly spread to her ears. Under the covers, she was completely naked. You. Get out, wait for me. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. This time Lin Yang didn't tease her further. He knew about this girl's social anxiety. Pushing too hard might cause her to short-circuit on the spot. He turned and closed the master bedroom door, then began to wander around the apartment. The study door was open. A sleek black computer tower stood in the corner, its RGB LED strips pulsing in a breathing rhythm, connected to 4 massive monitors surrounding a professional ergonomic gaming chair. Another small room was piled high with various two-dimensional merchandise and odds and ends, from life-size body pillows to limited edition figurines, a dazzling array. After waiting about 10 minutes, the master bedroom door finally opened again. Chen Wanjun had finished washing up and emerged. She had changed back into her familiar black gear, a loose black hoodie that completely concealed her ample curves, a black mask covering her face, leaving only a pair of clear, slightly anxious eyes visible. Below, she still wore those tantalizing black-stockinged legs. The ice pack on her right foot had been removed, but her ankle remained swollen and red, forcing her to hop on one leg into the living room. Lin Yang stood before the massive wall of figurines in the living room, admiring those exquisitely crafted, expensive waifus. Let's go. Lin Yang's voice was calm. He stepped forward, ignoring Chen Wanjun's instinctive recoil, and reached out to directly wrap his arm around her slender waist, while his other hand steadily supported her arm. The warmth of his body radiated through her thin sweatshirt, causing her body to stiffen instantly. Lin Yang half-carried, half-guided her to the entrance, then crouched down to pick up the expensive black sneakers. He held her injured ankle with one hand, while deftly helping her put on the shoe with the other. Throughout the process, Chen Wanjun remained silent, her head bowed, and her gaze fixed on his broad shoulders, her breathing becoming uneven beneath the mask. The elevator descended smoothly. In the confined space, only the scent of his fresh body wash and the fragrance from her hair intertwined. Ding! As the elevator doors opened on the first basement level, Lin Yang did not hesitate. He wrapped his arm around her and walked straight toward an empty parking spot. There, a deep blue Porsche Cayenne sat quietly. He pressed the key fob. The car's lights flashed, emitting a low beep in response. Chen Wanjun stopped in her tracks, and a flicker of surprise finally appeared in her clear eyes above the mask. Did he use all the money I gave him to buy this car? Lin Yang gave her no time to react. With a slight exertion of strength, he lifted her into a perfect princess carry. Ah! A faint gasp escaped from beneath her mask. He placed her securely in the passenger seat, then leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. His warm breath brushed against her cheek, and Chen Wanjun's body went rigid again, her fingers curling inward. After closing the door, Lin Yang walked around to the driver's seat and got in. The engine roared to life, its low growl echoing through the garage. He chose not to go to the overcrowded public hospital where queuing, registering, and examinations would consume an entire day. The greatest value of money lies in purchasing time and efficiency. With one hand on the steering wheel, he drove the luxury car worth millions, skillfully exiting the underground garage and merging into traffic, heading straight for Huahai City's most prestigious private hospital, St. and International Hospital. St. and International Hospital was located in the premium Binjiang district, more resembling a five-star hotel than a medical facility. Lin Yang parked in the designated spot, and a doorman immediately approached to assist. Ignoring him, Lin Yang walked straight to the front desk and rented a brand-new wheelchair. "I want the full VIP service package, orthopedics department, and I need to see the director now." His voice was not loud, but it was clear and firm. Upon seeing the wheelchair-bound Chen Wanjun and hearing his request for VIP service, the receptionist's professional smile instantly became several times more genuine. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me. No registration, no queuing." A young nurse in a well-tailored uniform immediately walked over. Her legs were sheathed in pristine white stockings, accentuating the taut lines of her calves. Although she wore a mask, her eyes were meticulously made up. "Mr. Lin Mischan, hello. I am Wu Jing, your dedicated patient coordinator." Under Wu Jing's guidance, they took a private elevator directly to the orthopedics director's office. The subsequent procedures were astonishingly fast. The X-ray room doors were opened for them. Lin Yang removed his shirt, revealing an upper body covered in bruises yet defined by distinct muscle lines, drawing frequent glances from the assisting young nurse. Chen Wanjun was wheeled into another room for an ankle X-ray. The entire process was seamless, and the complete set of examinations took less than an hour. They were escorted to the orthopedics VIP lounge to wait. There was no smell of disinfectant, only a faint aroma of incense, soft leather sofas, and hot tea and snacks personally served by Wu Jing. Lin Yang leaned back on the sofa, his mind utterly at peace. This was the world of the wealthy, simple, direct, and efficient. Besides, it wasn't his money being spent. The orthopedics director was an elderly doctor with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of erudition and professionalism. He first picked up Lin Yang's X-ray and examined it closely against the light. "Young man, you have a sturdy physique." The director put down the film, a hint of approval in his voice. "No bone issues at all, just superficial injuries and soft tissue contusions. Continue using the medication and they should subside in about a week." Having said that, he picked up Chen Wanjun's X-ray. His brow furrowed slightly as he pointed to a spot on the film at her ankle. "There's a minor tear in the ankle ligament. Nothing serious." He paused, tapping a specific point on the film with his pen. "But here." The director's gaze shifted from the X-ray to the two of them, a look of inquiry in his eyes. "There are signs of a secondary injury. It seems to be a recent injury." The air in the office instantly grew still. Chen Wanjun's face flushed crimson, her embarrassment evident even through the black mask. She instinctively looked toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang, however, remained expressionless, turning his head to gaze out the window, as if admiring the hospital's exquisite landscaping. Observing their reactions, the director's eyes behind his lenses glimmered with understanding. He muttered to himself, "Young people these days sure know how to have fun." He cleared his throat, shed his all-knowing expression, and resumed his professional demeanor. "Ahem, it's not a big problem. We'll need to apply a fixed brace, and then you'll need to rest for 2 to 3 weeks. Avoid any vigorous activity during this time, and you'll recover quickly." Lin Yang finally turned his head back as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, nothing serious. His tone was flat, betraying no emotion. In the treatment room, Wu Jing knelt before Chen Wanjun, holding a pair of medical scissors. "Miss Chen, I apologize." With his snip, a cut was made in the black stockings that wrapped her long, shapely legs at the ankle. Then another. Lin Yang watched the severed stockings, silently counting in his head. Soon Chen Wanjun's ankle was wrapped in thick bandages with a black fixed brace placed over them, looking somewhat clumsy. Lin Yang used Chen Wanjun's phone to settle the bill, picked up the medication, photographed all the receipts, and sent the entire package directly to the property manager Wang. Afterward, he pushed the wheelchair-bound Chen Wanjun out of the hospital. As the deep blue Kian exited the parking lot, the clock had just struck 12:15. While driving, Lin Yang ordered delivery on his phone from a highly acclaimed private kitchen restaurant. By the time they returned to the underground garage of Tianyue Huafu, the delivery driver called to say the food had been placed in the community's pickup lockers. Efficiency. A wealthy person's life was composed of countless such efficient moments. In apartment 2404's living room, a sumptuous lunch covered the entire coffee table. The two sat facing each other, eating in silence. After the meal, Lin Yang cleared away the containers and watched Chen Wanjun curl up on the other end of the sofa, hugging a pillow and playing on her phone. He suddenly felt a bit bored. His understanding of this woman was still limited to the cold data on the system panel. "You?" The moment Lin Yang spoke, he saw Chun Wanjin's body stiffen, noticeably radiating an aura of "don't talk to me." He sighed and changed his approach. "How about this?" Lin Yang leaned back on the sofa, finding a comfortable position. "We'll talk and you reply to me on WeChat. Is that okay?" Chun Wanjun looked up, a glimmer flashing in her clear eyes, and nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, at a medical clinic near Sherpai village, an elderly bone setter was examining the dislocated left arm of a fierce, towering man who stood 1 meter 90. Well, the bone isn't broken, but there are several cracks. We'll need to put it in a cast. The fat man behind him quickly said, "Thank you for your trouble, master." The blonde-haired man beside them smoked impatiently. This was a real mess. Black Bull was a fighter his father had brought back from Southeast Asia for the gang's upcoming New Year's tournament. Now, with a fracture requiring 100 days to heal and only about 100 days left until the new year, there was no way he'd be ready in time. Soon the cast was applied and Black Bull's left arm hung in a sling, looking somewhat comical. The fat man asked the blonde, "Sixth brother, what do we do now?" The blonde frantically scratched his hair. "What else can we do? Go find my dad and beg for forgiveness. Do you really have 100 million? Lin Yang posed his first and most burning question. Chun Wanjin's fingertips paused over the screen for a moment, as if performing some complex calculation. The phone buzzed. "Everything combined, I suppose I do." Lin Yang's heart thumped heavily. 100 million. For him, this had once been a trivial target mentioned by the richest man. Now the person who possessed this fortune sat right across from him. "Then how did you earn it?" Lin Yang pressed his fingers, unconsciously tapping on his knees. This time Chun Wanjin's hesitation became palpable. Her fingers hovered above the screen, reluctant to descend. Lin Yang didn't rush her, he simply waited in silence. He knew this was the first lock to breach the fortress of her heart. By writing program models for others. After a few seconds the message finally arrived. Lin Yang's mind was instantly flooded with a single thought: this is the benefit of high compliance. She's willing to divulge even such core commercial secrets. This was how to savor the sweet life of a kept man with dignity. After sending the message, Chun Wanjun seemed to feel that words alone were insufficient. She rose from the sofa, supporting herself on one leg due to the brace on her right ankle, and hobbled toward the study. Lin Yang followed her in. Chun Wanjun sat down at the computer, adeptly entered the password, and dismissed the screensaver. Instantly, 4 massive monitors lit up, casting a pale blue glow across her face. Lin Yang's gaze was riveted by the content on the screens. The left monitor displayed dense lines of code, a dizzying weave of symbols and English words. The 2 central screens were dissected by countless red and green lines into complex charts where numbers danced wildly, each flicker potentially representing the evaporation or creation of a villa's worth. The rightmost screen showed data windows piled with intricate mathematical models and analysis reports. "I write quantitative model programs for some companies. They share the profits with me." Chun Wanjin's WeChat message arrived timely, answering his unspoken question. "Do these things really make that much money?" Lin Yang stared at the complex Klein charts. He knew they represented stocks, but the intricacies were beyond him. Let alone the arcane programming languages, the basic knowledge he had gleaned from his e-commerce major in college was barely enough to qualify as an introduction. "Did you learn all this on your own?" Lin Yang continued. Friends in a group helped a lot, but we only communicate online, we've never met in person." Lin Yang smirked. The lurkers in that group were true masters. He had no desire to dwell on matters beyond his comprehension and decisively changed the subject. "What about your parents? Why don't they live with you?" At the computer, Chun Wanjin's typing was lightning fast, as if the keyboard were her most fluent organ of expression. "My parents are divorced. They gave me this apartment and then left me alone." "Why?" Lin Yang pressed on. "They divorced when I was in 4th grade. After that, I only saw my father 3 or 4 times. Later, he married another woman and I never saw him again. I stayed with my mother. She also married another man and had more children. I didn't dare to speak, I just stayed in my small room every day. After I finished high school, they moved away and I was left here alone." These cold, fragmented words appeared on Lin Yang's phone screen. He could almost picture a frail little girl abandoned in this house, utterly forgotten as her parents each built new families. "Oh, then why didn't you go to university?" "I didn't take the college entrance exam. Actually, I barely went to school for the last 3 years of high school." A tender spot in Lin Yang's heart was gently touched. He finally understood the origin of her extreme social phobia. It wasn't an innate personality, but a fortress of self-protection forced into existence through years of isolation and neglect. "It seems your parents' divorce hit you hard." He offered this summary. Chun Wanjun fell silent. She didn't reply, just sat there quietly, her silhouette looking exceptionally fragile in the glow of the 4 monitors. She didn't know how to answer. Or rather, no answer could capture the feeling of being abandoned by the entire world. "All right, let's talk about something cheerful." Lin Yang decided to end the heavy topic. He had come here to enjoy a comfortable life, not to play therapist. Just then a message from her popped up on his phone screen. Lin Yang, will you abandon me? As she sent it, she turned her head, her clear water-like eyes fixed directly on him, brimming with a mix of anxiety, fear, and anticipation. Lin Yang's breath caught for an instant. Under her unreserved gaze, he actually felt a pang of shame. He ranted inwardly, sister, we've known each other for less than 48 hours, and you're asking me this ultimate philosophical question. How am I supposed to answer that? I'm just here for a cushy life. Don't make it so professional. Yes, just a kept man. This thought instantly calmed Lin Yang. What did he want? Money and easy living points. And what did she need? Companionship, a sense of security, someone who wouldn't abandon her. Their needs on some level complemented each other. With this in mind, he met her gaze and said word by word clearly, as long as you have money, I will never abandon you. It was a cruel answer, yet also the most honest promise. He didn't say, I love you, or I'll always be with you. What he offered was a bond built on money, unbreakable and firm. Hearing this, the anxiety and fear in Chen Wanjun's eyes vanished instantly. Like a child receiving their most beloved toy, she leaped up from the gaming chair, ignoring her injured foot, and threw herself directly into Lin Yang's arms. Her soft body collided with his, carrying the unique fragrance of a young woman. Lin Yang instinctively embraced her, feeling her tremble slightly in his arms. Then let's play something different, he whispered in her ear while stroking her back. You have so many cosplay outfits here. I always wanted to try it in college, but my family's finances were tight. Chen Wanjun nodded happily in his arms like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Yang took her hand and led her to the small room cluttered with various anime merchandise. He rummaged through the pile of costumes, finally fixing his gaze on a blue and white sailor uniform and a sky blue short wig. For the first cosplay, let's go with an injured Rei Ayanami, he said with a mischievous grin. Perfect timing. Your foot is bandaged too, very fitting. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Wanjun picked up the clothes and limped into the master bedroom. When the door opened again, over 10 minutes later, Lin Yang felt his breath stolen away. The girl before him wore the classic sailor uniform, a blue wig, and a white medical eye patch over her right eye. Except for the astonishing curves of her chest, which broke the flat-chested archetype of the emotionless girl, everything else was a flawless reproduction. Especially her vacant, dazed gaze and her slightly unsteady steps due to her foot injury. This wasn't cosplay. This was Rei Ayanami shattering the dimensional barrier, standing alive before him. Lin Yang could no longer restrain himself. He strode forward, pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and captured her soft lips. For the rest of the afternoon, apartment 2404, building 32, became Lin Yang's private playground. From an injured Rei Ayanami to a sword-wielding saber, then a charming Rem. Chen Wanjun was like a tireless dress-up doll, fulfilling all of Lin Yang's fantasies. And Lin Yang, through each roleplay, guided her from initial stiffness and shyness to active cooperation. Night deepened. The two lay exhausted on the messy king-sized bed in the master bedroom. In the darkness, Chen Wanjun finally dared to speak first. Her voice no longer came through the cold phone screen, but sounded softly in his ear, barely a whisper, yet crystal clear. Today is the happiest day since my parents divorced. But Lin Yang had already fallen asleep, snoring softly, completely oblivious. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the harsh ring of the phone alarm once again punctured the tranquility of the master bedroom with its punctuality. As Lin Yang's consciousness emerged from slumber, the first sensation that greeted him was still numbness. The left half of his body from shoulder to arm felt heavy and unresponsive. With effort, he rolled his eyes and was met with the serene, sleeping face of Chen Wanjun. She was still entwined around him, using his arm as her personal pillow, sleeping soundly. Carefully, he used his functional right hand to extract his left arm, numbed by her breasts, and reached for his phone to silence the alarm. The sensation in his fingertips had not yet fully returned. A line of ethereal blue virtual text materialized on his retina, then swiftly faded. Lin Yang let out a silent sigh in his heart. I've tried so hard, yet it's still not at 100. Perhaps this last one was her final act of defiance. He threw off the covers and sat up quietly. The movement beside him still woke Chen Wanjun as she opened her eyes groggily, a trace of lingering sleep in her gaze. I have to go to work today, Lin Yang said softly. You stay home and remember to eat on time. Chen Wanjun nodded obediently. A flicker of obvious reluctance passed through her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a more resolute light. She knew he had to leave, that he had his own world, his own affairs to attend to. And she too had her own task to earn money. To earn enough money so that this newly forged bond could endure endlessly. Lin Yang returned to apartment 2403 across the hall. He took a shower and changed into the Zegna suit that had been expedited from the dry cleaner the day before. In the mirror, the bruises on the man's face had not yet fully faded, but his eyes were a world apart from the timid college graduate he once was. The suit's crisp lines accentuated his broad shoulders and lean waist. This costly armor gave him the illusion of marching toward a battlefield. He drove the brand-new deep blue Kian to Su Man's home at Tianjin Garden. Aunt Chin's breakfast was as always sumptuous with the aroma of soy milk and fried dough sticks filling the dining room. Su Man was already seated at the table, sipping her porridge. Lin Yang didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down opposite her with a bold air and grabbed a meat bun to eat. Su Man's gaze fell on the bruises on his face, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. What did the doctor say yesterday? Her tone was calm, as if discussing work. The doctor said I'm fine. Strong bones in perfect health, Lin Yang mumbled through a mouthful of bun. Hearing this, the nerve Su Man had kept taut all day finally relaxed. Yesterday at the company, she had been distracted all day. So what car did you buy yesterday? You spent over 900,000 in one go, Su Man said, setting down her spoon to change the subject. Lin Yang swallowed the bun, drank some soy milk, and gave her a mysterious smile. You'll see in a bit. After breakfast, he lounged on the sofa waiting for Su Man to change and apply makeup. 10 minutes later, a meticulously made-up commanding office lady appeared before him. They took the elevator together to the underground garage. As the elevator doors opened, Su Man immediately spotted the unfamiliar behemoth parked next to her Volvo S90. The deep blue body gleamed with a dark, profound luster under the garage lights. The shield-shaped emblem on the hood spoke volumes, even to those ignorant of cars. A Porsche? Su Man halted, astonishment spreading across her face. This car must cost over $1 million, right? And you got it for just over 900,000. Of course, Lin Yang said, pressing the key fob. The car's lights flashed with a low response. He opened the passenger door, gesturing for her to enter, his tone laced with playful boasting. The sales lady was so dazzled by my charm that she gave me a huge discount. Su Man shot him a disdainful look. Yeah, right, as if I do believe that. Despite her words, she settled into the passenger seat, which exuded the scent of fresh leather. Lin Yang slid into the driver's seat, started the engine with practiced ease, and drove the luxury car smoothly toward the Enway Group. The deep blue Kian parked outside the Enway Group building drew many sidelong glances from arriving office workers. The two entered the building one after another. A Su Man headed straight to her director's office, while Lin Yang turned into the assistant's office. He Xiaoya and Li Tong were already there, the office filled with the clatter of keyboards. Oh, He Xiaoya Sharpied was the first to notice the bruises on Lin Yang's face. After just one day, our handsome Lin has grown a birthmark on his face. Her voice dripped with undisguised mockery. Lin Yang walked to his desk and set down his things. It's this year's fashion. Want me to give you one for free? Fashion, my foot. He Xiaoya scoffed, turning her body toward him with arms crossed. I bet you pissed off some beauty and her boyfriend gave you a beating. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, smiling instead of getting angry. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting past He Xiaoya to Li Tong, who was silently working. Who says it can't be a beauty coming after me? What do you think, Sister Tong? Li Tong didn't look away from her screen, merely replying coolly, I wouldn't know. I don't understand what you're talking about. Just then her phone screen on the desk lit up. The wallpaper was a photo of a man with half-rimmed glasses looking refined, his arm intimately around her shoulders. Lin Yang's gaze landed on the picture. Sister Tong, is this your boyfriend? Li Tong finally turned and acknowledged. He Xiaoya seized the opportunity, her tone dripping with superiority. Right, Sister Tong's boyfriend is a top student at Huahai Jiaotong University doing his master's. An invisible pecking order formed in the office. He Xiaoya was a graduate of Yenjing University. Li Tong was from Zhendan University. And he Lin Yang was merely a graduate of Huahai University of Finance and Economics. Though it was a 211 university, it still felt inferior compared to the other two. Impressive, Sister Tong, Lin Yang praised sincerely. Is your boyfriend planning to take the civil service exam? Li Tong nodded. He's considering it. Hearing this, the smile on He Xiaoya's lips grew wider, and she shot Lin Yang a pointed glance. Unlike some finance grad who doesn't work hard and just dreams of being a kept man. The words struck Lin Yang's sore spot. Yet they were precisely the foundation of his current existence. His expression remained unchanged, he even smiled. So what if I'm from a finance school? It's still a Tunyon. He deliberately pronounced 211, with a slightly off accent tinged with self-deprecation and indifference. He Xiaoya was momentarily choked by his unflappable demeanor and was about to retort. Tunyon, my foot. All right, stop bickering. Time to work, Li Tong interjected, cutting off their quarrel. Her voice was soft, but carried the authority of the office's senior figure. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. He Xiaoya sulkily turned back and fell silent. The office regained its calm, broken only by the sound of keyboard clacking. Lin Yang's attention was entirely focused on a newly created folder on his computer screen. Inside were several video clips he had surreptitiously copied from the surveillance room of the Juanfu Hotel using his phone. The image quality was grainy, the angles awkward, and the screen glare was still visible. Yet he patiently scrutinized them frame by frame. In the first video outside room 1725, he was seen being carried out of the room like a corpse by two men in black. In the second video outside room 2610, he was dragged into the room. Then a woman in a wide-brimmed hat appeared, entered, and swiftly departed. In the third video at the hotel's main entrance, the woman and the men in black got into a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle with its license plate obscured. Lin Yang scrutinized each clip with extreme care, attempting to extract any overlooked clues from those blurry pixels. A whole morning slipped away in this focused endeavor. He edited, magnified, and marked several key clips, captured the clearest images, and consolidated all the files. After finishing, he stood up and walked over to He Xiaoya's workstation. Sister Xiaoya. He Xiaoya looked up from her screen, humming a note in acknowledgement. Can I borrow a USB drive? Lin Yang's tone was polite. Help yourself, He Xiaoya said, gesturing with her chin towards a pencil holder on the desk. Lin Yang picked out a blank USB drive from it, thanked her, returned to his seat, and cut the organized files onto it. He pulled out the USB drive, holding it in his palm. The metal casing felt icy cold. Then he walked towards the closed double oak doors of the director's office. Knock knock. Enter. Su Man's voice was as cool as ever. Lin Yang pushed the door open, and a faint scent of perfume permeated the office. Su Man was sitting behind her large executive desk reviewing a document. Hearing the sound, she looked up. What is it? Lin Yang said nothing, simply walked up to her and gently placed the USB drive on the desk. Su Man's gaze shifted from his face to the small USB drive. She put down her pen, picked up the drive, and directly plugged it into the USB port of her computer. The folder opened, revealing the video files arranged clearly. She clicked on the first one. The footage began to play, the noise of the surveillance room mingling with the hum of servers emanating from the computer speakers. Su Man's expression was calm. Watching the corpse-like Lin Yang on the screen, her eyes showed no fluctuation, only a slight furrow of her brow. When the scene switched to the doorway of room 2610 and the woman in the wide-brimmed hat appeared, Su Man's body unconsciously leaned forward slightly. She pressed pause. The woman's figure was frozen on the screen. Su Man's gaze locked onto that figure, scrutinizing it from head to toe, inch by inch. What she focused on was not the face, which was completely obscured and thus worthless. She was observing the way the woman walked, the amplitude of her arm swings, and the curves and poise of her body revealed when she turned slightly. Lin Yang stood by, holding his breath. The office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He saw Su Man's pupils contract. It seemed she had recalled something. The next second, Su Man moved with astonishing speed. Instead of continuing to play, she moved the mouse to the bottom right corner and selected Safely Remove Hardware. The USB drive was ejected. The video window on the screen vanished instantly. She stood up, walked around the wide desk, and went to the bookcase at the back of the office. Lin Yang noticed she didn't try to hide her actions from him. She crouched down and opened the lowest cabinet door of the bookcase. Inside, a black electronic safe was conspicuously embedded. Su Man deftly entered the password and scanned her fingerprint. With a soft beep, the safe's door sprang open. She tossed the small USB drive inside, then closed and locked the safe. Having done this, she stood up, turned to look at Lin Yang, her face once again bearing that impassive expression. But within Lin Yang's heart, a storm was raging. She recognized her. She absolutely knew who that woman was. Yet she chose not to speak, instead sealing away the only clue in this manner. Why? Who was she wary of? Or who was she protecting? Countless questions exploded in his mind, but he couldn't utter a single word. Su Man sat back down at her desk, picked up her water glass, and took a sip as if nothing had happened. She looked at Lin Yang and issued an instruction. Come with me somewhere this afternoon. Lin Yang suppressed the myriad thoughts surging within him and nodded. Oh. That afternoon, Lin Yang drove the deep blue Porsche Cayenne, carrying Su Man out of the underground parking lot of Anwei Group. Su Man gave an address, which Lin Yang entered into the navigation system, finding that the destination was in the eastern part of the city. The vehicle merged into the traffic flow. The V6 engine emitted a low, smooth roar. Compared to the surrounding cars, this million-dollar luxury vehicle exuded an intangible aura of authority. The ride was silent. Su Man gazed out the window at the receding scenery, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yang focused on driving while his mind raced with wild guesses about the purpose of this trip. The car exited the elevated road, leaving the hustle and bustle of the city center behind. The scenery outside gradually changed from towering skyscrapers to a tree-lined villa district. Finally, the navigation led them to a magnificent gatehouse halfway up a mountain. Yunxiao Villa. For bold, flowing golden characters were engraved on a massive natural rock, exuding an imposing grandeur. At the guard post, a security guard in a crisp uniform stopped the car. Lin Yang rolled down the window. The guard's eyes swept over the Porsche crest on the hood, his stern expression softening slightly, though his tone remained professional. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" "To Building 88, to see President Qin," Su Man spoke from the passenger seat. Upon hearing the keywords President Qin and Building 88, the guard immediately stood straighter. He picked up his walkie-talkie, confirmed in a low voice, and then waved them through. "Please come in." The Qian slowly drove into the villa. Lin Yang then noticed that the house numbers here were peculiar. As he drove along, he saw numbers like Building 11, Building 22, Building 33. There were no odd-numbered house numbers. Even the house numbers here were a statement of uniqueness. After a few minutes of driving on the winding mountain road, a particularly vast estate came into view. A massive black wrought-iron gate completely isolated the courtyard from the outside world. Su Man took out her phone and dialed a number. After a few seconds, the call connected, and she said only one sentence, "I'm here." The heavy iron gate, driven by a low hum of an electric motor, slowly opened to both sides, as if welcoming an important guest. Lin Yang drove into the spacious courtyard and parked the car in front of the main building's portico. A middle-aged woman in an exquisite maid's uniform immediately came out to greet them. Her face bore a professional smile, and she first gave a slight bow to Su Man. "President Su, you've arrived." Then she said to Lin Yang, "Please wait in the reception room for a moment. President Qin hasn't woken up from his nap yet." The maid led the way, guiding Su Man and Lin Yang through the foyer into a well-lit side hall. The air was filled with a faint, elusive scent of sandalwood. There were expensive-looking leather sofas, floors polished to a mirror-like sheen, and abstract paintings on the walls that seemed costly despite being incomprehensible. Every detail here silently spoke of the owner's wealth and taste. They had barely sat down on the sofa for a minute when the door to the side hall was pushed open. A woman walked in. She wore a loose white silk dress and woven slippers. Her jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was free of makeup, yet it did nothing to diminish her radiant charm. She was Qin Shui, the president of Anwei Group. "Xiaoman, why did you come looking for me?" Qin Shui's voice was gentle, yet it carried an unyielding authority. Su Man and Lin Yang immediately rose from the sofa. At that very moment, the system interface wildly flashed across Lin Yang's retina. Lines of ethereal blue data materialized above Qin Shui's head, forming a translucent information panel. Name: Qin Shui. Wealth rating: stellar, echelon. Overall score 9. 4. Appearance 9. 2. Figure 9. 3. Aura 9. 6. Tags: Qin family, heir, unmarried, misandrist. Lin Yang's breath caught for a moment. Stellar, echelon. That was a tier in the system's ranking surpassing diamond, 100 million. Her net worth was at least $1 billion. His heart began to pound violently, a surge of greed and excitement rushing to his head. Ding! A crisp chime echoed in his mind. A target matching the system's criteria has appeared. As she is over 30, the host may choose whether to mark her as a conquest objective. Was there even a choice? This was a stellar-level wealthy woman, someone who could save him several lifetimes of struggle. He had to mark her. Lin Yang roared inwardly. Third conquest objective mission released. Mission name: obtain a gift from the third conquest objective. Mission target: Qin Shui. Mission content: within 1 year, obtain a substantial gift from Qin Shui. Forms of gifts include, but are not limited to, money, items, opportunities, etc. Mission success: gain a chance to choose one of 3 sugar daddy skills. Why was the reward so limited? Upon seeing the penalty for failure, Lin Yang drew in a sharp breath. Losing 15 centimeters in height. Wouldn't that drop him from 185 to 170? This penalty was too harsh. He inwardly grumbled. This system really understood men. This punishment was even harder for him to accept than shrinking his manhood. The system gave a year for the mission, so it knows how tough this conquest will be. Lin Yang muttered, then with a thought opened the sugar daddy archive. Successfully logged no. Free Qin Shui, initial compliance 50. Just like the first 2, it started at 50. But no. 1 Su Man and no. 2 Qin Wanjin's compliance had already been raised to around 90. In the mere seconds of his interaction with the system, the conversation in the real world had already begun. "Good afternoon, President Qin." Su Man's voice snapped Lin Yang back to reality. He quickly bowed as well. "Good afternoon, President Qin." Qin Shui's gaze lingered on Su Man for a moment, then swept indifferently over Lin Yang, dismissing him entirely. Her look was as if she were regarding an insignificant piece of decor. Just then the maid from earlier entered. "Miss, the tea and snacks are ready. Would you like to have them here, or in the courtyard?" Qin Shui strode forward barefoot toward the sunlit courtyard beyond the side hall. "Let's go to the courtyard." Her voice drifted lightly. "Call Wu Tong and Li Fei to stand guard." The maid replied respectfully. "Yes, miss." Soon soft footsteps sounded outside the side hall. Two women in black tailored suits appeared at the entrance from the courtyard to the side hall, taking their positions on either side. They were tall and expressionless, with their jet black hair neatly swept up and transparent spiral communication earpieces tucked into their ears. Qin Shui led Su Man toward the pavilion deeper in the courtyard, with Lin Yang instinctively following behind. But just as he was about to step out of the side hall into the courtyard, one of the black-clad women sidestepped and extended an arm. Her movement was crisp and efficient, with no wasted motion. That arm simply barred his way. Su Man paused and glanced back, her brow slightly furrowed. Qin Shui, however, seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. Without turning, she reached out and took Su Man's hand, her grip gentle yet unyielding. "It's fine, he can eat inside." Her voice was soft, but clearly reached Lin Yang's ears. Lin Yang watched Qin Shui and Su Man disappear behind the courtyard's foliage, then shifted his gaze back to the two black-clad women before him. Wu Tong and Li Fei. His mind raced, a wave of familiarity washing over him. They looked very familiar. Why did they seem so familiar? In his mind, images flashed of the grainy footage he had repeatedly watched on his computer that morning, recordings copied from the June Mansion hotel surveillance room. Him being escorted out of room 1725 by two black-clad figures. Him being dragged into room 2610. The profile of one woman, the subtle swaying habit of the other as she walked. The pixels in the video now perfectly aligned with the two living people before him. An absurd and daring conjecture shot through him like an electric current. The one who had put him and Su Man into the same bed was Qin Shui. Why? He couldn't fathom it at all. Why would a woman with a net worth of at least $1 billion tagged as extreme misandrist use such a tactic to stuff him, an obscure new employee, into the bed of her most capable subordinate? Lin Yang slowly retreated to the living room and sank back into the expensive leather sofa. On the table, the maid had laid out delicate tea and snacks. On fine porcelain plates sat dainty macarons and mousse cakes with the aroma of black tea and sweets filling the air. He picked up a piece of matcha mousse and put it in his mouth. The silky cream and slightly bitter tea flavor melted on his tongue, top-notch quality. Yet at that moment, he tasted only the flavor of scheming. His gaze returned to the two women at the door, standing motionless like statues, their breathing steady. Ever since learning basic combat techniques, his perception had grown sharper. He could sense that these two women were no ordinary decorative bodyguards. Their stance, the lines of their muscles, all exuded a dangerous aura honed by rigorous training. He even entertained the thought of opening the system to check their information. But the thought flickered and vanished. A waste. Judging by their appearance and aura, their overall score would definitely not reach 8. 5. Their wealth rating was even less worth considering, at most gold tier. They met none of the system's criteria. The key now was Qin Shui. In the courtyard's pavilion, a gentle breeze rustled the white gauze curtains. Qin Shui and Su Man sat facing each other with a purple clay tea set on the stone table, steam rising from the freshly brewed tea. Su Man didn't touch the teacup before her. She met Qin Shui's gaze, her voice taut. "President Qin, why did you do this?" Qin Shui, as if oblivious to the accusation in her tone, leisurely lifted the teapot and added a bit more water to Su Man's already full cup until the surface formed a slight convex arc. "Xiaomon, you're always so impatient." She set down the teapot and, using bamboo tongs, placed a piece of delicate osmanthus cake onto the plate in front of Su Man. "Come have some tea and snacks first." Su Man pressed her lips into a thin line, saying nothing. Silence fell over the pavilion, broken only by the rustle of wind through the leaves. After a long pause, Qin Shui finally spoke, her gaze drifting past Su Man to the shimmering pond in the distance. "You slept with that young boy." Su Man's body stiffened for an instant, her hands on her knees clenching unconsciously. She took a deep breath, her throat dry. With that single word, Su Man admitted everything. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of Qin Shui's lips, as if the answer held no surprise. "Actually, I just wanted to push you to make you compete for the position of overseas regional president." Su Man's pupils abruptly contracted. "But you shouldn't have done it this way," she said, a hint of anger in her voice. "Another purpose was to give you something to hold on to." Qin Shui drew her gaze back to Su Man's face. "A person can't always focus on work. A string that's pulled too tight will snap." "But Su Man started to retort, but Qin Shui cut her off. "I know you're afraid of lacking seniority, of having been with the company for too short a time." Qin Shui's eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce through all her thoughts. "But I know your abilities. You were promoted by me, and I've never been wrong about people." Those words were both a reassurance and a declaration. Su Man fell silent, knowing that any argument before Qin Shui was futile. She shifted the question. Then why didn't you choose Guakaiki? Qin Shui picked up her teacup, gently blew on the floating leaves, and took a sip. Kaiki, she said, her voice calm and flat, has other arrangements. Su Man wanted to ask more, but the words died in her throat. What could she ask? Ask what Guakaiki's other arrangement was. Or ask why Qin Shui had chosen her. For those in power, perhaps there was no other choice. Qin Shui noticed the struggle and hesitation in Su Man's eyes, her fingertips gently tracing the teacup. Do you know why the company is restructuring and setting up an overseas division? Su Man shook her head instinctively. The old man doesn't have much time left. He wants to pave a way for the younger generation. Qin Shui spoke without any emotion, as if stating a fact. Su Man's breath caught in her throat. She knew that the old man Qin Shui referred to was Qin Zhaojuan, the founder and chairman of Anwei Group. This went beyond internal competition. It was a family matter of the Qin clan. Instinctively, she wanted no part in these aristocratic power struggles. Qin Shui, as if reading her reluctance, continued, the overseas division is for the children of that mistress. I don't want them to take a single cent from me. Boom. Something exploded in Su Man's mind. She finally understood. Qin Shui wasn't offering her an opportunity, she was handing her a blade to wield against her half-siblings. President Qin, this. He'll think it over. Su Man's voice was dry. Let me tell you one more thing. Qin Shui ignored her hesitation, setting down the teacup and dropping an even more shocking revelation. The old man's mistress is Kai Jing, the chairwoman of the Employee Stock Ownership Committee. Su Man's pupils constricted sharply. Kai Jing. Rumors about her and Chairman Qin Zhaojun had never ceased, but no one expected confirmation to come from Qin Shui herself. And she was also a board member. All right, that's the situation. Qin Shui stood, concluding the conversation. The company is essentially divided into two factions, mine and Kai Jing's. The old man won't take sides until he falls. Having absorbed this earth-shattering revelation, Su Man was dazed. She had thought herself merely a corporate elite, but unknowingly she had already stepped into the murky waters of aristocratic strife, sinking deeper and deeper. She left the pavilion, crossed the garden lush with flowers and trees, and headed toward the sunlit reception hall. Lin Yang was sitting on the sofa. The delicate macarons and mousse cakes on the coffee table before him were completely gone. Seeing Su Man return, he put down the empty plate, wiped his mouth, and prepared to leave. Just then Qin Shui walked in slowly. Lin Yang remembered the system's seduction mission. Although the system had given him a year, the fear of shrinking to 170 centimeters made him unwilling to wait a single second. He had to take the initiative. A bold idea formed in his mind. He stood up, bypassed Su Man, and strode directly toward the approaching Qin Shui. President Qin, hello. I have a request. His voice was not loud, but it clearly broke the silence of the reception hall. Qin Shui stopped, looking with interest at the young man who had suddenly become daring. Oh. Su Man was startled by Lin Yang's action and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Sorry, President Qin, it's my. Qin Shui raised a hand, cutting Su Man off. Her gaze fell on Lin Yang. Go ahead. Lin Yang took a deep breath, meeting the scrutinizing eyes of this star-level wealthy woman, and said word by word, I want to fight one of your bodyguards. He paused, then laid out his terms. If I win, President Qin, you give me 1 million. There's no limit on the number of challenges or time. Qin Shui laughed. Not a polite smile, but a genuine amused laugh. Is this request of yours specifically asking to be beaten? Her eyes swept over Lin Yang, finally resting on the fading bruises on his face. My 2 bodyguards are both experts. You look soft and tender, and you're already sporting bruises. Let's have a match to test the waters, Lin Yang said, unflinching. If I lose, I'll go back and train. After all, there's no limit on challenges or time. This unyielding, almost roguish demeanor earned him a second look from Qin Shui. He had courage and a hint of cunning strategy. All right, fine. Qin Shui nodded, then added, but I don't have a venue for you. We can spar on the grass outside, just a few moves. Lin Yang pointed toward the courtyard. Qin Shui's gaze shifted to the 2 black-clad women standing like statues by the door. Wu Tong, Li Fei, which one of you will spar with this young man? Wu Tong on the left curled her lip in disdain. Miss, this young man looks too delicate. He can't take a few punches from me. Better let Li Fei do it. She has a lighter touch. Li Fei immediately retorted, hey, as if he could take a few punches from me either. I've got just as many championship trophies as you, Wu Tong. Qin Shui rubbed her forehead in exasperation. They were at it again. She had to make the call herself. Li Fei, you try with this young man. Fine. Li Fei shrugged and agreed. Lin Yang and Li Fei walked one after the other to the lawn outside the courtyard. Su Man and Qin Shui stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the reception hall, while Wu Tong acted as the temporary referee. Begin. At Wu Tong's command, the 2 quickly entered their fighting stances. Lin Yang did not rush in. Relying on his 185-centimeter height and longer reach, he set up a defensive net before him, fists crossed, moving nimbly, always keeping a safe distance from Li Fei to prevent her from closing in. Li Fei's combat experience was vast. She saw through Lin Yang's intentions at once. She didn't attack forcefully, but circled him, her steps so light they made no sound. Suddenly she fainted left. Lin Yang's attention was drawn, leaving a split-second gap in his defense. Now, Li Fei pushed off the ground, her body like a black lightning bolt, instantly penetrating Lin Yang's guard. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid combination of punches landed solidly on Lin Yang's blocking arms and ribs. A tremendous force sent him stumbling backward. He barely managed to absorb the impact and create distance again. He shook his numb arms, his expression growing serious. He couldn't stay on the defensive. With a low shout, he launched his own attack. A powerful roundhouse kick swept toward Li Fei's lower body. She sidestepped effortlessly, and then Lin Yang's combination of punches came at her face. This time Li Fei didn't dodge. She crossed her arms, absorbing 2 punches. The force drove her back a few steps, leaving distinct tracks on the grass. The absolute difference in strength and weight between a man and a woman couldn't be completely overcome by technique. He found a breakthrough. Lin Yang's spirits lifted and his attacks grew fiercer. Exchanging blows, they attacked and defended on the lawn, the fight growing intensely heated. After another exchange, Lin Yang seized an opportunity, forcing Li Fei back with a punch. As he prepared to pursue, he noticed a massive gap in her defense. Elated, he didn't think twice. An uppercut rocketed upward toward her chin. But just as his fist was about to connect, Li Fei leaned back at an impossible angle. His fist grazed the tip of her nose, the immense inertia leaving him momentarily rigid. Damn, it's a trap. Alarm bells rang in his mind, but it was too late. Li Fei rebounded like a weeble, landing a precise right hook squarely on his jaw. Whoosh! The world spun around Lin Yang as his body uncontrollably fell backward, crashing heavily onto the soft grass. He struggled to get up, but the numbness in his jaw and the dizziness in his head sapped his strength. Sister Fei, I concede. Lying on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with grass clippings. Li Fei walked over, straightened her slightly disheveled suit jacket, and looked down at him. Young man, you've got skills. If you competed in domestic professional matches, you could probably rank in the top 10. Thank you for the guidance, Sister Fei. Lin Yang grinned, but the movement aggravated his jaw injury, making him wince. Wu Tong approached, a hint of a smile on her lips as she looked at Lin Yang's disheveled state. Li Fei is the world freestyle fighting champion in the women's division. Getting that kind of praise from her means you're already quite impressive. Qin Shui's condescending voice echoed through the courtyard, carrying a hint of approval. Young man, what is your name? Lin Yang propped himself up on the grass, the numbness in his jaw making his movements sluggish, yet he still rose to his feet, brushed the grass clippings off his clothes, and met the gaze of this imposing female CEO. Lin Yang. Good, Lin Yang. Qin Shui nodded, a faint, intrigued smile curling at the corner of her lips. He'll remember this bet. 1 million as long as you can defeat either Wu Tong or Li Fei. Her eyes lingered on Lin Yang's face for a moment. Of course I have to give you a time limit. 1 year. Otherwise you'd be pestering them every day, and that would be annoying. Thank you, CEO Qin. Lin Yang grinned, though the movement pulled at the injury on his jaw, making him hiss in pain. Yet his eyes shone with unusual brightness. Next time I come, I'll be fully confident. Li Fei, standing nearby, let out a disdainful snort. Do you think you're a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy? Full confidence, huh? Lin Yang turned to her, his grin turning roguish. Sister Fei, what if I really am a once-in-a-century prodigy? His shameless demeanor left Li Fei momentarily speechless, unsure how to retort. Su Man, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, her voice carrying an unmistakable weariness. Let's go, Shaolin. Drive me back to the company. Oh. Lin Yang acknowledged, waved a farewell to Wu Tong, and Li Fei then turned and followed Su Man. He slid into the driver's seat, started the deep blue Kian, and slowly drove away from the heavily guarded estate. Through the rearview mirror, the massive black wrought iron gate slowly closed, sealing off the world within from the outside. Only when the blue car vanished around the mountain bend did Qin Shui withdraw her gaze. She turned and in her woven slippers walked back step by step into the spacious yet opulent reception hall. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a solitary silhouette behind her. Xiaoman. Qin Shui walked to the window, gazing at the distant city skyline, murmuring to herself. You've been with the company for 6 years, always so diligent, so perfect that you've never made a single mistake. Her voice was soft, laced with a sigh. So perfect that I have no leverage over you. It worries me. What if you betray me one day? What would I do then? She picked up the cup of tea that had long gone cold, took a sip. The chilled liquid slid down her throat, chilling the warmth in her eyes. Right now I'm at a critical point in my struggle against them. So I'm sorry, Xiaoman. In her mind, the image of Lin Yang's bruised yet defiant face surfaced. But your little lover. He's quite interesting. On the way back to the company, the Qian's cabin was dead silent. The low growl of the V6 engine was muted by the excellent soundproofing, leaving only the faint hiss from the air conditioning vents. Lin Yang focused on driving his peripheral vision, catching Su Man leaning against the window motionless, her unfocused eyes watching the rapidly receding cityscape. An icy aura of keep away emanated from her. Lin Yang wisely kept silent. He knew that at Cloud Mist Villa Su Man must have learned something earth-shattering from Qin Shui, and that matter likely concerned him. The waters of the wealthy were deep. With his current strength, he couldn't stir up any storms. His priority was to earn enough kept man points to unlock intermediate combat techniques. By then a rematch with Li Fei might not end in defeat. The car arrived at the underground parking lot of Enwei Group after work hours. Su Man remained silent the entire way. Only when the car stopped did she stir her voice hoarse. Let's go home. I'm tired. Oh. Lin Yang restarted the car and turned toward Tianheng Garden. At home, Aunt Chen had prepared a sumptuous dinner, steam rising from the dishes. Miss Su Shaolin, you're back. Wash up and eat. But Su Man, expressionless, just changed her shoes without even glancing at the table and walked straight to her room. The door clicked shut. Aunt Chen emerged from the kitchen with a dish, saw the scene, and her smile froze. She approached Lin Yang and whispered, Shaolin, what's wrong with Miss? She didn't eat a bite of dinner. Lin Yang, who was wolfing down his food, mumbled vaguely, maybe. She wants some quiet. Quiet. Aunt Chen blinked confused. Who's quiet? Lin Yang nearly choked on his rice, waved his hand, and decided not to explain further. He didn't bother with Su Man, devoured the meal, and filled his growling stomach. After eating, he told Aunt Chen goodbye, got into the deep blue Porsche Qian, and drove toward Tianyue Huafu. Night deepened. On the other end of Huahai City, in the southern Shizhuan village, a typical urban village with densely packed buildings and narrow, damp alleys, a world apart from the glittering CBD. Yet deep within this chaotic, crowded cluster, a sprawling mansion lay hidden. Green bricks, black tiles, flying eaves, and intricate brackets. Its ancient architecture clashed with the surroundings. At dusk, the yellow hare, who had been agonizing all day, finally mustered the courage and brought the one-armed black ox to the mansion's gates. Inside the courtyard, an old man with graying hair, dressed in a tang suit, was leisurely scattering fish food into a pond of colorful koi. He saw the yellow hare approaching, a flicker of disgust in his eyes, his voice impatient. What now, Lure? Causing trouble outside again? The yellow hare hurried forward, forcing a fawning smile. Dad, I swear I didn't cause trouble this time. I was the one who got bullied. Brother Black Ox's arm. It was broken. The old man stopped feeding the fish. He turned slowly, his murky eyes flashing a terrifying sharp light, his entire demeanor turning fierce. Is someone really daring enough to touch my people? Do they think I, Lu the tiger, am too old to wield a blade? Seizing the moment, the yellow hare added fuel to the fire. Yeah, Dad. The gang tournament is coming up soon, and with Brother Black Ox in this state, he probably can't fight. Lu the tiger's gaze passed over the yellow hare and landed on Black Ox, who stood silently behind. Black Ox, who hit you? Black Ox stepped forward and answered gruffly, a young man named Lin Yang. His martial arts skills are about on par with mine, but his punching power is far stronger. Oh. Lu the tiger raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Just then a tall, slender woman with an alluring figure dressed in a slit cheongsam emerged from the main house. Seeing the scene in the yard, she spoke in a seductive voice. What's going on, Lure? Have you been causing trouble again? Third sister. No, I really was bullied. The yellow hare, seeing her as his savior, eagerly recounted the incident, embellishing the details. Lu the tiger looked at the woman called Third Sister, the sharpness in his eyes softening. Thirder, what do you think? Thirder walked to the pond, pinched a bit of fish food, and gently tossed it into the water, watching the koi scramble. Her red lips parted. Let me go check him out first. Someone with his skills probably has a significant background. Her voice was sweet, but her thoughts were remarkably clear. If we can recruit him to help us in next month's gang tournament, that would be ideal. If not, we can think of other ways. Lu the tiger paced a couple of steps, pondering. Not a bad idea. He looked at his daughter, his eyes filled with reliance. Thirder, handle this. Okay, Dad. As the night deepened, Lin Yang drove his car back to Building 32 of Tianyue Huafu. Property manager Wang had been efficient. A fresh white paint marked a reserved parking spot on the underground garage floor directly opposite the elevator, with a sign reading, Private Parking. After parking, Lin Yang took the elevator up, but didn't return to 2403. He turned and walked towards the opposite door, 2404. That socially anxious otaku heiress was probably buried in code again, forgetting both the time and meals. He entered the smart lock password and the door clicked open. The room was pitch black except for a faint blue glow from the study, accompanied by the rapid, dense clatter of keys. Lin Yang tiptoed over. In the study, Qin Wanjun wore noise-canceling headphones, curled up in her gaming chair. Her slender pale hands flew across the mechanical keyboard, leaving only a blur in their wake. A waterfall of code cascaded down the screen, dizzying Lin Yang. He stood behind her stunned. Was this the world of a top-tier programmer? Just then an abrupt phone ring shattered the room's silence. Buzz, buzz. Chen Wanjin's body jolted, startled like a frightened deer. She yanked off her headphones only to realize someone had appeared behind her. Lin Yang held up his vibrating phone, a hint of apology on his face. Sorry to disturb you. I just came to see if you'd eaten properly. Chen Wanjin's gaze dropped to a crumpled takeout box in the corner. She raised a slender finger and pointed at it gently. Lin Yang nodded, acknowledging the answer. He shook his phone to indicate he needed to take the call, then turned and left the study. Watching his figure disappear through the doorway, Chen Wanjin's gaze lingered for a moment, her heart secretly overjoyed. This man cared about her. Lin Yang walked to the balcony and checked the caller ID. Browei, he swiped to answer. Hey Browei, what's up now? Zhang Wei's boisterous voice came through the phone. Shaolin, come out for some barbecue. The usual place. Send me the location. Got it. After hanging up, Lin Yang saw the pin location on WeChat. He thought for a moment, then walked back to the study. A friend's inviting me out for barbecue. Want to come and meet him? Chen Wanjun almost immediately shook her head. Without hesitation, her eyes already glued back to the screen. Then get some sleep early and don't overwork yourself. Lin Yang advised. I won't come over tonight. Chen Wanjun, her back to him, softly hummed in acknowledgement. The Qian's engine let out a low roar as it navigated the city's nighttime streets. Following the location, Lin Yang arrived near a brightly lit night market food street. He slowed down and called Zhang Wei. Hey bro Wei, which one exactly? Fatty's barbecue. By the roadside. Just by the roadside. See it yet? Zhang Wei's voice boomed through the phone. Following the sound, Lin Yang spotted a familiar figure standing up, stretching on tiptoes to look around. He turned the wheel, and the deep blue Porsche Cayenne pulled up smoothly right in front of Zhang Wei. Damn, who's this no manners? Can't you see him looking for someone? Zhang Wei grumbled, cursing under his breath. The next second, the driver's window slid down silently. Lin Yang's delicate face appeared under the soft ambient light inside the car. Zhang Wei's curses stopped abruptly, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth forming an O. Holy shit. Shaolin. This car is yours. Lin Yang turned off the engine, got out, and casually locked the door with a crisp beep. It's mine. He patted Zhang Wei's shoulder. So didn't I tell you to move in with me? Haven't seen you make a move. Don't get me started. My old place's lease isn't up yet, and the landlord refuses to give back the deposit. Zhang Wei finally snapped out of his shock, looking Lin Yang up and down, then back at the obviously exorbitant luxury car, feeling his brain couldn't quite keep up. Come on, see who's here. Lin Yang followed Zhang Wei to the barbecue stall's table and saw a familiar silhouette. Zhou Qing. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, but was instantly masked. Deep down, he subconsciously commanded the system to remain silent. He didn't want to, nor would he use that cold data to measure his former classmate. Oh, if it isn't Miss Zhou. Lin Yang pulled out a plastic stool and sat down, his tone tinged with teasing. What brings you to eat barbecue at a street stall? Zhou Qing rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth lifted. TCH, can I eat street food? Of course you can, my bad, I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Lin Yang picked up a bottle of beer, pretending to chug it. You're driving and still drinking. Zhou Qing stopped him. It's fine, I'll just call a designated driver. Lin Yang said nonchalantly, his tone carrying a newfound ease. Zhang Wei cheered from the side. It's rare for Zhou Qing to come out. The 3 of us haven't had a drink together in ages. Yeah, Lin Yang sighed. Out of all our high school classmates, only the 3 of us ended up in Huahai. Haven't been in touch for the past 6 months. You were busy graduating and job hunting, I was busy locking myself away writing novels, and Zhou Qing went straight to help her family after graduation, Zhang Wei explained. Lin Yang looked at Zhou Qing. So why did you come back to Huahai? Zhou Qing's gaze held a trace of inquiry as it fell on him. It was all Wei's doing. He said he hadn't heard from you in ages and was worried you might be in trouble out here alone. That's why I came to check on you. Her gaze finally settled on the conspicuous Porsche not far away. By the way, this car, where did you get it? Do Uncle Lin and Aunt Chen know? Lin Yang picked up a skewer of sizzling kidneys, took a bite, and explained half-truthfully. It's my boss car, just borrowing it. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. His relaxed tone and candid eyes slightly eased the worry in Zhou Qing's heart. Lin Yang then asked, Hey, where are you staying tonight? At a hotel, where else? It's not like I'm staying at your place. It's not really my place, it's the company dorm. A company dorm, and you expect me to stay there. Zhou Qing took a sip of her drink, bringing it up as if casually. By the way, Shaolin, did you know Gu Dandan came to Huahai for grad school? The name Gu Dandan made Lin Yang's hand holding the beer bottle pause in midair for a fraction of a second. A nearly imperceptible ripple stirred in his heart, but he quickly smoothed it over. No, I didn't. His voice was devoid of any emotion. Which university did she get into? I heard it's Shandong University. That's a good school. Lin Yong smiled, tilted his head back, and took a large gulp of beer. Zhang Wei watched him and couldn't help but interject, Shaolin back. When we graduated high school, we were all so immature. Maybe now, things are different. Lin Yong knew what Zhang Wei was hinting at. The scene at the high school graduation party where he confessed to his first love Gu Dandan, emboldened by alcohol, only to be flatly rejected with the excuse of wanting to focus on studies, had been the most embarrassing page of his youth. But now times had changed. That's all in the past. Lin Yong put down the bottle, speaking with an unprecedented calm. The most important thing is to seize the present. There's no need to look back. Zhang Wei paused for a moment, then nodded. Oh, that night the three drank until past midnight, reminiscing about many high school memories. Zhou Qing stood up and stretched. Seeing that you're doing fine puts my mind at ease. I plan to head back to Linhai tomorrow. Lin Yong had already booked a designated driver on his phone. A few minutes later, the driver wearing a designated driver vest arrived and skillfully took the car keys from Lin Yong. Lin Yong directed the driver to drop Zhou Qing off at her hotel first, then headed towards Tianyue Huafu with a slightly tipsy Zhang Wei. Returning to Tianyue Huafu room 2403, Lin Yong struggled to drag Zhang Wei, who weighed over 160 pounds, out of the passenger seat and into the elevator. How can you already be out of it with just this little bit of alcohol? Your tolerance has really gone down, huh? Zhang Wei's head drooped on Lin Yang's shoulder, reeking of alcohol, his tongue thick. Who said I'm out? Give me 10 more bottles. Hick, I can handle it. Damn, if you're going to burp, do it away from my face. Lin Yong cursed angrily. When the elevator door opened, he half-dragged, half-supported Zhang Wei and threw him onto the soft sofa in the living room. How do you like this place? You can move in and stay in that study when the time comes. Without waiting for a response, Lin Yong yanked him up from the sofa and pulled him to the study door. Zhang Wei squinted through his drunken haze, scanning the empty room. There's not even a bed. Am I supposed to sleep on the floor? If I ask you to live here, and I'm not charging you rent, what's wrong with buying a bed? Lin Yong replied irritably. Zhang Wei seemed to have sobered up halfway. He suddenly pushed Lin Yong away and stood up straight. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I'll cancel the lease tomorrow. I don't even want the deposit. Lin Yong smiled. That's more like the Ao Wei I know. He patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder and pushed him towards the master bedroom. You can make do with the main bedroom tonight. Zhang Wei was pushed into the much larger master bedroom, and upon seeing the big bed that could fit 3 people, envy and jealousy practically ignited in his eyes. Is this your room? Damn, I feel like hitting you. Ha ha, Lin Yong laughed heartily. Zhang Wei plopped down on the bed, feeling the softness of the mattress, mumbling to himself. We're going to sleep in the same bed tonight. We used to do it when we were kids. What's the big deal? Lin Yang's smile instantly vanished. Who said it's no big deal? I'm not staying here tonight. You sleep here, and I'll take my shower and leave. Zhang Wei suddenly looked up, his eyes full of questions. Then where will you sleep? Lin Yong flashed him a mysterious smile. Not telling you. Damn. After Lin Yong finished his shower and changed into clean pajamas, he found Zhang Wei sprawled out on his big bed, snoring loudly. He couldn't be bothered to deal with the drunkard anymore. He picked up his phone, quietly opened the door, and went to room 2404 across the hall. Entering the password, the door lock emitted a faint electronic sound. The sensor light at the entrance lit up, dispelling a small patch of darkness. The room was silent, with only a faint blue light seeping through the crack of the study door. It was routine for programmers to work late into the night. Lin Yong muttered to himself, choosing not to disturb her, and expertly navigated in the dark to the master bedroom, collapsing into the soft bed and quickly falling into a deep sleep. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the phone alarm rang on time. The expected numbness spread from the left side of his body. He opened his eyes to the familiar and breathtakingly soft curvature. Chen Weiner was like a giant koala wrapped around him, her arms tightly around his waist, her cheek pressed against his chest, sleeping soundly. She held him as if he were the most precious treasure in the world, fearing that letting go would mean losing him. Lin Yong carefully extracted his left arm from between those astonishing peaks. Throughout the process, Chen Weiner showed no signs of waking, her breathing steady and deep. It appeared she had worked very late again last night. Lin Yong didn't wake her, just picked up his phone, opened her WeChat, and edited a message. I'm going to work now. Remember to eat well, and don't work so late in the future. After sending it, he quietly left and returned to room 2403. Zhang Wei was still lying on the bed like a corpse. After Lin Yong finished washing up and changed clothes, he drove the deep blue Qian to Tianhen Garden. Arriving at Su Man's home in Building 11 of Tianhen Garden, Aunt Chun had already set up a table of exquisite breakfast. Su Man was sitting at the dining table, one hand holding a spoon to drink meat porridge, while the other was scrolling through her phone, focused on the morning news. Throughout breakfast, she didn't say a word. After finishing, she went straight into the master bedroom to do her makeup and change clothes. Until Lin Yang drove her into the car heading to the company, she remained silent, her profile sharp and cold, keeping others at a distance. While driving, Lin Yang's peripheral vision kept tracking the translucent bubble above her head that only he could see. Inner thoughts: should I tell her that I don't want to involve her in this? The words in the bubble refreshed over and over, repeating the same content. Lin Yang felt no emotional turmoil, even wanting to laugh a little. What kind of earth-shattering secret did President Qin tell her yesterday to make her so conflicted? Isn't it just about the internal strife within a wealthy family fighting over inheritance? It's a plot that has been overdone in dramas, but what's there to be surprised about? A day in the office passed uneventfully. Su Man isolated herself in the director's office, hardly speaking to Lin Yang, except for necessary work exchanges. Lin Yang was quite glad for the peace, bantering with the quirky He Xiaoya in the office, annoying the seriously Tong next door, who rolled her eyes but couldn't do anything about them. As soon as work ended, Lin Yang waited for Su Man in the company's underground parking lot. Soon Su Man arrived at the car, which was a rare early finish for her. He drove Su Man back to Tianhan Garden and parked the car. Just as Su Man unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out, Lin Yang suddenly spoke up. "Su, is there something you want to say to me?" Su Man paused in her action of opening the door. She remained silent for a few seconds, the air inside the car becoming thick. "No." She uttered two words without looking back, pushed the car door open, and walked away. Lin Yang watched her figure disappear at the elevator entrance, shaking his head inwardly. It's better to wait until she figures it out herself. After finishing the sumptuous dinner Aunt Chun prepared at Su Man's house, he got up to say goodbye and drove back to Tianhua Huafu. Returning to Building 32, Room 2403, Lin Yang was surprised to find that the house, which had been a bit messy due to Zhang Wei's arrival, was now spotless and pristine. He took out his phone and saw a WeChat message from Zhang Wei sent half an hour ago. "Shaolin, I cleaned the house for you. I'll move in a few days and rely on you." Lin Yang smiled and replied with a good, then habitually walked towards room 2404. There was another unread message. He opened it, and it was from Zhou Qing. "I have a 5 p.m. train back to Linhai, and none of you are coming to send me off. What ungrateful wolves you are. I even came to see how you were doing." Lin Yang felt helpless since he had worked today, but he still transferred a 1,000 yuan red envelope to Zhou Qing while replying. "Miss Zhou, don't be angry. I'm really busy and didn't see the message till I just got home." Zhou Qing's reply came back immediately. "I know you're busy, but what about Zhang Wei? Where did he go? He hasn't answered his phone all day." "I don't know about that. He slept over at my place last night and disappeared in the morning." "All right, considering your 1,000 yuan red envelope, I won't hold it against you, but I have to settle the score with Zhang Wei. Miss Zhou, feel free to settle the score with him." Putting his phone away, he opened the door, and everything was as it was yesterday. The study still had the faint blue light seeping through the crack of the door. Lin Yang walked over and peered inside through the gap. Chen Weiner was in the same position, wearing headphones, curled up in the ergonomic chair, her fingers dancing wildly on the keyboard, the code on the screen scrolling down like a waterfall. Lin Yang couldn't help but think, wow, this girl is way too diligent, isn't she? Could it be because of what he said before? "As long as you have money, I will never abandon you." He suddenly felt an absurd sense of responsibility. No working this hard will wear her out. He had to tell her that even if she earned the money, she needed to have the life to enjoy it. Lin Yang tiptoed to the study door, raised his hand, and knocked twice on the warm wooden frame. Bang bang. The sound was not loud, yet it possessed enough penetration to instantly sever the barrier built by the clattering of keyboard keys. Inside, the hurried noises abruptly ceased. Chun Wanru, wearing noise-canceling headphones, jolted, as if yanked from deep immersion. She quickly took off her headphones, the passionate melody of an anime song spilling out momentarily before returning to silence. She turned her head, the eerie blue light of the screen outlining her somewhat startled face. When she saw Lin Yang standing at the door, the fear in her eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a hint of awkwardness. "Can you take a break?" Lin Yang's voice was very gentle. "Working like this every day will exhaust you. You need to pay attention to proper rest." Chun Wanru said nothing, merely picked up the phone on the table, her slender fingers quickly tapping on the screen a few times before turning the lit screen towards Lin Yang. On the WeChat chat window lay a line of small text. "I have already rested. I got up very late this morning." "Oh, that's fine." Lin Yang nodded, but his gaze unconsciously swept towards the corner of the room. There, a paper box stamped with a fast food restaurant logo was crumpled up, lying forlornly beside the trash can. "Did you eat properly today?" he asked again. Chun Wanru extended her fair finger and gently pointed at the takeout box. Lin Yang's brows furrowed. "This is dinner, but what about lunch?" he pressed. "Do you only eat one meal a day?" Chun Wanru's gaze flickered slightly as she picked up her phone again, and another line of text appeared on the screen. "I ate in the afternoon." "Fine." Lin Yang sighed inwardly. One meal a day, and he didn't even know what time it was in the afternoon. "He'll go make you dinner." He dropped this line and turned towards the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator door, and the cold white light poured out, illuminating the interior. It was empty. Besides a few cans of energy drinks, a few bottles of mineral water, and a few bags of seemingly unhealthy snacks, there was nothing else. This girl was surviving on these things and one meal of takeout a day. Lin Yong suddenly recalled his own days last month when he was still in the rental place. It hadn't been any better. Forget it, he didn't have any right to criticize her. He took out his phone and skillfully opened a fresh produce delivery app, quickly browsing through. Tomatoes, eggs, a few greens, and a small piece of pork tenderloin. Home-cooked dishes, simple but comforting. He placed the order and made the payment in one go. In less than 30 minutes, the delivery person's call came through saying the items had arrived at the entrance of the community. Lin Yong went downstairs to collect the ingredients and walked into the kitchen that had been untouched for years, devoid of any warmth. Basic cooking skills made his movements smooth and precise. Washing vegetables, chopping, blanching. The knife clashed against the cutting board, producing a rhythmic thud. A hot pan pouring in oil, the oil temperature rising. The moment the aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic burst forth, a rich fragrance quickly filled the cold room. Scrambled eggs, stir-frying tomatoes, the soup bubbling. The greens went into the pan, quickly stir-fried over high heat, their vibrant green glistening. Soon a plate of bright and vibrant scrambled tomatoes and eggs, a plate of refreshing garlic greens, and a bowl of steaming seaweed and meat egg soup were neatly arranged on the dining table. Lin Yong removed his apron and walked to the study door. Dinner is ready. Chen Wanru limped out upon hearing the voice. When her gaze fell upon the 3 steaming home-cooked dishes on the dining table, she froze in place. Her steps halted, and she stood there in a daze, motionless. In her thoughts, it has been so long since someone made me a meal. This line of text felt like a thin needle, gently pricking Lin Yang's heart. He showed no excess emotion, only spoke in a commanding tone, "Sit down and eat." Chen Wanru, like a puppet awakened, mechanically pulled out a chair and sat down. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of scrambled egg into her mouth. The tenderness of the egg, the sweet and sour of the tomato mingled with the warmth of the rice, erupted on her taste buds. The familiar yet strange taste instantly shattered her tightly wound defenses. A tear fell unexpectedly from the corner of her eye, splashing into the white rice. Then came the second drop, the third drop. She ate while silently shedding tears, her shoulders slightly quivering. Lin Yong said nothing, merely handed her a tissue. "Stop crying." His voice sounded a bit stiff. "If your tears fall into the rice, it will become salty. It's just one meal. When I have time in the future, I will make you dinner every day." Upon hearing this, Chen Wanru lifted her head, her eyes glistening with moisture, looking at Lin Yong with a gaze full of disbelief. "Really?" Lin Yong understood her gaze. "Really?" He nodded in confirmation. "As long as I have time." Chen Wanru's sadness was instantly swept away by immense joy as she vigorously nodded, unable to suppress the smile spreading across her lips. You, not eating." She finally gathered the courage to squeeze out a few words. "I already ate." Lin Yong leaned back against the chair, watching her lower her head again, like a long, hungry little animal, intently dealing with the food in her bowl. "Why have you been so busy these past 2 days?" he casually asked. Chen Wanru subconsciously wanted to put down her bowl and take her phone to type. "Try to say it out loud." Lin Yong stopped her. Chen Wanru's body stiffened for a moment. She took a deep breath, seemingly organizing her thoughts. "I just took on 2 projects." Her voice was small, carrying a fragmented, unfamiliar awkwardness. "Are they profitable projects?" Chen Wanru nodded vigorously. Lin Yong looked at her. A thought suddenly sprouted in his mind, a testing thought. "What if I asked you to give me 10 million, no need to repay? Would you be willing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Wanru didn't think twice, immediately putting down her chopsticks and reaching for her phone on the table. Eat. Lin Yong pressed down on her hand in amusement. "Just kidding." Yet inside, waves stirred. It worked. The soft meal allowance was now secured. But looking at this girl who was ready to transfer money without hesitation because of a single sentence, he suddenly felt that this soft meal was a bit too hot to handle. This girl was so pitiful it broke one's heart. He had to treat her a bit better. "What if my friends or relatives asked you for money? Would you give it?" Lin Yong changed the question, feeling it necessary to give her a precaution. Chen Wanru shook her head decisively, without any hesitation. "Right." Lin Yong nodded approvingly. "You must not give it." He leaned slightly forward, staring into her eyes, emphasizing each word. "Don't give your money to anyone but me, understood?" Chen Wanru nodded vigorously, her eyes clear and resolute. In this room filled with the aroma of food, Lin Yong and Chen Wanru enjoyed a rare warm chat. At the entrance of the underground parking lot of Tianyue Huafu community, a fully black Mercedes G-Class, exuding a domineering aura, attempted to enter, but was blocked by the parking lot's barrier. A young security guard stepped out of the booth, walkie-talkie in hand, his face etched with professional vigilance. "Hello, visitor registration. May I ask who you're looking for?" The driver's window rolled down slowly, revealing a head of bleached yellow hair. It was the yellow hair. But this time the arrogance on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a much more subdued demeanor. Hey brother, we're here to visit Mr. Lin Yang. Could you tell us which building and unit he's in? At the name, Lin Yang, the young guard's eyes instantly sharpened with alertness. During property meetings, Manager Wang and the head of security had repeatedly emphasized that this resident was a special case. Any visitors seeking him must be strictly reported. Please wait a moment, I need to confirm with the resident. The guard's tone turned businesslike. Sure, no rush. Uncharacteristically agreeable yellow hair even offered a smile. He turned his head to look at the back seat. The rear window was tinted dark, obscuring the view inside. Yellow hair's gaze carried a hint of seeking permission. After a moment, as if receiving some silent signal, he settled obediently into the driver's seat, waiting quietly. In the booth, the young guard Xiao Lu's hand gripping the walkie-talkie was slick with sweat. He returned to the booth and without hesitation dialed his security team leader Lu on his private phone. Hello, Captain Lu, it's Xiao Lu. His voice was tight with tension. Just now, a Mercedes G-Class wanted to come in, said they're here to see Mr. Lin Yang. On the other end of the line, Captain Lu, who was sprawled on his sofa, chuckling at a TikTok video of a swaying beauty, jolted violently. The phone slapped against his face with a crack. The sharp pain snapped him to his senses. Without even rubbing his cheek, he rolled off the sofa and grabbed the phone. Who? The young guard Xiao Lu flinched at the roar and quickly repeated, Lin Yang. Mr. Lin Yang. Don't you fucking move. They'll call the manager right now. Captain Lu yelled, hung up, and with trembling fingers scrolled through his contacts to find property manager Wang's number. Meanwhile, inside the black Mercedes G-Class, yellow hair thumped the steering wheel in frustration. What the hell's taking so long? In the backseat, third sister, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, didn't even lift an eyelid. Sixth, have patience. Her voice was low but carried an undeniable authority. Yellow hair instantly deflated, not daring to utter another word, and sat obediently. Property manager Wang's phone rang as he was watching TV with his family. Wang grabbed his phone. Seeing the caller ID, security Captain Lu, his eyelid twitched. Hello, manager. Liu's voice carried a panic as if the sky were falling. There's someone in a Mercedes here to see Mr. Lin Yang. Should we let them in? Wang's temples throbbed. Again, the 10th yuan compensation claimed, the reimbursement form still sitting on his desk. Every time he saw it, it felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Absolutely not. No way. But then he reconsidered. This time, they came in a Mercedes asking for him by name. What if they really were friends of Mr. Lin Yang? If he neglected Lin Yang's guests? Wang felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. Wait, he'll call Mr. Lin and ask. He hung up, took a deep breath, and found Lin Yang's number. The one number he truly dreaded dialing again. Room 2404. Lin Yang was watching Chen Wanjun eat in small bites, chatting idly with her. Though her speech was still halting, the light in her eyes made him feel the meal was worth it. Just then his phone rang. Lin Yang picked it up, seeing the name flashing on the screen, Tianyua property manager Wang. He answered with a hint of mockery. Hey manager Wang, what's up? Cash flow problems. On the other end, Wang, unfazed by the jab, spoke fawningly. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Not at all. Your payment has gone through the process. Oh, once the boss signs off, it should hit your account by tomorrow at the latest. Oh, so what's the call about tonight? Well, Wang's tone grew even more reverent. The basement gate says a friend in a Mercedes is here to see you. Should we let them in? Mercedes. Looking for me. Lin Yang's mind raced. Not many people knew he lived here, and none of them could afford a Mercedes. Suman. Impossible she had a key card. Could it be? A thought crossed his mind, but he didn't voice it. Manager Wang, is your property office accessible right now? Yes, absolutely. We have staff on duty. You're welcome anytime. Good. Lin Yang's voice steadied. Tell the gate to have whoever's looking for me wait in the property office. Right away. He'll arrange it. After hanging up, Lin Yang looked at Chen Wanjun, who was nearly done eating. Finish up and rest early, don't work too late. I'm going out to handle something. Chen Wanjun nodded obediently, her dark eyes full of trust. Lin Yang turned and left, returning to room 2403 across the hall. Without hesitation, he stripped off his expensive custom Genian suit and changed into a faded old t-shirt topped with a loose black jacket. Last time he scuffled with Black Bull, the suit nearly got ruined. It cost tens of thousands, and dry cleaning alone was hundreds. That lesson was still fresh. Better safe than sorry. The young guard Xiao Lu received the captain's orders and felt immense relief. He ran to the Mercedes, and yellow hair rolled down the window. Mr. Lin wants you to wait for him at the property office, Xiao Lu said matter-of-factly. Drive and find a spot, then head up the elevator in building 2. That's the property office. Thanks, brother. Yellow hair was uncharacteristically polite. The young guard hit the switch, and the barrier slowly rose. The black Mercedes G-Class rumbled softly and glided smoothly into the underground garage. The car soon parked in a visitor spot near Building 2. Yellow hair and the Cheongsam beauty got out and entered the elevator. In the property office, only a middle-aged guard was on duty. After they stated their purpose, the guard pointed to a set of black leather sofas in the corner of the lobby. That's the waiting area. You can wait there. The two walked over and sat down. The office was quiet, broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioner. Yellow hair seemed uneasy while the Cheongsam beauty leaned back, leisurely surveying the place, a playful curve on her red lips. She was waiting for the young man who had broken Black Bull's arm and yet piqued her father's interest. The shadows cast by the trees outside the property management office provided a natural hiding spot. Lin Yang stood there, his silhouette blurred by the night, and the lush foliage, his gaze piercing through the clear glass window to fix upon the two individuals inside. One of them was a familiar face. The man with the bleached yellow hair whose arrogance had once blazed so fiercely now sat with his back straight, like a schoolboy awaiting a reprimand from his teacher. The other was a young woman. She was a woman of alluring figure, clad in a dark green Cheongsam with a high slit. The exposed lines of her calves were taut and slender, glowing with an ivory luster under the cold, fluorescent lights of the office. She was the true protagonist of the night. A schoolyard brawl lost, and so the parents had been called in. Lin Yang's heart remained utterly still. He even found it somewhat amusing. The system automatically activated. Within his field of vision, streams of ethereal blue data materialized out of thin air, precisely locking onto the woman in the Cheongsam. Swiftly, a translucent information panel formed. Name Lu Shanshan, wealth rating platinum tier, overall score 9. 1 appearance 9. 3 a figure 9. 0 aura 9. 0 tags, seductive long legs, extremely ambitious, intelligent, suppressed by family. At the end of the data stream, a system prompt, cold and mechanical, echoed directly in his mind. Ding. Target matching system requirements detected. Automatically marked as conquest target. Lin Yang's eyelid twitched. Hey system, don't mess with me, he complained furiously in his mind. I haven't even gotten anywhere with Qin Shui yet, and you're auto-signing me another one. Can you let me catch my breath? The system ignored his protest, coldly executing its own program. 4th Conquest Target Mission released. Mission name: obtain a gift from the 4th Conquest Target Mission. Target Lu Shanshan. Mission content: within 6 months, obtain a substantial gift from Lu Shanshan. Forms of gift include, but are not limited to, money, items, opportunities, etc. Mission success: gain the opportunity to choose one of 3 special items. Mission failure: execute punishment. Host penis shrinks by 5 centimeters. That damned punishment again. Couldn't it change for once? Lin Yang's face darkened as he stared speechlessly at the glaring text. He had roughly figured out the tricks of this wretched system. 4 high-quality rich women under 30. The system auto-marked them directly, leaving the host no choice. Only those over 30 were left for him to filter himself. This scheme was so deep it made him want to curse his mother. A woman under 30 who could accumulate wealth at the platinum tier or higher. Who else could she be but a 2nd or 3rd generation heiress inheriting the family business? Someone like Chun Wanjuan, who achieved financial freedom in her early 20s through her own extraordinary skills, was a rare gem. Meeting her had been a stroke of luck. Lin Yang's thoughts drifted for a moment before snapping back to reality. He re-examined the information about Lu Shanshan on the system panel. Extremely ambitious, intelligent, suppressed by family. These tags combined carried a heavy weight of information. It seemed she was another woman caught in the eye of a storm. Moreover, an overall score of 9. 1. Given this system's nature, anything over 9 was considered top tier. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth, his calm gaze replaced by a hint of amusement. Regardless of her intentions, he would first go and meet them. He stepped out of the shadows, straightened his faded old t-shirt and worn-out jacket, and walked toward the property management office. As he pushed open the glass door, the middle-aged security guard on duty behind the reception desk looked up. His initially wary expression instantly turned respectful. He simply nodded, and then lowered his head again, pretending to read the newspaper. It seemed Manager Wang had trained his subordinates well. Lin Yang's gaze passed over him and landed directly on the 2 people sitting on the sofa in the corner of the lobby. He walked over, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the quiet office. The yellow-haired man and the woman in the Cheongsam both stood up. The yellow-haired man forced a smile more pitiful than a cry and extended his hand. Mr. Lin, hello. We truly are enemies who become friends after a fight. He tried to make his voice sound sincere. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Lushing. People on the street call me 6th brother. Lin Yang didn't even glance at his outstretched hand. He walked straight to the sofa opposite them, sat down, leaned back, and crossed his legs in a languid posture. So what do you want by coming to me again? His voice was low but carried a lazy sense of pressure. Didn't get beaten enough last time. Want another round? Lu Lushing's hand froze awkwardly in midair, his smile stiffening. Mr. Lin is joking. This time, of course, I'm here to discuss other important matters. He withdrew his hand, sheepishly trying to maintain the scene. Lin Yang let out a light scoff, his mockery undisguised. Discuss other important matters. You a yellow-haired punk trying to sound all refined with me. He paused, his smile widening. It's just like the old saying, a thug is not scary. What's scary is a thug with culture. Those words pierced through Lu Lushing's forced facade like a red-hot iron rod. His face flushed crimson, and the veins on his neck bulged one by one. Lin Yang, you've had your fun. His suppressed roar exploded in the office. I'm giving you face, and you're throwing it away. Watch out, or I'll fucking kill you. Lin Yang didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely uttered a few words coldly. Huh. If you can walk out of this neighborhood standing straight, I'll consider that a win for you. His calm tone carried a chilling certainty. Hearing this, Lu Lushing remembered Hein Yo's left arm hanging in a sling and felt a shiver of fear. Perhaps he had spoken too harshly. Just then a clear, cold female voice, tinged with impatience, rang out. Shall Lu get out of here? Stop causing trouble. It was the woman in the cheongsam. Her voice was soft, but seemed to carry a certain magic. At her rebuke, Lu Lushing took the chance to back down, all his rage instantly extinguished, and he wilted. He shot Lin Yang a venomous glare. Though he knew he couldn't beat him, he still tried to muster a fierce look before slinking away, pushing open the glass door, and stepping outside to light a cigarette. The office fell silent in an instant. Only then did Lin Yang formally turn his gaze to the woman before him. He was in no hurry. He simply lounged on the sofa, waiting at his leisure for her to speak first. Lu Shanshan walked over with elegant steps and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Her stunning long legs outlined by the cheongsam crossed casually at a tempting angle. Meeting Lin Yang's gaze, her red lips curled into a smile, her breath fragrant as she spoke. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Lu Shanshan. Lin Yang's eyes roamed over her without restraint. The system panel's overall score of 9. 1 was indeed no exaggeration. Hello, Miss Lu. I'm Lin Yang. He said, his tone flat, as if just learning her name. A flicker of surprise passed through Lu Shanshan's captivating eyes, but her red lips maintained their perfect curve. I apologize for my younger brother's rudeness earlier. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Lin. She humbled herself. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, his voice rising slightly. He's your brother? His gaze shifted to the yellow-haired figure pacing irritably outside smoking, and he put on an exaggeratedly surprised expression. You two don't look alike at all. You're so beautiful, but your brother. He's put together way too carelessly. Uffed. Lu Shanshan couldn't hold it in as she covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a light laugh, her shoulders trembling slightly. Outside the office, Lu Lushing, who was puffing on his cigarette, had sharp ears and clearly heard Lin Yang's teasing. He crushed the cigarette, but in his hand his whole body like a firecracker about to explode. Lin Yang, you've had enough. Believe me. His roar came through the glass door, somewhat muffled. Before he could finish, Lu Shanshan's cool voice cut him off. Lu Lushing, shut up. The noise outside abruptly ceased. Lu Shanshan suppressed her smile and looked back at Lin Yang, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Hey, Mr. Lin, you're quite an interesting person. Lin Yang leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, ending the jest, and steering the conversation back on track. Miss Lu, it's not just to tell me I'm amusing that you and your brother came to see me at this hour. Lu Shanshan's smile faded, her expression turning grave. Indeed it's not. She took a folded piece of paper from her delicate leather handbag, placed it on the coffee table between them, and slid it gently forward. First, we came to apologize. Lin Yang's gaze fell on the coffee table. It was a check. Oh, apologize. A mocking curl touched his lips. I'd say it was your brother's men who got their hands broken. I'd understand revenge better. Heck, kids fighting. A few petty grudges are inevitable, easily resolved. Lu Shanshan shook her head gently, as if the unequal conflict were merely childish play. This time I'm here on behalf of the gang. She pushed the check further forward. This is a cashier's check for 1 million from XX Bank, redeemable at any bank anytime. Consider it an apology from us to Mr. Lin, a token of our goodwill. 1 million. To the former Lin Yang, it was an astronomical sum. But now his heart remained utterly calm. Shun Wanjuan, worth 100 million, was waiting at home for him to cook. Su Man, a platinum tier member, had given him an unlimited black card. Was 1 million in compensation really that much? It was merely an appetizer. Oh, how generous. Lin Yang didn't touch the check. He only looked up at her. Giving 1 million for such a small matter. Tell me what else is there. He knew well that the heavier this apology, the more troublesome the ensuing matter. Lu Shanshan's gaze deepened, as if reassessing the man before her. His indifference to money had thrown her initial plan off course. I can't fool Mr. Lin. She leaned forward slightly, the collar of her cheapao tracing a breathtaking curve. Also, wed like you to replace Black Bull as the enforcer of our Jisong Hall. What the hell? Lin Yang frowned, feigning confusion. Jisong Hall's enforcer. Never heard of it. What's that? Lu Shanshan stared into his eyes, searching for any trace of pretense, but his gaze was clear and candid, like an outsider genuinely oblivious. Then, Mr. Lin, have you heard of the Hongmen? I have. Lin Yang nodded. A gang organization, seen it in movies. We are the Jisong Hall under the Huahai Hongmen. Lu Shanshan admitted bluntly. Lin Yang leaned back into the soft sofa, spreading his hands, his confusion deepening. Wait, wasn't this Hongmen disbanded long ago? How's it revived? Did it get approval from the Dragon Kingdom authorities? This barrage of questions, the naive skepticism of a law-abiding citizen toward illegal organizations, left Lu Shanshan momentarily stunned. Her original assumption was that someone with Lin Yang's skills must be a disciple of some sect or a hardened veteran of the underworld. She had prepared a whole set of gang jargon and coded talk to build rapport. Instead, he asked outright, "Is your organization legal? Registered?" This conversation couldn't go on. She felt like a warrior charging into a cave with a dragon-slaying sword, only to find the dragon filling out a corporate income tax return. It's like this, Mr. Lin. Lu Shanshan had to patiently explain from the basics. The current Huahai Hongmen is an official organization recognized by the Dragon Kingdom authorities and authorized by the overseas Hongmen headquarters. It's more like a large business alliance and fellow townsmen's association, no longer involved in any underworld dealings, purely legitimate businesses. Lin Yang listened and gave an "oh," clearly unconvinced. Then why do you still need enforcers? Break the legs of underperforming employees? Lu Shanshan's temples throbbed with pain. It's like this, our Hongmen preserves a martial tradition. Every 3 years a World Congress is held to determine the supreme double-flower red rod title. For Huahai Hongmen to participate in next year's Congress, we must first select a representative red rod. Huahai Hongmen has 5 halls. By tradition, each hall sends its strongest fighter to compete by years, and the winner becomes the representative. Lin Yang understood. In essence, it was the martial arts event of a corporate sports meet, albeit one on a high scale with substantial stakes. "Oh, what's that got to do with me?" he said flatly. "I want to invite you to become the red rod of our Jisong Hall," Lu Shanshan said solemnly, "and to help Jisong Hall win that sole representative slot." Lin Yang shook his head. "I really don't want to get tangled up in your mess. Mr. Lin." She leaned forward again, lowering her voice with a hint of allure. "Name your price, anything our Jisong Hall can afford." "It's not about money." Lin Yang looked at her and suddenly smiled. "I'm a kept man, not good at fighting." A kept man. Lu Shanshan's mind froze for a moment. Her vaunted intelligence and logic shattered at those words. What did that make Black Bull? Beaten up by a kept man. If word got out, how could Jisong Hall hold its ground in Huahai City? As her expression froze and her mind raced to grasp this absurd logic, Lin Yang's next words exploded like a bomb in her thoughts. However, he looked at her with a playful glint. "If Miss Lu is willing to keep me, money in bed, in game, the competition doesn't matter." An eerie silence fell over the office. Lu Shanshan's stunning face first showed shock, then flushed crimson, and finally turned livid. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes blazing with barely contained fury. This man was utterly shameless. As the Vice Hall Master of Jisong Hall, she had navigated all sorts of men, greedy, lecherous, arrogant, but never had she encountered one so brazenly, unapologetically asking to be kept. She stood up abruptly, her high heels screeching against the floor. She shot Lin Yang a glare, then spun around and strode quickly to the door. Bang! The glass door slammed shut with a thunderous crash. Lu Luxing, smoking outside, was startled. Seeing his third sister storm out with a murderous expression, he hurriedly dropped his cigarette and chased after her. Third sister. What's wrong? Did that bastard?" In the office, silence reigned once more. Lin Yang picked up the forgotten check from the table, brought it to his lips, and gently blew on it, as if to dust it off. He carefully tucked the check into the breast pocket of his old coat. "Oh," he let out a satisfied sigh. "She left without even adding me on WeChat. The system task isn't done yet." As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yang pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. "Note Lu Shanshan." As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yang pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. "Note Lu Shanshan." As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yang pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. "Note Lu Shanshan." As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yang pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. "Note Lu Shanshan." As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yang pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. "Note Lu Shanshan." As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yang pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. "Note Lu Shanshan." As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yang pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. "Note Lu Shanshan." As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yong pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. Note Lu Shanshan. As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yong pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. Note Lu Shanshan. As his words faded, a buzz came from his pocket. Lin Yong pulled out his phone. The screen lit up with a new WeChat friend request. Note Lu Shanshan. Lin Yong clicked through his fingertip, paused on the screen for a moment, casually tagging her with a label, to-do task. Then he turned off the screen and tucked the phone back into his pocket, the entire process flowing smoothly. It was time to change this outfit. He stepped out of the property management office. The security guard on duty didn't even look up, still focused on the newspaper in his hands. Back in 2403, Lin Yong took off the cheap old clothes and walked into the bathroom, letting the warm water wash over his body. Amidst the rising steam, what flashed through his mind was not Lu Shanshan's astonishingly long legs, but Chen Weiner's eyes, pure and free of any dust. He quickly finished rinsing off, changed into clean pajamas, and directly pushed open the door to 2404. In the living room, the dining table had been tidied up and the dishes were washed and drying on the side. The study door was slightly ajar, and the familiar urgent sound of rapid keyboard typing came from inside. This woman was practically coding with her life. Lin Yong walked over, wiped the last bit of water off the dining table, and then went to the study door, gently knocking. Get some rest. Inside, the figure paused for a moment, then a faint came in response. Lin Yong didn't say more, turning back to the master bedroom and lying down on the soft big bed. The next morning at 7, the vibrating alarm on his phone woke Lin Yong from his deep sleep. He didn't open his eyes, the familiar numbness already creeping from the left side of his body. Warm, soft, with a faint fragrance. He opened his eyes, his gaze dropping down. The breathtaking curve pressed against his chest, rising and falling slightly with his breath. Chen Weiner was like a giant octopus, her entire being wrapped around him, her arms tightly encircling his waist, her delicate cheek pressed against his chest, sleeping sweetly. Her breathing was even and long, with the corners of her mouth holding a faint, satisfied smile. Holding on to him, her posture seemed as if she were embracing a once-lost treasure, using all her strength, afraid that if she loosened her grip, the warmth in her arms would vanish into thin air. Lin Yong cautiously reached over, swiping his hand on the phone screen to turn off the incessantly vibrating alarm. Throughout the process, Chen Weiner showed no sign of waking. It seemed she had stayed up late again last night. Lin Yong gently, bit by bit, tried to extricate his arm from her grasp. The moment he moved, the girl's brow instinctively furrowed, her arms tightened even more, and she let out a dreamlike murmur, burrowing further into his embrace. Forget it. Lin Yong gave up resisting and allowed her to hold him like that. When he stepped out of 2404, the sky was already bright. The corridor was well lit, and he immediately saw a man curled up on the floor at his doorstep. The man was wearing a wrinkled old coat, exuding a strong smell of alcohol, lying on the cold tiled floor without any dignity. Lin Yong frowned. Another drunk from somewhere went to the wrong floor. He took out his phone, snapped a photo of the man on the ground, and sent it directly to Manager Wang of the property management. Manager Wang, there's someone drunk at my doorstep on the 24th floor, please take care of it. Just as he was about to put his phone away, the man on the ground suddenly turned over and mumbled something indistinctly. Xiao, man. Lin Yang's movement halted. Xiao man. Su man. He lowered his head, reassessing the man. In his 30s, with a haggard appearance and deep-set eyes, even in his sleep his brows were tightly knitted, exuding an inescapable fatigue and pain. Who is this person? Forget it, it's none of his business. Lin Yong shook his head and returned to 2403. He washed up and changed clothes. When he put on the tailored JN suit paired with a crisp white shirt and stepped out, 2 security guards had already appeared in the corridor. The 2 young guards were struggling to lift the drunk man off the ground. Mr. Lin, good morning. Seeing Lin Yong come out, one of the guards hurriedly greeted him. Lin Yong nodded, his gaze falling on the struggling man. Who is this person? Which household is he from? I don't know. The guard shook his head, looking a bit troubled. We plan to take him to the property management office first and wait for him to wake up before discussing further. If he still doesn't cooperate, we'll have to call the police. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yong didn't ask more and turned toward the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, he was still pondering that name, Xiao Man. The deep blue Qian drove out of Tianyue Huafu, smoothly merging into the morning rush hour traffic. Tianheng Garden. Aunt Chun had already prepared breakfast. Sandwiches, hot milk, and a fruit salad. She sat at the dining table, wearing a sharp white suit skirt, her face adorned with delicate makeup. Yet beneath that carefully crafted beauty lay an unmistakable fatigue. There were faint dark circles under her eyes, and her gaze had lost its usual sharpness, carrying a hint of unnoticeable days. It seemed she hadn't slept all night. Lin Yong said nothing and quietly sat down to eat breakfast. After the meal, he drove Su Man to the company. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat heavy. Su Man mostly turned her head to look at the rapidly receding street scenery, silent, like a beautiful sculpture. Lin Yang asked nothing. He knew that when she didn't want to talk, asking was pointless. Another day of busyness. Or rather, another day of slacking off at the workstation. Lin Yang leaned back in the ergonomic chair, staring blankly at the computer screen, letting out a long sigh. Sigh, why isn't it the weekend yet? I really want to rest. Why is the life of a salaryman so hard? When will I achieve financial freedom? His lament, filled with the blood and tears of a corporate slave, accurately reached the ears of his neighbor. He Xiaoya looked up from sorting documents and rolled her eyes at him. Lin Yang, be a person. You've only been working for a few days. Already thinking about financial freedom. She looked at him with disdain. Look at you driving the boss car, wearing the designer suit gifted by the boss, and you tell me your life is hard. Are you dreaming? Lin Yang turned his head, looking at her seriously. Xiaoya, you don't understand. This is just a facade. Deep down, I'm just like you, all longing for the freedom of not having to work. He Xiaoya made a gagging gesture. If you really don't want to work, you can tell Su Zong to resign now. I believe she will approve it. That won't do. Lin Yang shook his head. Immediately. Work makes me happy. Their daily banter brought a bit of liveliness to the dreary office. The day passed quickly amidst this banter. During this time, he received a notification of 100,000 yuan deposit, presumably from the property compensation, along with a reimbursement of several thousand yuan for hospital expenses. After work, Lin Yang drove Su Man home. She still wore a heavy expression, saying very little. After dinner at Tianhen Garden, Su Man still didn't invite him to stay over, simply saying drive carefully on the way. Lin Yang drove the deep blue Qian back to Tianyue Huafu. He didn't return to 2403, but instead, familiar with the route, he pushed open the door to 2404. As expected, Chen Weiner had locked herself in the study again, the sound of typing on the keyboard like an unending war drum. Lin Yang sighed and walked into the kitchen to take out the ingredients delivered by takeout. Washing vegetables, chopping, lighting the stove, and tossing the wok. Half an hour later, the aroma of 2 dishes and a soup once again dispelled the chill of the room. He brought the food to the table and went to call her from the study. Chen Weiner was eating slowly, a satisfied smile on her face like a cat being fed. Lin Yang sat opposite her, watching her eat. Just then, bang, bang, bang. A series of violent knocks on the door erupted unexpectedly. The sound was so loud it seemed as if it would tear the door off. Chen Weiner was startled while eating. Lin Yang's brows instantly knitted together. He stood up and quickly walked to the peephole to look outside. Under the light of the corridor, a disheveled stranger with a red face was pounding on the opposite security door. It wasn't the door of 2404 he was knocking on. He was banging on the door of 2403. His door. Wasn't that the drunkard the security guards had just escorted out this morning? He was now pounding heavily on the opposite security door with his palm again and again. He was banging on the door of 2403. Lin Yang's gaze turned cold. Eat properly. They'll go check it out, he said to Chen Wanjun, his tone calm and devoid of any emotion. Chen Wanjun nodded obediently, but the worry in her eyes remained undiminished. Lin Yang pulled open the door of 2404 and stepped out. He didn't speak immediately, merely leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, watching the man's drunken antics with cold eyes. Xiao Man, open the door. The man roared hoarsely, pounding on the door. I know you're in there. Open up. So that was it. The last shred of doubt in Lin Yang's mind vanished. The ex-husband. He had finally come knocking. Lin Yang cleared his throat and drawled lazily, hey. The man's pounding stopped abruptly, and he spun around. Seeing Lin Yang, a flicker of confusion passed through his clouded eyes before being consumed by rage. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Mind your own business. You're banging on my door. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. Lin Yang said, his tone as flat as discussing the weather. The man's mind seemed dulled by alcohol. He blinked, pointing at Lin Yang, then at the door of 2404 behind him. Your door? You live across the hall, asshole. I'm banging on this one. He pointed at the security door of 2403, full of righteous indignation. Oh, forgot to tell you. A faint apologetic smile appeared on Lin Yang's face, but it held no warmth. Both of these apartments are mine. He leisurely pulled a set of keys from his pocket. What got a problem with that? Lin Yang jingled the keys in his hand. The crisp metallic sound was particularly jarring in the quiet corridor. He took 2 steps forward. Excuse me. With that under the man's utterly flabbergasted expression, he inserted one of the keys into the lock of 2403. Click. A soft sound, and the security door swung open. The man's mouth fell open wide enough to hold an egg. He looked at Lin Yang, then at the open door, his expression cycling through shock and bewilderment. Lin Yang pushed the door open and walked in, then turned to look at the man still frozen in place. The man instinctively tried to follow him in. With a bang, Lin Yang extended his arm, blocking him at the door. What do you think you're doing? Lin Yang's eyes turned completely cold. Trying to break in. He'll call the police. The word police was like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering the man somewhat. He faltered, his arrogance visibly deflating, and his tone softened. This is my wife's place. I just wanted to see if she was in there. Your wife, Foy? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise. Who's your wife? My wife is Su Man, the man said eagerly. She's the owner of this apartment. Only then did Lin Yang seem to confirm something, a playful expression crossing his face. Su Man doesn't live here anymore. He leaned against the doorframe, sizing up the man before him. I live here alone now. You can leave. What? The man's voice shot up instantly. Xiao Man moved. Why didn't she tell me? His tone of entitled questioning struck Lin Yang as somewhat amusing. How long has it been since you two last talked? Lin Yang continued to feign ignorance of Su Man, but the mockery in his smile was blatant. Didn't even tell you she moved away. What, were you out at sea fishing for years and just got back to port? Or did she give you a green hat and run off with someone else? You're lying. The man struck in his sore spot became agitated. Xiao Man wouldn't do that. She's not that kind of person. Is that so? Lin Yang's tone was full of malicious intent. People change, especially women. No, it can't be. The man muttered to himself, disheartened, his eyes vacant, as if the pillars of his faith were crumbling inch by inch. With trembling hands, he fumbled out an old phone with a cracked screen from his pocket, swiping randomly on the screen for a long time before finding a number. A number he had saved long ago, but hadn't called in just as long. He pressed the dial button. The phone pressed to his ear. The corridor was filled only with his heavy breathing and the waiting tone on the other end. Lin Yang's heart also rose with each sound. Damn it. If the ex-husband managed to win her back and Su Man's heart softened, wouldn't his precious cushy job be at risk? No, absolutely not. His mind raced, plotting how to sabotage things if Su Man didn't answer, or if she did, and was swayed by the man's words. The call connected. A clear, slightly weary voice answered from the earpiece. It was Su Man. The man, as if grabbing a lifeline, came back to life and shouted into the phone, Hey, Xiao Man. It's me, Zhou Heng. Perhaps feeling the ensuing conversation wasn't for outsiders to hear, Zhou Heng instinctively turned and walked quickly to the other end of the corridor, lowering his voice and speaking anxiously into the phone. Lin Yang couldn't make out the specifics, only seeing Zhou Heng's back, sometimes nodding and bowing, sometimes gesticulating excitedly, his posture both humble and urgent. Lin Yang's heart sank completely. It was over. Judging by this, Su Man clearly hadn't hung up. A man and a woman alone, rekindling old flames. A string of ominous words flashed wildly through his mind. Just as he was considering rushing over, grabbing the phone and shouting, Honey, who's that? Zhou Heng finished his call. He turned around, his dejection vanished, replaced by a smug sense of regained possession. He strode over to Lin Yang, straightened his wrinkled jacket, puffed out his chest, and said in a condescending tone, Assistant Lin, if you please take me to Xiao Man's new place. Assistant Lin. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Su Man had sold him out, told the ex-husband about his assistant status. It was over. It was truly over now. Before Lin Yang could think of an excuse to refuse, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw two words on the screen, Su Man. Lin Yang took a deep breath and answered. Hey, Lin Yang. Su Man's voice sounded tired on the other end, but her tone was calm. Bring Zhou Heng over. It seems he has something to tell me. Okay. Lin Yang forced the words out through clenched teeth and hung up. He looked up to meet Zhou Heng's eyes, which held a mix of provocation and the look of a victor. Lin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a brilliant smile. Let's go, ex-husband. He slammed the door of 2403 shut with a loud bang. The two entered the elevator one after the other. In the cramped space, the air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol from Zhou Heng and the growing sense of crisis in Lin Yang's heart. The elevator went straight down to the underground garage. When Zhou Heng saw Lin Yang walk towards the dark blue Porsche Cayenne and expertly pressed the key fob, the smug look on his face instantly froze. Zhou Heng's gaze was fixed on the deep blue Porsche Cayenne. The sleek lines of its body under the cold lights of the underground garage reflected a sheen of I have money. It was a radiance he once knew, but now seemed a distant memory. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, and his voice came out hoarse, trembling in a way he himself hadn't noticed. Assistant Lin, this car at Su Man's, isn't it? He asked this, hoping to salvage a shred of dignity. An assistant couldn't possibly afford a luxury car like this. This must be Su Man's car. This fellow Lin was just a driver. Lin Yang knew the pathetic calculations in his mind. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely uttering two words flatly. It's mine. Zhou Heng's pupils contracted sharply, the color draining from his face, before a flush of humiliation surged back. Lin Yang had no desire to witness Zhou Heng's outburst. He had already pulled open the driver's door. He sat inside, then leaned over naturally, taking a blue booklet from the center console and casually tossing it over. See for yourself. The booklet hit Zhou Heng's chest, not heavily, yet it made him stagger. With trembling hands, he opened the vehicle registration. In the owner column, two black song-style characters were clear and neat. Lin Yang. Boom. Something seemed to explode in Zhou Heng's mind, leaving a blank void. He stared at those two characters as if trying to burn through them with his gaze. Lin Yang's. This luxury car worth $1 million was actually this young assistant's. Jealous. Ex-husband bought with your wife's money. Lin Yang's heart was utterly calm. He even felt like whistling. On the surface, he just started the engine, the low roar echoing in the empty garage. Let's go. President Su lives at Tianheng Garden now. Zhou Heng, as if drained of all strength, listlessly pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger seat. His body sank into the soft leather seats, his nose filled with the scent of high-grade leather mixed with a faint perfume, the smell of a new car. He recalled his own battered Buick, nearly a decade old, and then felt the million-dollar mobile palace beneath him. A sense of helplessness crushed by reality nearly consumed him. He had once refused Su Man's help, saying he wanted to stand on his own. But what was the result? Years passed, and he was utterly defeated. While any random assistant by Su Man's side could drive a luxury car he could only dream of owning. Then Su Man herself. What kind of life must she be living now? A terrifying thought grew wildly in Zhou Heng's heart. He had to cling to her no matter what method. He had to grasp this one lifeline again. The car smoothly exited the garage, merging into the city's night. Tianheng Garden, the top-tier Riverview luxury residence in Huahai City. When the Porsche Cayenne entered the dedicated underground parking spot of Building 11, Zhou Heng was already numb. Lin Yang led him via a private elevator directly to the 12th floor. The elevator doors chimed open, revealing no hallway, no neighbor's door. What greeted them was a foyer as spacious as a hotel lobby. The entire floor was Su Man's home. Zhou Heng was utterly stunned. A house worth tens of millions. At the peak of his company, he only lived in a 3-bedroom apartment worth a few million in Tianyue Huafu. And now, just a few years later, Su Man had moved into a cloud-high luxury residence he couldn't even imagine. A gentle voice interrupted his days. Xiaolin, you're here. It was Aunt Shin, carrying 2 cups of freshly brewed hot tea. She handed one to Lin Yang and placed the other on the coffee table in front of Zhou Heng. Lin Yang naturally took the cup and took a sip. Aunt Shin, still awake so late? I'm getting old, can't sleep well. Aunt Shin smiled, but her eyes subtly swept over Zhou Heng. Miss said you'd be coming, so she told me to wait up. Oh, then you go rest. They'll be fine here. All right, I'll go call Miss. Aunt Shin nodded and turned toward the depths of the hallway. Zhou Heng held his teacup, but his hand trembled slightly. Listening to the familiar natural exchange between Lin Yang and the housekeeper, he felt like a stranger intruding into someone else's home, utterly uncomfortable. Before long, the door to the master bedroom opened. Su Man stepped out. Over her silk pajamas, she had casually draped a cashmere coat. Her face was bare, and her delicate features revealed an undeniable weariness. When Zhou Heng saw her, his eyes lit up instantly. He abruptly stood, instinctively wanting to step forward and take her hand as he had countless times before. Xiao Man. But before he could approach, Su Man's steps subtly veered, heading straight to the open kitchen bar. She poured herself a glass of warm water, leaned against the cold marble countertop, and stared at him coldly from a few meters away. Talk. Her voice held no warmth. It's been so long since we last contacted. Why the sudden call now? What's the matter? Zhou Heng's outstretched hand froze awkwardly in midair. He glanced at the icy Su Man, then at Lin Yang, who was leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Lin Yang immediately caught the signal of outsider present, not convenient to speak. He set down his teacup and stood up. He'll go to the bathroom. A flash of delight flickered in Zhou Heng's eyes. This assistant Lin was a sensible subordinate. Watching Lin Yang's figure disappear around the corner of the hallway, Zhou Heng cleared his throat, mustered his courage again, and approached the bar. Xiao Man, it's like this. He tried to make his voice sound sincere and earnest. My project is short on working capital right now. I wanted to borrow 2 million from you. Once the project is done, I'll pay you back immediately with interest. Su Man's face showed no expression. 2 million, I can lend it to you, and I want charge interest. Her voice remained calm. But I want to know what project it is. These words, like a needle, precisely punctured all of Zhou Heng's pretenses. He was instantly at a loss for words. Project? What damn project did he have? That 2 million was the gambling debt he owed at an underground casino. If he didn't pay it back within 3 days, the casino thugs would come to cut off his hand. He was utterly desperate, only then setting aside his pathetic pride to come to Su Man. It's a company secret, I can't disclose it. He stammered, his eyes darting away. Watching him like this, Su Man felt the last shred of hope within her die out completely. She was silent for a moment, as if making a difficult decision. Fine, she spoke. They'll give you this 2 million, and you don't have to pay it back. Zhou Heng's heart leaped with joy, but Su Man's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. I just ask you not to come looking for me again. No, Zhou Heng almost shouted. How could he let go of this cash cow? Xiao Man, can we go back to how we were? Remember how happy we were in college? He tried to play the sentimentality card, hoping to rekindle her memories of the past. I'm a bit tired. Su Man coldly cut him off, her face etched with an unshakable weariness. Send me your card number by text. He'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. With that, she didn't spare him another glance and turned away. Lin Yang take Zhou Heng out. As her voice faded, she had already stepped into the master bedroom hallway, leaving only a resolute silhouette. Xiao Man. Xiao Man. Zhou Heng called out in despair. Coming right away. Lin Yang's voice came from another hallway. He hadn't moved an inch, having heard the entire conversation clearly. He walked quickly to the living room, a professional smile on his face. Ex-husband, let's go. Zhou Heng let out a mournful sigh. All his hopes and smugness shattered into dust before Su Man's closed door. Like a soulless zombie drained of all spirit, he trudged dejectedly toward the entrance. Inside the deep blue Qian, the atmosphere was suffocating. Zhou Heng slumped in the passenger seat, his vacant eyes fixed on the dazzling nightscape outside the window, as if his very soul had been drained away. Ex-husband, where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. Lin Yang gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed ahead, his voice flat. Zhou Heng's body quivered almost imperceptibly, and after several long seconds he finally spoke, his voice sounding like a dream. I'll where to? I'll take you there, Lin Yang repeated. Where to? Zhou Heng's mind was a blank slate. After going bankrupt, he had sold everything. The house, the car, anything of value. To evade his creditors, he had even cut off all contact with his parents. Lately his days were spent either fighting homeless men for space under bridges, or after winning a small sum at the casino, holing up for a few days in the cheapest daily rental he could find. He had nowhere else to go. Lin Yang glanced at him in the rearview mirror. The man's destitute and dejected state was impossible to conceal. It would be trouble if this guy did something desperate tonight, or driven by desperation, went to harass Su Man again. Better to keep him steady first. How about this'll find a hotel and get you a room. Zhou Heng whipped his head around, a flicker of disbelief flashing through his murky eyes, quickly replaced by a wave of overwhelming shame. He opened his mouth, but finally managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Then, thank you, Assistant Lin. No problem, we're brothers. Lin Yang smirked, adding silently to himself, brothers Hove shared the same woman. He found a decent chain hotel in the city center and registered at the front desk with his own ID. Sir, one king room for one night. The receptionist handed over the key card. Zhou Heng followed behind, watching Lin Yang pay efficiently, and then, as if possessed, he blurted out, could you book it for a few more nights? Lin Yang took the key card, turned to look at him, his expression unreadable. Sure, I'll get you 3 days. He had the front desk process the payment. 3 days. Enough time for Su Man to transfer him the money, and enough time for this guy to take the cash and disappear. Lin Yang got back into the Qian and drove away from the hotel. He didn't return to Tianyue Huafu. Instead, he drove straight to Tianjin Garden. After parking in the underground garage, he pulled out his phone and sent Chen Wanjun a message. Something came up tonight, won't be home to sleep. Get some rest early. Chen Wanjun replied almost instantly. Okay. Lin Yang put away his phone and with practiced ease took the elevator to the 12th floor of Building 11, opening the door to Su Man's apartment with his fingerprint. He moved softly, making almost no sound. The living room was silent, lit only by the faint moonlight streaming through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. The master bedroom door wasn't locked. Lin Yang turned the handle, silently pushed the door open, shed his clothes, and slipped into the soft bedding. In the darkness, the body beside him stirred. Xiao Lin, is that you? Su Man's voice was thick with a nasal tone, as if she had just been crying. Lin Yang responded, reaching out an arm to pull her into his embrace. Why are you back again? She asked softly, a hint of dependence in her voice. I saw you were tired. Let me give you a massage. Lin Yang's palm pressed against her tense back. Beneath the warmth of his hand were rigid muscles and suppressed trembling. He said nothing more, simply using his massage expertise granted by the system, kneading her with just the right pressure. At first she tried to hold back. But as his fingertips warmed to the touch, worked their magic, the ice that had exhausted her began to melt inch by inch. In the darkness, the long-suppressed sobs finally broke free, starting as silent tears and culminating in her burying her face in his chest, releasing all her grievances and exhaustion like a child. Lin Yang simply held her quietly, letting her tears soak his chest. The next morning at 7, the vibration of his phone alarm went off right on time. Lin Yang opened his eyes. Su Man in his arms was still fast asleep. At that moment, an ice blue light screen flashed across his retina. Congratulations, host. The spouse index code in 01. Su Man's obedience level has increased to 90. Her features were relaxed, the fatigue and sorrow of the previous day gone from her face. She slept unusually soundly. Last night it was as if she had needed to release all the emotions pent up over several days, and he was the perfect vessel indulging her release completely. Lin Yang carefully withdrew his arm, picked up his vibrating phone from the nightstand, and turned off the alarm. He walked into the bathroom, letting the warm water wash over his body, washing away the last traces of sleepiness. A few minutes later, Lin Yang stepped out of the bathroom, drying his hair. Su Man was already awake. She was lying on her side, propping her head up with one hand. The silk sheet had slipped, revealing her smooth shoulder. Her gaze fell on Lin Yang's muscular, well-defined physique, a hint of lazy appreciation in her eyes. There are a few more suits in the closet. I had them made for you. They weren't ordered by Xiaoyao, were they? Lin Yang teased. Otherwise, she'd figure it out again. Of course not. A beautiful curve lifted the corner of Su Man's mouth. I had them made myself. Try them on and see if they fit. Lin Yang opened the closet door. 3 brand new bespoke suits hung neatly inside. He casually took down a dark gray one, Italian cut, a blend of wool and silk that shimmered with a subdued luster in the morning light. He changed into it. The shirt was crisp and the suit jacket hugged his shoulders and waist, perfectly accentuating his already impressive physique. Fits pretty well. He turned around, grinning at Su Man on the bed. Handsome or not? Su Man's eyes were full of laughter. She nodded with great satisfaction. Lin Yang walked back to the bedside, then suddenly bent down and yanked the covers off. Aunt! Su Man let out a startled cry, instinctively trying to cover herself. The next second, Lin Yang had scooped her up in his arms and was striding towards the bathroom. Time to get up and go to work, Director Su. When the two emerged from the room, Aunt Chun had already prepared a lavish breakfast. Seeing the refreshed pair, her eyes crinkled into a smile. Miss Shaolin, good morning. Morning, Aunt Chun. At the table, Lin Yang sipped his milk, looking at Su Man beside him, whose complexion had improved so much. Seizing the moment when she was in good spirits, he asked casually, "Are you really going to transfer 2 million to Zhou Hong?" At the mention of the name, Zhou Hong, the brief ease on Su Man's face instantly crumbled and her eyes dimmed. She answered in a low voice. I hope spending the money will put an end to this. Actually, I checked on his situation before. I know he's still idle and in debt everywhere. Since she was already aware, Lin Yang didn't press further. He nodded and dropped the subject. This was her past, she needed to bury it herself. After breakfast, Lin Yang drove Su Man to the company. The moment Lin Yang stepped into the director's assistant office secretary, he Xiaoya, like a cat catching a scent, immediately poked her head over. Oh, Lin Yang, you finally changed your suit. Her eyes swept over him, appraising. Well, not bad, is it? Lin Yang spun around, showing off. Not bad. He Xiaoya nodded, then changed her tune. Too bad, though. Such fine wool draped on a dog. Sister Xiaoya, you're insulting me again. Lin Yang put on a hurt look. First a pig, now a dog. You've got quite the opinion of me. So what if I do? He Xiaoya crossed her arms, looking contemptuously at the suit he wore. This must have cost several months of your salary, right? Can you even afford it? Lin Yang straightened his back unabashed. So what? A rich woman was willing to give it to me. Oomph. He Xiaoya made a face at him. Shameless freeloader. And so another day of work began amidst their cheerful bickering. In the king-sized bed of a chain hotel room, Zhou Hong lay staring lifelessly at the plaster lines on the ceiling. Just then, the old phone on his pillow emitted a crisp notification sound. Ding dong. The screen lit up, displaying a preview of a bank SMS. A transfer of RMB 200 has been made to your account, ending in XXXX. 2 million. Zhou Hong's eyes froze instantly. He leaped from the bed in a single bound, grabbed the phone, and fumbled several times, entering the wrong password due to trembling fingers before unlocking it. It was real. A surge of ecstatic heat rushed to his head, leaving him feeling buoyant. Yet before he could fully immerse himself in the joy of this regained fortune, the phone vibrated again. It was a WeChat message from Su Man. Zhou Hong, this 2 million is the last of our affection. From now on, let bridges be bridges and roads be roads. Don't contact me again and don't appear in my life. May we each find our own peace. No emojis, no extra greetings, only a cold block of text. The smile on Zhou Hong's face froze. He stared at those words as if each character had turned into a steel needle, piercing his heart. Don't contact again. Each find our own peace. He stood on the bed, the phone slipping from his limp fingers and landing on the blanket, yet he remained oblivious. Why? Why had he refused Su Man's help back then? His mind flashed back to the self of a few years ago, confident and spirited, vowing to rebuild his life on his own, rejecting the bank card she offered. He had thought it was a man's dignity. Now he realized how foolish and ridiculous he had been. As he was tearing himself apart with endless regret, the piercing ring of the phone shattered the silence again. The caller ID displayed 2 words, Brother Long. Zhou Hong's blood seemed to freeze in that instant. He shuddered and fumbled to answer the call. Hello, Brother Long, how are you? His voice was sycophantically ingratiating. A gruff and impatient voice came from the other end. Old Zhou, don't think hiding will keep me from finding you. You have money to stay in a hotel, but won't pay me back. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Brother Long, wait. Zhou Hong's voice changed pitch, instantly filled with terror. They'll come to you right away. They'll pay you back now. Oh, Brother Long's voice drew out mockingly. Then get your ass over here or my men will come up to get you. All right, all right, all right, I'll be there soon. Give me some time. The call was rudely cut off, leaving only the dial tone. Zhou Hing jumped off the bed, trembling all over, cold sweat soaking his back. He hastily threw on his wrinkled clothes, nearly putting his shoes on the wrong feet, and dashed out of the hotel room like a madman flagging down a taxi. To the bridge village in the west of the city, hurry. At the Enway Group, in the office of the director of the personal care division, Su Man stared at the words, "Transfer successful," on her phone screen. She leaned back heavily in her chair. She let out a long, slow breath. That breath seemed to carry away years of pent-up frustration, relaxing her shoulders entirely. It was over. But this feeling of relief did not last long. Her gaze refocused on the computer screen. On the screen was Enway Group's complex organizational chart, and her eyes finally settled on a position president of the overseas division. A new war lay before her. Her brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed again slightly. She thought of Lin Yang. This war was a family feud among the Qin family, a capital slaughter. She couldn't drag him into it. Once this thought arose, it became impossible to suppress. Su Man stood up, adjusted the lapels of her suit jacket, and resumed her usual composed and decisive director demeanor. She opened the office door and said to Lin Yang, who was at the assistant's desk outside, "Lin Yang, drive me to the factory." "Okay." Lin Yang immediately got up. He Xiaoyao beside him quickly looked up from her documents and called out briskly, "Ms. Su, there's a document just sent from the president's office for your review." Before she finished, the printer in the corner of the office let out a soft hum. Sheets of A4 paper were ejected. He Xiaoya clicked over in her high heels, picked up the still warm document, stapled it with a crisp snap, then trotted over to hand it to Su Man. Su Man took the document and scanned it quickly. Her brow furrowed tightly again. "Li Tong Xiaoya, you too study this first. I'm heading to the factory." She gave the order without room for debate, turned, and walked toward the elevator. Lin Yang followed behind her, and the two left Enway Group, one after the other. Inside the deep blue Qian, Lin Yang had already fastened his seatbelt and gripped the steering wheel, ready to start. "We're not going to the factory." Su Man's voice suddenly broke the silence inside the car. "Find a park nearby with fewer people. I need to talk to you about something." Lin Yang's heart stirred, but he kept his composure. He nodded, opened the navigation on the center console, and searched for a riverside park with parking nearby. The car started smoothly and merged into traffic. After more than 10 minutes, the Qian stopped in the park's underground parking lot. The area was empty with only their car. Neither of them got out. The cabin was quiet save for the faint sound of the air conditioning. "Last time I went to see CEO Qin, she wanted me to compete for the position of president of the overseas division." Su Man spoke first, her voice tinged with weariness. She took the document from the president's office out of her bag and handed it to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took it. The paper still held a trace of warmth. The title was in bold black font, "Notice on Joint Investigation of Overseas Markets and Acceleration of Global Strategic Deployment." The content roughly required the Personal Care Division and the Cosmetics Division to jointly organize personnel and immediately launch in-depth investigations of the European, American, and Southeast Asian markets to prepare for the establishment of an overseas business unit. "Why does CEO Qin want you to take over as president of the overseas division?" Lin Yang asked doubtfully. "Because Guakaiki and I are ostensibly the only pawns she can use." Su Man's gaze drifted out the window, her eyes hollow. "In the company, everyone else is either the chairman's person or Kai committee chair's person." "Wait, who is committee chair Kai?" Lin Yang asked. "Chair of the Employee Stock Ownership Committee, Kai Jing." Su Man's voice grew lower. "She has 2 children with the chairman overseas. The chairman established this overseas division for those 2 children of his abroad." Lin Yang now understood everything. "Oh, so that's it." He let out a sound of sudden realization, his tone carrying his characteristic, all-seeing mockery. "So Kai Jing is just the mistress. Now it's the legitimate daughter fighting against the mistress children." Su Man was rendered speechless by his crude yet accurate analogy, but couldn't refute it. "You could put it that way. And what about the chairman's stance?" Lin Yang pressed. "Probably staying neutral until there's a result. But who he secretly supports, no one knows." A flash of insight struck Lin Yang. Did the mistress whisper in his ear at night, prompting him to suddenly establish the overseas division? "That's hard to say." Su Man shook her head. "But according to CEO Qin, the chairman doesn't have much time left. He's about to kick the bucket." Lin Yang blurted out. "Can't be, he's not that old, at most 70. The chairman accumulated some health issues when he was young and working hard." Su Man's tone was heavy. "Now he often needs to go to a sanatorium and rarely participates in company management." Silence fell again in the car. After a long while, Su Man turned to look seriously at Lin Yang. "So why are you telling me all this?" Lin Yang asked. "I don't want you to get involved in the company's internal strife." Su Man's voice was soft but resolute. Lin Yang looked at her, at the worry in her eyes and the protective desire to push him away. He smiled. but am already involved. His voice was calm and powerful, each word striking clearly against Su Man's heart. Since the day I slept in the same bed with you. Though blunt, the words struck like a warm current, instantly hitting the softest part of Su Man's heart. She looked at Lin Yang, this man, 8 years her junior, and for a moment, she couldn't quite comprehend it. She asked, "What are you planning to do? You could actually resign, leave all this behind." Lin Yang looked as if he had heard a joke. "Why would I resign?" He leaned in closer, the already cramped space of the car instantly filled with his refreshing masculine presence. "I'm your driver, your assistant, and your partner." Su Man's heart tightened. She looked into his eyes, so close, so devoid of impurity, so clean it made her feel at a loss. Lin Yang continued, his voice carrying a matter-of-fact certainty. "Since President Qin wants you to fight, then fight. But I think you can negotiate terms with her." "How?" Su Man asked back instinctively, her body tensing at his words. "She has evidence of us sharing a bed. She can detonate it any time." "That's simple." Lin Yang smiled, a hint of cynical mischief in his expression. "Just admit it boldly. If we're actually a couple, isn't it normal to be in the same bed?" The thought was too crazy. Su Man had never considered it. Her gaze drifted, her fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the smooth leather seat. She felt she was divorced and already 30. Lin Yang was still so young with boundless prospects. Lin Yang saw her retreat. "President Su, what era is this? An older woman with a younger man is perfectly normal." Su Man didn't answer. The question lodged in her throat like a thorn. But Lin Yang pressed on relentlessly, his tone laced with exaggerated teasing. "A woman as beautiful and wealthy as you, the line of suitors would probably stretch all the way to France." Su Man let out a snort of laughter at his sudden flattery, easing the tense atmosphere in the car. "That's an exaggeration." "It's not." Lin Yang's face was serious. "I really don't get people nowadays. It's just a divorce, not something shameful. Even disgraced celebrities from the entertainment industry still go on tours." What he thought, however, was a top-tier sugar mommy like this who pays and sleeps with you without any strings attached had better serve her well. What if some rival poached her? That would be a real loss. Had heard the competition in this line of work was fierce. Su Man was utterly amused, the fatigue around her eyes easing considerably. "So tell me, how do I negotiate with President Qin?" "I think there are 3 options." Lin Yang raised his fingers. "Equity, authority, or both. Which path do you want to take?" Su Man's smile gradually faded, a contemplative light returning to her eyes. "Equity. Authority." While Lin Yang and Su Man were plotting in the parking lot of Binjiang Park, a taxi carrying Zhou Heng plunged into the other end of the city. West City Bridge Village. This was a festering sore beneath Huahai City's glossy exterior. Low self-built houses jutted out at odd angles, narrow alleys were piled with garbage, the air was thick with a strange mix of damp mildew and cheap food. The taxi stopped at the village entrance. Zhou Heng paid and scrambled out as if fleeing. He looked around, confirmed no one was following, then pulled his cap low and hurried into the labyrinthine village. Finally, he stopped before an unremarkable courtyard house. Gray walls, a large vermilion iron gate. He raised his hand and knocked on the iron gate in a rhythmic pattern. 5 times. Pause. 3 times. Pause. 2 times. It was the signal. A peephole in the iron gate slid open from inside, and a pair of wary eyes scanned out. Seeing Zhou Heng's familiar face, the small door creaked open. "Where's Brother Long?" Zhou Heng asked urgently as soon as he entered. The man who opened the door pointed inside expressionlessly. Inside, it was morning, and the gambling den was quiet and deserted, with only a few lackeys idly smoking together. It only transformed into that roaring, all-consuming vortex at night. Zhou Heng followed the man through the empty hall, then through an inner room, pushing open a hidden door disguised as a wardrobe. Inside was a different world. In a luxuriously decorated private room, a huge TV was playing NBA game highlights. A bald man in a floral shirt with a gold chain around his neck stared intently at the screen. "Shoot it. Damn idiot." Brother Long slapped the leather sofa. Beside him, a greasy-looking man with a middle part said, "Boss, I told you to bet on the under. The lines have been weird lately." "Damn, another under total. Lost again." The man who had opened the door approached. "Brother Long, Zhou Heng is here." Brother Long turned his head, his murky eyes scanning Zhou Heng. "Yo, old Zhou, you're here quick." Zhou Heng squeezed out a smile uglier than tears. "Brother Long, I'm here to pay back the money." Brother Long tilted his chin towards the middle part man. "A fei, get old Zhou's IOU." A fei quickly retrieved a folded A4 paper from a drawer. Beneath the dense handwriting was Zhou Heng's bright red fingerprint. Brother Long took the IOU and slapped it in his hand. "Are you paying it all at once or in installments?" "All at once." Zhou Heng's confidence grew a bit. "Calculate the total for me." Brother Long signaled a fei. The middle part man understood and took out a calculator. "Come on, let's calculate." Brother Long said slowly. "You borrowed a principal of 1.2 million. Zhou Heng nodded, his heart in his throat. "Interest is 4.9. Brother Long's tone was calm. It's already lower than those online lenders. But you've had it for a long time. A Fei, calculate how much it is now. A Fei's fingers flew over the calculator, producing a series of rapid clicks. After a few seconds, he looked up. It's about 36 million now. How much? Zhou Heng's voice shot up sharp and distorted. He thought he had misheard. A Fei thrust the calculator in front of him. The glaring string of numbers on the screen made his vision blur. Let me calculate it again. A Fei pressed the keys again. The result was exactly the same. Zhou Heng panicked, his blood running cold. He only had 2 million. Brother Long, his voice trembled. Can I pay 2 million first? Sure. Brother Long was agreeable. Card or cash? Card. Go get those new POS machines. Brother Long ordered. A Fei complied and trotted off to get the machine. Brother Long then leisurely looked at the ashen-faced Zhou Heng and asked with interest, Not bad, old Zhou got the money quickly. Tell me how. Borrowed from a friend, have to pay it back. Zhou Heng answered vaguely. Oh, I didn't know old Zhou had such rich friends. Brother Long laughed. How about the remaining 360000? Want me to lend you some more? Win it back tonight in one go. At the mention of winning it back, Zhou Heng's heart itched. But he forcibly suppressed the urge. He still had to find Su Man for the money. He couldn't face that shame again. Find another way. Pay the 2 million first. Just then the door to the private room opened again, and a man in a jacket walked in. Zhou Heng recognized him. Old Zhou, what brings you here? Oh, planning something big tonight. Came to feel out the scene at Brother Long's first. The man called Old Zhou greeted Brother Long familiarly. Brother Long laughed heartily. Old Zhou, last time he borrowed 300 from me, doubled it in one night, paid it off, and walked away with a 300 profit. That's right, my luck was through the roof that night. Old Zhou was in high spirits. Brother Long, let's do it again tonight. Zhou Heng listened to their conversation, his eyes fixed. 300 doubled in one night. He looked at the cold string of numbers in his mobile banking app, and a crazy idea surged in his mind. If that gambler could double his money, why couldn't he? Just win one round, no, just a small one, then stop, pay off the remaining 36000, and be done with it. He jerked his head up, a morbid light rekindling in his eyes. He made his decision. Borrow another 2000, just 2000. Double it, and leave absolutely no lingering. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall of the Enway Group building, illuminating the office with a bright, translucent glow. After finishing their lunch outside, Lin Yang and Su Man walked into the hair care division one after another. As the two stepped into the area of the director's office, a fragrant breeze wafted toward them. President Su, I've finally caught you. Guakaiki appeared in the doorway. Today she wore a winered, form-fitting dress that accentuated her mature, voluptuous curves to perfection. Leaning against the oak doorframe with her arms crossed, she exuded a languid posture, yet her eyes gleamed with sharpness. Su Man's expression remained unchanged as she walked straight to her desk, sat down, and placed her handbag aside. Is there something you need, President Gua? Guakaiki stepped in on her high heels, sat down in the chair opposite Su Man, and crossed her long legs. President Su, what do you think about the notice issued by the president's office this time? Su Man looked up, meeting her gaze with a calm expression. I'd like to hear your thoughts first, President Gua. Guakaiki smiled, her red lips curving into an alluring arc, her voice carrying a hint of profound meaning. President Qin has already instructed me to fully cooperate with you, President Su, and to prioritize your lead in this inspection. Su Man's fingers resting on the mouse paused momentarily. Qin Shui had acted even faster than she had anticipated. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back any longer. In that case, let's organize a temporary meeting with the heads of the main departments from both divisions. Agreed. Guakaiki responded promptly. Su Man stood up, pulled open the oak door of the office, and instructed he Xiaoyao outside. Xiaoyao, check with the administration department if the 24 conference room is available at 3 p.m. If not, book it for a temporary meeting. All department heads of the hair care division are to attend. Understood, President Su. He'll confirm right away. He Xiaoyao immediately set aside her current work and grabbed the phone to make the arrangements. Within a few minutes she knocked and entered Su Man's office. President Su, President Gua, the meeting has been scheduled for 3 p.m. in the 20th floor conference room. Su Man nodded. Guakaiki stood up, flashing a charming smile at Su Man. He'll go prepare. See you in the conference room at 3. At 3 o'clock that afternoon in the 20th floor conference room. Around the massive oval conference table, the heads of the 6 functional departments from both the hair care division and the cosmetics division were all present. Old Zhang from RD with his receding hairline, Zhao the money god from finance, the social butterfly from marketing, the seasoned veteran from sales, the smiling tiger from HR, and the chief steward from administration. Before each of them sat a cup of clear tea. Their expressions varied, but the tense atmosphere in the air signaled the importance of this meeting. Lin Yang, Li Tong, and Zhou Qi sat at the far end of the table, responsible for taking meeting minutes. Guakaiki hosted the meeting, clearing her throat, her enchantingly seductive voice echoing through the conference room via the microphone. Colleagues, I am Guakaiki from the Cosmetics Division. I believe everyone has seen the document issued by the President's office. For the specific arrangements of this joint inspection, our President Sue from the Hair Care Division will brief you. She gracefully handed over the floor, and all eyes instantly focused on Sue Man. Sue Man stood up, her sharp black suit exuding an aura of authority. Colleagues, I am Sue Man from the Hair Care Division. Her voice was clear and resolute. Regarding the specifics of this inspection, I will now outline the joint work for the two divisions. The inspection is tentatively scheduled for 15 days, 5 days in Southeast Asia, 5 days in Europe, and 5 days in North America. Each division will send 10 people. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. As soon as she finished speaking, old Zhang from RD adjusted his glasses and spoke first. President Sue, covering 3 major regions in 15 days for market research, user interviews, and competitive analysis. Isn't the timeline too rushed? We in RD need sufficient data to develop targeted products. His words drew nods of agreement from several people. Sue Man's gaze swept over him. Director Zhang, this is a preliminary inspection, not a final decision. What we need is a macro-level business blueprint to understand the fundamentals, channel characteristics, and regulatory barriers of each market. In-depth research can be conducted in batches after we determine the primary markets. She paused, her tone leaving no room for argument. I need you to produce a health report on the local markets within 5 days, telling me where the opportunities lie and where the pitfalls are. Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. Then the Queen of Finance adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. President Sue, a 20-person team on a 15-day international business trip with top-tier accommodation and transportation. The budget will be substantial. This requires special approval from the President's office. The Finance Department will calculate and compile the budget, produce a detailed plan, and I will personally get President Chin's signature. Sue Man shut down her question decisively. HR Department, coordinate the personnel for this inspection. I require all participants to be fluent in at least one foreign language and have over 3 years of relevant work experience. RD Marketing and Sales must send core members for this inspection. After the inspection, you will need to collaborate to design corresponding products for the most promising markets, develop comprehensive promotional plans, and initially contact and screen local distributors with strong capabilities. The entire inspection plan must be finalized and submitted to the President's office for approval by next Wednesday. Sue Man laid out all the tasks clearly and logically in one go. The conference room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the slightly rapid breathing of those present. Then came the discussion period as department heads engaged in heated debates over details, filling the room with reports, data, and a clash of professional jargon. Sue Man presided at the center, sometimes answering questions, sometimes making final decisions, firmly steering what could have been a contentious meeting under her control. Lin Yang sat in the corner, rapidly typing on his keyboard while observing the proceedings with keen interest. Only now did he truly understand that Sue Man's rise to this position at the age of 30 was due to far more than just Qin Shui's patronage. This ability to command the overall situation and her decisive boldness would put most men to shame. The high-intensity meeting lasted until dusk. As people wearily filed out, Sales Manager Wang from the Hair Care Division deliberately circled back to Lin Yang. Shaolin. Manager Wang with a beer belly smiled heartily and patted Lin Yang on the shoulder. Why haven't I seen you back in sales since you became the director's assistant? Looking down on us sales folks. After all, you started in our department. Drop by when you have time. Lin Yang immediately stood up, putting on a standard corporate smile. Manager Wang, of course not. It's just that I've been incredibly busy with President Sue's tasks. Once I get paid, I'll definitely treat the sales team to a meal. You said it. I'll hold you to that. Manager Wang nodded with satisfaction before turning to leave. Lin Yang's smile vanished instantly, and he curled his lip. I only spent 3 days in sales. The first day was onboarding, and the next 2 days you screamed at me until I was black and blue. Now you want me to treat you to a meal. Dream on. After work, the deep blue Qian drove steadily along the road to Tianhen Garden. Sue Man leaned back in the passenger seat, her eyes closed, unable to hide the exhaustion etched across her face. Back at Tianhen Garden, Aunt Chun had already prepared a table of steaming hot dishes. After the meal, Lin Yang's phone vibrated twice. He picked it up and saw 2 messages. One was from Chun Wanjuan, are you coming back tonight to cook for me? The other was from his college roommate Zhang Wei, Shaolin, tomorrow is Saturday, are you free? Come help me move. Lin Yang replied to Zhang Wei first. What time? He'll drive over. He put down his phone and looked up at Sue Man. She was sitting on the sofa gazing at him with tender, affectionate eyes, her dependence and longing almost overflowing. It seemed he wouldn't be leaving tonight. Lin Yang silently apologized to Chun Wanjun in his heart, then picked up his phone again. Can't make it tonight, need to work overtime. Might not come back. Order takeout for yourself. Don't work too late. Get some rest early. The message was sent, and Chun Wanjun replied almost instantly. Still that single word simple, yet somehow making Lin Yang's heart feel inexplicably heavy. At 9:30 in the evening, after Aunt Chun had returned to her room to rest, the spacious living room was left with just the two of them. You must be tired. Let me give you a massage. Lin Yang walked behind Su Man, placing his hands on her stiff shoulders. Su Man obediently laid down on the bed, burying her face into the soft pillow. Lin Yang's palms pressed against her back, and the system's massage mastery activated instantly. The warm palm pressure penetrated through the thin silk pajamas, precisely locating those tense acupoints and stiff muscle groups, kneading and pressing with just the right amount of force. Su Man's taut body under his touch relaxed inch by inch. The fatigue and tension suppressed all day seemed to flow away gently with the warmth of his fingertips. Her breathing gradually became deep and steady, a comfortable whimper escaping her throat. The massage gradually changed its nature. The master bedroom's lights were dimmed to their lowest, leaving only intertwined breaths and heartbeats in the air. At that very moment, at the other end of the city, in the damp and gloomy Chengshi Daqiao village, inside the courtyard house, disguised as an ordinary residence, smoke swirled, voices clamored. Before a crude card table, Zhou Heng's eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the cards in the dealer's hand, shouting hoarsely, "Deal an ace. Deal an ace." On the weekend morning, there was no annoying alarm. Lin Yang's biological clock was more precise than any machine. At exactly 7 o'clock, he opened his eyes. The woman beside him was still fast asleep, her breathing even and deep. Su Man had let down all her defenses, her sleeping face peaceful, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes smoothed out, exuding a languidness after being nourished. He picked up his phone from the bedside table. The screen lit up, showing an unread WeChat message at the top. It was from Zhang Wei. 9 a.m., I'll send you the location. Below the message was a shared map location link. Lin Yang propped himself up on his arms and sat up, the blanket slipping from his sharply defined waist and abdomen. Luckily, he hadn't used all his strength last night. He rolled his shoulders, a warm current flowing through his body, leaving him not the least bit tired, but instead full of energy. The system's comprehensive physical fitness enhancement one seemed negligible, but its actual effect far exceeded expectations. He called up the system panel for a glance. The 200 sponging points were sitting quietly there. Should he exchange them all to enhance his comprehensive physical fitness? The thought only flashed by. For now, a strong sense of hunger rising from his stomach was the most real thing. He decided to fill his stomach first. Aunt Chen didn't make breakfast on weekends. He had to take care of it himself. Lin Yang quietly got out of bed, walked into the kitchen, and decided to cook himself a bowl of noodles. Meanwhile, at Chengshi Daqiao village, a grimy figure staggered out from the small iron gate of that courtyard house. Zhou Heng clutched his hair, tangled like a bird's nest. His bloodshot eyes had dilated pupils that couldn't find a focus. The cold morning wind poured into his thin collar, making him shiver all over. The air was mixed with the sour stench of overnight garbage and the greasy aroma from a nearby breakfast stall, invading his nostrils and causing him to dry heave. Last night, he had borrowed 200,000. The game started as if guided by a god. In less than an hour, he had won 1 million. Ecstasy clouded his mind. He almost paid back the debt and left right then. Old Zhou, your luck is amazing tonight. You can win even more. Come on. Old Zhong's ecstatic face, that devilish whisper, pressed him firmly back into the card table seat. The result of that come on was him gambling through the night. When he came out, all he had left was that worthless hotel room card. Not only did he fail to pay off the debt, but he also lost the 1 million he had just won. On top of that, he had pressed his red fingerprint onto a new IOU for 2 million, and he had lost everything. Behind him, inside the courtyard gate, Brother Long was smoking a cigarette, looking at a Fei. Get 2 guys to keep an eye on old Zhou. Don't let him slip away. A Fei's face showed no expression. He won't slip away. Zhou Heng walked dejectedly through the alley, his phone slipping out of his pocket. He picked it up with trembling hands. On the screen, Su Man's name was like a lifeline. He steeled himself and dialed her number. A cold, electronic female voice came from the earpiece. The number you have dialed is powered off. He refused to believe it and dialed 3 more times. Each time the same response. Powered off. A wave of despairing chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to his crown, leaving his mind a complete blank. Lin Yang. He suddenly remembered Su Man's young assistant. His fingers trembling, he fumbled through his call log to find that number and dialed it. At Tianheng Garden, in front of the dining table, Lin Yang was noisily eating his noodles when his phone screen lit up. Caller ID Zhou Heng. He pressed the answer button, turned on the speakerphone, tossed the phone onto the table, and picked up another mouthful of noodles. Hey, ex-husband, what's up? His voice was muffled, carrying the warmth of the food. Is the hotel stay comfortable? Zhou Heng on the other end of the line caught his breath, then an urgent voice came through. Assistant Lin Xiaoman's phone can't get through. What's going on? I don't know. Lin Yang slurped another mouthful of noodles, his tone as flat as discussing the weather. Maybe her phone battery died. Why do you need something from President Su? Zhou Heng was at a loss for words. What could he say? That he owed over 2 million again. No, I was just asking. His voice was hoarse. Oh, Lin Yang's reply was just one word full of dismissal. Well, that's it then. I'm having breakfast. Have you eaten? This casual inquiry in Zhou Heng's ears sounded like blatant mockery. He could almost picture Lin Yang sitting at the dining table of his former home, leisurely enjoying a steaming breakfast, while he himself was like a homeless dog shivering in the cold street. Oh, I won't disturb you then. Zhou Heng's voice carried a submissiveness he himself didn't notice. I haven't eaten. He'll hang up then. Lin Yang ended the call without hesitation. He picked up his phone, found Zhou Heng's number, tapped it, and dragged it into the blacklist. The whole action was smooth and seamless. Since Su Man had blocked him, he had to follow suit. Zhou Heng dialed Su Man's number again, but the earpiece still yielded that despairing prompt. He let his hand fall limply, the light from the phone screen illuminating his ashen face. He felt his pocket, his fingertips touching a cold plastic card. The hotel chain's room card. He would go back to the hotel and take a shower first. Only one thought remained in his mind: run. After a bowl of egg noodles, the warmth dispelled the last traces of drowsiness, and Lin Yang felt every cell in his body relax. He glanced at his phone. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Stepping into the master bedroom's bathroom, the hot water cascaded over him. The fierce battle of the previous night had not brought fatigue, but a deeper sense of revitalized energy. When he emerged wrapped in a towel, Su Man was already awake, languidly leaning against the headboard. The silk sheet slipped, revealing her smooth, fair shoulder. Hold on, I'm going to help my childhood friend Zhang Wei move, Lin Yang said, while pulling a clean t-shirt and casual pants from the wardrobe. I plan to have him stay in the small bedroom at Tianyue Huafu. You don't mind, do you? His tone carried a note of inquiry. After all, it wasn't his own house. That apartment was provided by Su Man for him to live in. Su Man's gaze was soft, carrying the hazy mistiness unique to early mornings, and she gently shook her head. No, that apartment is for you to use. Arrange it as you see fit. Lin Yang nodded, unsurprised by this outcome. I might have to go to the office for overtime later, Su Man said, rubbing her eyes. Drop me off first. Then you need to hurry up. Zhang Wei scheduled me for 9 o'clock. Oh, why move so early? Su Man muttered, her voice carrying a coquettish tone. After dressing, Lin Yang leaned over and planted a kiss on her lips. What do you want for breakfast? They'll make it for you. Get up and freshen up quickly. No need to go to all that trouble, Su Man said, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Just fry me an egg. There's toast in the fridge. Just heat up some milk. Okay, coming right up. Wash up as fast as you can. But Su Man stretched out her arms, lingering lazily in bed. Pull me up first. A smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. Instead of taking her hand, he suddenly flipped the blanket aside, bent down, and scooped her up in his arms. Su Man let out a startled cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Carrying her like this, Lin Yang strode into the bathroom. After dropping Su Man off at her office building, Lin Yang drove straight toward the location Zhang Wei had sent him. The weekend morning rush hour was light, and the traffic was smooth. Before 9 o'clock, the deep blue Qian pulled into the destination area on the navigation, Wanhe Village. This was a typical urban village, slightly better planned than the Sherpai village where Lin Yang had lived before, with slightly wider gaps between buildings. Yet it exuded that same unmistakable, unique atmosphere. The air was a mixture of the greasy smell from breakfast stalls, the sour fermented stench from garbage bins, and the damp, musty odor emanating from old structures. This luxury car, worth a considerable sum, looked starkly out of place here, drawing curious glances from passersby. Lin Yang found a relatively spacious spot to park and dialed Zhang Wei's number. It rang several times before connecting. Hey brother Wei, what's up? I'm here. Zhang Wei's voice came through the phone, barely suppressed anger simmering in his tone. Hang on, the landlord is nitpicking, trying to withhold the deposit. Give me your location, he'll come find you. No. 31, Tongluo Lane, up the iron gate to the 4th floor. Lin Yang hung up the phone, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. After searching for a while, he finally spotted the house number for No. 31, Tongluo Lane. The rusty iron gate stood open, revealing a narrow, dimly lit stairwell. The walls were plastered with small ads for locksmiths and drain unclogging services. He had just reached the 3rd floor when he heard a woman's shrill voice, thick with the local Huaihai dialect, arguing from upstairs. In the 4th floor room, a middle-aged woman with permed hair and a stout figure stood with her hands on her hips, spittle flying as she ranted. Zhang Wei, his face flushed red, stood at the doorway of a bedroom. At his feet were 2 huge red, white, and blue striped woven bags, a suitcase, a backpack, and a plastic bucket crammed with hangers. This was everything he owned in Huaihai. Lin Yang took a look. At least it was more than what he himself had started with. Landlord, I've told you these weren't my doing. I barely used the kitchen and living room. I mostly stayed in my room. Zhang Wei defended himself. Even if it wasn't you, you still have to share the responsibility. This is common area. No matter what, you have to bear a third. The landlord's voice rose another notch. There's nothing wrong with my room. I don't use this area, so why should I pay a third? Who says there's nothing wrong with your room? The landlord gave him a contemptuous glance. I haven't inspected it thoroughly yet. Just wait. With that, she squeezed her bulk into Zhang Wei's empty bedroom. The room was small, barely 10 square meters. Aside from a bed frame, a chipped table, and a simple wardrobe, there was nothing else. The landlord circled inside as if searching for evidence with a magnifying glass. First, she pointed at a pea-sized chip in the paint on a corner of the wall. Here, you did this. Then she pointed at a nearly invisible scratch on the window frame. And here, must have been scratched while moving things right. Finally, she walked to the door and pointed at the ceiling light. This light is dimmer than before. Have you been gaming all night long, wearing out the bulb? A barrage of nitpicking left Zhang Wei speechless with rage. The landlord stepped out, folded her arms, and delivered her final verdict from a position of superiority. For these few things plus the kitchen and living room, I'll deduct 1,200. Is that acceptable? Deduct that much? Zhang Wei's eyes widened. I never used the kitchen or living room. And that little hole on the wall was there originally. Why are you pinning it on me? The landlord stiffened her neck, putting on a brazen face. Originally there. Do you have proof? The walls in my house were all fine originally. Zhang Wei was completely speechless. He indeed had no proof. He had been in a hurry to move in and never thought to take photos as evidence. Lin Yang walked in. Brother Wei, what's the situation? All sorted. Seeing Lin Yang, Zhang Wei looked as if he had seen a savior. He quickly pulled him aside and lowered his voice. Xiao Lin, this landlord wants to deduct 1,200 from my deposit. My deposit was only 3,000. That's nearly a month's rent. His face was full of pain and reluctance. Lin Yang glanced at the still grumbling landlord, then at the shabby surroundings. A wave of irritation washed over him. There was a time when he would have argued fiercely over a few bucks himself. But now he just felt it was a waste of time. 1,200 it is then. Give it to her. Lin Yang's tone was indifferent. Bro, I'm not short on cash. Let's get out of this godforsaken place quickly. 1,200. Zhang Wei's voice rose. Sometimes my monthly royalties aren't even that much. Lin Yang shot him a sidelong glance, unable to resist a jab. Writing those crappy books of yours, and you still get royalties. Nonsense. Zhang Wei retorted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. When I become a platinum author, my royalties will be in the millions. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Oh, sure, I'll be waiting. Zhang Wei was so irritated by his attitude, he gritted his teeth and raised a hand as if to punch him. Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to keep bickering. This 1,200, I'll cover it for you, bro. You can pay me back when you become platinum. He paused, his gaze turning serious. Now don't waste my damn time. With that, he ignored Zhang Wei and walked straight to the pile of luggage. He hoisted a heavy woven bag with one hand and headed downstairs. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even spare the landlord another glance. The two of them loaded everything into the Porsche Cayenne, which looked so out of place there. When the car smoothly entered the underground garage of Tianhua Huafu, when Zhang Wei dragged his woven bags and stood before the heavy security door of Unit 2403, Building 32, he was still in a state of disbelief. Lin Yang nudged the dazed Zhang Wei aside and unlocked the door with the key. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding the entire living room and making the polished floor gleam spotless. Zhang Wei stood dumbfounded at the doorway, staring at the spacious, bright, exquisitely decorated apartment. His mouth hung open wide enough to hold an egg. The plastic bucket in his hand clattered to the floor, scattering hangers everywhere. By the time they finished moving everything into Unit 2403, Building 32, Tianhua Huafu, it was already past noon. Just past 12 o'clock, Lin Yang's stomach protested first. He glanced at Zhang Wei, who was still in the living room, curiously exploring everything with an expression of someone who had never seen the world before, and decided to address the matter of livelihood first. Let's order takeout. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he remembered Chun Weiner from across the hall. Lin Yang took out his phone, skillfully opened WeChat, and found the profile with the anime avatar. Have you had lunch? The message was sent, and almost immediately received a reply. No. Lin Yang raised the corner of his mouth and quickly typed on the screen. Then come over to 2403 and eat together. I ordered takeout. Sure. The other party agreed readily, surprising Lin Yang a bit. He thought for a moment and added, also my childhood friend Zhang Wei. After sending the message, there was silence on the other end for nearly half a minute. I'm afraid. Sure enough. Lin Yang sighed and patiently typed, it's okay, he's my childhood friend. You just need to eat, no need to talk to him. Learn to overcome difficulties. Another silence followed. What about my foot? Lin Yang slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about it. He'll come over to pick you up. After dinner, we need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Oh, the familiar monosyllabic reply was simple yet conveyed a sense of unconditional compliance. Lin Yang put away his phone and chose a private kitchen on the takeout app, ordering 3 dishes and a soup in one go, and added a note for 3 boxes of rice. Before long, the doorbell rang and the takeout arrived. "I'll wait, set the food on the dining table. I'm going to pick someone up." Lin Yang handed the food boxes to Zhang Wei and turned to walk toward the door. Zhang Wei watched him expertly open the door, then walked to the opposite 2404, entering a series of numbers on the keypad. The security door opened with a sound, the whole process seamless and fluid without a moment's pause. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the words, "Wow, you even know the password to the opposite door." Lin Yang walked straight through the living room toward the study. He knew that at this time Chen Weiner must be wearing headphones, immersed in her coding world. Knock, knock. He gently tapped on the study door twice. The figure inside moved slightly, took off her headphones, and turned around. Lin Yang entered, a smile on his face. "It's time to eat." He walked over, ignoring the hint of panic in the girl's eyes, and naturally took her by the arm, helping her up from the gaming chair. Chen Weiner limped behind him, half supported and half carried, as they entered the living room of 2403. Zhang Wei, who was taking the last dish out of the bag, looked up and froze. The soup box in his hand tilted slightly, nearly spilling the scalding liquid. The girl before him, even in a baggy gray hoodie, could not hide her breathtaking figure. Her delicate features were complemented by eyes as clear as a pool of autumn water, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, each blink filled with alarm. Is this a fairy descending to earth? Zhang Wei's Adam's apple bobbed as his mind went blank for 3 seconds before he regained his voice. Xiaolin, who is she? You didn't introduce her." Lin Yang helped Chen Weiner sit down at the dining table, speaking without looking up. "This is my girlfriend, Chen Weiner." After saying that, he pointed at Zhang Wei, who was still in shock, and said to Chen Weiner, "This is my childhood friend Zhang Wei, we grew up together." The words girlfriend dropped like a small stone, creating ripples in the calm lake of Chen Weiner's heart. Her cheeks instantly flushed, that blush spreading from her neck to her ears, freezing her in place, her hands and feet unsure of where to go as her social anxiety fully erupted. Seeing her nearly wanting to crawl under the table, Lin Yang turned to Zhang Wei and said, "Wei Weiner has social anxiety, so don't talk to her too much, just eat your own meal. Then let's sit down and eat." He picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and placed it in Chen Weiner's bowl, softening his tone. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat awkward. Zhang Wei's gaze flitted like a spotlight between Lin Yang and Chen Weiner, his eyes filled with disbelief and 1,000 questions. "Xiaolin, when did you start dating such a beautiful girlfriend? How come I didn't know?" He finally couldn't hold back and asked in a lowered voice. Lin Yang picked up some food, chewing leisurely. "Do I have to report everything to you?" He shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Wei. "What about you? Do Uncle Zhang and Aunt Huang know you're still writing novels instead of doing something serious? Why not find a proper job?" "I know." Lin Yang sighed. "How about this? Once I get rich, I'll help you take off. You're already doing way better than me." Zhang Wei's gaze uncontrollably drifted toward Chen Weiner. "And your girlfriend is so beautiful." Chen Weiner, who was quietly nibbling on her rice, felt her ears grow even redder when she heard them talking about her, burying her head lower, nearly too shy to move her chopsticks. "Enough about Weiner, she's shy, just eat your food." Lin Yang glared at Zhang Wei. "Oh," Zhang Wei replied, sulkily focusing on his food, channeling his frustration into appetite. Lin Yang added more dishes to Chen Weiner's bowl. "This afternoon you clean your room by yourself, order your bed online. I need to take Weiner to the hospital for a checkup." Zhang Wei finally noticed the heavy white brace on Chen Weiner's foot. "Oh, what happened to her foot?" "She twisted her ankle." Lin Yang replied succinctly. The meal ended in silence and awkwardness. Zhang Wei stood up to clear the dishes while Lin Yang took Chen Weiner back to 2404. Knowing they had to go to the hospital later, Chen Weiner quietly walked into the bedroom to change clothes. A few minutes later, when she reappeared, she had completed her transformation for going out. Wearing an oversized black hoodie, a black mask, and black athletic shorts, her all-black outfit made her already fair skin even more striking. Due to her foot injury, she didn't wear her signature black stockings this time, and her smooth long calves were directly exposed to the air. Lin Yang supported her downstairs and into the deep blue Qian, heading straight for St. and International Hospital. As usual, they received VIP service without waiting and went directly to see the same director with gold-rimmed glasses from last time. The old doctor took a look at the new X-ray, then proceeded to examine Chen Weiner's ankle. "Recovery looks good, the brace can be removed now." He laid down the film and wrote a prescription. Prescribed some blood-activating and bruise-reducing ointment to be applied morning and evening. Next week it should no longer hurt, but still be careful not to do any intense exercise. "Okay, thank you, doctor." Lin Yang took the prescription. When leaving the hospital, the sunset had already painted half the sky red. Lin Yang didn't drive directly back to Tianhuahuafu, but stopped at a nearby market to buy some fresh ingredients. By the time they returned to 2404, it was already nearing evening. Lin Yang had just put the ingredients in the kitchen fridge when his phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Man. "I'm still at the office. I have to work overtime tonight, so wait for me to pick me up later." Lin Yang looked at the phone screen, then at the freshly bought vegetables in the kitchen, and calculated in his mind. He walked into the living room, where Chun Weiner was quietly sitting on the sofa, hugging a cushion and scrolling through her phone. "My boss asked me to pick her up after work. I can't accompany you for dinner tonight." Lin Yang said it calmly. The girl looked up. A faint hint of unnoticeable disappointment flashed in her clear eyes, but she still obediently nodded. Seeing her like this, Lin Yang felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. "They'll make dinner for you first. Remember to eat." He turned and walked into the kitchen, tied on an apron and skillfully washed chopped, and turned on the stove. In the symphony of pots and pans, the 2 dishes and a soup were quickly ready. Sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a tomato egg drop soup. The simple home-cooked meal filled the kitchen with a delightful aroma in an instant. Lin Yang set the dishes on the dining table and served a bowl of rice. "All right, I'll leave first. Eat while it's hot." He took off his apron, washed his hands, and left 2404. He didn't return to 2403, but sent Zhang Wei a message in the elevator. "Handle it on your own tonight. I'm going to pick up my boss after work." He didn't return to 2403, but sent Zhang Wei a message in the elevator. "Handle it on your own tonight. I'm going to pick up my boss after work." Just as Lin Yang drove away from Tianyua Huafu, Zhou Heng emerged from the entrance of a chain hotel on the other side of the city. He had just used his last ounce of strength to clean himself thoroughly from the inside out. The sensation of hot water cascading over his skin seemed to linger on his body, but the moment the hotel door closed behind him, that fleeting warmth was swept away by the night wind, leaving not a trace. He glanced back at the brightly lit hotel building, wondering if he would ever have the chance to stay in such a place again in this lifetime. Escape. That single word consumed his mind. He hailed a taxi, pulling open the door. "Driver, how much to get out of Huahai?" The driver, a slightly plump middle-aged man with drooping eyelids that exuded a weariness of life, sized up Zhou Heng and replied in a northern accent. "From here about 200 or so." 200. Zhou Heng's heart clenched. He didn't have a single cent on him. His gaze fell upon his own wrist. It was a Tizot watch. The dial gleamed faintly in the night, a memento from the day he married Su Man. It was the one possession he couldn't bear to part with, but now he had no choice. He yanked the watch off and thrust it toward the driver. "Driver, take this watch. Get me out of Huahai." The driver took the watch, held it up to his eyes, and rubbed his fingers across the dial. "Is this the real deal or a fake?" Zhou Heng's heart sank, his voice dry. "It's real." The driver gave him another look, seeming to read something in his despaired face, and pocketed the watch. "All right, seems like you're not doing well in Huahai either. He'll take you for a ride." Zhou Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing limply onto the back seat. "Thanks." The taxi merged into the traffic and vanished into the night. From the shadows of a street corner, 2 furtive men emerged. One of them immediately pulled out a phone. "Brother Long, old Zhou got into a taxi. Should we follow?" The voice on the other end was impatient. "Follow him? What are you waiting for? Don't lose him." "Yes." The man hung up, and the 2 climbed into a battered Santana 2000. The engine roared to life, and they gave chase. Inside the car, the man kept reporting the taxi's direction to Brother Long. Brother Long there on the elevated road heading out of the city. On the other end of the line, Brother Long was silent for a few seconds. A beastly instinct told him something was wrong. "Send me the live location." "Okay." Hanging up, Brother Long tilted his head at a Fei beside him. "A Fei drive? That bastard's trying to run." A deep blue Kian cruised smoothly along the roads of Huahai. After picking up Su Man, Lin Yang drove straight to Tianjin Garden. The car was quiet, with only soft music flowing. Su Man leaned back in the passenger seat, her eyes closed, her beautiful brow slightly furrowed, unable to conceal her exhaustion. "Busy day." Lin Yang broke the silence. Su Man's voice was a little hoarse. "This inspection task is quite demanding. So when are you planning to talk to President Qin?" Su Man opened her eyes, the lights outside streaking past, leaving trails of light in her gaze. "After the inspection." Her voice regained its decisiveness. "Nothing's been done yet. There's no point in talking. We have no leverage." Lin Yang acknowledged, asking no more. He knew that in business this woman always knew what she wanted and when to play her cards. What she needed wasn't advice, but a harbor where she could lay down her armor and find peace. Back at Tianjin Garden, Aunt Chun had already prepared dinner for them. At the table they ate in silence. There was no need for words, an unspoken understanding fermented in the air. After the meal, Su Man curled up on the sofa like a weary cat. Lin Yang cleared the dishes and walked over behind her. "Let me give you a massage." Su Man didn't refuse, just softly hummed in agreement, obediently lying face down on the sofa. Lin Yang's hands settled on her stiff shoulders. The warm pressure of his palms penetrating the thin silk pajamas precisely found the taut acupoints. Only their intertwined breaths remained in the air. After nearly 2 hours, the taxi pulled over by a dimly lit national highway. We're out of Huahai now. Another 2 kilometers that way and you'll reach Jiaqing. The driver pointed ahead. This is as far as I can take you. Thanks. Zhou Heng reluctantly stepped out of the warm car, the icy night wind instantly flooding his collar. He stood by the roadside looking around in bewilderment. This was a desolate stretch with only a solitary street lamp casting his shadow long and thin. He aimlessly trudged along the highway, each step feeling like walking on cotton. Just then a blinding beam of headlights shot from behind, and a Santana pulled up silently ahead of him. Zhou Heng didn't think much of it at first, until a man got out and called out to him. Old Zhou. Those 2 words struck him like a thunderclap. He spun around, his pupils contracting sharply. Run. The thought overwhelmed everything. Without a second thought, he turned in terror, leaped off the road embankment, and plunged into the pitch-black farmland. Damn, he's running. The man who had chased him down yelled into the car. Send the location to Brother Long, get him to bring people. With that, he too jumped off the embankment and gave chase into the darkness. Half an hour later, several beams of headlights tore through the night as Brother Long and a Fei's car arrived behind the Santana. Brother Long got out, scanning the empty road, his face dark. Where is he? A Fei crouched down, using the car lights to scrutinize the soil at the edge of the embankment. Probably ran into the fields. He pointed at the chaotic footprints on the ground. Damn it, Brother Long spat, pacing irritably. A Fei, you're the nimblest. You go, mm. A Fei's reply was a single word. Without any hesitation, he lowered his body like a sleek cheetah and leaped down the nearly tumter-high embankment, landing steadily on the soft ridge of the field. The farmland under the night was a maze for Zhou Heng, but for a Fei, it was a clear hunting ground. He didn't even need a flashlight, relying only on the faint starlight his eyes could pick up traces that ordinary people would miss. Broken crop stalks, freshly turned soil, even the faint scent of sweat left behind by the frantic running in the air. He didn't rush wildly. His steps were steady and rhythmic, each one precisely landing on the firmest ground, making almost no sound. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng was struggling through hell. He stumbled through the muddy ground, the icy mud quickly filling his shoes, each step feeling like a ton of weight. Sharp crop leaves cut across his face and arms, leaving stinging welts. His lungs were on fire, each breath a sharp pain. Behind him, the dead silence of the darkness was more terrifying than any roar. He dared not stop, dared not look back, driven only by instinct, running madly into the deeper dark. 2 hours passed. By the national highway, the ground at Brother Long's feet was littered with cigarette butts. Several more cars had parked behind him, and a few burly men leaned against them, smoking in silence, lending the desolate stretch of road a murderous air. Finally, from the distant fields, 7 or 8 bobbing flashlight beams appeared. The lights drew closer, slowly climbing up the embankment. 2 men were supporting a third. It was Zhou Heng. He was covered in mud, his clothes torn to shreds, his face bruised and swollen, gasping for breath. Brother Long walked up slowly and without a word swung his arm and delivered a vicious slap to Zhou Heng's face. Slap. The sharp sound cut through the silent night. Zhou Heng staggered, almost falling. You son of a bitch, old Zhou, thinking you could run. Brother Long grabbed him by the hair, yanking his face up, his eyes fierce. Think you could get away, eh? Damn. He shoved Zhou Heng hard toward his men. Take him back. Several cars revved their engines, turned around, and drove in a grand procession toward the direction of the West City Bridge village. That night was a sleepless one for Zhou Heng. In the courtyard house of Daqiao village, he was confined to a dusty room. Through a thick old book, dull thuds landed on him one after another. They avoided his face, even treating the bruises which had since subsided. This lucid torment was more devastating than a simple beating. The next morning, daylight streamed in. Zhou Heng was dragged into the yard by 2 burly men. Brother Long sat at the stone table, leisurely eating breakfast. A fried dough stick, a bowl of soy milk, 2 meat buns. He lifted his eyelids, glanced at Zhou Heng, who was a mess, and smirked. Old Zhou, why did you run? 2 million isn't a big deal. Just borrow it from your friends again. Zhou Heng made a hoarse sound in his throat. He tried to swallow, but it aggravated his internal injuries, triggering a violent cough. Brother Long seemed to see through something. Your friend wouldn't have given you that last 2 million to cut ties, would he? The word stabbed into Zhou Heng's heart like a red-hot iron rod. He recalled Su Man's past kindness, those gentle and considerate moments. Then he thought of her current ruthlessness. Her number was blocked. That was a complete severance. Seeing Zhou Heng's ashen face, silent Brother Long put down his fried dough stick and wiped his mouth with a napkin. A Fei. Yes. A Fei who had been standing by responded. Teach him a lesson, cut off a pinky first. A Fei's eyes showed no emotion. With a gesture, the 2 men holding Zhou Heng pressed him down firmly and slammed his left hand onto the stone table with a crack. Zhou Heng's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Fear flooded him like ice water, and he began to struggle wildly, screaming with a hoarse, broken voice. No, Brother Long. After a night of care, his muscles were unresponsive, every movement causing excruciating pain, leaving him utterly powerless. No, Brother Long. My wife has money. Fei ignored his pleas. His movements left only a blur as the sharp dagger aimed at the base of the pinky and pressed down. Without pause, the pinky was severed cleanly, the wound as smooth as if cut by a machine. Zhou Hang's scream cut off abruptly, then erupted into a beastly roar. He slipped from the men's grasp, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Brother Long lifted his head. A burly man behind him produced a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao and tossed it in front of Zhou Hang. Seeing the familiar white bottle, Zhou Hang's survival instinct overpowered the pain. With a trembling right hand, he unscrewed the cap, shook out the red emergency pill, swallowed it, then poured the entire bottle of powder onto the bloody stump. The pain made him forget his other injuries as he rolled on the ground, shouting. After watching him finish, Brother Long spoke slowly. All right, your finger decide which bottle you want it in. Another man walked to a room, pulled aside a heavy curtain with a swoosh. Behind the curtain was a massive glass cabinet. Inside, dozens of glass jars filled with formalin were densely packed. Each jar held one or several severed fingers and even palms. At the sight, Zhou Hang's eyes widened in terror. He scrambled backward on hands and feet, leaving a trail of mud and blood on the floor. Fei, pick one for him. Brother Long's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Fei used the tip of his dagger to pick up the still bleeding finger from the stone table, and without looking tossed it into an empty jar nearby. Brother Long stood up and paced to Zhou Hang. Old Zhou, you said your wife has money. Tell me about it. Zhou Hang trembled all over, stammering, unable to utter a word. Brother Long's patience seemed to wear thin. How about this? Have your wife bring 2 million, and I'll waive the interest. Generous enough, right? Zhou Hang still stammered. Brother Long's gaze turned cold, then cut off another finger. He signaled Fei with a glance. As Fei moved, Zhou Hang, as if jolted by electricity, mustered all his strength to scream out a hoarse, desperate sentence. She won't answer my calls anymore. I can't reach her. Fei didn't stop. The two men grabbed Zhou Hang's still bleeding left hand, ready to press it onto the table again. Zhou Hang struggled frantically, shouting out a sentence that drained him completely. I know where she lives. I'll take you to her. Brother Long raised his hand. Fei halted. Brother Long's face broke into a smile, showing interest. Oh, that works. A little trip sounds fun. He ordered his men. Get him bandaged and change his clothes. Then he walked to Zhou Hang and patted his shoulder. Not a good look to see your wife like this. Soon 3 cars drove out of Daqiao village in the west of the city, heading toward Huahai city center. Leading the way was a black BMW X5, followed by 2 BMW 5 Series sedans. The convoy arrived at the underground parking entrance of Tianheng Garden. A security guard on duty approached and saluted the BMW's driver. Hello, visitors must register. Who are you here to see? The rear window rolled down, revealing Zhou Hang's pale, swollen face. I'm the husband of Su Man, CEO of Building 11, showing some friends the property. The guard paused, then broke into a smile. Oh, an owner. Please wait, I'll register the license plate. The parking barrier slowly rose. The 3 BMWs drove in one after another. The convoy stopped directly in front of the elevator lobby on the first basement floor of Building 11. Everyone got out and entered the lobby. A man called the elevator and pressed the button, but it didn't light up. Boss, the elevator needs a card. Brother Long looked at Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang's voice was weak. I don't have one either. What floor does your wife live on? She's on the 12th floor. Brother Long sighed and spat. Ah, this money isn't easy to earn. Take the stairs. A group of men in black filed out. When everyone had breathlessly climbed to the 11th floor, Brother Long looked back. Where's old Zhou? Fei replied expressionlessly. Still behind. Damn it, get him carried up. Zhou Hang, dragged by 2 men up to the 12th floor, had a face as pale as paper. Having been cared for all night without food or water and missing a finger, climbing 12 floors had nearly killed him. Fei walked to the fire door of the stairwell, pulled out a crowbar from the car, and pried it open in no time. The group surged into the 12th floor elevator lobby. Brother Long looked at the heavy security door before him, then at Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang gasped for breath. I don't have the password either. But the housekeeper should be home. Let me ring the bell, you all hide to the side. Brother Long tilted his head and laughed. If your wife doesn't throw in an extra million for the climb, you're dead. Zhou Hang shuddered at the words. He dragged his broken body to the door and pressed the doorbell. Soon a middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? Aunt Chen, it's me. I forgot to grab something last time. Through the peephole, Aunt Chen saw it was the man Lin Yang had brought before. She remembered Su Man knew him, so she didn't think twice, turned the lock, and opened the door a crack. Instantly, 2 dark figures surged from the side, slamming their shoulders hard. Bang! The immense force burst the door open, sending Aunt Chen stumbling backward to the floor. A group of ferocious men flooded into the house. Brother Long stepped and looked around the luxurious living room and whistled. Wow, your wife's quite the rich woman. Where is she? 7 in the morning. Lin Yong opened his eyes. Su Man was still sleeping beside him. After a night of fierce battle, his body felt no fatigue, but was instead astonishingly energetic. He rose silently and walked into the gym. An hour of intense exercise left his vest soaked with sweat, and the pump in his muscles made him feel his control over his body had grown stronger. After showering and changing into loungewear, he entered the kitchen. When Su Man, awakened by the aroma of food, walked out of the bedroom, she was greeted by an exquisite breakfast and the young man in an apron arranging the tableware. Just before 10 in the morning, Lin Yong drove the dark blue Kian to the company with Su Man. Inside the Enwei Group in the director's office, Su Man was finalizing an overseas market research plan with Guakaiki, the director of the cosmetics division. She had resumed her persona as a businesswoman, her speech concise and her logic clear. Just then her personal phone rang abruptly. Su Man glanced at the caller ID. It was Aunt Shun, and pressed the answer button. Missed that man Xiao Lin brought last time came again with a group of people. Aunt Chin's voice on the other end was filled with panic. Before she could finish, a rough male voice cut her off. Old hag, get lost. There was a scuffle on the line, then the male voice came closer to the receiver. Hey CEO Su, right? Su Man's spine instantly tensed, her gaze turning icy. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am, the voice said with a mocking, treacherous tone. All you need to know is that your husband owes me 3 million. A debt must be paid. It's only natural. Husband. Su Man's heart sank. Could it be Zhou Hong? What? 3 million? Her voice was laced with suppressed fury. Didn't I just give him 2 million last time? Last time was last time, this time is different. Brother Long chuckled on the other end. Tell you what, I'm not an unreasonable man. Bring 3 million in cash to your house by 3 p.m. and we'll wait for you there. You. Su Man tried to say more, but he hung up abruptly. Listening to the dial tone, her knuckles turned white from gripping the phone. Guakaiki, noticing her distress, asked with concern, so, Su, something at home? Su Man pressed her lips together tightly and nodded. Guakaiki, quick-witted, immediately stood up. Let's leave it here for now. I'll organize the notes and brief the team. You go handle things at home. All right. Guakaiki left the office swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Man dialed the private number of a bank manager she frequently used and instructed him to prepare 3 million in cash immediately. After hanging up, she took a deep breath, walked swiftly out of the office, and locked her gaze on a figure in the workstation area. Lin Yong, come with me. Lin Yong was playing Minesweeper on the computer. Hearing her voice, he immediately stood up from his workstation without asking any questions. Sure. The dark blue Kian drove out of the underground garage and merged into the traffic of Huahai City. The atmosphere in the car was suffocatingly tense. Su Man stared out the window, her brow furrowed. Aunt Chin just called and said Zhou Hong brought people to the house. That man said Zhou Hong owes him 3 million. Lin Yong shifted his gaze from the rearview mirror and looked at her. What? They went to the house? Yes, Su Man's throat felt dry. He also told me to bring 3 million in cash over. I've already called the bank to prepare it. Lin Yong frowned slightly. Shouldn't we call the police first? Those people broke into your home. But Aunt Chun is still in their hands. Su Man's voice betrayed helplessness and fear. I'm afraid she might be in danger. Lin Yong noticed that in her worry, she had completely ignored Zhou Hong's fate. It seemed this woman had utterly given up on her ex-husband. He was silent for a moment, his mind racing. The fact that they dared to break into such a high-end mansion meant they weren't ordinary thugs. They must have acted with impunity. Calling the police might indeed provoke them and put Aunt Chin in danger. He wants 3 million. Lin Yong spoke, his voice steady and calm. We'll give them 1 million first and leave the rest in the car to see how things go. Su Man took a moment to compose herself and nodded. Okay. Also inform the property management, Lin Yong continued. You can't waste the annual fee of over 100,000. Have them stand by downstairs, but not act rashly. And be ready to call the police at any moment. Clear instructions flowed from Lin Yang's mouth, one after another. Su Man turned her head and looked at him with a strange expression. In her moment of greatest panic and helplessness, this young man, nearly 10 years her junior, had become her only pillar of support. His reliable calm in the face of danger miraculously soothed her chaotic heart. Soon the car stopped at the bank's VIP entrance. The manager had already prepared the cash packed in 3 sturdy black travel bags. Su Man had specifically instructed 3 bags, 1 million each. The manager nodded repeatedly and complied. The 3 bags of cash were placed in the Kian's trunk, their heavy weight making the air feel thick with tension. Back at Tianheng Gardens, Su Man followed Lin Yang's advice and personally visited the property management office to inform the manager of the situation. The manager's face paled, and he immediately mobilized all available security forces to surround Building 11. After that, Su Man and Lin Yong picked up one of the bags containing 1 million in cash and stepped into the elevator. Inside the elevator, the polished stainless steel mirrors reflected their figures. Su Man's face was pale, while Lin Yang remained expressionless, his gaze calm. Ding. The elevator reached the 12th floor, and the doors slid open slowly. Su Man walked ahead with Lin Yang carrying the money bag behind her, his eyes scanning everything ahead like a hawk. The entrance door was wide open. In the living room, smoke swirled and nearly 10 men in black jackets sat or stood around, all with hostile expressions. In the center of the sofa sat a man in a floral shirt, legs crossed, while across from him a tall, thin man with a middle-part hairstyle sat with his eyes closed, resting. That was likely the ringleader. On the carpet at their feet, Zhou Heng lay curled up, his left hand crudely bandaged, the extent of his injury unclear, exuding an air of dejection. "Yo, old Zhou, is this your wife?" Brother Long on the sofa saw Su Man walk in, his eyes lighting up as he whistled. "She's quite a beauty. Why on earth did you divorce someone like her?" Zhou Heng heard the voice and lifted his head with difficulty. When he saw Su Man's cold face and the tall figure behind her, he struggled to get up, wanting to say something, but only hoarse sounds escaped his throat, unable to utter a single word. From the dining area, Aunt Chin also peeked out, tears streaking her face. "Miss." As soon as she spoke, a burly man beside her glared fiercely, scaring her into retreating. Brother Long's gaze roamed over Su Man without restraint, completely ignoring her icy stare. "If it were me, I'd never let go." He stood up, took a few steps closer to Su Man, a smug grin plastered on his face. "CEO Su Imzhang Long. Pleasure to meet you." Su Man ignored him, not even glancing his way. Lin Yang stepped out from behind her and slammed the heavy money bag onto the floor at Brother Long's feet with a loud thud. "Take the money and get lost." His voice was low but carried an undeniable chill. Brother Long's smile froze for a moment. He looked down at the bag, then up at Lin Yang with interest. "Yo, and who's this?" "CEO Su, your boy toy." He turned and deliberately spoke loudly to Zhou Heng on the floor. "Look, old Zhou, you barely left, and this pretty boy snatched her up. Don't you think you got the short end of the stick?" He turned back to Su Man, his gaze growing lewder. "CEO Su, this pretty boy looks pale and weak, like you've drained him dry. How about trying someone else? Look at me, full of vitality, right, brothers?" The thugs behind him burst into raucous laughter, spewing a torrent of obscenities. "Yeah, Brother Long is the man. This kid looks useless." Su Man heard these vulgar taunts, and her finely shaped brows knitted deeply. Su Man's body tensed as she spoke with fury. "Take the money and get out of my house. We'll call the police." "Go ahead, call." Long Guest's grin grew more frenzied. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Su Man, and sniffed her scent. "Let's bet. Will the police arrive first, or will I finish you off first?" Su Man's pupils contracted in an instant. This man wanted more than money. He intended to rape her. The thought chilled her through, a cold terror racing from her soles to the crown of her head. At that moment, the tall, slim man with a center-parted haircut who had been resting with his eyes closed opened them. He rose from the sofa with a motion utterly free of haste. He reached out and patted Long Guest's shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Then he walked to the black travel bag and lifted it with one hand. As his wrist dipped slightly, he sensed that something was wrong. "The amount seems wrong." He unzipped it and cast a quick glance at the neatly stacked bundles of red banknotes. "There aren't 3 million here." Long Guest's lecherous smile froze. He turned and asked, "How much?" "About 1 million. A Fei replied in a flat, emotionless tone. "Damn." Long Guest's face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his neck. "Are you fucking with me?" He kicked over the tea table. The teaware shattered across the floor. Rage ignited within him. Long furious. "Now one last chance. 10 minutes. Produce the remaining 2 million. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on a blue and white porcelain vase, which he snatched up. "Otherwise, brothers, smash it." Before he finished, he swung his arm. The precious vase exploded against the polished marble floor, shards scattering everywhere. The sharp crash stabbed at Su Man's eardrums. She watched the man reduced to madness, her heart pounding so hard it seemed about to burst from her chest. At that moment, a warm hand gently steadied her lower back. A calm voice spoke at her ear, its volume controlled, so only she could hear. "If a fight breaks out, you and Aunt Chin hurry into the study and call the police." Su Man's pupils widened again. "A fight?" She whipped her head toward Lin Yang beside her. His profile, cut by the chaotic light, was unervingly composed. The eyes that usually seemed translucent were now fathomless and unreadable. She had never imagined that inside her multimillion mansion she would face such primitive, brutal violence. Before Su Man's reason could return from the shock, Lin Yang moved. He seized Su Man's wrist without giving her a moment to respond and strode toward the corridor leading to the kitchen and the study. A hulking man blocking the corridor sneered and lunged to intercept. Lin Yang's motion was instantaneous. He angled his body, and his right fist was already launched. No flashy technique, just a driven punch that struck precisely at the man's jaw, targeting the trigeminal area. A muffled thud followed. The heavy man weighing at least 160 Gene rolled his eyes and sagged backward, collapsing into unconsciousness. Aunt Chen, go in with Miss Su, Lin Yang's voice called out. In the kitchen, Aunt Chen snapped awake and hurried over. Su Man was pulled along. The two of them stumbled into the study and locked the door. In the living room, Long Gu watched the lightning-fast events, momentarily stunned, then slapped his hands together and laughed. Not bad, kid. Some skill. His smile turned cruel and excited. But can you hold off 10 of us by yourself? Lin Yang kicked the unconscious man aside to block the corridor entrance and said evenly, one is already down on the floor. That leaves 9. Long Gu frowned and barked an order, take him. 4 or 5 of the nearest thugs roared and charged. Lin Yang stood at the narrow corridor mouth, a natural choke point where one man could hold the line. The first assailant rushed forward, swinging his fists. Lin Yang advanced rather than retreating. His left hand parried, while his right cleaved like a blade at the man's carotid. The man gave a muffled groan and went limp. Lin Yang seized his collar and yanked him forward, using him as a human shield to blunt the attacks of the two behind. With a swift side kick, another man was sent flying into the wall. The whole sequence flowed like water. In a matter of seconds, 2 more bodies collapsed at the corridor entrance. Just then, the elevator doors slid open and several uniformed property security guards rushed out wielding black rubber batons. What are you doing? The lead guard barked. Long Gu only tilted his head and gave a contemptuous shake. Several thugs behind him peeled off with savage grins and charged the guards, and the two sides immediately erupted into a brawl. The dull thuds of rubber batons hitting flesh rang out, but the property guards were clearly outmatched and quickly began to fall back. This kid has some skill, Long Gu said as his amusement receded. A Fei, you handle him. A Fei, who had stood to the side, barely knitted his brows. Young master, the boss told us not to make such a scene. It will be hard to deal with afterward. I can't stand that kid. Long Gu snapped irritably. They kept pretty boy. Who does he think he is, acting tough? Kill him if you must. Hearing the terms young master and boss, Lin Yang felt a flicker of understanding. A Fei was nothing more than a dog on a leash. A flash of hesitation crossed A Fei's eyes, but he did not defy Long Gu. He nodded slightly. You go that way, he said, pointing toward the main entrance. The last 2 thugs who had been around Lin Yang instantly withdrew to help their comrades deal with the troublesome guards. At the corridor front, only Lin Yang and A Fei remained. Pretty boy, A Fei rasped, his voice like rusty metal scraping. Out in the open, there's more room to play. One-on-one, Lin Yang said, fixing his gaze on the slim, center-parted man. The man's breath was unnervingly steady. His heartbeat and breathing gave no hint of disturbance amid the chaos. His steps were solid, his stance rooted. Clearly someone who had seen blood. He cracked his neck, whose joints popped crisply as he strolled slowly out of the corridor. Let it be known, no weapons. A Fei's mouth curled into a cold smile. I don't need weapons to beat you. No sooner had he spoken than he moved. His forward posture was low. A blur flashed as his right leg sliced the air, a brutal flying kick aimed for Lin Yang's abdomen. Too fast. Lin Yang's pupils contracted, and he instinctively slipped to the left. The kick grazed his clothing. Before he could steady himself, A Fei used the momentum of his landing to twist and send an elbow, a lethal strike from his repertoire, across toward Lin Yang's temple. Lin Yang immediately raised his left arm to block. The tremendous force slammed into his arm, driving him back several steps. A sharp, numbing pain coursed through his left limb. Such power. A Fei landed steadily, and for the first time looked at Lin Yang with a measure of proper regard. If you could evade those 2 moves, you do have some foundation. Oh, is that so? Lin Yang shrugged his tingling arm. His face revealed nothing, yet his blood began to boil. Their eyes met, and in the next instant both launched themselves like beasts pouncing on prey, colliding with savage intensity. Fists and feet met with dull, thunderous impacts. Inside the hall, muffled thuds of fists and feet collided in rapid succession, like rain pelting a drum. An expensive solid wood dining table snapped cleanly in half upon impact. Wooden chairs splintered into jagged fragments. A Fei's assault raged like a tempest. Each punch and kick cleaved the air with lethal force, every strike aimed to kill. Lin Yang's rudimentary martial art, though bold and expansive, gradually faltered before such battle-honed precision. Relying solely on superior physical resilience, he absorbed blow after blow, retreating step by step, searching desperately for a moment's reprieve. Blocking A Fei's vicious elbow strike, once more Lin Yang felt searing pain lance up his entire arm, his bones seeming to groan in protest. No. If this continued, he would collapse from exhaustion within 30 moves and be brutally overwhelmed. Victory demanded speed, not endurance. In just minutes of combat, he had already grasped the chasm between himself and this man, named A Fei, a gulf carved not by strength, but by raw, unrelenting battlefield experience. Only intermediate-level martial art could guarantee victory over him. His mind raced as he fought and fell back, silently summoning the system. System, in master, how may I serve you? NFA's next assault surged forward, a whiplash kick tearing through the air aimed straight at Lin Yang's temple. Lin Yang arched backward in a desperate evasion, sweat tracing paths down his temples. Enough hesitation. And convert all points into physical enhancement. Now. Understood, master. Allocating 2 soft dependence points to increase comprehensive physical attributes by 2. Transaction confirmed. Current balance 100 points. And damn it. And another total reset. And Lin Yang cursed inwardly. That fleeting second, spent conversing with the system, was a fatal lapse in NFA's eyes. Thud, thud, thud. NFA seized the opening with surgical precision, 3 crushing blows landing squarely on Lin Yang's chest and ribs. Agony flared. A metallic tang rose in Lin Yang's throat as he was hurled backward, slamming hard against the wall. He twisted sideways mid-stumble, instantly widening the distance between them. Even NFA had taken a glancing blow to his flank during the chaos. Now he paused, his advanced chest heaving violently. Across the ravaged living room, the 2 men locked gazes, both breathing heavily, each striving to steady their rhythm. Sweat dripped from NFA's brow as he studied the young man opposite, pale-faced yet sharp-eyed, and for the first time doubt flickered in his gaze. This youth's pain tolerance and stamina defied all prior estimation. Zhou Heng, cowering in the corner, trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering like castanets amid the devastation. Long Gu, squatting beside him, watched with quiet fascination, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. He'd grown up immersed in such violence. Brawls held more allure for him than cinema. Old Zhou. Long Gu exhaled a slow smoke ring, nudging Zhou Heng with his elbow. Who do you think will win? Zhou Heng lacked even the breath to reply, only shaking his head wildly, throat convulsing with incoherent whimpers. As NFA regained his breath and lunged forward again, he sensed something amiss. The 2 boosts to Lin Yang's physical attributes felt subtle to Lin Yang himself. Yet to NFA's trained perception, it was nothing short of seismic. A lightning-fast jab, by his earlier calculation, should have forced Lin Yang only to twist aside at the last instant, barely avoiding vital damage. This time, however, Lin Yang's head tilted back an almost imperceptible fraction, letting the fist whistle past his nose. Faster. Knee's reflexes had sharpened. NFA's pulse quickened. Unbroken, he shifted his fist into a clawing grip, aiming for Lin Yang's shoulder. But Lin Yang anticipated the move, stepping a knot back, and launched a rising uppercut straight toward NFA's jaw. This time the punch carried a fraction more velocity. NFA blocked instinctively, their forearms crashing together. And this time he felt greater weight behind Lin Yang's strike, denser, heavier, undeniable. That infinitesimal shift tipped the scales irrevocably. Lin Yang abandoned pure defense. His counters now struck with swifter, sharper, deadlier intent. NFA sensed it clearly. Lin Yang lacked the 1,000-fold honed technique, but possessed instead the uncanny instincts of a predator paired with reflexes that defied human limits. Every attack was evaded or blocked at blinding speed. Every counter forced NFA to commit fully, leaving no margin for error. This pretty boy was evolving, in the heat of combat. And the absurd thought flashed across NFA's mind, prompting him for the first time to regard Lin Yang not as a novice, but as a rare and formidable adversary. Just then, whoa, from outside, piercing police sirens drew nearer, growing louder, unmistakably converging upon Tianjin Garden. At the sound, NFA's focus wavered, his eyes flickering instinctively toward Long Gu. And now, Lin Yang had waited for this exact instant. Seizing NFA's split-second lapse, he dropped low, wrapping both arms around NFA's legs and driving his shoulder upward with brutal force. NFA's stance buckled, he toppled backward. Lin Yang followed without pause, locking his body onto NFA's like a shadow. His legs coiled around NFA's waist and abdomen like constricting serpents. His arms snaked around the man's neck, locking into a textbook ground-based chokehold. Viper coil lock. Na submission technique embedded within rudimentary martial art. Once secured, escape was impossible unless brute strength vastly exceeded the grappler's. NFA's face flushed deep purple. His hands clawed frantically at Lin Yang's arms, yet they held fast, iron hard, and immovable. Suffocation surged like a tide. With effort, he rolled his eyes toward Long Gu, pleading silently. That bitch inside called the cops, and Long Gu crushed his cigarette beneath his heel and spat out a curse. He stood, scanned the wreckage, and snatched up a broken chair leg. Timing it perfectly, he hurled it like a spear toward Lin Yang's back. The projectile's rush forced Lin Yang to release the hold, rolling aside just in time. They parted once more, re-establishing their standoff. NFA, get out now, Long Gu bellowed. I'll handle the rest. Young master. Hesitation flickered across NFA's face. It's fine. Long Gu waved dismissively. My grandfather will protect me. Fei nodded once. His gaze darted toward the black travel bag nearby, stuffed with 1,000,000 yuan, flashing with bitter frustration. He tends to seize it. Lin Yang anticipated the move, stepping forward first, shielding the bag with his body, his stare cold and unwavering. Fei knew delay was death. He fixed Lin Yang with a final searing look, as if etching his features into memory. In the next breath, he pivoted, charging toward the thugs still grappling with security guards. Shrieks erupted. Like a tiger among sheep, Fei tore through the cluster, 3 punches, 2 kicks, and vanished into the stairwell, gone without trace. Only when Fei disappeared did Long Gu exhale, then turned his gaze back to Lin Yang, wearing an expression of amused admiration. Kid, you're impressive. You actually held your own against Fei. And he grinned, flashing white teeth. And do you know who Fei is? A Southeast Asian bare-knuckle killer, with dozens dead at his hands. And Lin Yang stared back impassive. And oh, so what? Next time we meet, he may no longer stand a chance. And humph. And Long Gu snorted, about to speak again. Freeze. Police, in. All of you. Hands on your heads, kneel down. And dozens of armed officers flooded in simultaneously, from both elevator lobby and stairwell, like a disciplined tide. Black gun barrels leveled steadily at every person in the living room. Long Ji's thugs crumpled instantly at the sight, discarding weapons, dropping to their knees, hands clasped behind their heads. No defiance, no resistance. Officers moved swiftly, securing everyone in the room. Cold steel clicked shut around Long Ji's wrists. Another pair of cuffs locked tight around Zhou Heng's limp wrists in the corner. Then, before Lin Yang could react, a third set snapped shut around his own wrists. Why are you arresting me? Lin Yang was about to defend himself when a woman's voice, urgent and laced with anger, came from the direction of the study. Stop right there. Su Man hurried out from inside. As her gaze swept across the living and dining room, which looked as if a demolition crew had ransacked it, her pupils contracted sharply and all color drained from her face. The floor was a mess. An Italian imported sofa worth hundreds of thousands was overturned. The expensive solid wood dining table had snapped in two, and the walls were pockmarked, even stained with blood. Her eyes finally fixed on the glaring handcuffs around Lin Yang's wrist. Officer, he's my assistant and the victim here. Why are you cuffing him? Su Man's voice rose with fury. The young officer paused, instinctively turning to look at his superior, a middle-aged policeman with a composed demeanor. The middle-aged officer's sharp gaze swept between Lin Yang and Su Man before he gave a slight nod. Only then did the young officer awkwardly unlock Lin Yang's handcuffs. The middle-aged officer stepped forward with steady strides, his eyes carrying a professional scrutiny. You're the one who called the police, miss? Su Man. Yes. Su Man took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. This situation is complicated. We need you to come to the station for a detailed statement. The middle-aged officer's tone was formal. But before that, please brief me on what happened. All right. Su Man quickly recounted the incident in the most concise terms. Zhou Heng's debts, the thugs coming to cause trouble, the violent vandalism, and their attempt to harm her. Her account was clear and logical, maintaining her strong-willed demeanor even amidst such chaos. After finishing, she immediately turned and walked over to Lin Yang, her eyes scanning him rapidly. Are you all right? Her voice dropped low, laced with a hint of tension. I'm fine. Lin Yang flexed his wrist. The spots on his chest and ribs where had been hit still ached dully. Took a few punches, but nothing serious. For his body now systematically enhanced, these injuries would heal quickly. After listening, the middle-aged officer waved to his subordinates. This is a severe case of breaking and entering a fray, suspected robbery and intentional injury. Take all suspects back to the station and interrogate them separately. Ms. Su, please come with us as well to assist with the investigation. All right, let me make some arrangements first. Su Man nodded. As the police escorted Long Gu out, he paused briefly as he passed Su Man. The arrogant thuggishness on his face had vanished, replaced by a cold, venomous resentment. He stared hard at Su Man, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yang beside her. President Su, and you kid. I took a fall this time, but I long repay every slight. I've got you both in my sights. The young officer shoved him hard, barking, enough talk, move it. Long Gu stumbled forward, didn't look back, and was escorted into the elevator. Only after all the police and suspects had disappeared did Aunt Chen, clutching her chest, stare at the wreckage, trembling all over. Good heavens. How did this happen? Just a few minutes, and the homes turned into this. Aunt Chen, are you okay? Su Man steadied her. I'm fine, miss, I'm fine. Su Man looked around, a flicker of fatigue in her eyes. Aunt Chen, contact the property management and have them send cleaners to clear out all these broken things. Her gaze fell on the hole in the wall smashed by a chair leg. The walls. They'll find a renovation company to handle that later. Just then, the property manager came running over with several security guards, sweating profusely, his face plastered with an apologetic smile. President Su, President Su, I'm so terribly sorry. It was our negligence in property management, such a huge security loophole that allowed criminals to break in. On behalf of the property company, I extend our sincerest apologies. Su Man gave him a cold look. Manager Lee, I pay hundreds of thousands in property fees every year not to have my home turned into rubble. Manager Lee bent, even lower, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Yes. It's all our fault. Rest assured, President Su, our property will fully cooperate with all the follow-up repairs and well cover all the costs. We won't let you worry about a thing. Su Man nodded, her voice devoid of warmth. I need to go to the police station. Handle the rest with Aunt Chun. Of course. Go ahead, leave it to us. In the underground garage, Lin Yong put the black travel bag containing $1 million in cash back into the Qian's trunk. President Su, we should deposit this $3 million back into the bank when we get a chance. It's not safe in the car. He started the engine. Su Man responded, leaning back in the passenger seat, closing her eyes with a furrowed brow. Leave it for now. We'll deal with it after this matter is settled. Lin Yong said no more, focusing on driving. The car was silent. Only the faint noise of tires on the road could be heard. They arrived at the police station and were led into an office by a young officer. The statement-taking went quickly. Su Man and Lin Yong were the victims, the facts were clear and the evidence solid. After finishing, the two walked out of the office. Just then a figure approached them. The man was about 40, impeccably dressed in a tailor-made high-end suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his hair perfectly combed, carrying a brand-new LV briefcase, exuding an air of elite sophistication. Hello, are you President Su Man? The man wore a professional smile as he extended his hand. Su Man looked at him with slight confusion, but shook his hand politely out of courtesy. The man then handed her a business card of excellent quality. Luo Wei, Senior Legal Counsel for the Zhang Group. The Zhang Group. Su Man took the card, and the moment she saw the name, her delicate brows knitted together. The Zhang Group in Huaihai City was an old, prestigious conglomerate built on shipping with immense power and deep connections. Luo Wei, sensing her confusion, explained with a smile. It's like this, President Su. My client is the son of the Zhang Group's chairman, Zhang Long. That is the one who caused some unpleasantness at your residence this afternoon. Zhang Long. At the mention of that name, Su Man's face instantly darkened, covered in a layer of frost. We have nothing to discuss. She coldly dismissed him and turned to leave. President Su, don't be in such a hurry. Luo Wei remained unfazed, maintaining his graceful smile. A little talk can't hurt, don't you think? Lin Yong stepped forward quietly, placing himself between Su Man and the lawyer. This subtle move sparked a glint of amusement in Luo Wei's eyes. He reassessed the young man, noting his close proximity and protective stance towards Su Man, and his smile deepened. Oh, so what do you want to talk about? Lin Yong spoke, his tone calm. Luo Wei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze lingering on Lin Yong for a couple of seconds. Our chairman's intention is simple: settle this matter out of court. We want Mr. Zhang Long to avoid jail time. As for the rest, everything is negotiable. Oh. Lin Yong drew out the syllable, a sneer curling on his lips. Sorry, I just checked Baidu on the way here. Unlawful entry, gathering a crowd to cause an affray, intentional destruction of property, and suspected intentional injury. For your Mr. Zhang, with these charges and solid evidence, that's at least 3 years starting off. At the mention of Baidu, Luo Wei couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Hey young man, the law isn't something you look up on Baidu. At the mention of Baidu, Luo Wei couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. Hey young man, the law isn't something you look up on Baidu.